7:55. We're going live on YouTube here in just a moment. Welcome everybody, 2023 New Balance Nationals Indoors. This is Hot Saturday, everybody. Here we go. At this time, I'm going to turn over the mic to the booth. And we're going to get rolling with our first event, the Boys Rising Stars 60-meter hurdles. Here we go, everybody. 2023 New Balance Nationals Indoors.
Heat one of the Rising Stars Boys 60 hurdles on the track right now. First event of the day, and it's going to be taken in lane 5. Frank Sparks. And 8:35 the other. It's Nadir Langston of Hamilton Township, 8:35. He'll take heat 1 of the Rising Stars Boys 60 hurdles. Hello and welcome into the 2023 New Balance Nationals Indoor. 5,000 high school student athletes participating. Largest New Balance Nationals Indoor. Section 2, Cole Herman, Aiden McFarlane, Caleb Lucas, Michael Davis Hawkins, Ty Tyndall, Perry Addy, Isaiah Tansmore, Caleb Kelly, and we've got our first callback of the day. We'll be moving quickly through events this morning in our preliminary sections. First round of the boys 60 hurdles Rising Stars will be followed quickly by the championship boys 60 hurdles first round as well. But we are off and rolling at the New Balance Nationals Indoor here at the track at New Balance in Boston, Massachusetts. We'll take another crack at Heat 2. Cole Herman of the RFH Dogs Track Club. Fall starts out of lane 1. And Heat 2 is off down the track. Addy looking well in 6 and out of 7. Isaiah Tansmore, Dundalk Track Club. It'll be lane 4 as Michael Davis Hawkins will take it. Courageous Track Club, Aiden McFarlane second. Michael Davis Hawkins goes 8:30, McFarlane 8:34. New fastest times of the day so far. As we compile results here, Michael Davis Hawkins, fastest time so far of the day in 8:30 for Courageous Track Club in the Rising Stars Boys 60 hurdles. Next up on the track, Heat 3, Xavier Ratliff, Colton Westlake, Jonathan Holden, Antoine James, Chad Trammell, Charles Spellings, Ian Hines, and Ethan Wilson. Loading into the blocks now, looking for a clean start. We're through 2 so far with an 8:30 as your leading time. And Heat 3 is off. In 5, Trammell goes well. Also in 3, Jonathan Holden looks strong. It'll be Trammell rocking Across the line in heat 3 of 7.
Man, and we are moving. Good morning, beautiful people. This is Jasmine Todd coming back on this live broadcast. I hope you guys are having a wonderful morning this morning.
And for those of you just joining us now, welcome into the track at New Balance. Declan Murray, joined by Jasmine Todd. We'll be bringing you action this morning in the 60 hurdles, boys Rising Stars and Championship, as well as boys and girls pentathlon, the girls championship 60 hurdles as well. And things are just moving, rolling right along, Jasmine, as we kick off today.
Man, gotta love it. Declan, how are you enjoying this beautiful track?
Well, just opened last April, but my first time here, and it is an incredible facility. Just unbelievable the work that the New Balance staff has done to not only build an awesome facility, but also pack it to the gills. Last night's events were packed. We've got Parker Lupasis, Sam Abedinojo, Alan Wynn, Jason Ravello, Jake Applegate, Jakai Hayes, Charles Montross, Christopher Chong. In this section, it's Applegate 8:18, new fastest time of the day, Jasmine. But just incredible job done by the staff so far to not only put on a world-class level event for these high school student athletes, but also to just have this for the track and field community in Boston, to have professional meets, high school meets, and just bringing the track community together in such an incredible facility.
Absolutely, and boy, have they been putting on some meets. They have produced some incredible times at this facility so far.
Heat 5 now on the track. Demetrius Bell, Jordan Wolverton, Dalil Saluki, Jaquan Means, Joe Nam, Ethan Knight, Jacob LaFour, and Clayton Husta. We've got 8 in this section, filling it up. Looks like we got a DNS in 4. And we're off.
They are off well.
Nam out well in 5. Really close at the line. Nam, Knight, and LaFour, 5, 6, and 7. Wolverton in 2, gonna take it, 8:49. Ethan Knight from Barrington Track and Field, 8:60. And that 5, 6, and 7 all separated by 0.02 of a second. It looked tight there. Still fastest time of the day coming from Heat 4. Jake Applegate's 8:18 is, quite the mark right now. 8:18. Next fastest 8:30. So Applegate looking like he's in a great spot to make the final.
Applegate really putting one out there.
And 5,000, more than 5,000, Jasmine, athletes participating this weekend.
Man, gotta love it. I love that there are so many athletes here. And here in Heat 6, we have Kobe Mack, Luke Fremis, DeMarlon Taylor, Jeremiah Kelly, Harlem Garners, Keenan Davis, and Matt Parkins and Cam Coleman are do-not shows for this heat.
DeMarlon Taylor of East St. Louis Flyers going to take that one, 8:26, so second fastest time of the day for Taylor. And they are just rolling through things as they come right across the finish. They move them off, set up those next hurdles, and just get the next section on the track. And it does make for, all of these volunteers being here and supporting. It makes for an incredible professional level experience for these high school student athletes.
Absolutely. These officials have been doing such a great job of running this meet so smoothly.
Heat 7 of 7. Bisono, Wilson, Reeves, Finney, Kaiser, Camille Yichak. And we are off in this one. And it's going to be 4. Brandon Finney. Chain in the mouth.
And Brandon Finney with an 8:30.
So one of the top 4 times from Finney.
And right now that 8th place time to beat is an 8:40.
Rich, I can take camera photo, lock it off on that finish area, and that way I don't have to have that New Balance cut to 7.
So that will bring our Rising Stars 60 hurdles to a close. We got the championship 60 hurdles up next. In this one, we'll have another 7 heats. But ripping through these heats quickly, 7 heats, did it in about 7 minutes, so not a bad job.
Oh, man, not a bad job at all. That is a way to keep the process moving. And again, these officials have been doing such an amazing job keeping this meet moving smooth and efficient.
And you see on the screen, rolling through all your results there, 24 qualifying to the next round. And Jake Applegate's 8:18, the fastest time on the day so far. And Jasmine, that 8:18, we'll see how that Rising Stars time stacks up against some of the championship times. I'm sure a few of those Rising Star times could hold their own in the championship heats if they had the opportunity.
Oh, absolutely. And again, those are our Rising Stars, so I look forward to seeing them in the future and seeing those times drop more and more.
Yeah, quite a few seniors on there that running strong races and getting the opportunity to come out and participate, get his fast time in to close off the indoor season, start ramping up into outdoor.
That sprint medley last night, very hot.
Starting to funnel the championship 60 hurdle boys out onto the track now. And just moving things along here, but only 8:07, and we're already starting to get a little bit of a crowd, a little bit of atmosphere here, but I have a feeling that once we get to the late afternoon or evening, it's going to be rocking in here. Everybody will be kind of standing shoulder to shoulder, packing in for these championship finals. You know, right now we've got some heats going, but it'll be a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Just seeing this crowd already, the fact that there are so many people and we are at an early start. Yesterday evening was absolutely crazy with the amount of fans that showed up and supporting. It was loud, it was electric, and it was such a good time last night. So I don't expect anything less of today.
Looking around the track on the backstretch, I see that kind of standing room area, and I know like that's where I would be if I was just in the stands, just on your feet the whole time, cheering. Just a really great setup, though, for the spectator as well, not just for the participants, but for the spectator, because you've got this wonderful grandstand, but you've also got the bleachers on the backstretch and just a thunderous crowd all around the track when you're racing.
Absolutely. New Balance did an amazing job at building this facility.
Starting to get our championship boys 60 hurdles into their lanes here. Give you your lane assignments for the first one. Joseph Kurok goes in 1. Marcus Gordon, Micah Williams, Justin Horn, Donovan Bradley, Ty Jackson, Jacob Kyler, and Aiden DeBono. 7 more heats here, and we'll also get to see the pentathlon for boys and girls, and they'll come up next. And very cool to see the multi-events competed at the high school level. Not many opportunities to do so, but the biggest field in New Balance Nationals indoor pentathlon history. They took 19.
Oh,
and
my.
A really exciting to see. And you know, only 16 make it to the NCAA championship. So providing those opportunities for high schoolers to compete in the multis is a really exciting thing and something that isn't always available.
100%. And this first heat is getting into those blocks.
Sipchich, Smith, Walensky, Wolf, and Fisher.
Curry, Jordan, Williams, Horn, Jackson, Kyler,
And they're off for Justin Horn, looks like in 7:94, so
Off
new
to
fastest
a
time of the day.
speedy start already.
That's what we're looking for when we see the championship results, is we're looking for some quick times. So Horn and Kyler jumping out there really quickly. And right now it's just racing against the clock, doing it on your own and trying to see if you can advance to that semifinal round.
Absolutely. Going into these like prelim types of events, this is where you really just kind of want to hone in and focus on what you're doing, what you've done at practice. You don't want to change anything. And just stay calm, composed, and make it on to that next round. Survive and advance is the name of the game.
That's right. When you get an opportunity to run against the clock, too. Puts a little bit of pressure on, but it's something that you got to get used to as a sprinter as you move into the late high school and the collegiate ranks. Got to get used to racing yourself versus the clock. Your lane assignments in this one: Deary in 1, Foster in 2, McKnight in 3, Franklin, Waterman, Prelude, Brown, and Adderley round out the field of 8. Heat 2, championship boys, 60 hurdles. And a little flinching, and looks like out of lane 7, but they'll bring them back up. Looks like Brown was a little concerned he might see a false start, red card there, but he's got his hands on his head there.
Very good at just, hey, we're here, we're having fun, relax, we're going to let you go again.
Yeah, always good to make sure these athletes who are here just for an opportunity to run and compete, that they do get that opportunity. And at this stage in the game, a learning and development of the athletes, always great to see that. So
yes, 100%. It's good to start being on these stages.
And Heat 2 boys championship 60 hurdles is off. Bradley Franklin in 4 and Brown in 7, who had near false start, and he comes out and takes the heat. Now that's staying calm under pressure. You saw his hands on his head, Jasmine, before the race, and he was like, what was I doing? Just those nerves, and he was able to recompose himself, get out here. And I know it's only Heat 2, but fastest time of the day, 7:80.
Fastest time already. I always find that is so amazing, and it's such a good learning experience, because even when you get out there, you flinch, and it's like, okay, well, now I have to teach myself how to reset, refocus, get in the blocks, and relax, and also execute the race. So amazing learning experience.
And just like that, Heat 3 is on the track. We're moving again. Justin Devon, Kobe Mendez, Xavier Branker, Andre Korbmacher, Khalid Branch, Gage Gose, Malachi Collier, and Kanye Mills. Always fun seeing the different rituals and how things change from high school into college into the professionals. I think high school athletes are pumping themselves up a little bit more, and as athletes move on into their upperclassmen years, they start learning the science behind staying calm and not burning up too much energy at the start line.
Oh, absolutely. I used to do the most in high school before I got in the blocks.
Trying to put a little intimidation factor on. Heat 3, and a really close one, 5 and on, but it looked like Khalid Branch of Drive Phase TC in 5. We had Gose and Collier in 6 and 7. It is Branch. Gose is second. And Branker in third. Branch goes 8:06 right now. 5th fastest time on the day, 7:80, our fastest time so far.
And just like that, we now have Heat 4 on the track. And in 1, we'll have Loisa, 2, James, 3, Foster, 4, Graves Blanks, 5, Armstrong, 6, McGee, 7, Morissette, and 8, Jacobs.
Moving into the blocks, and got a scratch in 1 and 6. That's Oisa and McGee. But it's all against the clock here. No position qualifiers on the line. 24 to the semifinal in the boys 60 hurdles. And out well in the middle of the track in lane 5 is Armstrong. Runs away with it. Jabari Armstrong, the sophomore. 8:05. 4th fastest time on the day. That should absolutely be enough to get through in the top 24.
Absolutely.
I know we've got a couple races left. Just about everyone would have to run faster than him at this point for that not to move on. That semifinal will be tomorrow morning, and the final tomorrow afternoon.
That is going to be very exciting to watch. Up next, we have Heat 5. Haynes 1, Borton 2, Hurt 3, Douglas 4, Saunderson 5, Tabola 6. It looks like we have a did not show for 7, and Bell an 8.
And Douglas out really well for the Ohio Heat in 4, and in 5 is
start.
Sanderson. But wow, Douglas. Definitely a sub-8 mark there, 796 unofficially, 795 for Sanderson.
Wow. These boys are moving.
And we've got that head-on look, Jasmine, so sometimes hard to see who's leading at that first hurdle. A little tougher to see until they come down to the end, but by the time he got to the first hurdle, Sanderson and Douglas looked like they were up there.
Absolutely.
And Jaden Douglas moves into 4th with his 795. I like that Ohio Heat Track Club kit.
Oh my goodness. Some of these track kits, I'm like, how do I get one? Can I be a part of your team?
Yeah. Where was that when I was in high school?
Right, like
Yeah.
where were all these cool uniforms when I was in high school? We had some decent ones, but like now they have upped the game and I love it.
I remember picking up my unattached singlet from the running store, just a plain white thing for when I was going to nationals in high school. And I predate New Balance Nationals, so that tells you something. Heat 6, Tucker, Allen, Vautour, Mooney, Brand, Williams, Gulimbuski, and Achimpong. Full heat here, and in lane 5, Jasmine Brand is out really well, but now Mooney making the move in 4. Mooney. I think we might have a new fastest time.
Moving very smoothly with a 780 for Mooney. Brand with a 793.
And that's a tie for fastest time, and actually Mooney takes it by the thousandths. We saw Brown, Yeshaya Brown in Heat 2 go 780 as well, so top 2 qualifiers, both 780. Things are starting to look up for the semifinals.
Oh
and
my
finals.
goodness. I cannot wait to watch these semifinals.
Kind of fun too at the high school level when you have to go through 3 rounds, but then the way they've set it up to get the semifinal and final on the same day, really lining up like the professionals would and attacking it that way. It's a cool way for them to start preparing for what some of these championship athletes, trying to make the national meet indoors and outdoors in a year, and they'll be much more prepared having come to a meet like this.
Oh, absolutely. I wish I came to a meet like this in high school. Oh my goodness.
I wish there were meets like this. Heat 7 on the track.
Heat 7 on the track, we have Davis in 3, Sasavan in 4, Elkins 5, Correa 6, Knight 7, Gary in 8, and Crum in, Crum is a did not show for 1 and 2.
6 in Heat 7 of 7. Championship boys 60 hurdles, and Sai Savant just walks away with it. That was something.
Absolutely cruising. That was definitely a technical run, and wow, 775. Oh my goodness, I cannot wait. He executed that so well, so beautifully. He handled it technically, so oh my goodness.
Abdul Sai Savan, 775, new fastest time of the day, top qualifier into the semifinals, and he looked like he was walking.
That was a day in the park, it looked like. So I can expect some great times and some great things to happen for him tomorrow.
Really impressive run from Sai Savan to go 775. Atlanta Zoom Athletics getting out there and showing what they can do. Let's talk about the names of some of these track clubs. I love it.
Oh my goodness. Yesterday, announcing some of these track clubs, I was like, again, why are they so cool? Why are they so so cool.
My favorite so far, Run Fast Track Club. Like, I hope they trademark that.
I really hope they trademark that. That was one of my favorite ones to announce yesterday.
Drive phase, sky's the limit. Come on.
Sky is the limit.
I like the empowerment of advancement through athletics. That's pretty
Above
sweet.
Expectations Track Club, like, come on. These track club names are absolutely amazing.
You'd think instead of going unattached, you just make something awesome up too.
Right.
Next on the track, we're sticking with 60 hurdles. It's the Pentathlon 60 hurdles now. And this is event number 1 of the Pentathlon. So fun to see what they've got going this morning.
They're going to have a very fun and busy day.
That's for sure. We'll get all the events today in the Pentathlon, and we'll round it out with the 800 on the girls' side, 1,000 on the boys this afternoon. They've got the 60, they've got the 800 and 1,000. High jumps, long jumps, shot put. So just a little bit of everything.
I don't know how they do it. Truly, honestly, once you become a multis athlete, world's greatest athlete immediately.
Easily. And it's fun to see it at the high school level because you really don't get that opportunity, but to come and get an opportunity to compete, usually you're just competing in 5 individual events at their high school meets and then
absolutely
hoping that they can show out to a college coach who will say, all right, that's going to be one of my multi-eventers for, you know, as a freshman next year.
Yes, 100%. I think it's an amazing thing that they actually get this opportunity. And in general, one of the things that the multis talk about is once they leave college, they don't have these amount of opportunities to compete in the multis. And so for them to be able to start experiencing these multis at big events like this in high school, kudos to New Balance.
19 total that'll be running here in the Pentathlon 60 hurdles. And that's a pretty big field for pentathlon in general. I think, though, when you don't have pole vault like they do as you get into the heptathlon and whatnot, once you take out pole vault, it expedites the process a little bit. 19 is quite a few for 2 flights of pole vaulting. Well, we'll look at those in Heat 1, Sipchich, Smith, Walensky, Wolf, and Fisher filling lanes 2 through 6.
And it looks like they are ready to get going.
And moving fast ahead of schedule already this morning, and that's the only way to do it when you got this many events to go, just running through them and keep these athletes moving throughout the day.
Absolutely. Yesterday we were a bit early while we were going through the day, and I was, again, thank you to the officials for moving everything so smoothly. As fast as everything is going, you wouldn't even realize because things are moving so smooth.
2023 New Balance Nationals Indoor from the track at New Balance. Championship Boys Pentathlon now on the track with the 60 hurdles, their first event of the day. We're on day 3 now here at New Balance Nationals. Lots of exciting performances already. Fireworks in the championship 2 miles yesterday, and we've got plenty more championships to come.
Plenty of more, so I hope you guys are ready and awake.
Especially those who are joining us from all over the country, maybe not in the Eastern time zone, waking up early to watch family, friends run. Hopefully have a few West Coasters joining us already. I know you made your way out here so you didn't have to deal with the time change watching from home. Right, Jasmine?
Absolutely. Glad to be here in person. The time change has been a battle, but you know what? Completely worth it because you forget about it once you get all this exciting action.
Sipchich, Smith, Walensky, Wolf, and Fisher Wolf and Fisher doing well in 5 and 6, and late charge in 4 from Walensky. You know, and it's rare to see that tight of a finish in a pentathlon, because usually the disparity, but you've got a hurdler and a shot putter that are coming in and bringing it together. But you know, our top 3 all separated by 0.03 of a second, and 0.13 separating 1 through 5. So really tight one
really
already.
Tight
but
race.
Sam Fisher, Tennessee Track Club, 868, 818 points. That's the real important number there. But you know, right off the bat, not much separating them.
And as we go into Heat 2, we have Mountain, Johnson, Rosario, Stewart, Smith, and Howard III.
Stepping on the track with a name like Michael Johnson, running for the LeBron Athletic Club.
Man.
That is something. Pressure in lane 3 on
how
Michael
awesome
Johnson. What
is
a
that?
name. What a name to run track and field.
And into the blocks they go.
Just all around some serious names. No name like Zach Mountain.
Also, once you
Fierce.
start adding the second and third to the end of your name,
There we
Neil
go.
Howard III,
Made for stardom.
made for it.
Heat 2 of 3. Pentathlon 60 hurdles. And a bit of a fall in 4, but and Michael Johnson takes this one,
And
8-17.
Michael Johnson holding it down with all of that pressure.
Really tough one from Henrik Rosario in the middle of the track there. Took a stumble and then took a fall. He did well to get up and get over the line. He wants to make sure he gets the opportunity to compete in those other 4 events.
Absolutely, especially when you're in the multis. Finishing the event is the biggest part of it all. The worst thing you can do is not finish an event when you're in the multis, and so the fact that he was able to get up and finish and complete that still puts him in so that he can still compete in this pen.
Yeah, and it's tough to get up, pick yourself up off the track. He caught his trail leg on the first one, and then he lost so much speed that he caught his lead leg on the next and went down, but gets up, crosses the line. That's what you like to see. He's looks like he's healthy, doing okay. And he's over there talking to his coach on the side now from IMG Academy and just getting ready for the next 4 events, because that's what you're here to do, here to come and show out. And things happen in the pentathlon. You got a lot of events, though, and you can come back and claw your way back into those rankings.
Exactly, and up we have Fisher, Parker, Azell, Williams, Burnett, and Anderson.
So this is our 3rd and final heat. The last boys 60 hurdles that we'll see for this morning. But don't worry, we'll have lots more 60 hurdles.
All right, so keep an eye on the clock.
And we're off in heat 3. And it looks like lane 3, Dallas Parker is going to take it. A little bit of swag.
Above expectations, track club. That uniform, amazing.
The swag of that uniform, and with the unzip move, like that's something that I wasn't confident enough to do when I was in high school for sure.
At all. I was the socks that were above the knee. That was the farthest I went when it came to swag.
That's pretty good, though. That's pretty good. But as a jumper, too, there's some functionality there, right?
Absolutely.
Come on, you're all in the sand. Like Michael Johnson's 8:17 will be the fastest time of the morning in the pentathlon 60 hurdles. Dallas Parker, who we just saw win Heat 3's 8:51, is second. But Michael Johnson of LeBron Athletic Club, 939 points, just putting it out there. And it'll be interesting to see how those adjustments happen. A lot of times you do have hurdlers that make their way into the multis or field eventers, because those more technical events are the ones that are tougher to pick up. So it'll be interesting to see how he fares when he moves into the field events as well.
Yes, absolutely.
We've got the Girls' Championship Pentathlon 60 hurdles next.
The next event on the track will start at
And another one where we've got 19 in it in the girls' pentathlon.
Again,
10 minutes ahead of schedule already, but they're getting hurdles set up, and it's just fun to see all of these fans starting to fill in the stands here and see what we've got for a morning of jam-packed action as then we move into an afternoon. I mean, we're going 8 in the morning, well past 8 p.m.
Oh,
and just
goodness.
rolling throughout the day.
It is going to be such a fun day today with all the events. And again, that crowd is starting to trickle in. We're starting to, this grandstand to our left, because I didn't know my left and right just now, is definitely starting to fill up. This end is definitely there. It's packed on that end, and we are starting to trickle in and have more spectators come in to support these athletes.
Well, one of the things that happens too at meets like this is people are coming in and out all throughout the day, but when you get to those championship sections, it is going to be packed.
Absolutely.
You know, they sold out tickets and they had to look and see, you know, what they were going to be able to fill in. So they were able to sell this place out for the competition, and that's even on Friday night. We've got Saturday and Sunday to go.
That is just so insane. Again, amazing job at this beautiful facility, the track at New Balance. Beautiful, beautiful facility.
5,000 boys and girls competing here at New Balance Nationals indoor at the track at New Balance. And we went from 3 different groups of 60 hurdles on the boys' side. We'll do the same for women or girls in reverse order with the pentathlon, then the championship and Rising Stars 60 hurdles. And we're getting on the track now, and they are ready to roll. As we're moving here, we've also got boys shot put getting ready to start. Warm-ups taking place over in the boys pole vault. .24 in the boys pole vault final as they all get in there and warm up. And girls pentathlon 60 hurdles, they line up in their blocks. It's been a fun year for the women's pentathlon with a world record set a week ago, an American record set a couple weeks before that came really close to a world record. So lots going on in the world of the multis right now, and that's a lot of excitement for these girls to see what's going on.
Like, oh my goodness, to sit back and think, wow, we just had an American record broke and then a world record broken. The multis is going to be absolutely beautiful to watch coming outdoors.
Yeah, Budapest will be a sight to see, that's for sure. On the track, Ana Gonzalez-Velasquez, Audrey Kozak, Heidi Hudson, Alexa Nestor, Ava Getz, and Maya Fulmer. They gave them a chance to get a little bit of a run out. I think they want to make sure they don't get too ahead of schedule because they're just flying so quickly through these things, and that's the credit to, as we mentioned, lots of volunteers, lots of event staff that are just here and making this an awesome experience so far.
This is what happens when you come to the fastest party of the weekend.
That's right.
Audrey Kozak, Heidi Hudson, Alexa Nesta, Ava Goetz, and Maya Fulmer. This is the first of 3 sections in the 60-meter hurdles. The first event.
We've got 3 sections in this one. For the women, the girls, 60 hurdles. They'll go shortly after this into long jump and start getting ready to go. Boys and girls long jumps will be going on separate runways simultaneously, so that's kind of fun too. You always see the camaraderie of the multi-eventers, but that goes beyond just the boys getting to hang out and spend a day together and fighting, competing. The boys and the girls being able to kind of do that together at an event like this is really cool, because there is a very cool community in the multi-events, and you see that
It's
in a lot of field events too
beautiful
for yourself.
community. It's absolutely beautiful. I mean, again, they spend the entire day together basically because they have this short period of time in between their events, and so they are able to bring this community together, and a lot of the times they're not at the same time as all of the other main individual events. And so when they get to build this community and the fact that we get to see both of them down there jumping at the same time, I know that they're going to put out some great performances down there. We're going to see some great marks.
Yeah, like you said, a lot of times they're out there before everyone else is. They're early in the morning. But what is going to be really fun is when they get to cap it off with those 800s and 1000s for the girls and boys respectively, and this place will be packed. We'll have the 5K championships on either end of them. I'm excited for that because that's the chance where they get that opportunity to compete in front of everyone, and everybody gets to see who's going to come out on top, who's going to be your New Balance Nationals indoor champ in the Pent.
And they deserve it. They absolutely deserve that moment where the lights are on, the lights are shining on them.
Gonzalez, Velasquez, Kozak, Nestor, Getz, Fulmer. Heidi Hudson is a DNS in 4. So already whittling that field of 19 down to 18.
Down to 18.
And they'll load into their blocks, and we'll get started with the girls' pentathlon. 60 hurdles, 3 heats.
Gonzalez, Velasquez, Audrey Kozak, Alexa Nesta, Ava Gotz, and Maya Fulmer.
And heat 1 is off. And a really strong run from Nestor. On the outside is Fulmer, but
very strong
Nestor.
run.
Alexa Nestor, Chomp City Track Club.
Chomp City Track Club, chomping down that runway, running in 8:79.
Huge run from Alexa Nestor in the pink, hot pink kit for Chomp City. That is a bright pink.
Bright pink. I'm pretty sure this is the same kit yesterday that Kate and I, when we were on the broadcast, were just like, can we have those? If you guys are listening, go ahead and send us some of those uniforms.
Alexa Nestor going and setting the standard so far, 879. It's worth 954 points, so really, really good run for Nestor. And now as they've kind of gotten ahead of schedule, they're giving everyone an opportunity for one run out before they go, which is always great. You don't always get that at a meet in high school where you're in the blocks and you are
it is
gone.
Time to go. Get in the blocks and let's go.
Trying to get that muscle memory going without the opportunity to get the reps in beforehand and without hurdles on the warm-up track sometimes, but
right.
Great opportunity to feel like a pro when you're here at New Balance Nationals.
And they are doing a great job of allowing them to get that pro feeling. Volpenlesta, Harris, Stanford, Lane, Koskondi, Eric, and Zeller.
And looks like everyone on the start list is in their lane. And heat 2 is off.
Off to a fair and good start.
Koskondi out well, as is Harris, Yvette Harris. Another hot pink jersey taking the win.
The hot pinks is the color for the day.
8.83. Another 900-plus point performance taking the win, 946 points. So some things are heating up already in event number 1 of 5.
Absolutely. And as Heat 3 does their run outs, we will have Zagel in 2, Kurtz 3, Marks 4, Stargell 5, Damas in 6, and Polensky in 7.
So far, 8:79 fastest time. We're through 12 so far. 8:79, 8:83 for Nestor and Harris.
From Milwaukee Speed Academy, Lexi Kurtz from ATL Riley Knox, Kaylee Stargell, Sarah Dumas from Franklin Track Club, and Giovanni Pellicini. We have 6 runners going in this third and final heat. The lead belongs to Alex Nesta at 8.79. That's good for 954 points.
And we've got Nestor and Harris atop the leaderboard so far. Zagel, Kurtz, Marks, Stargell, Dumas, and Pellicini. This is our third and final heat of the Pentathlon 60 hurdles. Next on the track will be the preliminary rounds for the 60 hurdles championship.
Ooh, that is going to be speedy. I'm already feeling it.
And heat 3 is off. Another hot pink fight to the finish line. And it was Dumas and Marks.
That hot
4
pink.
and 6.
What is it with it? I'm loving the pink. Maybe I need to start wearing hot pink this season.
I think it's something to do with the confidence it takes to rock that hot pink. Is, you know, that's going to help. That confidence can help you show up feeling like you're ready to win. So.
Absolutely.
That one's Dumas, 9:08. Marks, 9:19 was second. Stargell, Pellicini, Kurtz, and Zagel. And 893, 879 points for the top 2 in that one. Those were the 4th and 5th fastest times so far. And when we take a look at this replay, you'll see they're out well. And those 2 hot pink in Dumas and Marks just over the finish line, taking their section. And there are your compiled results. Girls Pentathlon Championship, the 60 hurdles. 954 points to kick it off for Alexa Nestor and Yvette Harris with 946 points. But some really solid times, 879, 883. That's
Very
a good way to
solid
set the mark
times.
early on in the multis.
Absolutely. Way to take a nice early lead for Alexa Nestor. And up next for them, they will be headed over to that long jump again for the boys and girls. And we'll see how things start to play out over there.
Give them about 20 minutes to take a break or so, and then they'll start getting their warm-ups and their run-outs in. And always exciting, though, to get in there and just start getting moving through these events. And by mid-afternoon, they'll be crowning a champion in both boys and girls pentathlon.
Man, gonna be absolutely fun to watch. Amazing. I think it's also fun to see the amount of time as you get older that they put in between all of the events. I think it's always fun to watch because it goes from 30 minutes to an hour in between the events. And I'm like, yeah, as age goes, a little more time for some rest and recovery.
Yeah, I think you really start to need it, especially once you get to the professional levels. You don't recover as quickly as you do as a 18-year-old. And the knees start hurting, the back starts to go.
Long jump. Check in. Runway is open.
For those of you just joining us, I'm Declan Murray, joined by Jasmine Todd, bringing you action this morning from the track at New Balance Nationals Indoor here in Boston, Massachusetts. And it's been a fun morning so far. We're still rocking through 60 hurdles so far this morning, but lots more to come.
And we've got lots of action. We are waiting on those girls championship 60-meter hurdles. The Rising Stars boys shot put will be starting at 9 a.m. The boys pole vault is now underway. In about 10 minutes, it looks like they have to warm up. And then, of course, those pentathlons, we have some gentlemen down there already starting to warm up.
Just a different level of how we are looking at a track meet here. And I'm looking at a schedule, looking at pole vault. and the field eventer and Jasmine just like spotting the clock out there looking for the countdown, just operating on a different level.
Absolutely. Those clocks are so important. Your eyes are always on those clocks.
I never look at them. I know that they're there. I never look at them. I never needed one in my entire life. I would have loved a countdown clock for the 800. Just throw it up on the board.
Throughout the time you want us to hit, and let me just try to chase it.
Yeah, there we go. We'll be bringing the 60 hurdles, followed by lots of 60-meter dashes. So quick, speedy morning here at the track at New Balance, and a lot of fun to come.
So much fun to come. Super excited to watch these 60 hurdles and to watch these 60 meters. And I'm wondering if any of these kids watch the NCAAs that's happening, because we just watched an NCAA record fall down in the women's 60. And so this 60 has been nice and hot this season.
Yeah, just so much going on in the 60. And with NCAAs going on this weekend up at altitude too, we've seen some crazy times. So it's just fun to see all of that excitement. And these are opportunities, I think, that when you and I would have been in high school, you know, we might not have been as aware of all that was going on in college and professional level, but with the way that the sport has been covered, it's just, it really combines from high school to college to professional,
Yes.
all being covered by the same people, and has allowed people to kind of get a better understanding of what it takes to make it to the next level.
Absolutely.
And I think it's really great to see, and that's why you have 5,000 plus participants, because people want to get out there. They want to show their stuff off to some potential college coaches,
Yes.
and also, who doesn't want to compete at one of the most unbelievable indoor track and field facilities in the world?
Absolutely. If you said no to coming here, sorry to you. You should have been here, because this facility is so amazing, and we have seen some amazing times, some blazing times on this track.
Opened just last April, so first time hosting New Balance Nationals indoor here at the track at New Balance, but already off to a great start.
Sorry, I missed it. It's going to be semifinals, so 24 athletes will advance to the 3 semifinal heats. Sorry to scare you, girls.
We've got the girls 60 hurdles championship first round here. Ukawuba, McCoy, Elliott, Ladson, Cunningham, Loricent, Hubner, DeGrossa, and Akabude in heat 1 of 13. I'm sorry, heat 1 of 7, 13 heats in the Rising Stars. 20 heats of 60 hurdles upcoming.
And we are off to a good start.
In lane 5, Cunningham challenged in 6 by Loricente Hubner. Steadfast Track Academy's Gabriella Cunningham, 8:61.
Already starting off nice and speedy.
That's a great run, and you know,
Amazing run.
we saw some fast times, 8:79, 8:83 in the pentathlon, but you know, a new fastest time of the day.
8:61. And we've still got plenty more heats to go.
Only 6 more. Really 19 when you take the Rising Stars into account. So lots of fast times to come in the 60 hurdles.
And coming up in heat 2, we will have Estes in 1, Shipley in 2, White in 3, Samuel in 4, Jennings in 5, Roberts in 6, Smith in 7, Yobokoti in 8.
And just like we saw in the boys for these prelims in both the championship and Rising Stars 60 hurdles, 24 times to the semifinal. So narrowing it down from 7 heats down to 3.
Woo, man.
Cutthroat.
I'm excited. I am super excited to watch all of this action happen.
They'll load into their blocks here. Heat 2 of 7 girls 60 hurdle championships. And Heat 2 is off. In the middle of the track, Jennings and Roberts out well. Jennings took a little clip on the hurdle. Samuel in 4, 8:52. Samuel's going to take it.
And that will be our new fastest time of the day so far.
And when looking at personal bests coming into today, to Sarah Williams, Alexa Nestor, who we actually saw in the multis, run 8:13. So wouldn't expect to see that running cold at 8 o'clock in the morning. But when we get to tomorrow, you get a preliminary round or a semifinal round and a final, and you start to get into that championship experience. Wouldn't be surprised to see something really fast. And we've got to Sarah Williams in this section here, Heat 3 of 7 for Golden Eagle Elite Track Club.
And for Heat 3, Williams will be in 1, Caesar in 2, Larkin in 3, Scales 4, Harris 5, Williams 6, Smith 7, and Buxton in 8.
.852 from Samuel. Time to beat so far today. And looks like we've got a couple DNSs on the track here, but we've got Larkin, Scales, Harris, Williams, and Buxton.
So we got Robin Larkin, Amy Scales, Kyria Harris, Ali Williams.
Williams and Harris out well. Also is Scales. It's going to be Scales in 4. Emmy Scales, 8:36, new fastest time.
Yeah, blazing out there.
And Harris ran 8:47, so your top 2 times so far out of that one. Lanes 4 and 5.
That was a speedy little heat we had going.
Emmy Scales runs a 10th of a second personal best in that one, so really impressive run there. And great drive phase from Scales, stayed low.
Great start.
First to the first hurdle. Really nicely done by Scales.
Goes in 3. Sky Lee goes in 4. Taylor Cox from Union Catholic is in 5. Maya Rollins from Purple Track Club is in lane 6. And Gigi Kirschner.
Jasmine, how has your time in moving from the high school to the collegiate to the professional ranks changed in your preparation on race day?
You know, that is a great question. High school, I feel like, I didn't warm up as well. I'm 100%. I wasn't warming up as well. You're a lot younger, so you don't have all those little nicks and kinks. And as I got to college, that's when we got a little bit more disciplined, and those warm-ups got a little bit longer. And now, as a professional, my warm-up, if it is not an hour, don't expect me to do anything on the track because I've got to get this body warmed up and ready to go.
We've got Modupe, Anderson, Lee, Cox, Rollins, and Kirschner. And it's 4 and 5. That's Lee and Cox. And Lee, Sky Lee of St. Louis, Missouri, across the line. 8:51 officially, and another strong run.
Another strong run. That will be the 3rd fastest time of the day so far.
That 8:36 from Emmy Scales looking pretty quick going into the semifinals later today.
Absolutely.
And we know we've got something exciting coming up. So Alexa Nestor, who we saw run already in the pentathlon 60 hurdles, is back for another one about 10 minutes later.
Again.
So she's taking her pentathlon, and she's going to just go and try and make the final, make it an octathlon if she runs all three of the preliminary semifinals and finals. So, but you come in as one of the top personal bests in the country, you've got to go and take a crack at and seeing if you can get a national title, and wants to have an opportunity to do the multis as well.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm expecting that she's already nice and warm, so she didn't have to do very much except for calm down, reset, and recalibrate, get ready for this race. Absolutely incredible that these multis can do stuff like this. It just shows their fitness. You just ran a 60 hurdles. You're coming back running another 60 hurdles, and then you're going to get over to that long jump and complete 3 long jumps. Incredible.
Barely time to catch her breath, but she won't have to probably do as much warming up in the long jump this way, you know. Focus on just the competition aspect of it. And
exactly.
really impressive. Just enough time to catch her breath, and then she's back.
Really impressive, especially since Alexa Nestor, she's coming in with that number 2 time overall as the second favorite in this event.
Nestor just ran a 60-meter hurdles more than about 20 minutes ago.
We're in heat 5 of 7 for the championship girls 60 hurdles. Kelly, Harris, Harmon, Bentley, Waters, Nestor, and Stilley. And it's not just Nestor that's doubling back. We've also got Yvette Harris, who's in the pentathlon. She's in 3. They were the top 2 times in the pentathlon 60 hurdles. I see the shock on your face.
It's so amazing to me. It just shows such fitness.
Harris, Bentley, Waters, Nestor. And heat 5 is off. Nestor and Harris both out well.
Yes.
And it's Ohio Speed's Camden Bentley.
Running a very smooth race with an 8:54. Waters with an 8:74, and Harris with an 8:82.
And not bad, 15th and 18th fastest times for Harris and Nestor, who already got a race in their legs. So they're just trying to advance, keep moving through it, and see what they can do, get as much racing in as possible.
So our lead remains Amy Scales.
Camden Bentley, 5th fastest time with her 8:54 out of lane 5. Not the first to the first hurdle, but came back well in that one.
But was really able to attack those hurdles to get back up into that first place position. And I always find those races to be very incredible when you can come back in such a short time in a 60 meter. It's blink of an eye. When you don't have a good start, but you're still able to come back and win your heat, amazing.
Yeah, not enough time to really make up ground, but some really impressive athletes. And at the high school level, there's a little bit more margin for error, and then they start to improve on those starts, getting a little more consistent with them as they move on, so they don't have as much ground to make up.
Absolutely. And as we go into heat 6, we'll have Dennis in 1, Spain in 2, Saunders in 3, Green in 4, Flynn 5, Lynn Weaver in 6, Wheaton in 7, and Ricerson in 8.
Full heat of 8 here. Heat 6 of 7. Out well in 4 and 5. That's Green and Flynn. Mila Green. Mila Green, 8:45. Second fastest time of the day for Green, and really strong run. Looks comfortable there. And
very strong run, and 8:57 for Kennedy Flynn, who puts her at number 7.
How cool is that, though? You come all the way to a national meet, and you go 1-2 in your heat with your teammate. That's pretty cool.
We've got to talk about Bullis track team right now, because they have come and they have been on fire in their events. Amazing team, amazing squad, and a lot of them, you're going to see multiples of them. You're going to see them battling it out, and I think that it speaks to their training environment. When you have other people that you're able to compete with constantly, it just makes for great performances.
Yeah, a school that's got national champions in the past and at these meets, and you've got to, you start to see those things as being possible, and it really helps bring up the quality of everyone around you as well. Once you start seeing your teammates performing at a high level, makes it feel much more attainable, and that's what we saw there.
Yes.
With Bullis, that was Mila Green and Kennedy Flynn, 8:45 and 8:57, both of them in the top 10. 24 advanced to the semifinals.
All right, so our seventh and final
Heat 7 of 7, girls 60 hurdles championships. We got 13 more heats in the Rising Stars coming up for the hurdles. But in this one, we've got Hannah Cheek, Kennedy Ross, Lillian Hardin, Chelsea Williams, Nona Waldron, Amari Kaluvia, Ray DeGreffner-Reed, and Arbriel Scott.
They are off to a clean start.
That's Williams in 4, pulling away from the field here. Late charge from Waldron in 5 of Motor City Track. But Chelsea Williams of the Incredibles, 8:50, fourth fastest time of the day. She'll take the win in our 7th and final heat of the championship, girls 60 hurdles.
What a great run from these ladies.
And really impressive when you've got, 24 athletes moving on, and they're all well under 9 seconds. It's the quality of this meet. We'll take a look at our qualified athletes. Top 24 go through. So your top 8:36, Emmy Scales went in one heat 3, almost a 1/10 of a second ahead of second place. But then as you move down, all within half of a second is your top 24. So 8:85, the final qualifying time that goes through.
So it'll be definitely very speedy going into that semifinal. Everybody probably really excited to get it going and try to make it on to the final.
Girls semifinal will go tomorrow morning, 9:30 tomorrow morning, and then they've got an afternoon championship, one of those marquee events that we'll have where we'll be just going championship to championship to championship tomorrow afternoon.
Tomorrow will be a lot of fun, back to back to back to back, a lot of hype. I know the crowd is going to be going crazy.
Always fun once you get into those championship rounds to see everybody just going out, putting out their best performances.
As a reminder,
absolutely.
For coaches and athletes competing in the flat sprints this morning, we will not go more than 10 minutes ahead of schedule at any point. As you can see, the meet is a bit ahead of schedule. We
now
will
got
not
some
go more than 10
pole
minutes,
vault
meaning
in
that
action
on the
infield.
60-meter hurdles rising
On the
stars,
track.
that will start at 9,
Next
10.
will be the 60
10 minutes ahead of
hurdles
schedule.
rising stars. Pentathlon long jumps getting ready to go as well on the left of your screen. I'm Declan Murray, joined by Jasmine Todd, bringing you live New Balance Nationals Indoor from Boston, Massachusetts at the track at New Balance. We're having a great time so far. Great energy and atmosphere this morning, and just building and building throughout the day today. And we'll wrap up today with some fun stuff. We get to wrap up today with 4x4s, Jasmine.
Oh my goodness. I am a big fan of 4x4s. If I have to run a 400, put me on a 4x4.
I'm sorry, we wrap up today with 4x miles. I'm already getting ahead of myself. 4x4s are tomorrow. What am I talking
I'm like,
about?
oh,
4 by
put me
miles.
on that. The
But
4 by
seriously,
mile.
let's go.
I'm watching the stands, and I'm curious because normally everyone would kind of come down by this finish line, and it is
Right.
the opposite right now. Everyone is marked down by that start line.
I'm thinking what we might have here is we get a lot of our teams that are kind of showing up early, setting up their team camps. Maybe we got the athletes versus the parent side here. I'm trying to figure it out too, but it's yeah, starting to really fill in as with they just slowly moving up along, and
Slowly, but
or maybe
also
they're all there to
fast.
watch the long jump. They're watching the girls pentathlon long jump. They got the best seat in the house.
That
for
actually makes a lot of sense, and I
That's what
love
they're
that
here
for
for.
them. I hope
Yeah.
some of them ask for some claps down there.
I'm sure that you've had some pro meets where, you know, you'd have been dying for a crowd like that by the long jump. You're on the wrong side of the track from the crowd, just, you know,
Oh, absolutely.
just begging for a good clap, and, you know, you're 100 yards
Absolutely.
away from the right where the
Begging for a
stands are.
good clap, wanting some more energy down there to get everybody rallied up.
Running ahead of schedule here, but things are moving along well, and they've told us we won't go more than 10 minutes ahead of schedule. So if you're looking for anybody at home, make sure that we don't go 10 minutes ahead of the scheduled time, but they'll keep things rolling here and keep it moving.
And things are moving really fast, and it's insane, honestly, that we're even this far ahead of schedule when they've still allowed plenty of time for them to do those accelerations. So that just shows how fast we are moving at the fastest party this weekend.
Lots of excitement. Total of 40 heats. Boys, girls, pentathlon, 60 hurdles. So we're just
Lots of
ripping
hurdle
through it.
action.
Lots of hurdle action. And to be able to move this fast when it's hurdles, and you get, you know,
Yes.
hurdles get clipped, you got to reset them. You're getting runouts, you got to reset them after runouts. So
Absolutely.
testament to all the hard work of the team here at the track at New Balance. One of the fun parts about this too is like just bumping music throughout the day, like just keeping the energy high. Things are going great.
I gotta say shout out to the DJ, because the DJ has been playing some great music.
Banger after banger, nonstop.
We were joking a little bit and we're like, I wonder how old the DJ is, because our guess was you've got to be in that 24 to 29, 30 range because of the range of music they were playing, and all of us over in that Sidious family were just having a great time over there listening to the music. Like this is, and it was a perfect balance of different diversity of music as well.
Well, that's what you need to bring a crowd this big and get everyone excited about the music you got going.
Absolutely.
We got a quick look at the pole vault. Tyler Cash and Dylan Sawyer, the first two over the bar at 4 meters, 0.05. 13.3.5 is where that bar sits right now. But back to the next 13 heats, Rising Stars, girls, 60 hurdles.
Okay, track fans, our next race on the track is
We've got
Rising Stars 60-meter hurdles, first round.
8 in this one.
We have
Pascal Rosa, Ferguson, Thomas McKee, Brandenburg, Brown, DeFoss, and Lee Bowens. That's Mia Lee Bowens on screen.
Is in lane 4, Eva Brandenburg is 5, Kennedy Brown is in 6, Catherine DeFoss is in 7, and Mia Lee Bowens is on lane 8. So this is the first of 13 heats of the girls' Rising Stars 60-meter
The fun part about the Rising Stars is this is a little more all-encompassing. A lot of times those championship heats are mostly upperclassmen. You know, we've got freshmen through senior in this one. Great opportunity for everyone to get another chance to get some fast indoor times in. A lot of these places where athletes are coming from, they may not have indoor tracks. So it's one of those few opportunities, especially if you're in the South where there's, you know, you can run outside year round.
Yes.
They don't have an indoor track season, so get to come here to the track at New Balance, get an indoor time in. McKee out well, as is Brown, but McKee in 4. Sarah McKee. TSA.
TSA.
And that was a win for Sarah
That will
McKee.
be a 9:01 for Sarah McKee.
Meredith Pascarosa was second at 9:25. Eva Brandenburg played third place.
Really nice run to start off the Rising Stars 60 hurdles. And just like that, they're already on the track with the next ones. Hurdles are ready to go. They're just ready to go. They're
Ready
moving.
to go. I love how fast and efficient they have been moving. And it helps when they're running fast, too.
Yeah, it makes it fun. It kind of keeps the energy high. You're not waiting around. And I think at the professional level, you want to be able to step in and say, my race is at 8:05 and I'm going to go at 8:05. But at some point, it's good to get the chance to say, all right, I'm ready. I'm in my lane. I'm ready to go. And you just get after it.
Absolutely. And up next in Heat 2, we have Malone in lane 1, Rochester 2, Hopkins 3, Samarowanska in 4, Hatcher 5, Swindell in 6, Green 7, Hunter in 8, and it looks like we had a callback at the start.
We'll see if we have to lose anyone here. And looks like we got a card to the field here. Yep. Just going to have a quick chat with Nicole Green, but going to get the opportunity to run, which is exactly what we like to see.
The stuff that I'm loving, we saw that happen a little bit yesterday as well, and just giving them those opportunities to compete.
Learning opportunity in what you did wrong, have a quick word with them, keep the races moving, but give them the chance to get out. And one of the things we saw there, Green actually went from a stand-up start, so a little tricky there. And then we've got 2, 3, 4, and 6 all there together.
Man.
Rochester, Hopkins, Smaroska, and Green. And Maya Hopkins, 896, is going to take the win. You know what I think happened was because Green was going from that standing start, just was a little wobbly, and that's why they called it back up. So they just said, all right, when we call on your marks, stay relaxed. Don't be in that real aggressive position because you're going to be waiting there a while for everyone else to get into their blocks.
Exactly. Absolutely. And you know what? I wish I could still start from a standing start. I wish. Me and blocks are not the best of friends.
Takes a lot of practice of technical work, and I'm sure you're spending all your time in the long jump now. So
Man, all of my time.
It's when you want to go out there and you want to work on the speed and get a race in, but then you just don't have that time to spend on technical block work. It's lots of standing starts in long jump though.
Lots of standing starts. I love it.
There's always that one that gets down in the 3-point stance though in the long jump.
Oh my gosh, yes.
You always get one of them. Steele, Jackson, Myers, Nebel, Emo, Amoya, and Olsen. Oh, and a stumble at the line. Myers was in lane 4 from lane 4 track club and took a stumble, rolled her ankle there. Hope she's okay. She's walking it off the track, but definitely took a little clip to the last hurdle, stumbled, still got across the line. Parker Steele of Guilderland Track Club is going to take the heat. But just hope that Kennedy Myers is okay. You see an ankle go like that, it always makes you tense up. And
stomach start to hurt. Heat 4, Odom, Bronner, Solomon, Anayomo, Newman, Saunders, Carlisle, and Coley.
And another full section, which is what you like in these Rising Star events where it is a little, it's developmental, but it's a really high level of competition. So to get out there and have 7 athletes to push you is exactly what you want.
Absolutely.
Newman in 5, a fall there from Carlisle in 7. And it's lane 3. That's going to be Mazain Solomon.
Do we see the pink hair? Come through, pink hair. I love it. Run it back, and she runs a 9:12 to take that away.
It's hot pink is the color of the day,
That is
color of the
color
weekend.
I love it. I am here for that, girl. If someone hears this and they bring it back to you, tell me where you got your hair from.
I don't think that hot pink was like the Pantone of the year, but maybe it should have been, you know, color of 2023.
Apparently it should have been. At least at this high school level, hot pink is it. Wear hot pink if you guys are listening.
Yeah, I think when I was in high school, I was looking to see, you know, what professional athletes were doing and stuff. Like, if I want to stay with the trends now, I probably got to look the other direction and start looking at what high school athletes are doing.
Start staring at the high school athletes, because, wow, like, when I was in, again, it was the high socks. The long over-the-knee socks was the trend, and granted, that was due to Allison Felix, so.
Yeah, that's right. In this section, we've got Estrella, Mills, Palillion, Hopkins, Clayton, Smith, Terranova, and Davis. Oh, and another stumble there in 5. That was Clayton, and it's going to be Hopkins. Cassidy Hopkins.
Take
And
that win.
what team is that? That's Bullis.
Man, okay. This school, big shout out to their coach, because what they're doing over there is clearly working, and she will come out with the fastest time of an 8:93.
Time of 9:28. That shifts the bubble time up to 9.50.
8:93, top time so far. This year, the Bullis team set a mixed 4x4 national record of 3:31.47. It's fun to see the mixed 4x4 starting to kick off.
Yes, it is everywhere now, and I think it's a lot of fun to watch.
And we've got Ogunbiya, McDonald, Rice, Harris, Marshall, Lynn, Sheldon, Brittle. And it's going to be lane 4, Sydney Harris, IMG Elite. We've seen a lot of IMG Elite. The academy down in Florida puts together multi-sport, incredible performances. Sydney Harris, another product of IMG, and she's going to run 8:83.
8:83, and that will give her that #1 place. As we see, things are starting to heat up here on this track.
And 8:83 would have gone into the final in the championship sections as well, so that's a really, really impressive time. To do that out of the Rising Stars section, really nice job there.
And I think it's very honorable to mention that Sydney Harris and Cassidy Hopkins are both freshmen. So, whew.
And that's what you'd love to see, especially in these Rising Star events, is a freshman getting the chance to maybe squeak into a semifinal or go out and win the Rising Stars event. I think I know which one I'd want to do.
Right, exactly, absolutely. And for Heat 7, we have Samuel Smith, Williams, Bickendrit, Dunnis, Williams, Cruz, and Rupe.
We got Bicker in 4, Dundas in 5. Dundas gonna take it, leans at the line
with a 9:07.
Rising Stars.
That 6th fastest time.
6th fastest time in the Rising Stars. Really nice job. That's 24 qualifying. We've got a couple more heats left. We're jumping into Heat 8 of 13, but that time should safely get her through. We're looking in Heat 8. We've got Manson, Guy, Chukwu, Eagleston, Kennett, O'Neill, Duran, and Adogan in this one. And your lane assignments on left of the screen. Out well in 4 is Eagleston, Ohio speed. And it looked like it was back in lane 2. Guy and Chukwu in 2 and 3. Closing it down, Dallas Guy, 9:03, Amarachi Chukwu, 9:19. So those both times jumping them into the top 10.
Man, absolutely And again, Dallas Guy being a freshman, so these freshmen are really able to come out here, gain experience, and run well being pushed in these fields.
Impressive running so far through 8 heats. Girls 60 hurdles.
All four, the top 4 and the top 15 so far. That means our double time has now bumped up to 9.30.
And we take a look at that. It was all in those last 2 hurdles. Eagleston of Ohio's speed, it's out super fast and not quite enough to hold on at the end for the underclassmen, but impressive running there.
Start. Absolutely impressive. And here we are with Heat 9. Cayazzo, Hagenson, Castillo, George, Simpson, and Benoit.
And Heat 9's off. Piazzo in 1. It looks like it's going to be lane 5. That's
Lane 5.
George, Tiger Track Club. Kieran George, 9:22, 16th fastest so far. Couple more heats to come. 4 more left, so see if that time's going to be good enough to do it. But Kieran George, Tiger Track Club, goes 9:92 and gets the win.
And gets that win. Gotta love that. Sitting right at that bubble, so she'll have to sit back and see if she can advance after these next couple heats.
Belongs to Liz Emo from Judges Track Club. As we move on to heat number 10 of 13.
And take a look at that replay. Just George was out well all the way through, even with that knee strapped up. We see a lot of that in high school. They run through anything in high school.
Absolutely anything. Me now, absolutely not. Couldn't pay me to do it.
We've got Pride, Barnhart, Uzor, Vinoy, Evans, Rivera, Renteria Silva, and Fernandez. Middle of the track, lane 4, 5, Vinoy, Uzor. Wow. Carrie Vanoy, Motor City Track, the freshman, 896.
896. Oh my goodness.
Top 3 times in the Rising Stars. All freshmen. Sydney Harris of the IMG Elite still got the fastest time at 883. Cassidy Hopkins of none other than Bullis, 893. Carrie Vanoy, Motor City Track, 896. Top 3 times so far through 10 heats, and those are some fast times
Those are
for freshmen.
absolutely fast, which means that's an exciting look going into their future.
And we see Motor City Track's Vanoy here in 4, just pulling away from the field. Looks pretty comfortable doing it.
A nice little glance at the side of what was that time, what did I run?
Always looking at what the scoreboard is saying when you cross the finish line. You know, especially when you get the chance to, because most high school meets, you don't have a big Jumbotron like we do in this place.
Exactly.
In this one, we've got Bridget Burns, we've got Wheeler, Tarlew, Doyle, Burke, Proctor, Clark, and Alden. 11 of 13, Rising Stars, 60 hurdles. In lane 4, Allie Doyle. Doyle of Team Kentucky Elite.
Looking comfortable while she was running. That would be a 8:98 for her, putting her in that 6th place position for the 6th fastest time of the day so far.
Another sub-9 in the Rising Stars. Just very impressive running, and it's another underclassman, sophomore, Allie Doyle.
Things heating up. We've got 6 ladies so far that have run sub-9. Man, this is just putting on for a really exciting semifinal and final.
And take a look at lane 4, Allie Doyle, rocking the white and blue of Team Kentucky Elite. They've got that Big Blue Nation color scheme going.
Big Blue Nation. And here we are for Heat 12 of 13. Calably, Pazzaza, Waters, White, Duncan, Willis, Green, and Roundtree.
We got more Bullis in this section. Gabby White going in 4. Anytime I see Bullis the rest of this weekend, my eyes are wide
open and ready to watch. And I think, again, it just says so much about their track team. You see their name and you're just like, wow, let me pay attention to what it is you're going to do on this track.
The way they're able to make this move so fast, obviously they're still getting into their start positions and going from a 4-point start, but not going from blocks. It makes a big difference in these, in Rising Star races where they're moving through them so quickly, but then as we get into the semifinals, finals, and they get those block runs out, but opportunities for them to come out here, compete, and take this 13 heats, whittle them down to 24 really quickly, but to run these sub-9 times, no blocks. Super impressive.
No blocks. Very impressive. And you know what? It's going to get, for anyone that does move onto that collegiate level, or even if they take them for like Penn relays, they move at this very same pace. They don't use blocks, and so getting this experience in now, just being able to accommodate to any situation that you are given while on the track.
Yeah, and knowing that New Balance Nationals being out on the East Coast, a lot of these are East Coast athletes, and they're going to be competing at Penn relays, so they've got to be ready for those type of experiences. And we're off. Again, lane 4 in this one. Gabby White of Bullis, the sophomore. I think we called it, but I don't think it's really fair to say we called it when it's Bullis.
Exactly.
Compared to yesterday, the delay is 9.09. It's a short race. I'd be announcing 9.15. She's 18th overall. That will advance.
Results here: Gabby White's 875. Bullis top 2 out of the top 3 times so far, but Gabby White's going to have the top qualifier out of the Rising Stars section, and that is a name to watch for the future.
Absolutely phenomenal run.
Technically sound and just a sophomore. And we've got a solo runner in this 13th heat. Simone Bernard against the clock. And it's a clean run. That's a
by herself. She had nobody to push her.
9:05.
9:05.
That's the number 10 time. She qualifies to the semifinal like that. That's impressive.
That is so impressive, and it speaks to, one, her competitor, and what's going to happen when she has people beside her.
Yep. And that totally different type of experience racing like that. It's rare in a sprint that you're just out there doing a time trial, but really composed. Simone Bernard runs 9:05, gets a qualifying time, and there she is crossing the line, nice and smooth. Gabby White's 875 from Bullis in heat 12 of 13. Sydney Harris, Cassidy Hopkins also of Bullis. Those are your top 3. And looking down here, all of the qualifiers. 9:15 took 9:18. Lily Eagleston, Ohio Speed. That's what it took to get into the semifinal tomorrow. 24 advanced off time. And they're clearing the hurdles off the track, and we're getting ready for more 60-meter action. Just this time, 60s on the flat.
60 flat.
And the next event on the track will be the middle school girls 60-meter prelims.
You called that last one as monitor, right? Yeah.
Meanwhile, on the field,
This is like a 3-second.
and the boys pole vault.
For those of you just joining us for the 60 meters at New Balance Nationals Indoor 2023, I'm Declan Murray, joined by All-American and former Oregon Duck Jasmine Todd, world championship silver medalist, and we're here at the track at New Balance, ready for the speedsters, the 60-meter runners here. We're starting with middle schoolers. We've got 7 heats, 8 to the final in this one. But we'll get middle schoolers, we'll get your rising stars, we'll get your championship sections.
And again, what another amazing opportunity for middle schoolers to be at a meet of this caliber.
So cool, and just a really awesome opportunity for them to experience something new. Imagine being 12, 13 years old and getting the chance to run in a facility like this, and and to hear your name called, and
yes,
all of the bells and whistles that come with competing at New Balance Nationals, the backpacks. Everybody wants the backpack.
I want a backpack.
I think we can make that happen.
I need to go find a backpack. I was planning on walking up to one of the kids and just being like, "Hey, can I have her backpack?"
The resale value on these backpacks is off the charts. So I don't know if you want to get into that business, but I'm sure our friends at New Balance will take care of you.
They have thus far.
That's for sure. Middle school girls 60-meter dash. Martinez, Rice, Conwell, Chadwick, Brittingham, Johnson, and Romer. They're getting ready to go. So we've got 7 preliminary heats here. 8 to the final against time. So you could win your heat. You might not go into the final. So
all race for that, racing the clock at this point. Everyone has to just race that clock, execute their race, and get that job done to try to advance, survive and advance.
That's right. Name of the game. And they are off. Martinez, Rice, Conwell, Chadwick, Brittingham, Johnson, Chadwick, Speed Skills
and
Track Club.
Chadwick with a 7:95 for that win.
19 athletes have broken 8 seconds.
And there's, a theme here. We got the hot pink streaks in the hair. Just saying, I gotta call it out.
I saw those yesterday and I was like, yeah, girl, where can I find this?
We've got Heat 2 up next. Nora Burson, Marin Vrooman, Ariana Buckland, Neva Burns, Jewel Dominique, Makira Austin, Carly Dautilus, and Kaylin Cole. And it's 5 and 6 here. Domingue and Austin. Domingue of Fastlane Track Club. More hot pink. Another
More
win.
hot pink, man. That is truly the color of the weekend. Hot pink.
You're going to get sick of me saying it, Jasmine, but I'm going to keep calling it out because we've got a theme here.
It's a theme, and I'm loving that we're calling it out because we are seeing this pattern, and it is amazing. And that will be Jewel Domingue with an 8:10 for that win.
7:95 from Sydney Chadwick. Fastest time so far. But Jewel Domingue, second fastest time with her 8:10. We've got Suko, Lee, Henderson, Jones, Joseph, Kennedy, Eggleston, and Adewunmi. And they're off in this one. And it's lane 4 out well. That's Alexia Jones. Alexia Jones of Quest Sports going to take it in 4.
And she will run a 7:81. And that will be our new fastest time of the day so far, and the fastest time in the nation.
Correction is Alexia Jones. Clock 7.81.
Alexia Jones, 7:81 for Quest Sports. Came into today with the 8th fastest time in the nation. And there she is with her teammate Ariana Buckland, who we just saw run 8:27. Getting their photo
Getting the
taken.
photos.
You
Gotta
to.
get the photos.
Mom's got it covered.
And we'll be starting Heat 4, and that'll be Finkelstein, Patterson, Spain, Coase, Williams, Jackson, Burnett, and Peoples.
And off in this one. Lanes 4 and 5. Coase and Williams. Coase runs away with
Really
that.
had a good start.
Well, that time on the board, she did not run 6:97. She did
778 for Parker Coes. Genevieve Williams was in 5. She runs 791, so Parker Coes, 778, new fastest time again.
My goodness, in 7th grade too. Wow.
So impressive.
And our new bubble time is 8.19. That belongs to Alexandria Conwell from Jackrabbit Track Club.
Okay, so that's my bad. They fixed things, so call to the track.
We've got Maxwell, Bilodeau, Bartley, Blendowski, Kelly, Brittman, Ferry, and Turner. In this section, it's gonna be lane 3 and 6 here. That's Bartley and Brittman. Ohio Speed and Jackrabbit Track. Brittman, 8:18, gonna take that one. Bartley's 8:21.
8.18. And she's going to have to watch nervously the remaining heats because she is the
And they're getting things ready to go already. Next heat up. 778, top time of the day. Right now, 8:18 is your bubble time. So Brittman sitting in the hot seat. Heat 6 on the track. Mace, Dukes, Wyke, Bullard, Crabb, Patterson, Ferraro, and Gallagher.
All right, so 8.18.
8.18, that bubble time in lane 4. Lane 4, Track Club, Zion Bullard. Zion Bullard going to take it. Amara Crabb in 5.
And that will be a 781 for Bullard. Which
Nice
will put
run
her at
for
the
Bullard.
3rd fastest time for the day.
Really strong run. Hot Pink Headband, calling it. Amara Crabb, 790 in 2nd. Maya Wyke, 810.
And how cool is it? Lane 4 Track Club, and she was in lane 4.
We've seen that 3 times.
Come on now.
You know, there's a
Speaking
reason.
it into
Top seed.
existence.
It's
Exactly.
Top seed.
That top
Manifesting
seed lane.
that lane 4 draw. And 7th and final section, Duranja, Chance, Levine, Harris, James, Brown, Hudson, and Smith. Heat 7 to 7, 60-meter girls middle school. 8 to the final. 8:10 is the bubble time right now, and right now we've got 2 tied at 8:10, all the way down to the thousandths.
Oh my goodness.
And there's no going back to a photo finish. They were out of separate heats. So right now we're sitting with Amaya Hernandez and Jewel Domingue sitting right on that 8th bubble spot. And clean start here. Lane 4 runs away with it. That's going to be Olivia Harris. Jackrabbit Track.
She will
783.
783, putting her in that 4th place position.
And that shifts our 810s out of contention.
Completely.
So that bubble time ended up being that 8th place, 8:07. That's the final time in. Olivia Harris, though, 783. 4th fastest time for the middle school girls, 60 meters through 7 heats. And remember, it's for this one 8 times straight into the straight into the final. So there are your 8 qualifiers there. Coes, Jones, Bullard, Harris, Crabb, Williams, and Chadwick. James rounds it out with 8:07. 7, though, going under 8 seconds. And moving straight into it.
Just like that.
We've got Duval, Sadiq, Dennis, Thomas, Opore, Brundage, and Dash. And lane 4, Thomas, Metro Cobras. Made it look easy.
Made that look very easy. That seemed to be more of a very technical run. Let me just get through, try to survive in advance, and race this clock.
7:30 for middle school. No blocks.
Yes, 7th grade. That's no blocks.
That's something else. That's something else. So Ramar Thomas of Metro Cobra setting the standard here, 7:30. Wins that one by almost half a second, so really impressive run.
And up next in Heat 2, we will have Enriquez the second, Beckley, Stevens, Kiddo, Lara, Johnson, and Mendoza.
Middle school boys, 60 meters, Heat 2 of 6. Again, it's Henriquez, Beckley, Stevens, Kiddo, Lara. Oh, and a false start. Bringing them back up, likely when when you're not in blocks like that, it's a little shakier.
Hard.
You don't have something balancing you from behind, so
Yeah.
stay in this one, but go out there, let them know what they did wrong, and back to it.
Again, lots of learning lessons here, which I think are absolutely amazing and so important.
Yeah, critical for this age of athlete too, to have those opportunities. There's going to be flinching and mistakes made. And they're off. It's Henriquez, Beckley, Stevens, Kiddo, Lara, Mendoza in lane 4. Shahid Stevens, Newark Striders, and he
Man,
takes it.
7:43 for him. That will put him in that second fastest time position as of right now. And I just kind of want to give a shout out to Tara and Larrett. 6th graders, 7:75 out here competing. 6th grade.
That's something else. Lara there in the white singlet went out of lane 6, and the 6th grader was the one they went up to him and said, hey, you moved while you were in the blocks. Make sure you stay still. And he said, okay. I'm going to go run 7:75.
And did it. Absolutely amazing. And here we are, Heat 4. We have Pratt, Nicely, Critchlow, Turbillo, Collins Howard, DiRico, and Asordo.
More Metro Cobras in this one in 3 and 4. Critchlow and Toribio. Looks like Critchlow's a scratch, so just Toribio from the Cobras. Oh.
Uh-oh.
And you know what? I saw him jump there, but I heard a sound too. Well,
Yeah,
it certainly
also.
wasn't a gun sound, but a clap or, perhaps just, something. But yeah, you get that ambient sound from the stadium and at this age, so
Absolutely.
Nicely gets a quick word from the official. Quick warning, says, make sure you wait for the gun next time, and they're back in there quickly. And there we go, we're off clean. In lane 6, DiRico out of 5. It's Collins Howard, though, pulling away now. 7:53. And that was Heat 3. Boys 60. And it looks like that was Evans that took that one, had the different heat sheet showing for us. But Evans 7:55, Monroe 7:66. Now we've got Pratt, Nicely, Critchlow, Toribio, Collins Howard, DiRico, and Asordo going in this one. So now we see the Metro Cobras singlets in 3 and 4 that we were looking for in the last one. And again, I think that we just see when you don't have blocks, you don't get that balance from the blocks.
Unbalanced.
Something that you're leaning and pushing up against. So you get up, if you lean a little too far forward, you've got nothing to push yourself back into. So we see a little bit of it, but no harm done here. Just get them back into their marks position.
And they are off to a clean start. Lane 4 and 5. 4 out very well.
Jordan Christian Toribio, Metro Cobras.
Jordan Christian
Noah Collins Howard was second in that one. 7:44 for Toribio. Collins Howard goes 7:56. Those are the third and fifth fastest time so far, and then Metro Cobras taking the 8th spot there with Jaden Sean Critchlow going 7:73. So top 8 times into the final. That was heat 4. We got 2 to go. 7:73 the bubble time right now. Ramar Thomas has set the standard. He went 7:30 in heat 1. And that time certainly going to hold up, but we'll see what the final is going to take. 7:73 being the bubble. It's getting quicker every single heat.
Getting quicker and quicker, and here, heat 5, we have Wooten, Cintron, Cousins, Bethiel, German, Patiki, and Danso.
We've got more from Milwaukee Speed Academy and Jackrabbit Track in this one.
Off to a great start, lane 4 and 5.
And that's right there in the middle. Jackrabbit, Bethea, and Jiden German running unattached in 4 and 5. Jiden German, 7:18.
7:18. Woo! Wow. Followed by 7:23. That is your number 1 and 2 time.
And that's the second fastest time in the nation that we're hearing. And impressive. That's the fastest qualifier by far. 1 heat to go, though, so still opportunity. Is that bubble time now 7:63? So we saw it go from 7:73 to 7:63 just like that.
So quickly, things can change. And again, that is the beautiful part in track and field. Things change very, very fast.
German and Bethea just being right next to each other, pushing each other all the way through the line.
Yes, and I love to see when that happens, when they're competing. And here we have heat 6. Davis, Fleming, Patterson, Thomas, Watson, Pankrichmani, and Jones. That will be lane 4 out front. Patterson taking that away.
Motor City Track. Alex Patterson, 7:49 officially, so another one in the top 10 going under 7:50. So Patterson excited looking back at the scoreboard there, and he's the one from that heat that's going to make the top 8. We'll give a look soon at what our finalists all are, but Jiden German, heat 5, he goes 7:18 to take it. Cameron Bethea, 7:23, second fastest qualifier. Thomas, Stevens, Toribio, Patterson, Evans, and Collins Howard round out your qualifiers. 7:56 final time that made it through. Straight in, though. Freshman boys now, 60 meters, just keeping things rolling.
Now
here we've got another one of 6 heats for the freshman boys. But in this one, it'll be interesting to see, you know, how does that 7:18 stack up against what freshman boys do? Because it's a really impressive time.
Absolutely. That is a very, very impressive time. And in this first heat, we have Gu, Josie, Doughton Campbell, Blakely, Matthews, Frost, and Davis.
They'll bring them back up after a little bit of movement.
A flinch in lane 5, and again, that's that probably not having blocks and just trying to catch that stability factor.
Enjoy that they're just having a word with them too, so that they know what they're missing there and helping them learn along the way. That's what these meets are all about. Freshman boys 60-meter dash, New Balance Nationals indoor here at the track at New Balance. We're on day 3 of competition. Heat 1 of 6. Ooh, another one.
And they are up again. Another flinch. Looked like that might have been lane 4 with the flinch.
It looks like they're reloading the gun here, so they might have heard the click and
yeah, the
nothing
click and
fired.
nothing came out.
Happens more often than a starter would like, but every once in a while you gotta, you know,
Definitely
gotta give them credit.
happens.
They're going out here and they're just going bang bang race after race. So
Absolutely.
Gu, Josie, Blakely, Matthews, Frost, and Davis. And they're off in this one. 4 and 5. That's Blakely and Matthews. Late charge in 7 from Davis, but Quentin Blakely, Motor City Track, looked to take that one. 7:20.
7:20. So that time is holding up against them right now.
Yeah, that middle school time
Man.
just fitting right in with the boys, the freshman boys. So really impressive stuff. Jiden German, we saw in 8th grader, run 7:18. Freshman boys, 7:20 to start it off, and I think we'll see some times right around that. I think a lot of density, you know, this one for the freshman boys, again, it's 8 to the final, so these 6 heats, we're going to see how many boys are able to just step up to that challenge, because stepping up here with Quentin Blakely, the freshman, throwing down 7:20 in heat 1, it puts a little pressure on.
Absolutely. Immediately coming out, guns blazing, and he's like, catch me if you can. So we'll have heat 2 coming up. Hintfield, Lucy Liggins, Muzasadalila.
I'll go Muzasadilla on that one.
Thank
I'll
you.
give it a try. I'll give it a try.
Cambess, Abraham, Van Pinsker, Younger Jr.
And they're out. Lane 4, Team USA singlet.
Come
Combus,
through, Team USA singlet.
love that.
And rightfully so, running a 7:08 to really put that mark down.
Team Kentucky Elite. King Combus.
And then 7:16, so that will be your first and second fastest times of the day so far.
King comes out on top in heat 2. 4 more heats to go to determine our top 8. That will go to the final. And the boys' 60-meter finals are going to follow right after this. So we'll see the middle school and the freshmen. They'll come right back for this one. Well, as they come back up in their lane, we've got Kai, Keys, Stevens, McCabe, Jonikin, O'Day Jordan, Lee, and Craig in heat 3, but they'll come back up, reset in lane 4. McCabe going to just have a quick word with the official. Appears that's going to be a false start, and only seen 2 of those so far today, so must have caught a very clear jump on the field in that one if he's going to get the false start. Unfortunate for McCabe, but we still have 7 in this one. So a little bit of flinching, but nothing that's going to call this race back. Right in the middle of the track, lane 3. That's going to be Cameron Stevens, Drive Phase Track Club. And Drive Phase Track Club should perform in the 60 meters, right?
Absolutely. Definitely had that drive phase down, and he will run a 7:12 with the second fastest time.
King Combus out of heat 2 with the fastest time of the day, 7:08. Right now, we're going to start talking bubble times. Nico Lucy Liggins, Grand Street Track Club, 7:34. That's number 8. I think we'll see some improvement on that number 8 time with 3 heats still to come.
Oh, absolutely.
We've got Jordan, Velez, Burke, Walton Kamau, Caesar, Thomas, Illar, and Cummings. This is heat 4 of 6, boys 60 meters. All freshmen in this one. And they get to go before the championships and Rising Stars will come out. So setting the standard on
Definitely
the 9th
setting
graders.
the standard, and so fun for them to be able to watch and see and to hopefully be a part of one of these days.
Out in lane 4, another one from Drive Face Track Club. Keenan Walton Kamau gonna win this.
That
goes away
drive
with
phase.
it. That drive phase is something else. 7:01.
7:01. Wow. That will be our new fastest time of the day.
You could tell Walton Kamal was pumped, but didn't want to show his excitement too much there. He started skipping around. He's like, all right, I'm gonna stay
Okay,
cool.
hold on. Let me stay calm, cool, and collected.
I've got a final coming up. It's in about an hour. I'm just gonna take a deep breath. We'll see the boys back in the final 11:45, so just under 2 hours till that final.
And here in Heat 5, we have Llewellyn, Jennings, Perry, Mahomes, Stribling, Paul II, and Bogan.
Gotta call it out, Mahomes. That's a Bullis jersey right in the middle of the track.
Man, how can you go against Bullis when they have just proven time and time again?
Right there in the middle of the track, Bullis and Stribling. Mahomes of Bullis runs away with it. And with a name like Mahomes this day and age, I'm sure you're going to be fast. But wow.
Exactly.
Mahomes, 7:06. Second fastest time, but wins the heat.
Second fastest time, and that now moves that 8th place time to beat at a 7:24, because that is going to be coming from this heat that just was ran.
That's through 5 now. We got Heat 6 coming up next on the track, and potentially going to see the top 8 being sub 7:20. Our 7th time is 7:20. Our 8th time is 7:24. So likely going to see something right in that range of low 7s. Keenan Walton Kamau, 7:01, fastest time so far, just on the cusp of that sub 7.
Man, I can imagine that when they come back for that final, we might see a sub 7.
When you've got 3 right now under 7:10, we might get it. So we've got Leak, Brown, Benjamin, Marks Jr., Gidron, Virgil, and Clark. Heat 6 of 6 is off, and it's a tight one, but lanes 3, 4, 5. It looks like it's going to be 4. That's Alton Marks Jr., Track Life University, 7:17.
7:17.
And that'll be just enough to get into the final. That's going to be the 7th fastest time. So our bubble time was 7:24. That's going to move up for sure because of that 7:17. So we've got qualifiers now. Keenan Walton Kamau, 7:01, fastest qualifier of this morning from Drive Phase Track Club. Terrence Mahomes of Bullis, 7:06. We've got Combs, Stevens, Cesar, Younger Jr., Marks Jr., and Blakely. Unofficially, those are your 8 qualifiers, 7:01 to 7:20, the times in that for your top 8. And we got the girls on the track.
And now we've got the girls. Who run the world? Girls.
Freshman girls, 67 heats here. Conwell, Kitchings, Cunningham, Hirsch, Mizzy, Ortiz Blanco, and Jones.
And our ladies are now in the blocks. Or not blocks.
In their start positions.
In that start position.
And out well. Look at that. Powering away
Lane
in 4.
4.
Skylar
Straight
Cunningham.
Power down that track.
Just absolute springs, Jasmine.
7:65.
Woo. That's ATL Zoom Athletics going 1-3. Skylar Cunningham, 7:65. Ava Kitchings of ATL Zoom in third, 7:98. And right in between them was Kessler Hirsch of Minisink Track Club, 7:86.
And here we have Heat 2. We have Majarin, Hassel, Bennett, Ray, Vindolove, Jacobs, Thompson, and Butler.
In their set positions and off lane 4, Lisa Ray off
And
well.
4 is out of there. And 5 is coming and making a charge, but it will be lane 4 for the win.
That's Lisa Ray. Anna Vitalova in 5. Closed it down really well. That's 7.65.
Woo. Man, these girls are moving, and that is just barely 7.654, 7.6549. These girls are moving right now.
So Lisa Ray and Skylar Cunningham win the first 2 heats. 7.65 for both of them. Got 3 under 7.7 so far, and 8.14 our bubble time through 2. We got 5 heats to go. I think we're going to be under 8 seconds for sure. Going to take it into the final. Heat 3 goes well.
And that is Young, Brister, Gill, Barnett, and Johnson.
And it looked like Brianne Barnett, and it was 7.86, another sub-8 performance. Barnett, Gill, Brister. Alexandria Gill goes 8.08. Brister 8.09.
These girls are really coming out here and just putting it down.
We've got Coates, Reed, Hudson, Brooks, Taylor, Riles, and Strayhorn now on the track. This is heat 4 of 7, freshman girls 60. And straight out of the blocks in 5. So we're going to bring them back up. And we're going to get a false start in this one. Just deemed too egregious, not a flinch, just a full step out.
Full start.
Yep. So that's Andrea Taylor, Jackrabbit track. Unfortunate to see that this morning, but we still got 7 in this one. There's 6 left.
But good learning experiences too, because sometimes you just got to get those jitters out, and once you get the experience, the next time you come back, better experiences. And that will be lane 4 out in front.
Yeah, that's going to be Sabree Brooks of Track Life University.
Track Life University. I think that needs to be a shirt.
Yeah.
And she will run a 7.72, putting her at the 4th fastest time of the day so far.
Yeah, I love these club names. That's a good one. I'll take Track Life University for sure.
Absolutely.
If you attend Track Life University, you're the kind of athlete that any college coach wants.
100%. I feel like I belong at Track Life.
I'm sure they'll make you an honorary member. In Heat 5, we've got White, Williams, Atkinson, Daly, Barclay, Hartgrove, Jackson, and Trumbull. Freshman girls on the track still, 60 meters. Out well in 3 and 4. That's Atkinson and Daly.
Stride for stride.
Atkinson and Daly at the line. London Atkinson, Rams Elite, Ayanna Daly.
And that will be Atkinson with a 7.63. Daly running a 7.67.
Yeah, a little bit of a tumble. That's that hard lean at the line and just doing whatever it takes to get the win. The 7.63, top qualifier so far. And now we've moved that bubble time all the way up to 7.85.
Man.
Moving.
Whew.
Heating up. Going into heat 6 of 7. We've got Gabrielle Rowe, Love Courage, Tamia McGoggle, Jalissa Marshall, Alexis Brown, Demetia Tanae Dukes, Corbin Raston, and Emmy Bonameni of Ohio Speed in 8.
And now they have an idea of the time that they have to try to hit. Again, racing that clock.
Quite a few DNSs in this one, but in lane 4.
4 out well and nobody to either side of her, so she's practically running by herself. When you have nobody on either of those lanes, it makes it so difficult sometimes because you're truly just running by yourself and have to focus on yourself. And Marshall will run a 7.84, putting her in that 8th place position right now.
So Jalissa Marshall, South Date Express, that's going to be the bubble time.
And I could just imagine she would have ran faster had she had somebody pushing her off to either side.
Yeah, we called those ones out, and saw all of a sudden 4 lanes are a DNS after we read off the start list. So in this one, we've got Kayla Aidlet, Cameron Tatum, Brooklyn Little, Layla Smith, Eloise Newman. This is Heat 7 of 7, freshman girls 60 meters at the New Balance Nationals indoor.
And that time they are looking to beat again is 7:84 to make it into this final.
Nice clean start, first time.
They are off. Lane 4 out really well.
That's Cameron Tatum, Michigan Mustangs Track Club, out of lane 4, taking Heat 7 of 7. 7:71, 7th place time overall. That's going to be a qualifier.
Woo!
And we just saw that bubble time keep moving faster and faster and faster.
And faster and faster.
0.09 seconds separates the number 1 time and the number 8 time.
Oh my goodness.
This afternoon, we're going to have a really, I guess late morning, we're going to have a really fun final for the freshman girls 60. That race is going to go off at 11:51. Your qualifiers unofficially: London Atkinson, Lisa Ray, Skylar Cunningham, Ayana Daly, Anna Vitalova, Rikea White, Cameron Tatum, and Sabri Brooks. Atkinson of Rams Elite ran 7:63, fastest qualifier, and Sabri Brooks of Track Life University's 8th qualifier, 7:72. So some quick times, less than a 1/10 of a second separating the top 8. So fireworks to be seen later in the girls' freshman 60-meter dash finals.
Very quick times. And up next on this track, we will be having the boys 60-meter championship rounds. We will have 9 heats.
Meanwhile, we got plenty of action going on the infield. And the boys football.
Just about 10 minutes ahead of schedule right now. If you're just joining us, we won't go more than 10 minutes ahead of schedule. So we'll try and keep you informed of where we're at on the schedule, so you know if you're trying to catch someone that's in one of these later 60-meter sections. Keeping things moving, though, as we fill the stadium here up. The backstretch is now full, starting to spill into the standing seats up above in the balcony. It's a really great atmosphere so far this morning for the heats in these 60 hurdles and 60 dash.
Absolutely, and how quickly these stands have started to fill up. Like, we were just looking and talking about how it was one half and slowly starting to move down the line, and
all of a sudden
everybody is starting to come in, and I love it.
We've got 8, 9 sections of stands here, and you know, half of them are packed to the gills and the other half about half full, which will be completely full in short course, that's for sure. Jumping into this Heat 1 of 9 championship boys 60s. They're getting some runouts here, but we've got Jeremiah Brown, Trevin McHarr, Antoine Hughes Jr., Josiah Rogers, Ashton Torrens, Sean Williams, Nicholas Wright, and Darwin Jimenez. That's going to be Heat 1.
And we've got some field events that are happening right now, and so I'll just do some quick honorable mentions. We have the Rising Stars Boys shot pit going on, and our current leader right now is Brendan Garrison with a 1674. Nathan West currently in second with a 1571, and Leighton Penn with the 1553.
This is our first section of the boys 60 meters. This is the championship section. First of
All right, championship section on the track now. Tomorrow we'll see the semis and finals. We got 24 that are going to advance to tomorrow. The DNS in 1, that was Jeremiah Brown, but McHarr, Hughes Jr., Rogers, Torrens, Williams, Wright, and Jimenez. They're off. He won championships in its lane 3. Antoine Hughes Jr., Mustang Track Club.
From the dart lane 3.
671.
Oh my goodness. What an amazing start, and no blocks either.
10th fastest time in the nation so far.
Really impressive run there. And
A new season's best for him.
you know what, now that I'm taking a look down the other end of the track, looks like we've got our first races with blocks.
Oh, they've got
now that we're in
blocks.
championship.
Okay, I was like, oh my goodness. He was out of there.
671 for Hughes Jr. And with 24 advancing, we know we're certainly going to be right around that sub 7, but it's how far under 7 is it going to take to get into the semifinal and to go out and throw that down. First race of the weekend for first individual race, at least, for Antoine Hughes Jr. Mustang Track Club. The junior throws down 671, looking to make the final tomorrow as well.
And we've got Heat 2. We've got 3 scratches from this heat, but we do have Lacey, Lane, Clark, Spencer, and Christensen. And before they start over at the Rising Stars Boys Pole Vault, the height is currently at 420. Or, sorry, 405.
And they're now getting our championship boys 60s ready to go. Lanes 1 and 2 are open. Looks like we've had one of our scratches added back in. We'll run through the lineup one more time. Daniel Lacey, Troy Lane, Jalen Scott, Elijah Clark, Antoine Spencer, and Makai Christensen. You see, even in high school, they're already starting to game each other. Who's going to be the last into their set position? So trying to
always
slow
the funnest
it
part.
down.
Who could be the last in the blocks and the fastest down the track?
Out well is Scott in 5, but it's a really strong close from Troy Lane of Pickerington Central Tigers.
And it will be Troy Lane with a 683, which will put him at the number 3 time so far, followed by Jalen Scott with a 687, putting him at the number 4 time.
3, 4, 5, 6, and 8 overall from that section as we're through 2 of 9. Really what you want to be doing here is you want to be coming out winning your section. That's what's going to give you a feel like you've got a spot in the final. When there's 9, it's still, you could win your section and not make it your way through. So 9 heats up, but coming out, best opportunity is going to go out, win your heat, and you got a pretty good shot at making it.
Absolutely. On the professional side and even the collegiate side, when we have 2 to 3 rounds, usually it's those earlier rounds that are the hardest, and you want to really push out and go out just to secure your spot in that final. And so that's what these boys need to do, is get out there and really put a time out.
24 will go to the semi, 8 will go to the final. We'll see those races Sunday morning. Semifinals tomorrow at 9:07 for the boys, 9:16 for the girls, and then we'll see the afternoon finals, 12:37, 12:42. That Sunday afternoon prime time for the crown the fastest boys in the country.
What a way to spend your Sunday.
On track now, Heat 3 of 9. We've got Jared Gibbons, Mason Pilkington, Cameron Flowers, Jaden Reed, Samuel Thomas, Jose Davis Whitaker, and Logan Casey. And we saw some flinching there. They're going to stand up. Official just has a quick word with lane 7 and 8. Jose Davis Whitaker and Logan Casey. And they're all back in. We kind of talked about it earlier, how funny it is to see how much extra they do in the blocks, you know. I remember my college coach yelling at sprinters for burning up creatine phosphate in the start line. And these freshmen are like, what is that?
Like, what does that even mean? Stop.
You're doing too much, coach. He's like, you're doing too much in the blocks.
No, you're doing too much.
Gibbons, Pilkington, Flowers, Reed, Thomas, Whitaker, Casey.
And they are off. 4 off to a great start.
Looks like 4, 7, and 8. That's Reed, Whitaker, Casey, Jaden Reed, Michigan Accelerators, 690. Cameron Flowers, Ann Arbor Track Club goes 7 flat. So Reed up there in the top 6 right now. Everyone's 7:05 or faster. So really deep field there.
Really deep field, yes.
Everyone really close together in that one.
This time, all girls rising stars
1 through 7, or sorry, 2 through 7 were all within 0.05 of a second of one another. So
please check in on the infield.
hard to tell while they were running who was going to finish second, third, but it was a great run in that one. 690 Jaden Reed. We saw him pull away on the back half. Heat 4 next on the track.
And Heat 4 will have Valdetta, Brown, Bell, Hawkins, Scott, Smith, Gleason, and Houghton.
Spot in the track left, University jersey in lane 6 out there. That's Isaiah Smith. Got an IMG Elite in 4. And Jeray Hawkins. So some of these common teams that we're starting to see throughout the weekend. And out well in 4 is Hawkins of IMG Elite. And that's going to be Jeray Hawkins, the junior.
And
681.
681, putting him for that second fastest time right now.
You know, you look at some of these times they're running 6.7, 6.8. There's quite a few college conferences where 6.7, 6.8 is right on the cusp of making a final, and so being a junior in high school and already being ready to compete, you know, that's going to put you, you know, in the top 8 in a mid-major, right out of a final in a Power 5 meet, but
absolutely
already there at the level where, you know, just a little bit of improvement, lots of time in the weight room, and that's what's going to take someone like Hawkins to that next level, prepare him in 2 years' time when he's making the transition to the collegiate level.
Oh, absolutely. And it's always something to look forward to when you're in high school and you kind of look over at like those collegiate times and you're just like, oh, perfect. I'm on par. I'm in that realm. I know I have room to grow and plenty of room to develop. So these boys are definitely looking good.
And with so much of the media surrounding NCAAs and whatnot, sometimes you get caught up in those crazy fast times. But when you take a look at the big picture, you see they're really in there. And those opportunities to find a place where they can have that natural progression. So they are, by their sophomore, junior year, competing again at nationals.
Absolutely. And here we have Heat 5. We've got Keene, Calhoun, Buffington, Weddington, Highlands, England.
And lane 4, Brody Buffington, Thurmont Track Club. He's run 6.61 already this year. He goes 6.64 right now.
Number 1 spot right now with a 6.64.
The name like Brody Buffington, come on, you got to be ready to come up and show out.
I mean, absolutely. That name in itself, like Brady Buffington.
Yeah, what a run. 6.64, top time of the day. We've got 4 more sections to come, but as of right now, that bubble time for 24th is sitting at 7:04. I think we're going to see that come down somewhere in the mid 6.9s, probably.
Absolutely.
Just at the rate that things are going. It's every one of these heats is just so deep with talent. We've got a couple, Brody Buffington, we've got Antoine Hughes Jr., Jeray Hawkins, where they're putting out these real nasty times, but
They're pulling a field with them.
We got a lot of depth.
Absolutely. They're running these fast times. They're pulling others with them. They're all competing. And so I definitely expect that bubble time is going to be dropping. And here we have Heat 6. We've got Lewis, Jones, Jackson, Larry, McCracken, Handelsman, Alcina, and Andrews.
Lane 5 open in this one. And it's been an exciting few 60-meter heats so far. 6:64 fastest on the day. 7:04 bubble time. And we're out well. Larry in 4. That's Michael Larry, MVA. That's another 6'6". 663. So we got a 664 from Brody Buffington.
Oh,
Michael Larry sat, he watched, he said, okay, I'll do you 100th better. Let's get ready for the semifinals tomorrow, and I'll see you in the final.
That's that, hey, okay, I saw you running. Let me show you I can also run too. I definitely expect that they're going to be putting on a show.
That was a really impressive run from Larry. Out well, and a deep heat as well. Elijah Jackson ran 6:79 to finish second. That's the 4th fastest time. And Evan McCracken was 3rd with a 6:91. Just rolling through things here. Take a look at Heat 7 of 9. We've got Chris McDonough, Colin Brown, Nick Biega, Devontae Howell, Braxton Brand, Noble Gongan, Kelvin Winston, and Spencer Anderson. In this one, 7th heat of 9, championship boys, 60-meter dash. And Heat 7's off. We're out well in lane 4. Devontae Howell, but closing down well was Braxton Brand of Ann Arbor Track Club in 5, and Brand's gonna take it.
With a 6:79, putting him in that 4th fastest position, and then following along, Howell with a 6:82 puts him in that 7th position.
Howell was out really well in lane 4. Brand, that real long stride once he got up to speed, able to close it down. And we talked about that earlier. Making up ground like that in the 60 is hard to do, but
absolutely,
we see it a lot at the high school level.
Yes, we're seeing it a lot, and also, again, that shows just working on those blocks and getting better, but that also shows that improvement that can happen later down the line as they get older. And for some people, it really just shows their top end speed.
Yeah, that top end, once you're able to get up, get into that more of a top end phase of the 60, the last 20 meters or so, they start pulling things together. But the technical aspect of running the 60, so much of it comes back to the block start. Lots of work to do and lots of time to spend in the block still. These athletes are young, so there's a lot of time for them to continue that block work and lots of areas for improvement. And we're jumping into Heat 8 of 9 now. We've got Andy Colley, Caden Lewis, Isam Asinga, Christian Anderson, Mackay Stafford, and Denver Shields. Michael Larry, your top time at 6:63 so far. Bubble time now at 7
like
flat.
That, 7 flat.
We went from 7:05 to 7 flat, and we thought it might be that mid 6.9s, and I think that's what we're going to see by the end of Heat 9. Lanes 4 and 5 out well. Anderson and Asinga of MVA. Isam Asinga, 6:57 for Asinga.
6:57, followed by a 6:77 from Christian Anderson. And I'm pretty sure that time has already dropped, and we're going to go look. That bubble is now dropped to a 6:93.
Unbelievable.
What an amazing heat.
Actually, it's corrected 6.56. That's a new national record.
That's a new national record. That time, 6:56 officially. Isam
Brilliantly
Asinga,
ran.
national record here at the New Balance National Indoor 2023. It's only the heats. We've already got a national
The
record.
heats. Oh my goodness. I am so excited to continue watching this. They are putting on a show.
MVA getting out and putting out the top 2 times so far in the boys championship 60. Isam Asinga, his teammate Michael Airy, 6:56, 6:63, but a national record in the heats. And you know, for someone like Asinga who knows the semifinal's not going to be an issue for him to make it, he says, I'm going to come out here, I've got no pressure on me, going to go, I'm going to execute my race, and being able to stay relaxed like that in a 60 is so helpful. Running 99% instead of 105, sometimes that makes the difference, and Asinga just over the line. He knew it was fast, but I don't think he expected it to be a national record in the heat.
I definitely don't think that he expected that. He knew that it was going to come fast. He knew that he'd be coming in one of those top times and to break a national record. Very calm, composed while he was running. He executed that race very beautifully.
And we still got another heat left. We've got Miles Burke, Caleb Shakespeare, Jackson Hammond, Alex Arbogast. 9th and final heat, championship boys, 60-meter first round. And a big gap here between the competitors, but in lane 3, we've got Jackson Hammond. Arbogast was way out in 7.
Running a 6:84, putting him in that 12th place position.
That will be good enough to advance to tomorrow's semifinals. And a huge round of applause for these 60-meter boys. We had some crazy performances, 3 under 6.7, a national record, 6:57 by Isam Asinga, and 24th, the final qualifier at 6:93, Noble Gangan.
I just know that that's probably got these girls really excited watching these boys perform. So I am very excited to watch these championship girls 60-meter dash.
And after the standard that was just set by the boys, I expect the girls to take up some of that energy. That's what happens at meets like this. The energy in the morning, it's quiet, it's heat, but the energy starts building and building. And to jump out with the national record, you know, before 11 o'clock in the morning, I think we're just going to start seeing these performances get better and better as we go. Such an impressive performance by Asinga.
Heat 2 will definitely be the heat to watch, because in Heat 2 we'll have Shanti Jackson, that is the daughter of Bashan Jackson. She is our current leader in the women's 60, and she is committed to Arkansas, so super excited to watch this. I think we're going to see some amazing things happening in the 60s.
We have for you 13 heats of the championship girls 60. In this one, Abby Lothian, Ashley Fulton, Liana Tyson, Jade Ofatan, Layla Campbell, Gabriella Cunningham, Logan Daly, Indy Wallace Persad. And off in 4. Going really well. 5 now is Layla Campbell. Really strong job from Jade Ofatan of Bullis getting out, and then Campbell, super powerful down the home stretch, pulling away.
And she will run a 7:46 as Jade will run a 7:60.
With all 13 of these heats, it's still just like the boys. We'll take 24 to the semifinal. So as we get into those later the later heats, we'll start keeping you informed what that bubble time is.
Section 2 is on the track.
And here's the section you were excited for,
Very
Jasmine.
excited for.
Heat 2 on the track. Emery Swarrell, Rihanna Green, Micah Scott, Savannah Blair, Sienna Wynn, Calencia Taylor and Shanti Jackson.
Man, I am so excited. This is my first time watching her run in person, and I think it's great coming full circle, being able to compete with her dad and watching her dad compete, and now getting to watch his daughter compete and do so well so far.
I had the opportunity to race Prashant. Now, unfair to him, it was a sprint medley. As a four hurdler, him stepping up, he would always start his season off with an 800, getting some endurance work. So I had the opportunity to race him, which was very cool to go up against Batman. And unfair to him as an 800 guy that the four hurdler and I were racing. But amazing to see his daughter now, all the impressive stuff that she's done on the track. Arkansas commit. And it looked like first movement in lane 3 there from Scott, and they're going to go talk about this one because Jackson went with her. And I think that's the right lane. I'm still disappointed that we don't get to see Micah Scott run.
Yes.
But it was at least the right lane who first moved. Very disappointing, though. Those jitters, you're right next to the fastest 60-meter runner in the country.
Absolutely. You definitely have those jitters. And again, these are these lessons learned. You need to have those experiences. A lot of people go through those types of experiences. So definitely kind of get to sit back and reevaluate, recoup.
Eyes are on lane 4. Shanti Jackson, she's out well, pulling away from the field here and jogging across the finish line.
Absolutely.
7:26 officially. Shanti Jackson. That was something else.
That was something else. That was definitely a cruise control. I am just here, survive, advance, let's make it on. She pulls in with a 7:26, pulling in Savannah Blair to a 7:55.
And Shanti Jackson, 7:26. Obviously, that's going to be your top time. Just for reference, that time would be right at 26th in the NCAA right now.
My goodness.
So that's shows you the caliber of athlete as a
Absolutely.
high schooler being able to be right there. And I think we're going to see a faster time. When we've got two attempts at it tomorrow, I think we're going to see something even
we'll
faster.
see a faster time. Also, needless to mention, she goes anything from the 8 down to the 60, which is absolutely insane.
Range that we've never seen before.
You do not see that range often. We've seen a lot of different ranges, and that is one you do not get to see. And here in Heat 3, we have Hatcher, DaCosta, Lee, Holland, Frazier, Kisma, and Des Marias.
And lane 3 and 6 right now. We've got Lee and Kasim. Looks like it's Sky Lee. Second time we've called that name today. Sky Lee, 7:57, taking Heat 3 of 13.
And that will be the 4th fastest time today so far.
Bryce Hatcher 781, ranks her 14th.
And we'll start looking at our start list for Heat 4. Savannah Vargas of Peabody Track Club, Brianna St. Louis, Amoy Hagens, ATL Zoom Athletics, Melody Harloff, Maximum Velocity, Lola Colawoil, Nicole Wells, Julianne Warner.
All right, Heat 4 is on the track.
And we've got quite the standard set now. 7:26 fastest time, Shanti Jackson. And that's 0.2 faster than anything else we've seen. And through 3 heats, we'll give you the 10th fastest time, 7:71. That's probably about the range we'll start using as a bubble time shortly, but we're off in 4. And it's just a blanket across the finish here. Lola Kolawole in 5.
And she will clock in a 7:55, putting her at that 4th fastest time of the day so far.
Kolawole just had the staying power a little bit longer than the rest of the field, but they were all out just at 30 meters. Hard to tell. First through 7th, just couldn't really tell who was where, but really nice job by Kolawole to pull away.
And our bubble time now is 7.84 as we move on to
And over in that Rising Stars pole vault right now, the bar is now at 420. And we have started the boys Rising Stars shot put final.
Rising Stars triple, boys championship triple. You can check in on the infield.
And for Heat 5 of this championship girls 60, we have Young, Cunningham, Skills, Travis, Wilson, Minor, Jackson, and West. And it does look like Skills is not here competing in this 60.
Yeah, we saw Emmy Scales go and run 8:36, top qualifier in the 60 hurdles. Probably said, okay, that's good enough.
Relax.
You know, entered in both and, you know, probably wanted to make sure she had an opportunity to run and top qualifier. It's all right. Going to sit this one out. We've got lane 4 and 5. That's Travis and Wilson. Mackenzie Travis
with a 7:35 and Wilson running a 7:44. What a great run for those ladies. That puts them at the number 2 and 3 top spots right now.
Really nice running from Travis and Wilson, but I think that's what happens when you start to get these heats where you have two right next to each other. They can really push each other all the way to the line. Now starting to bridge that gap from Shanti Jackson and the rest of the field with two athletes in that 7'3", 7'4" range.
In the 60, we'll have Chase Raymond, Ayanna Stafford, Taylor Jaden Cleveland, Samaya Briggs.
And here for Heat 6, we will have Raymond, Stafford, Cleveland, Braggs, Samuel, Flowers, Jones, and Madoub.
Braggs in 4, South Dade Express Track Club. Starting to see quite a bit of South Dade out of the Miami area. And a few scratches now in this one, but we've got 5 still in it. Stafford, Braggs, Samuel, Flowers, and Jones. And they bring him back up. Almost a late gun.
Bit
so
of a late, yeah.
Let's see if anybody gets booted here.
Wonder if it was more a matter of someone not being set or if someone did get a true jump on the field. And it's just going to go to the field, so probably...
The card we love to see.
Yeah, exactly. Probably one that somebody wasn't quite set when the gun went, so it was the side official there on the far side that shot the second gun, hence why it was a little late. It just, you know, usually you hear them bang, bang, but that one had a little pause there.
It was a little bit of a pause.
Yeah. Well, they've just got to reset now. Had one attempt to get some of those jitters out. And Stafford, Braggs, Samuel, Flowers, Jones. Off well, top seeds are in 4 and 5.
Great
Braggs and
start
Samuel.
for 5.
That's going to be Elisa Samuel. A great start and held it all the way through the line. 7:43, third fastest time.
Third fastest time. And then we've got a 7:55 for Braggs.
Now that we've got about 40 who have competed, we'll give you that 24th time as we're halfway through. So our bubble time now 7:78. Expect to see that start moving up into the low 7.6s, somewhere in that range. Right now, top time 7:26, but we've got 5 that are under 7:05. So moving things along really well here. Your start list for this one: Sarah Claflin, Anya Jackson, Simone Adams, Rain Redmond, Emanuela Njenje, Imani George, and Kendall Daly.
And right now, as we look at that bubble, it'll be at a 778.
We're in 1, 2, 3, and 6. George of Top End Trap Club, kind of out there in no man's land on the left side. Claflin, Jackson. Nice job in 6 by George going solo, but it's going to be Claflin out of 1 who takes this one. 7:57.
Hardest thing is when you're out there just in an island by yourself, because you're in this race, but you're in a race of your own.
That is really hard to manage, and just really, you know, when you're running against the clock here 24 times advancing, you do kind of have to feel like you're in your own zone, but not getting that push from an athlete on each side of you does make things a little bit tougher. That's why people like being in the middle lanes.
Yes.
Moving in now, we're through 7 heats, so heat 8 of 13, Championship Girls 60. Up next on the track.
And in Heat 8, we will have Lewis, Mindley, Baker, Pace, Selby, Gray, Chapman, and Merritt.
Following these Championship Girls 60s, we'll have Boys and Girls Rising Star 60s, the prelim rounds, and then we'll go into middle school and freshman finals for the 60s. So lots more 60s to come.
And again, that'll be Lewis, Baker, Pace, Selby, and Gray.
Really well there is Selby in 5. Brianna Selby. 7:28.
Wow, beautiful, right? Pinch poke, you owe me a Coke.
Brianna Selby. What a run
Man,
now.
what
Shanti
a
Jackson,
run.
she's found her competition.
Definitely.
We knew it was coming. It was just a question of who was
Who
it
was
going to be.
do it?
Yeah. So
who was going to do it? And that will be Selby, putting her at that number 2 place. And now we will have Heat 9 coming out.
with 4 heats remaining, bubble time now at 7:68. Might start seeing that even trickle up closer to that 7:60. We've got 14 right now that are under 7:60.
Gosh, I'm trying to think. I think I might have ran like a 7:4. So for me to be watching these as high schoolers, I am absolutely amazed.
Well, you were a jumper. You're a long jumper.
Jumper, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Jumper,
specialist. A specialist. Obviously, a lot of sprints in your days as well.
Lots of sprints. Formally sprinting.
Nice to be able to say that. Sutherland, Dureska, Sandvig, Hodge, Balin go in heat 9 of 13. Lane 4, Adeja Hodge, MVA.
Very nicely ran.
Taking some of that energy from her teammates in the last.
7:27 official. We are starting to see that gap bridge down, and I love it.
Adeja Hodge, 7:27. And I think when we saw Esau Masinga run 6:57, Micah Larry run 6:63, she sees her teammates out there going and putting down the top 2 times. She's like, That's what I'm going to
Yeah,
go do.
it's time. Let me go follow suit.
Yeah, she's like, it's the girls' time to shine.
Absolutely.
Approximately 30-ish, 40-ish minutes.
Huge run there from Deja Hodge. We've now got 3 under 6:30, so Jackson, Hodge, and Selby all starting to separate themselves a little bit and throw down what it's going to take to make a final.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness. I am super excited to watch this semifinal. Up next, we have Heat 10. We'll have Strynar, Armstrong, DeGraff and Reed, Brown, Larkin, Gray Williams, Aska, and Babcock.
Lanes 1 through 7 full here. Nia Brown out well in 4, as is Robin Larkin in 5. Late charge in 6. That was Ayana Gray Williams in 6 that made a late charge. It was Robin Larkin in 5 who took it. Ayana Gray Williams out of 6 was second. And Nia Brown, who had that great start in 4, finishes 3rd. So that's 3 that are in our top 24 right now. 7:55, 7:56, 7:58. Great race there.
Absolutely amazing race.
Bubble time shifting up, 7:63 now. Might take 7:05 or so to get into that semifinal. And with those times elevating now, 7 under 7:5 right now. So that's showing you what it's going to take to make the final.
Oh my goodness, absolutely. Showing those times of what can make a final, and I can't wait to see what plays out in the semifinals.
Semifinal tomorrow morning for these championship 60s. Taking 24 to the semis, 8 to the final.
Heat 11, Etchinson, Creary, Tyson, Clayton, Cooper, James, Alston, Cooper. And it does look like we have a no-show for lane 3, which will be Tyson, Liana Tyson. And it looks like we might have sisters racing each other right now.
We've got Elise Cooper and Ella Cooper of McDonough.
Who we watched run on the 4x2 yesterday.
And they're off lane 4 and 6. Clayton and James. Centuria James, South Dade Express, 7:42.
7:42.
It's another top 5 time.
Man.
She gets to win 7.42, new personal best for her. That puts her
Runs a personal best, and no better time to do it than at nationals.
No better time to do it at all.
And doing it in a heat where you go and put your name out there and say, I'm here to compete, and show that you're ready to go.
Absolutely.
Elise Cooper ran 7:53 for second there. The sophomore who was on that 4x200 for McDonough yesterday.
belongs to Sonny Wynn from Pensacola Track Club in New Jersey.
Right now, that bubble time has made its way up to 7:60, 7:60.
And we are on heat 12 of 13. 13, how many heats do we have?
13.
13,
So
let me make sure I'm
second,
saying those
the
correct.
penultimate heat.
And we have Flynn, Tweedy, Lawlin, Lee Williams, Richards, and O'Brien.
Couple gaps in this one with a few DNSs on the start list. Lennon in 4, gonna have to do it without anyone to her left or right. Same with Tweedy in 2. Out well
And
in
out
4.
very well.
That's Lennon. No one around. Hard lean at the line. 7:39 unofficially. It's a 7:45 is the official.
7:45.
That's a nice run, Caitlin Lennon running
And
alone
nobody to
there.
your sides. You're really running alone, and in that moment, that's kind of when you go back to practice. And this is me at practice, focus on my lane, execute the race, and she did a job well done.
And that's Caitlin Lennon, the sophomore. She's going to advance to the semifinal with that for sure, that 10th fastest time, and get someone on each side of you. Start seeing if you're able to chip that down into the 7.4s, which is what it's, or 7.3s, when that's might be what it actually takes to make a final.
Exactly.
And 13th final heat, girls 60-meter championship sections. Ariana Ladson, Olumusumole Olukunle, Jocelyn Hamilton, Avery Lewis, Christina Vincic.
Here we go, 7.60 is what is needed to move on.
Ladson, Olukunle, Hamilton, Lewis, Vincic. Out well in 3 is Hamilton. Olukunle, and in 4, that looked like Avery Lewis, the late move, and it was Avery Lewis, 7:50. 10th fastest time. And that moves that bubble time all the way up to 7:59. And we had a 3-way tie at 7:59, so we'll see what that tiebreaker comes down to officially. Unofficially, our 24 qualifiers are now in. Shanti Jackson, 7:26. That's the fastest time of the heats.
Fastest time of the heats, and very relaxed, very composed going into it. And she's got two other girls that have ran that 7:20, and so it'll be very exciting to watch how they handle going into that semifinal and potentially making it into that final.
And we saw, the anxiety and tenseness at the start when we have a few false starts here and there, but athletes managed to bounce back. They held their own, they showed up, and we're going to have quite an exciting semifinal tomorrow. 7:26 top qualifier, 7:59 your 24th bubble time, and Rihanna Green and Soraya Dureska taking those tied for 23rd, taking the final 2 spots. Rising Star Boys 60, Fisher, Wilson, Warmington, Welton, Kwake, Means, Deal. And that one looked to be Warmington.
With a 7:06, followed by Fisher with a 7:13.
So in that first section of the Rising Stars,
That's a good start for the Rising Stars 60. We've got 13 heats here.
7.06.
I was doing bio, I was covering all the other camera guys. That's why I wasn't up here.
Oh, no worries.
I'll try to refresh it.
Okay, we've been watching the
Third place. P2 is on the track. Brandon Harris is
Warmington goes 7:06. Warmington goes 7:06. He takes the Rising Stars Section 1. Next section, Harris, Agnew, Brown, Ford, Murray, Moss.
Downsize the screen.
Okay.
And we've got 6 in this one. Rising Stars Boys 60 meters, heat 2 of 13. Out well in 5 is Julian Ward. And again, Carroll, Archbishop Carroll, Marcus Brown. Really nice run from Marcus Brown, 696. Just saw his teammate Kyle Warmington in the first section. And Brown, fastest time in the Rising Stars so far. As we move along, we'll get a few more competitors in this one. We'll start taking a look at that bubble time. Rising Stars will take 24 as well to the semifinal tomorrow. But right now we've got boys Rising Stars on the track, girls Rising Stars 60 meters up next. Then we've got boys and girls middle school and freshman 60 meter dash finals. On the track now, Cow, Douglas, Williams, Brown, Stormer, Pena, and Field. Looks like lanes 4 and 5. Tobias Williams, Jermaine Brown, but it was close there. Tobias Williams, 7:05. Jermaine Brown, 7:06. So able to spot who were the top two, but it was very close. Under separated them. Williams takes it. Those are the third and fourth fastest times we've seen so far.
So we have 13 heats of this Rising Stars boys 60 meters. Heat 4 is on the track now.
Perez, Cleary, Franco, Wright, and James get into the blocks. They're going to stand them back up. Things a little not quite set out in lane 7. I'm going to talk really quickly to Nigel James. Just let him know what they saw, why they called him back up. Lanes 4 and 6 are open, so Timothy Wright of Above Expectations Track Club running alone right in the middle of the track. And Timothy Wright out really well running solo. Challenge on the inside from Franco, but Timothy Wright, Above Expectations Track Club, he'll take it. That's 7:01. Nice run for the senior. And that'll be it for Heat 4 of 13. Already on the line now is Heat 5. We've got Renal White Jr., Elijah Fagbui, Isaiah Pryor, Jazante Levon, Sterling Anderson, Vontae Peoples, Alan Hilton Clark, and Jacob Dial.
I think so. If you want to show it to me, I can hold them off for you if you want. Third heat. This one they're on now is 5, so we're going
And they're off. And it looks like out in lane 7 all alone. Hilton Clark, Levon of Above Expectations, did well there also. So Hilton Clark, Bergen Catholic, 7:05 for the young man from New Jersey. And we've got a full heat on the track up next. Lewis, Spikes, Thompson, Tucker, Bennett, McClay, Gash, and Lee. 6:96 top time so far. And now that we've got just about 30 that have finished, we've got 7:24 as our bubble time, but likely going to bring that down by at least a tenth of a second. And Heat 6 is off. And a really tight one here, but 4, 5, and 6. It looked like we might have had lane 5 and Bennett, but 4, 5, and 6 were all really tight.
Bennett with a 7:05 and Tucker with a very close 7:06 coming in. That puts them at that 6th and 8th coming in. And now we have Heat 7, which is Pritchard, Spikes, Dargy, Holmes, Loke, Watson, Williams, and Lewis Jr.
I've got a new favorite team name. We've got Shane Pritchard of Money Team going in lane 1. I think that's my new favorite.
Money Team. That is definitely a favorite. That is probably my top 3.
It's a good one. Drive phase is still up there for me as well. We got them back in the blocks here. Back in their start position. And they're off. Lane 5. Edmund Locke closed down well, lanes 2 and 3 as well as lane 6. It's
wow, putting up the 4th fastest time of the day with a 7:05 for Spikes, and what a last name, Spikes. We saw
from Panther Track Club just in the heat before. We saw another Spikes. That was Nick Spikes, so probably brothers there, but. Spikes, Roman Spikes taking it 7:04. Nick and Roman, yeah, definitely a good name for track and field.
Absolutely a good name. I'm over here like it's a lot of siblings that are here.
Yeah,
I'm loving it.
You start to see all the similar names from similar teams as we move throughout the weekend.
And up we have Heat 8. This will have Bethel, Reed, Edwards, Pla, Lefall, Kramer, Real.
And they're going 2 through 6 here, but it looks like lane 4 and 6 pulling away. Kramer in 6 and Edwards Pla in 4. Cole Kramer 7:01. And he takes Heat 8. Avian Edwards Pla 7:02 in second. So they were out well, a lane separating them, but nice job from both of those athletes. Those are the 3rd and 5th fastest times in the Rising Star sections. Next on the track, Heat 9, we've got Borkman, Bald, Edwards, Bell, Pino, James, and Baskin. And as I say that, start seeing a few scratching moving off my list. We got Edwards, Bell, and James. Edwards and Bell. Carson Edwards of the Field School, sophomore, takes that section.
Clocking in a 7:08, putting him at that 15th fastest time of the day so far.
Nice run by Edwards. And those 3 able to do it. Just the 3 of them in that one. A little funky when there's only 3, but still a nice job. You've talked a little bit about having to enter that practice mentality and run your own race regardless of the outcome.
Absolutely, just got to be able to adjust to all those circumstances. And up now we have Heat 10, which is Williams, daughters, Wren, Lomick, McLean, Lewis, Truitt, and McCoy.
Out well in 5 is McLean, Derby Track Club. McLean. Now they're in that low 7 seconds. Another 7:08 from McLean, 16th. So definitely looking like he'll be in that top 24. Our bubble time now 7:13. Our bubble time is 7:13, and our second fastest time is 7:01. So we've just got a really tight field here. Marcus Brown kind of standing out from the crowd a little bit. Only one under 7 seconds, but, you know, 0.12 seconds separating 2 through 24.
Man.
That's something else.
This is going to be putting on for some good shows for them.
We've got Rawls, Equi, Ross, Igbinogain, Carpenter, Carter, and Frank. All in this one. And in lane 3, Chris Ross. looking up. Wallkill Valley.
And there we go. We've got another sub 7 seconds, just like that, as we were talking about it, with a 6:99, putting him at that number 2 spot.
Spoke it into existence a little bit there.
He was like, oh, I hear them talking about me up there. Hold on one moment.
Yeah.
Let me show them.
Only one under 7 seconds, not for long. Really nice run there, Chris Ross of Wallkill Valley. Right now, your top 3, Marcus Brown, Chris Ross, and Timothy Wright. Bubble time still at 7:13. But now we're seeing where we have 4 sitting at 7:13. It's going to come down to the 1,000th. We'll look at Heat 12. Crandall, Riley, Mitchell, Williams, Gordon, Sims, Bento, and Shank. And we get a second gun, Jasmine.
Second gun, a little call back. And it looks like that will be on lane 4, Cameron Williams, unfortunately.
We've seen a lot of really nice runs from Archbishop Carroll, so Williams not going to get the opportunity to join some teammates in the semifinal here, but we've still got 7 in this heat and 1 heat to come afterwards. Out well in 5. Gordon and Sims in 6. Lane 3, Styles Mitchell.
And we must have talked way too soon, because we've just seen another sub 7, 6:96. What an amazing run by Styles Mitchell in style. Cannot go against that name. Awesome job. Followed by Nathan Sims with a 7:09.
Yeah, Mitchell walking off real cool and calm. He knows he knew what he had to do. He went out there, executed his race really well, even with a false start in the lane next to him. He's still able to stay composed, goes out there, throws down another sub 7. Bubble time now, 7:12. Just moving
slowly
its way up.
moving it up, and I love to see it. This is absolutely amazing. And here we have Heat 13. We have Hofer, Harvey, Randolph, Brooks, and Benjamin.
Lanes 4 through 6 open here. Looks like lane 7, Christopher Brooks, challenged by lanes 1 and 2, Hoffler and Harvey.
How crazy is that, to have that big space and still being challenged? And again, we have another sub 7 with a 6:99 for Brooks, and followed by Hofer with a 7:07, puts Brooks at that 4th place. Wow.
Nice job by Brooks, and we just gone heat after heat now to wrap it up. We were at heat 11. We only had 1 sub 7, and then we get through heat 13. We've got 4 that go under 7. That bubble time went all the way up to 7:09. So we jumped big time. And Marcus Brown, your top qualifier, Styles Mitchell, second. Both ran 6:96. And your final ones to squeak through all ran 7:09. We had 4 of them. That was Sims, Harvey, Franco, and Ekwai that all ran 7:09. Rising Star girls now on the track. Phillip, Green, Faye, Costello, McIntyre, Ray, Hubbard, Gaynor, Scott, Asabahi, and Dungy all in this section. Rising Stars girls 60. Out of 5, that's Gaynor, and in lane 3 is Ray.
And it looks like that might have been lane 3.
Late charge from Xenia Ray of West Warwick High School, and she does get it. 7:74. Now we got 15 heats here.
15 of them. Let's go. I am excited to see these times drop and see what these ladies can bring onto the track.
And a good start there. Xenia Ray setting the standard, 7:74. Simmons, Adim, Ebanks, Wooten, Smith, and Minero in Heat 2. And the hot pink of Fast Lane Track Club out well in 5.
That Fast Lane Track
Smith.
Club, man. Gotta love it. And that will be a 770 for Lakeisha.
Really nice run. Lakeisha Smith, Fast Lane Track Club. And you see those results on your screen before we jump into the next heat. That's Heat 3.
Heat 3, we will have Phillip, Green, Faye, Olive, Manchensi, Guanero, and Henry. And it looks like we do have a couple no starts in lane 6 and 2.
Out well in 3 is Bobby Olive. Bobby Olive, Drive Face Track Club.
Absolutely amazing run. 7:55. You see the excitement from that run, putting her at that #1 time coming in so far.
And that's a time that would have qualified for the semifinal in the championship run. So Bobby Olive gets an opportunity in the Rising Stars race and goes and throws down something really fast. And that's the opportunities that you get when you get into a meet like this.
Absolutely, and now we've got Heat 4 coming in. Jenkins, Irwin, Hackley, Braham Patrick, Gaynor, Simanchi, Gotts, and O'Donnell.
And lane 5 and 6 looks like at the line Simoncini. Some challenges from the inside as well, but 790. Kyra Simoncini getting out, getting the win. So Rising Stars will have 24 to the semifinal again, like we did for the championship races. Start taking a look now. We've got just 26 that have raced so far, but we'll start giving you bubble times as we get a few more in here. Competitors in this section: Wilson, Solomon, Cross, Henderson, Tiller, Virgil, Austin, and Johnson. Motor City track in the middle of the track in lane 4 with Henderson.
5 off to a great start. 4 coming in. Motor City track running a 7:73. She'll run the 3rd fastest time of the day so far, followed by Solomon, who ran a 7:83, running the 7th fastest time of the day.
When I see the pink and orange of Motor City track, I'm always looking.
Always looking. You cannot not see those colors.
Taryn Henderson runs that 3rd fastest time, and starting to see more dip under that 7-8 range. Probably going to be, by the time we get to the end of this, probably going to be looking in that 790-something range for that cutoff. So we'll keep you posted on the bubble time. We've got McAuliffe, Kennedy, Quorm, Brinks, Hodges, Castillo, Lee, and Ambler. And in 5, Hodges of Fast Lane Track Club. Quorm also had a good run, just had a little bit of a stumble towards the end.
Just a little bit of a stumble there, but Hodgins still coming out with a 7:65, Quorum with a 7:73, and that puts Hodges in that 2nd fastest time so far.
Really nice run from Hodges, just executing all the way through the line, and Quorum, likely that'll be enough to advance Quorum. Certainly she wasn't very happy with how her race finished up. You can see that as Hodges kind of went and congratulated her. She didn't seem too pleased because she knew she had a little more there.
Absolutely.
Next up, we've got Dubose, Verson, Jennings, Ray, Goins, Lloyd, Wyke, and Caggiano. In the middle of the track, out of 4, Jada Ray, lane 4, Track Club. Winning from lane 4.
Lane 4 Track Club, man, I'm telling you, they are getting that 4th lane. They're absolutely executing their races. She wins that with a 7:20, 7:72, putting her in that 4th fastest mark of the day.
And when Fastlane Track Club takes the track now, I've realized it gets a little louder in here. They've got a strong contingent. Yeah, they've got a strong contingent here. Competitors in Heat 8 of 15 as we roll through these. Ayeem, Roykert, Reed, Dace, Anani, Kelsick, and Wheeler.
And we will get a call back.
And waiting to see if we get anything from the officials here, but looks like all will stay the same. 1 through 6 accounted for. Our Wheeler in 7 will be given that false start, it seems.
And they are off lane 4.
Dace, Track Life University, taking Heat 8.
Track Life.
See, we're just gonna keep saying, you know, it's lane 4, it's Drive Phase, it's Track Life. You know, we're gonna keep saying Motor City. Like, they're just gonna keep
cool
coming
names.
back.
And I think it makes it more fun because now you get to say these cool names as you're repeating them. I love it.
And they're names that are recognizable too by the college coaches that are keeping their eye on this meet and wanting to see where, you know, how people are doing, and that's it does make a difference when you know the coaching standard that you're coming from, and coaches get excited about seeing these fast times at national meets.
Oh, absolutely.
Heat 9, Nkrumah, Cialani, Tatum, Calabretta, McCoy, Fletcher, and Barton. And 4, that's going to be Calabretta. Ready, set, go, sprinters. Sophia Calabretta, 786.
These girls are doing an absolute amazing job today. And as we look down to see what that bubble is, the bubble is at 793. So we see that it is slowly starting to move. Oh my goodness.
After Heat 2, we said about 790. And I think time and time again, these young athletes are going to prove that we're not thinking fast enough.
Not fast enough. We've got to think faster.
We've got Siegelman, Estrella, Sams, Graham, Moline, Amoyao, McQuiller, and Rudnicki. This is Heat 10 of 15. And powering out of the blocks is Graham in 4.
Amazing start for 4. But these ladies are all coming in tight for that race.
Graham, Molin, and Amoya, 4, 5, and 6 in the middle. Graham does take it. Molin is second. And Estrella, who was in 2, able to sneak in there for 3rd. .782 for Jayla Graham. Top time still 7:55. Bobby Olive ran that in Heat 3. But we're starting to see a lot more times filling in the gaps here and just getting faster overall. We've got Jacobs, Jones, Turner, Lane, Peters, Stevens, and Capillo in this one.
Great start out for 4.
Avia Lane, Trailblazers. That's going to be one of our top times, 7:67.
7:67, and that puts her in that 4th place time so far today.
Can't always tell, given the fluctuations and how fast each heat is, but that one, you knew that Lane was running quick.
Absolutely. And as we start Heat 12, we will have Scott, Henry, Volleman, Elder, Eagleston, and Trout.
Von Lehman in 4, out strong, as is Elder in 5. Coming up late, Henry in 3. Victoria Henry in lane 3. Takes it, 777.
These girls, man, I am loving it. That puts her in that 11th place time so far today.
Bubble time now at 7:88.
And
we still got a couple left.
Moving that bar up.
3 heats still to go.
And I think the boys proved to us, don't count out these last few heats because things can change.
Yeah, we saw in our last 3 heats, we saw 3 dip under the 7-second mark. And we got 3 more to go here. Suggs, Hayesmore, Nesmith, Davis, Swan, and Aguilar. Really strong start from Amira Naismith. Amira Naismith in 4.
And she will run the 3rd fastest time of the day so far with a 7:63. Oh my goodness, and she is in 9th grade, freshman.
And that's what these Rising Star races are about. It's getting those opportunities for the upperclassmen or some of the seniors who haven't had as many racing opportunities to get in here, run fast, make a name for yourself, see what you're capable of. Really strong run there. Amira Naismith, 765. Kira Davis, 777. We've got Kudron, Sharps, Finch, Chambers, Riley, and Roberts. This is Heat 14 of 15. Rising Stars, girls, 60 meters. And they're going to get called back.
We will get a call back. And that one does look like it might have been an early start.
Keep an eye on our officials here. And we're going to lose Jasmine Sharps, lane 4, Archbishop Carol Lyons, and we lost one of our Carol Lyons in the boys race as well.
In the boys race, yes.
So tough to see, but we've got Kudron, Finch, Chambers, Riley, and Roberts.
Kudron kind of off by herself over there.
Yeah, way out there in 3. And lane 5, that's Finch out well. Finch trying to run away with this one from the gun, and will. Courageous Track Club's Kavina Finch.
With a 777, that puts her at that 12th fastest time of the day.
Going into our final section, 786 the bubble time. Sophia Calabretta. Ready, set, go sprinters waiting and watching to see if her time will hold up. And we got 7 of 8 lanes full here. Scott, Smith, Parker, Waite, Reed, Balagan, and Perry.
And they are out. Lane 5 with a great start. 4 coming up on them. 6 also there. Very tight race.
Deja Reed, DC Elite Track Club, going to take the 15th and final section of the Rising Stars. Girls 60 meters, 7:78. And that will be enough to advance her to tomorrow's semifinals. Great running here in our Rising Stars girls prelims. Bobby Olive runs the fastest time, 7:55. Jayla Dace of Track Life University, 7:63, second fastest qualifier. And the final time to get in 24th was 7:86. Lilia Jones of NVA Track, and 7:86. It went all the way down to the thousands. So always have to go down to those tiebreakers to figure out who's going to advance. So a really nice job, though, in these Rising Stars girls 60 meters to get out there, get some great strong performances in, some that even would have made the final in the championship sections.
Yes, these young ladies did a absolute phenomenal job.
As we get prepared for the girls, boys and girls middle school and freshman 60-meter dash finals, Jasmine and I are going to pass off the mics here in the booth. Kate Von Buskirk and Caitlin Hutchinson going to take over, bringing you 60-meter dash finals, 4x55 hurdles. These are going to be fast, ladies and gentlemen. So look forward to hearing more as Jasmine and I step out. We'll have 11:29, about 5 minutes, but Kate and Caitlin going to take over here in the booth.
K and K, how fun is that?
Unsuccessful in his second attempt for 60. 1 inch. Nobody's there yet. Now we move on to final attempts. Next event on the track is the boys 60-meter final for middle schoolers. We'll kick that off in about 2 or 3 minutes.
Into your first year at Kentucky.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. She's also, of course, a Citius Mag contributor. You should definitely check out Citius Mag. Follow them on Instagram if you don't already. Check out Caitlin. In fact, check out the interview that she did with our own Jasmine Todd as the introduction to your participation with Citius.
Yeah.
Amazing listen. Can't hype it up enough. She's a 400-meter specialist. Caitlin, this is a little short for you, but how are you feeling about these 60 meters?
Oh, my God. I love the 60. Even though I can't race the 60, and if Coach ever put me in the 60, me and him might have to box. It's going to be all right. The 60 is always so fast, so quick. There's little room for error, but the thing that I love about these younger kids is that if this one thing they're going to do, they're going to make it happen. So,
they're going to make it happen, and
yeah.
these are the young ones. So this is the middle school boys 60-meter meter final. We've got a chock-a-block full of talent here. In lane 1, it is Braden Evans. In lane 2, it's Jordan Christian Toribio. In lane 3, Ramar Thomas. Lane 4 will be Jaden German. In lane 4 is Cameron Bethia. Lane 6 will be Shahid Stevens. Lane 7, Alex Pedersen. And lane 8 will be Noah Collins Howard. We've got some super speedy guys on the track. These men are, and I call them men, they're middle schoolers.
Literally
but,
children.
They are children, and I don't want to age them too quickly, but the power, the speed, the poise. I mean, coming out here to Boston, to the New Balance Indoor Nationals, and making a final like this in front of this kind of crowd is a big deal.
Yeah, they want to put their names on the map. They want to make sure that by the time they do get to high school, people know their names. And trust me, if you come out on top in this final, I think even just making it to this final, you are going to be pretty important when it's time for you to move up. So I'm excited.
That's right. That's right, absolutely. And that's one of the things that the New Balance Indoor Nationals does so well, is gives this opportunity for the youngsters to really get, the experience on a big stage. It's really uncommon for, middle schoolers to be able to have this kind of opportunity.
I know. When I saw middle school, I said, wait a minute, I didn't get this opportunity. Well, I never got this opportunity because I was never fast enough to be here. But I said this is perfect for them, mainly because, like you were saying, like they usually don't get this opportunity. And I feel like this is amazing to come all the way to Boston, to be as young as you are, to make a final, to possibly come out as the champion. I mean, you can brag about that for the rest of your life. Like, you could never do track again and
That's
be like,
right.
I remember when I went to New Balance Nationals and I came out the fastest middle schooler in the country.
Yes. And like you said, just making it to this final, getting this experience of like the nerve management and competing in front of, we should mention, it's not visible on your stream right now, but the crowds are full. They are excited. They're entertained, they're knowledgeable, and they are ready to put on a good show today.
I know. We can chat a little bit about the uniforms too. I am loving that bright orange. I don't know, like I don't know how fast he's gonna run, but I feel as though if you come out here in bright orange, you might be stepping a little bit.
I like that too, and you know what? I was calling some of the relays last night, the SMRs and the 4x2 prelims, and that's Alex Patterson of Motor City that you're referring to, I think, in lane 7 there. Motor City brought it last night. They were on fire, and I think that there's a little bit of swagger that you got going on when you have a good kit.
Right. Look what they say, look good, run good. It's not just
look
for
good,
the ladies.
Feel good, run good. That's right.
It's not just for the ladies. The guys can come out here in something nice too, but they are in the blocks. So let's see what is about to happen. Really great start.
Very tight race.
I know. Who's going to get it at the line? It'll come right up here in a second.
That was Jaden German coming through for that win, and he is flexing 7:08.
Yes, sir. He said, give the crowd some energy. Let's go. 7:08.
What a performance.
Middle school?
7:08 for Jaden German. Cameron Bethia comes through in 7:16 for second, and then Ramar Thomas 7:28 will round out that podium.
Yeah.
What a start to these 60-meter finals.
Yeah, it was a little unfortunate what happened to Alex, but I'm glad that he made it across the line, and he can still say that he is the 8th best middle schooler in the country no matter what.
That's right. So we're going to get through these races really quick. We've got the middle schoolers, then the freshmen, and then the championship. It's going to be shuttle hurdles. It's going to be 60-meter finals. And right now on track, we have the middle school girls 60-meter final. So in lane 1 will be Sydney Chadwick. She's out of Speed Skills out of New Jersey. We got Amara Krabby in lane 2, Zion Bullard in 3, Parker Coase in 4, Alexia Jones in 5, Olivia Harris in 6 out of Jackrabbit Track, Genevieve Williams in 7, and rounding out our field in 8 will be London James, also of Motor City Track. Wondering if she's rocking the pink instead of the orange, but you know what? Still looking fly.
Loving the bright colors, guys.
So, Jasmine, Caitlin, I was on with Jasmine yesterday. You're a
good.
sprinter.
Yes.
And you said that the 60 was always a little too fast for you. We were talking earlier about how you come into the 400 sort of from like a strength background.
Yes.
I'm wondering what role strength plays even in these like short sprints.
So strength definitely still plays a lot of roles in the 60, mainly because you have to be strong enough to hold the speed that you got from accelerating, because a lot of times you'll see people accelerate, get the top speed, hold top speed for like a half a second, and then they burn out. And that's why they have other people that are able to kind of come through and pass them when they're coming down that track. So you got to make sure that you're able to hold that top speed, because if not, even though you look good in the first half, you might get caught in the second one.
I love that there's still endurance at play even in a short sprint.
Yeah.
Something that these girls will continue developing. So we are underway with the middle school girls 60-meter final. Lane 5 looking strong, being contested on the inside by lane 4, but that was, Alexia Jones, 7.65, Caitlin.
What?
Parker Coase comes through in second for 7.69, very tight race.
You guys.
And then rounding out the podium, Sydney Chadwick, 7.84. These girls are flying.
My 60 PR is 7.92. So I have middle schoolers beating me as I'm a 22-year-old first-year master's student still competing at Kentucky. This is great.
So you would have been 7th in that final.
I would have been 7th.
Amazing.
I could have said I was the fastest middle schooler. You think I look like a middle schooler? I think if I take the makeup off, I'll be able to blend in with the kids.
All right. Let's pair them up against a 400 with you. I think things will change a little bit. Incredible result. Congratulations to, again, Alexia Jones, Parker Coase, Sydney Chadwick, and the rest of our field. As we move now into the freshman boys 60-meter. So
we have got
8 young men taking the track here.
Yes. So in lane 1, we will have Alton Marks Jr. from Track Life University. Nasir Caesar running unattached. King Combest in lane 3. Keenan Walton Kamau in lane 4. Terrence Mahomes, lane 5. Cameron Steffens, dry phase in lane 6. Andre Younger Jr., USA Jamaican Track Club. And in lane 8 to round out the field, we'll have Quentin Blakely of Motor City Track. Another orange uniform. Loving it out here.
And keep your eye on Terrence Mahomes out of lane 5. That Bullis Track Club has been tearing it up. They have absolutely dominated our sprints and our relays. And Terrence Mahomes coming in with one of the fastest seeds into this final. So keep your eyes on lane 4 and 5.
You know what they say about them Bullis boys. They can run. Shoot.
No doubt about that at all.
They are in the blocks getting ready. I think some magic is going to happen here. They have all gotten out very quickly. Really even start coming down, but who is it going to be at the line? It is looking like Bullis Terrence Mahomes, as you said. 685 for first. King Combis 690 for second, and Keenan Walton 694 to round out that third place.
That Bullis Track Club is, like you said, not here to mess around. Terrence Mahomes, 685, and you see that giant B on his back right now. He is not letting anyone have any doubt in their mind about who he's representing. Well done by these young men. Those freshman times absolutely fire out of that final.
So I have a girl on my team named Vicky, and she also ran for Bullis. And let me tell you, when Vicky is in practice, she gon' step. So it ain't no surprise that you got these Bullis kids coming out here. I think Messiah Russell also ran for Bullis, and she was the previous collegiate record holder, but I have no doubt she will snag that again tonight along with their gold medal. But these Bullis kids, they have got a history of being some of the fastest high schoolers in the country. Even when I was in high school, my dad was bragging about them, and I wasn't even on Bullis team.
So we'll move on now to the freshman girls 60-meter final.
Yes, yes. In lane 1, we're going to have Cameron Tatum, Michigan Mustangs. In lane 2, we're going to have Anna Vitalova. In lane 3, Skylar Cunningham. Lane 4, London Atkinson from Rams Elite. Lane 5, Lisa Ray from West Warwick High School. Lane 6, Ayani Daly. Lane 7, to round it out, Rakaya White. And it seems as though Sabri Brooks from Track Life University will not be racing with these young ladies, so we'll only have 7 girls in this heat right here.
number 3 in the nation. So here we see another national leading mark. We just saw one in the freshman boys race.
I have just gotten obsession with some of these uniforms. I wish I could have worn the Rundies when I was in high school. I probably would have gotten in so much trouble, but they look so good.
You call them Rundies?
I call them Rundies.
I like
yeah.
that. I've never heard that. I call them Bunners.
Butters? I've never heard Butters.
Bunners, Bunners.
Oh, Bunners.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Oh, and it looks as though Lane 8 will be starting. So that is Sabri Brooks of Track Life University. Glad to see a full field on the track.
In the blue and the long sleeve.
I like that.
I'm loving how the ladies have the power pose going on. They said that it really increases your confidence. Honestly, I think it kind of works. So we'll see what kind of good energy these ladies are cooking up as they come down this track in just a second.
You know, again, I think that's such a big part of this, right, is like showing up at the track at New Balance and being able to have this opportunity in front of this field and like showing up and being able to flex a little bit and practice that.
Okay.
Because we all know what that's like, right? Like you get on a start line and you don't want to, you know, you don't want to show your hand, but you also want to show that you're there and ready to work.
Exactly.
And this is such a fantastic opportunity for all of these young women, young men. We see a little dancing on the start line there. Mm-hmm. And again, some of the best sprinters in the nation here at New Balance in Boston as they get set for the freshman girls 60-meter final.
They're in the blocks. And off they go. Looks pretty even from where I'm sitting, but we will have a clear winner from lane 5, it looks like.
That was Lisa Ray of West Warwick High School. She was in the advantage position, and in fact, it was actually Skylar Cunningham. Advantage given to Skylar Cunningham, 7:53. Lisa Ray coming through, 100th of a second behind her at 7:54, and then Cameron Tatum of the Michigan Mustangs, 7:60 for your podium finishers.
Wow, 7:53, 7:54. That is winning by a literal nose hair.
That's right.
It is who is dipping at the line first. I know, like, dipping doesn't want to be your main focus, but when you're in competitions like this and you're talking about the difference between 100th of a second and being on that podium, you're going to want to make sure that nose hair is a little longer than the next person. Okay?
And nice support there from her friends and family. Again, such a great experience for these young athletes to be out here with their support crew and competing at the very top of their sport on the national stage here at New Balance. Such a beautiful facility here in Boston, Massachusetts. We should mention that if you are interested in the field events, we will be doing some split screen, but if you want to be following that more closely, they will be recorded, and you can check out Runner Space for free. You can see all the compiled videos and results of all of our throws and jumps. We had a really exciting girls pole vault yesterday. We've got a guys pole vault going on now. Some incredible performances by our young men folding themselves over that bar.
It looks like they're getting a 3-man picture over there on the mat. That's really cute. Talk about the power of friendship.
That's right.
I think that's what people love the most about track, is that you can come out here and make friends from all across the country.
Yes.
And you might only see each other a couple of times a year, but you know that every time you link up at a track meet, y'all is going to be besties from here on out.
That's it. Absolutely. So the next event on the track is going to be the boys shuttle hurdles, the championship final. Again, we are a little bit ahead of schedule. We won't run more than 10 minutes up on what the scheduled time is. That is projected to be at 11:55, so stay with us because in about 2 minutes' time, we're going to have that final on track. It's a good opportunity. There's a good shot there of this beautiful facility, the track at New Balance in Boston. And, Caitlin, I know that you can appreciate this too. You went to Ithaca. You were there for 4 years. You're now at Kentucky, and I'm sure you're going to go on to a fantastic pro career after this. You came up through the high school ranks. But, you know, one of the things that really makes all of this come together, the magic of it, is what happens behind the scenes.
Oh,
so we
yes.
should give a shout out to all the officials, all the people working hard to make the magic come together.
Oh my goodness. If you have not told an official or a coach or an athletic trainer thank you today, please go out and do so, because honestly, they are the reason why you're here, the reason why this track meet is happening to begin with, and those people really love you. So, you know, just make sure you give a little shout out, little kiss, little hug, whatever you got to do to show some appreciation.
Well said.
Now, we're about to do the shuttle hurdle relays, but you want to know what I think is the most interesting, like, indoor hurdle event? The 400-meter hurdles indoors. Have you seen that?
You know what? I actually had the pleasure of calling one of the meets, the college and pro meets, the Hawkeye Pro Classic in Iowa in January, and I had never seen an indoor 400-meter hurdle event.
What was that like?
Unbelievable. So first of all, I had so many questions. I was like, what? Where do every track is different. Where do you put the hurdles? There's a bank.
Yes.
Like, there's a bank on the track. So where in the world do you put the hurdles? And I learned that you can, like, have a little wiggle room with it, but being able to, like, time that.
Do you think it's worth it to do a 400 hurdle race indoors if you're a 400-meter hurdler?
That's a great question. I think we got to have, someone like Sydney McLaughlin on to be able to ask that question.
Yes.
Where are you, Sydney? We love you. We miss you. We need you here.
I know you're here somewhere.
But, you know, I think it's interesting because the closest I could sort of comment on about that is that I did a little bit of steeplechasing in high school.
Oh,
and
the steeplechaser.
I did one indoor steeplechase.
Oh, wait.
Right?
With water?
No.
Okay.
No water. But same kind of thing, right? So they put the barriers out, and there's only two. So there's one on each, like, stretch, straightaway. But I think that in some ways it's actually really helpful, even if you are only using it as an opportunity to just, like, get comfortable going over the hurdles again. Or over the barriers. I think that you can do that in practice, but it's different in a competitive experience.
That's important to talk about when you want to speak about hurdles. Confidence about going over those hurdles is key, because hurdles is a very dangerous race, and even if everything is perfect, something can still happen that could be super, super unfortunate. So in order to kind of offset all of that, you want to make sure that you are the most confident person going over those hurdles, because if not, it can be an absolute disaster.
That is so true. And I think, it's interesting because the short hurdlers, like the sprint hurdlers, get that opportunity more often. Again, you have like the 60. You might even have opportunities to do some 100 or 110 outdoors, even kind of during the indoor season.
Right.
But you don't often have that opportunity as a longer, like 400 hurdler. So for sure, this is a great opportunity for them. And we are watching the triple jump right now, but also on track in the middle of our circuit are, again, all those officials setting up the hurdles for the championship boys shuttle hurdles, which will be set to go off in just a couple minutes' time.
So, Kate, you know that I used to be a little bit of a hurdler myself.
Did you?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So
Tell me.
I had to be a heptathlete for 2 summers in a row, and let me tell you, I will not forget the day at practice where my dad was like, Caitlin, if you get some confidence, you can run 16 seconds in these hurdles. And I'm like, dude, you are nuts. And he told me to stutter step over the hurdles. I don't know what that means. I don't know what he intended, but it happened, and now I've got this big scar that everyone else can't see, but I've got this huge scar on my elbow because of it. Thank you, Dad, for the amazing advice that you gave me on that beautiful day. But also, do you know that I ran 26 seconds in the 100-meter hurdles one time? It was a great time, I wanted to false start, but my dad was like, no, you're not a quitter. And look what happened. Now I have a viral video on TikTok of me absolutely demolishing the hurdles, or maybe the hurdles were demolishing me.
Well, there
I honestly
you go.
don't know.
I was just about to say, when you said that the hurdles can be a dangerous event, you were speaking from personal experience.
Yes, extremely personal experience. But I applaud those who do have the guts and the confidence to come run the hurdles, especially the shuttle hurdle relays. This is such an interesting event because mainly, I don't know, you hear about it, but you've never seen it too often. But I believe that it was at the World Championship Relays at one point, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So you guys will get a chance to see what this action is like in just a few moments. They're still setting up in the middle of the track, but we've got some of the teams coming out. They're about to do some block starts to get a feel for this track right here. I'm excited to see who is going to come out on top.
Absolutely, and again, you'll get a sense of that in a second. We are watching the boys and girls triple jump. That is Dante Dockery, currently second overall in the boys triple jump. He's just competed and set down a mark of 14.48. So we'll do our best to keep you apprised of the updates from our field events as well. Again, great crowd support here for our track runners and our jumpers. Throws are happening just down a level. Caitlin, did you see where the throws are happening at this beautiful facility?
I did see where the throws were happening. It is so nice. I have never seen throwers have so much like space. It's like its own little room, and that might seem a little bit unfortunate because it is separate from the track. However, there is so much seating room in there. So
and it's packed.
Right. It is. People actually care about throws events, you guys. Do not let anyone get on this app or wherever you are and tell you that nobody cares about throws because they can move a ball or a weight or a disc or a jab or whatever you want to say.
Super impressive to see. And again, we had some of that split screen yesterday. Shout out to our production crew for their amazing work as well. You are, again, continuing to watch the boys triple jump. So
coming down the runway real strong.
This is Drew Dillard of Archbishop Carroll Lions. And just pulling out of that. We should mention that your lead at the moment is Taihik Bowie of Potomac Senior. So he threw down a 14.64. Again, just before this, we saw that fantastic jump by Dante Doherty of Above Expectations Track Club with 14.48. And then Sterling Weldon, competing unattached, is currently in third at 13.98. So this is Kyle Johnson of MVA.
Very beautiful phases getting into the pit. Let's see what that jump turns out to be.
This will be his first recorded jump. This is the championship triple jump for the boys. And that will move him into third, 14.33. So a nice performance by him.
That is amazing to come out here and get third. Well, not get third, but jump into third place on your first jump. Reminds me a little bit of Miss Jasmine Moore of Florida last night as she hopped to a collegiate record and facility record and every other record in the book on her first jump last night at the finals of the NCAA Indoor Championships.
That's the way to do it, right? Like, just get it out of the way in the first jump.
Right.
Just throw down and then you can relax.
Exactly. So I know that Kyle is going to be feeling very happy about that jump because if things don't necessarily go right, he can still come out with a third place medal, which is amazing to say. The music in the stadium is absolutely pumping right now. So I know that these athletes in this relay are going to get active.
So Caitlin, tell me about what it felt like for you to compete as a high schooler and how you've sort of like dealt with some of the nerves, especially at such a young age, right?
Wow.
Because it's until you get the experience. I don't know about you, but I found that like as I went through, you know, high school and then on to Duke and had that like, you know, NCAA D1 experience, the more I did it, it sort of like practice really helped with the nerves.
Yeah.
But for some of these young athletes, what was that like for you coming up through the ranks and having to kind of manage all of that?
So me, I don't even think, I think I'm still getting used to not being as nervous as I used to be, but it definitely is a practice thing. When I was in high school, I wasn't, you know, the absolute best. So a lot of times when I did get on the line, I was really scared, but there were certain times when I just told myself, you know, I put in the work, I've never given up, and, you know, just find a person and stick with them. Sometimes I just tell myself that, and it would definitely really, really help, because at least I'm like, I don't have to listen to anything that's going on in my mind. I'm just going to focus on this one person, this one thing, and keep it moving. And I think that's what's important, because as you continue to move through track, it becomes less about, you know, obviously focusing on other people, but focusing more on yourself and focusing on what your coach is telling you. So, you know, once you can focus on the strategy that your coach is telling you to do and let that be the only thing in your head as you're racing, the nerves and all that other stuff goes out the way. But just because you're nervous doesn't mean that you don't have the ability to perform.
Right.
I think you still have the opportunity to go out and do really, really well. All you got to do is just not let it affect your actions. So
I love that. Well said, yeah. And again, such an important message for these young athletes. And I think one of the really cool things about having this meet here at the track at New Balance is, you know, they have an opportunity to interact with some of the pros. We've got some of the, you know, the role models out on the track signing autographs last night, doing it again today and tomorrow, and being able to interact with people who have been through it and can kind of reassure them of that, right?
Yes, of course. I think that's the best part about all of this. I'm a huge fan of professional athletes and other athletes that have kind of made it through this to come back and just give a little bit of advice. I mean, when you talk about these younger kids, they view these professional athletes and these college athletes as superstars. They're heroes. And so to be able to speak to them, even get a glimpse of them, I feel like that gives you the shoot of confidence that you didn't know that you had. So
yeah, absolutely. I also think about what it would have been like if I had had a facility like this to compete on when I was in high school.
Man.
Can't even imagine.
I feel like that would boost your confidence too. You can say, like, I've competed on the best facilities in the country, the world.
Yep.
Even, like, I don't have to worry about you guys. I got this in the bag.
And again, so much of that sort of folklore and the history of all of the fantastic New Balance professional athletes on display here. The facility is just sort of chock full of all of that legacy that these athletes are now going to be contributing to as well. I mean, we're watching the future superstars, the future Team USA athletes. You know, these are going to be the next generation.
Yeah, and you already know, like, the thing that I love about this is that the New Balance athletes, the pros, they are claiming this place. I know the facility is a little bit new, but they are treating it like it is absolute home. Like they've been there, they've been here their entire lives. I think even Trayvon said last night, like, this is his house. And so if you don't come out here, you better be prepared to race me. So all of y'all kids out there, whenever y'all get old enough to race Trayvon, I hope you're ready to fight for that title that he got, okay?
Absolutely. And I like that he's put that, you know, that call out and said, this is what I'm here to do this, but so are you.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the best part about track too, that competition. I love how people can go from being best friends, but, you know, absolute monsters and dogs to each other on the track. And then as soon as they're done, it's like, hey, girl, I'll see you at lunch tomorrow. Like, what? Like, be so for real.
Love that. All right, so we are getting set for the Championship Boys Shuttle Hurdles. And we're underway with heat number 1. This is Patriot Track Club, Warrior Track Club, and Golden Eagles Track Club. So that is Nicholas Daly, Harvey Lees, and Elijah Bastos. And again, as you're seeing, the athletes are going to be changing directions each time.
If you don't pay too much attention, it might send you for a little bit of a head spin with how quickly they're going back and forth.
And I think that's the biggest thing about this is just nailing that timing, right?
Yeah, I think that's all hurdles is, whether it's a relay or not. Timing, precision. And I think this just adds an extra layer, as you are not allowed to cross that line before your teammate gets there.
Right.
But it's even more difficult when you're talking about coming out of blocks, because that in and of itself is a whole, like, timing thing that you have to get figured out. So I don't even know how my brain would fathom, like, I have to focus on getting out but not getting out too soon and making sure my teammate gets here. Like, my brain would explode. But these kids, they have taken that challenge and they've done really well at it. We haven't had any false starts or DQs so far. So I think it's going to be great for these next couple of heats.
So that was Patriot Track Club of Daly, Montgomery, and Navajo, they came through in 32:26. That is the time to beat. 32:51 for the Warrior Track Club, and then Golden Eagles in third in 33:09. That was heat number 1 of 9, and they will get faster
And faster
with each section. That's right. Although, you know what? Last night it was really interesting watching both the 4x2s and the sprint medley relays. Some of the fastest times came out of section like 2 or 3.
Oh, yeah, because I think some kids, they come out here with a little chip on their shoulders.
Yes.
Like, some people are out here just for fun, and I think that being out here just for fun or coming out with a chip on your shoulder, like, you have a little bit of extra, I want to get this done. Let's just have fun. Let it rock.
That's right. So a little unfortunately, we only have one team in this section number 2. So the Cicero North Syracuse team is going to be competing by themselves. They are going to be in lane 1. This is Carlton Garnes, Cameron Ingram, Trevin Walker, and Xander Provost.
And he is off. He might be running by himself, but he is doing just fine all alone. We are now on the second leg. Look at that confidence coming over these hurdles.
And good crowd support as well,
Yes.
understanding that these guys are running by themselves. And a nice sort of tumble at the line there manages to get through so that Trevin Walker can get over these hurdles, and he will hand off proverbially to Xander Provost.
And what is the time going to be, ladies and gentlemen? 33:21.
So rounded down to 33:15 for the Cicero North Syracuse team. Kudos to them for running well on their own. That's such a hard thing to do.
Yeah, I think at that point it becomes a lot about what have you learned in practice and can we execute it right here, right now. I think it depends on the athlete or whether or not that will shake them up, but I feel like for them, they did a pretty good job, so no need to worry.
Do you find that you compete best when you, like, do you kind of like raise your level when you're surrounded by people who are just a little bit better than you? Do you compete better against others who are, you know, better than yourself?
I think it depends on what day it is, if I'm being completely honest, because there's some times where I'm just like, listen, if it's a 4x4, if there's people that's better than me, I usually rise to the occasion because I'm like, I cannot be the reason why this relay does not make something happen, okay? But I think when it's an individual event, I get a little bit more concerned. I'm working on it. That's why I'm with Coach Green right now. He said he gonna fix this big old brain up here. But yeah, when it's on a relay, I don't care if your PR is 50 seconds. I'm coming for you.
Good for you, yes. There's something about being, like, showing up for your teammates, right, and being accountable.
Yeah.
So we are on to section number 3. This is going to be the Brockton Track Club in 1, Tiger Track Club in lane 2 is Brockton, lane 4 is Tiger Track Club, Woburn Track Club in 6, and then the Southeastern Regionals in lane 8.
Really great start for everybody. We've got the second leg coming over these hurdles now. It looks as though we have got the striped team in first right now.
And that is Woburn Track Club in the lead, but look on the inside, Brockton moving well too.
Yes. We've got this final leg. Let's see who's going to come across first. I love how half of Woburn's team was wearing black and orange and the other half was wearing white and orange. Or wait, yeah.
Yep. I think it's just the front and the back of the kit.
Oh.
But Woburn comes through for that win in 33-38, and they look pretty stoked about that, Caitlin.
I would be. Do you see him? He looks so happy. Somebody give that kid a hug, okay?
Moving right along to section number 4, we're going to have Hopkinton Track Club in 2, Train Fast Athletics in 4, the Gray Bees will be in 6, and I love this, the Hurdle Turtles.
What? Okay, both of these names, Gray Bees, Gravy, like that's how I'm seeing that. But Hurdle Turtles, oh my God, that is the cutest thing I have ever heard.
I wonder if it's almost sort of like playing it down. Like we're actually rabbits, but we're going to call ourselves turtles.
Oh, wait. Stop. And they are getting ready. I've loved the confidence of these kids out here. I have not seen a single athlete so far that has been shaken by this environment. So this is going to be a fun heat to watch.
Looks like a scratch by the Gray Bees in 6, so that means that as our starter just asked them to reset, we've got, again, Hopkinton Track Club in 2, Train Fast in 4, and then our name favorite, the Hurdle Turtles, in lane 8. That's Yates Campbell, Gavin Moran, Mason Drew, and Cole Gowdy.
Do you think they have a turtle as their mascot?
I would love that. I hope so.
Somebody make a graphic with a turtle going over a hurdle. I would definitely buy that from them as a fundraiser.
Absolutely. And a great start by all 3 of these teams. They're pretty equally matched at this point. The Hurdle Turtles are in the slight advantage position as they head into the 3rd leg. This is going to be Mason Drew for the Hurdle Turtles, but keep your eye as well on Train Fast Athletics. Oh, and a fall there, unfortunately.
He is all alone with the Hurdle Turtles. Come on, through the finish line.
And
all alone.
That is Train Fast Athletics coming through for that win. That is 33:45 for them. So, as we mentioned, the fastest time of the day so far still goes to that heat number 1. That was the Patriot Track Club at 32:26. That is the time to beat 2 teams under that 33-second mark, the second being Warrior Track Club in 32:51. And we move right along to our next section. This is going to be Piscataway in 2, Barrington Track and Field in 4, Scarlet Knights in 6, and then the Red Devils Track Club out of lane 8. And it looks like we have a full roster for this section.
So with a lot of these athletes, their form is still developing, but what I love about this is that they still find a way to make the speed happen. You can always tell that they're running just off of pure guts and the will of wanting to win, because I mean, oh my goodness, we saw a couple of stumbles in the previous heats, but they were still able to make it happen, get across that line, and do some great things for their team. So
yeah,
loving it.
Yeah, such a good point. I think especially in the hurdles, right? That's such a well taken point, because you know, some of these, especially these guys and girls, they're still growing, and so the hurdle is going to be, you know, a little bit of a challenge for them.
Right.
But
especially as the hurdles grow in height too.
That's right, absolutely. But finding a way to get across. So that is Barrington Track Club in lane 2 in the advantage point at this point in the race, but following closely behind them are the Scarlet Knights. That is Zachary Traficanti. And it's going to be the Scarlet Knights coming through for this win. What a final leg for them. That was Nate Sullivan.
The time will just come up here in a second.
So that
31-83, now your number 1 team. They are super excited to see that absolutely demolish the field.
So our first sub-32 performance of the day out of these shuttle hurdle relays, and you can tell that that team's pretty happy with that performance.
Yes. I wonder who's running faster, the guys running the hurdles or the people who have to go fix the hurdles.
Right. So we'll move on now to our next section. This is going to be a 3-team section. In lane number 4 is the North Stars Elite. We've got Eagles Track Club in 6, and then NDHS Elite will be in lane 8.
We told you guys they were going to be moving fast, and moving fast is what they are. They are in the blocks right now, getting ready to run the race of their lives. And they are off clean over the first hurdle, and second and third. We saw a little movement on those last 2 hurdles, but they are coming down this track. A few stumbles, but this is what I mean by making it happen, getting over those hurdles either way. We got a couple more stumbles, but I think that's what's so much fun about this race and this relay. It doesn't matter how bad you stumble, they are still going to get to that finish line.
That's right.
So we have got lane 8, who is going to be our winners. That's
Notre Dame High School Elite. That is 32-20 for them, so they move into that second place position.
One of of our next teams on the track has lightning bolts going around their uniform. I am
Ooh,
loving
I like
it.
that.
Letting you guys know that they are bringing the speed. Could we see another sub 32?
So that's going to be the Grand Street Track Club out of lane 2. In lane 1's going to be Deptford Track Club. Looks like maybe we have a scratch of Southern TC in 6, but North Track Club will be rounding out the field in 8. And there you have a shot of those lightning bolt uniforms. And I encourage everyone watching the stream to pay attention. Caitlin mentioned this earlier, but you're going to see some of these officials running out, resetting the hurdles, and then running back. And I think it's like, it's almost like a fartlek. Yeah. I don't know if you guys ever do fartleks, but like
I know
it's
those
like sprint pause, sprint pause, sprint pause.
Speaking of which, I've also dabbled in distance events as well.
Oh, you do it all.
I do, and I was a thrower for 4 years in high school.
No, you weren't.
I was.
All
I
right,
threw
so
shot
what's your
and disc.
PB in the pole vault?
My PB in the pole, we haven't started that yet.
All right.
We haven't. You know what? That might be my venture after I go and snag a gold medal at the Olympics in the 400.
All right. I don't know if you've talked with Jasmine about this, but she said that her next event is going to be pole vault. So y'all need to talk.
We're going to do it together.
Yes,
Matter of fact,
yes.
I'll have her do the runway, and then I'll do the jump. Like, we'll just
Perfect.
switch the pole
You got it.
mid-run.
So again, we've got Deptford Track Club in lane 2, Grand Street in 4, and then North in 8.
And the boys are looking confident on this track right now.
So if you weren't a 400-meter specialist, given that you have all this experience with other events, what do you think you would do?
If I wasn't, honestly, would probably be shot put.
Yeah?
Yeah, I loved shot put so much. It was just a fun time, even though, you know what? Yeah, no, shot put was what it would be, for sure,
Right.
for sure.
Well, we have the hurdles underway. All 3 of these men very tightly matched at the moment. Clean hurdles across the board for them, and slight advantage now to lane number 2. That is the Deptford Track Club. But being contested, that yellow kit of North Track Club, they are moving well, and as they hand off to their final runner, this is going to be Jacob Kyler, and a hard fall, but like you said, getting up and finding a way to get it done.
And his form still looked pretty decent going over those last couple of hurdles.
Absolutely. So really, really well done there by the North Track Club. That is the fastest time of the day, another sub 32. Wow. So we've got 31:22 for North. That puts them just ahead of the Scarlet Knights out of our previous heat. And again, well done by all of these runners to either stay on their feet or get back up when they go down.
You know what they say, you're not truly a hurdler until you fall over one. So a lot of these guys, you're getting a stamp of approval, just know.
That's right. And a little easier, I must say, as a former steeplechaser, to go down over a hurdle than over a barrier.
Oh, yes, because I have fallen over a steeplechase barrier before. I also did a steeplechase events one time,
okay, so
too.
if anyone needs advice on any event in the sport of athletics,
please come.
Caitlin's your girl. Please hit her up. She's done it all.
I ran cross country. I've done a steeplechase race. I threw disc. I threw shots. I was a heptathlete at one point, so I did hurdles. I am now currently focusing on the 400. You know, the 1 and the 2 were in there at some points.
I like how you just kind of settled in the middle.
Yes.
It was like, okay, I've done it all. The 400's the middle. I'm going to come there.
The worst pain of your life, but you know, better than anything else I've ever felt.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got our next section on track. It is a full heat. We've got Lexington Elite in 2, Hopkinton Track in 4, Paladins in 6, and that is the RFH Dogs Track Club in lane 8. And the advantage right now to Lexington out of lane 2.
As they should. A little bias coming out of Kentucky.
That's right, absolutely. Oh, and a hard fall. I'm so amazed by the ability. It's like gymnastics.
It is. You know what?
It's like tuck and roll and keep going.
I feel like that's the perfect way to put it, honestly. You guys, if track doesn't work out, please go and try gymnastics.
That's right, absolutely. And that was Hopkinton that came through for that win in fantastic form. So 31-1-5. We keep cutting it down. RHF Dogs Track in 32.29 for second. That puts them into 6th overall. And huge performance there for these guys. They're very happy with that. All right, so we've got our final section now. This is the fastest seated section. I apologize. That was our final section. So that's how the results are going to shake out. We've got Hopkinton Track Club as our victors, 31-15. North Track Club in second at 31-22 and 31-8-3 for the Scarlet Knights. Well done, gentlemen.
We hear our good friend Jasmine on the mic in stadium right now. She is getting everyone absolutely pumped. So if you are in stadium, so you probably wouldn't be watching this if you are in the stadium, but on the off chance that you are, make sure that you give some noise and get this party started.
So we're gonna have our championship section now of that shuttle hurdles. They're going to be announced in the order that they're running. This is going to be the Norseman Track Club in 2, MS Weston in 4, Winslow in 6, and the Washington Township Elite will round out our field in 8. And again, Caitlin, imagine, you're a high schooler. We've all seen like world champs, we've seen world relays, all of these events where the teams come out and they're called and, there's their name up on the board.
Right.
They get a little moment to do their, their photo op before they head out to the track. It's exactly the same thing here at the track at New Balance. These young athletes getting hyped up in front of a really supportive crowd and an opportunity to, strut their stuff and feel like they are the center of the action.
Because they are the center of the action, I believe this is an experience that everyone should get to have at least once in their life, because you get to feel like you are the star, because you are the star. And I think that's an important confidence booster for people that are moving into a sport that is constantly elevating. You want to feel like you have the opportunity and the wherewithal to be able to, come into this sport and make a name for yourself.
Absolutely. I wanted to ask you about something that you mentioned earlier with doing so many different events, because I feel like, there's kind of a tendency to specialize a little bit younger and younger because the sport is elevating and because we need to kind of like be on our game from such a young age. What kind of value do you think there was in exploring all those different events?
I think the most valuable thing was being able to have fun. I know that, it's getting a lot more serious with the fact that the sport is continuing to elevate. But I love the fact that I got to do shot put. I'm like, okay, 200 ain't going well, but I can go chill with my shot put friends for like the next hour or something and see if I can get a PR out of it. I believe that being able to explore will allow you to figure out what you need to specialize in. And by the time you get to college, I think that's the time we should start specializing, and you don't have to make that decision completely for yourself.
Amazing. Well said. So again, these boys being introduced now. Norseman Track Club, we saw that was Christopher Short, Andrew Tandler, Chase Marks, and Seth Kaufman. MS Weston will be Ben Verheeren, Brendan Martin, Timothy Tylick, and Eli Wawersick. And then Winslow in lane 6 is going to be Jameel Patterson, Cameron Miller, Jalen Wall, and Uchechku Ajimalik. And then Washington Township will be in lane 8 with Kanye Mills, Kotel Zach, Nico DiGiamaco, and Yeshaya Brown.
See, me personally, they was doing a little joggy jog down that track. I would have been doing backflips. I'm in the championship race. I am the center of attention. Let me put on a show for
gymnastics,
y'all.
right?
Yes, exactly. You get it.
So again, on paper, this will be your fastest section of the day. The time to beat is 31:15. That was set by Hopkinton Track Club in our last section. These guys know the time to beat.
Do you think we'll see a 30 points?
I have faith.
I have got faith as well. Once you start bringing me out in music and giving me little fireworks, oh yeah, at this point we gonna run 29.
Again, Caitlin, we didn't see any backflips. However, I think they're saving it. We've seen some backflips through these hurdle races, so they're saving it for this.
We don't need any more. We don't need any more backflips.
That's right.
I would honestly prefer if you guys did the backflip, not while you're racing.
And they are underway, closely matched right now. That is Washington Township Elite. That's Kanye Mills running very quick out of lane 8. And a tumble by him, but finds a way to get over it. So this is Norseman, MS Weston, and Winslow tightly contested right now, with the advantage going to Winslow out of lane 6, and they head into their final runner. It is Winslow and Norseman. The battle is on.
Oh, I think that Norseman might have gotten it.
And it was Norseman Track Club, 31-18, 31-29 for Winslow, 31-89 for Weston, and then Washington in 32-38. Fantastic performance, but that means Caitlin Hopkinton actually sneakily took it from the second to last heat.
Oh, they probably came into this meet knowing that they were going to be first, okay? So Norseman unfortunately takes second, but it's not unfortunate because you are the second fastest shuttle hurdle relay in the country.
Amazing. So that will conclude our championship boys shuttle hurdles. We will move to our girls. We'll have 10 sections of the championship girls shuttle hurdles. So again, shout out to our officials who are just doing some final adjustments on the straightaway at this beautiful facility, the track at New Balance here in Boston. And our girls will get set for section number 1. Each of these sections.
Hearing a couple screams on the track. It's looking like people are getting real excited in here. I think that's something that I love about track. I love a lot of things about track, if you guys have heard over the past hour. But another thing that I absolutely love about track is when you hear somebody's mother, grandmama, or auntie cheering for you.
Yes.
Everyone in the stadium is going to hear that. I mean, listen, I know some people are like, oh, it's too loud, it's too that, it's too whatever. No, do you understand the kind of, I don't know, boost that you get when you hear someone's auntie, mother, or grandmama cheering for you? It's like you just got like the mushroom in Mario Kart. It's crazy, right?
I love that.
They're currently setting up these hurdles. Our girls are getting ready to race. Got some good energy in the stadium. People practicing their pole vaults. A couple of girls practicing their long jump. Now, if someone told you today that you had to compete in a shuttle hurdle relay, who are the other 3 women that you would have with you?
Okay, you for sure.
Okay.
Now that I know that you've done it all and you're a superstar across all the different events. That's a good question, though. Can I put Sydney on my team?
I just feel no, you can't put Sydney on your team. She's going to demolish everybody. She wouldn't even need us.
All right, all right. That's a good question, then. Can I put Perdita Feliciano on my team?
Yes.
All
yes,
right, I'm going to put Perdita. And shout out to my girl Perdita, because she has been a fellow fantastic woman broadcaster who's a retired Olympian. And you know what? I'm going to have to think about my fourth. I'm going to come back to you about that. But right now we are underway with Lexington Elite out of lane 2. And then we've got West Bridgewater out of lane 4. And it is Lexington with a big lead at the moment. This is Heidi Alexandrian racing for Lexington.
Bridgewater tried to make that as even as possible, and they have now taken the lead in that black uniform. I think that Lexington still has a chance if they get to that hurdle. It is not over until it's over, and West Bridgewater has got an absolute monster for their anchor, and they are going to win that by a mile with 37.40, and Lexington Elite Track Club comes across in 38.35.
Great mark to throw down off the bat. So that was Ava Zayavong for West Bridgewater taking that final leg. And we move right along to heat number 2. So we have 3 teams competing here. They are Westwood Track Club in lane 2, Pentucket Track Club in 4, and then Sachem Track Club in 6.
You know, I think somebody should be named Track Club. Because at this point, everyone's Track Club. So to make it different, you got to have Track Club.
I still like the Hurdle Turtles. That's still my favorite. So again, this is going to be Taylor Regan, Brighton Seymour, and Isabel Wheeler for Westwood, Pentucket, and Sachem, respectively.
We've only got one lady over here. Oh, none of them are using blocks. They are all deciding to take off in just regular 4-point stances. And it is not doing them any disadvantage as they are all getting over the hurdles very, very well. We are now on our second leg. It seems as if we have got lane 6 in first, but lanes 5 and 3 are doing what they can to make that up.
So that's Sachem out of lane 6, moving really well as Westwood, too. That is Ruby Codrington of Westwood Track Club in that pink kit, and she will put them in the lead with a huge final leg. That's Catherine Tran, and they are going to take this section in 37.05 officially, so that moves them into first.
They have just woken up the entire stadium. They said, if you want to put down a 37 in your heat, I'm going to put down a 37 in mine.
That's right. You can see that they're pumped up. I love that.
Speaking of pumped up, did you see about the kid who got disqualified for cheering after his race? You know what?
Yes.
I am so happy that these young ladies and young boys are out here cheering for themselves, cheering for other people, and just having a great time. Because that's what track is all about. What is the point of getting to the pinnacle of success if you cannot celebrate it?
I couldn't agree with you more. Absolutely. And especially, I think, again, at this age, the emotions are high. You know, this is the event. You know, you've made it. You are at New Balance Nationals. You've made it to the top level, and to be able to celebrate that is a really beautiful thing. So we move along to our next section now. We have 2 teams competing. They're going to be Felder Track Club in lane 2 and Amesbury in lane 4. This is Melinda Hagginson and Megan McAndrews.
A little stumble over that first hurdle in lane 1, but it's going to be just fine, and she is still in first place. Her teammates is going to come across that second hurdle, still holding that lead. However, we're going to see who is going to make this move and keep it in first place.
You know what I think is so interesting about these shuttle relays is that these athletes are switching their lead leg every hurdle.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that'll also come with time, as we talked about developing form, developing strength. You're really just getting out here, getting the feel for it. And I believe over time they'll stick to a particular leg. But that's also about just making it happen. Like, shoot, I might not be on the right leg, but I'm sure going to get over this hurdle.
That's right, absolutely. So Westwood Track Club remains in the lead at 37.05. 37.40 for West Bridgewater. Those are your top 2 teams at the moment. As we head into our next section, this is going to be Washington Township Elite in lane 2, Scarlet Knights in 4, Ocean City in 6, and the Golden Eagles Track Club in lane 8.
I know whoever wins this race is going to have the time of their life celebrating in Dave & Buster's, because that's the place that y'all, that's the only place y'all old enough to get it at this point.
That's right.
I know it's going to be an absolute party. I loved it when I went to nationals, and our coaches would always find a place for us to go after we competed. It just, allows you to just let some gas off your chest,
Yep, absolutely. And again, it's that team bonding experience too, and that's what so much of this is about, particularly in these relays. And all 4 of these teams super tight at the moment. That is Washington Township looking really strong in lane 2. This is Ella Johnson, their second runner, but so too Ocean City out of 4 in those black kits. This is going to be Kaylee Duff for Ocean City, but keep that eye on those speedsters out of lane 1. Washington Township Elite cruising to victory. Amazing.
A 35-12.
Oh my gosh.
Demolishing every other team in this field, and they also dragged Ocean City Track Club to a 36-35. Oh my God, Washington Township, we hear you, we see it. This is y'all race. We understand now. You ain't got to tell us no more. Oh my goodness, but we are not even done, so who knows what's going to happen. We might even see a 34 in this race coming soon. So Washington, we'll see if you hold true to that first place spot. Our next heat, we are going to have the Carolina Cavaliers, the Borough Panthers Track Club, and the Cicero North Syracuse Track Club. 3 teams in this heat. All of them are on the line right now, so we will have a full race. We've got some teammates showing each other love. Love to see it. Absolutely loving that white, purple, and blue uniform. I need to know where y'all got that from.
You know what? That's what Jasmine and I were saying yesterday. There were a few relay teams last night that I was just like, I gotta know, because I need it. I need to order it. I need to wear it. I need to race in it.
Listen, it's all about being cute. I already told you your makeup was cute today. Yes.
Look good, feel good, run good.
Yes.
And they are away, tightly matched right now. It is going to be Cicero with the advantage out of North Syracuse. That is Kaylee Congdon passing off to Anna Els. And a fall for her, unfortunately, which means that our pink team of the Borough Panthers are in the lead and running very strong. That is Cody DeMaro, and she's going to hand off to her final teammate, Serena Danko. This is the Borough Panthers Track Club show, and they are through in a very speedy time as well of 35:46. So that moves them into second overall behind Washington Township Elite at 35:16, and splitting the difference between them and Ocean City at 36:35. So Caitlin, we've got 2 teams at that 35-second mark, and we still got more to come.
Oh my goodness. I'm telling you, a 34 is going to come. It has to come at this point, because if it doesn't, I'm going to have to go down there and run it myself. I'll just run all 4 legs. I got that hurdle and that steeplechase.
I kind of want to see that. Yes. Again, the speed endurance, right? That's what it comes down to.
Listen. As long as y'all don't put me in no 400 hurdles, we're going to be good. That's all I ask y'all not to do. So, Coach Green, if you listen,
all right.
Don't let it happen.
It's been said. She'll do pole vault. She'll do shot put. She will not do the 400.
I'm not doing 400. Matter of fact, this is Sydney's house. That is Sydney's race. Sydney got that, okay?
You know what? No one should even bother trying to compete against that. That's fair.
What I'm saying.
Fair. Let's let her have that.
Okay, because as soon as she runs 49 seconds, it's over with. At that
That's
point,
right.
We gotta abolish the event. Nobody else can touch it at that point. We have to memorialize it in history.
Do you think the hurdles just disintegrate at that point?
Yes,
in her honor.
As soon as Sydney McLaughlin runs 49 seconds over 400-meter hurdles, there will no longer be hurdles, because all of them will just disappear.
I agree. All right, so we're underway with our next section. This is Potomac Senior B, Potomac Senior A, and Milton Track Club and Blacksburg. Potomac Senior B did not start, and you're right, that was an unfortunate tumble, but again, to your earlier point, these athletes just finding a way to get it done. This is Blacksburg with the lead. That's Anna Sevk of Blacksburg handing off to Maya Littlejohn. Look at the speed that this girl has over these hurdles. That is incredibly impressive. And what a time. She is through in 35:67. So that is the third fastest time of the day.
I think we are knocking on that door of 34. I hope it comes. In this next heat, we are going to have Cicero North Syracuse, Guilderland Track Club, Hillsborough Track Club, and Legion Track Club, New York Boys Legacy Track Club, and very, very long name.
That's right.
However, they wanted to make sure y'all knew who they was, so they decided to distinguish themselves.
So this will be heat 7 of 10. Again, our fastest section of the day will come, at least on paper, in section number 10. But again, the drama continues unfolding. You can't count out any of these teams.
In the blocks right now. And the gun goes off as these ladies get over the first hurdle. You know they're moving fast because those numbers are flying off of their hips. We are about to start this second leg right now as they come flying down the track. That is lane 4 in a clear first place. However, we got that outside lane, lane 8, trying to make a run for some money. These ladies are going to do an excellent job on this third leg, fighting for first place. A little bit of a stumble, but they will be just fine as we move into this last leg. We have got lane 4 coming to the finish line, but lane 2 making a fight and grabbing first place. Oh my God, another 35. Cicero North Syracuse fighting their way to the end. Like I always say, the race is not over until it is over. And the thing with hurdles, there's a lot of room for error. So as long as you get back up and keep it going, you never know who's going to get first place.
Absolutely. Great composure there for Cicero North Syracuse. Their time of 35:58 puts them into third overall. Again, Washington Township elite and the Borough Panthers still hold those first two positions in 35:16 and 35:46 respectively, as we move on to section number 8 of our championship girls shuttle hurdles. This is going to be Warrior Track Club in 1, Warrior Track Club in 2, Franklin in 4, Woburn in 6, and then Adrenaline will be out of lane 8.
I've seen a lot of girls in pink uniforms. I am obsessed, okay? The versions of pink that we have been seeing. Now I feel like I need to change my nail appointment because I was going to get yellow on Monday, but now I feel like I got to get pink. I'm feeling it now.
I think we have to. I think we owe it to these girls.
Yes, we do owe it to them. You know what, ladies? I got you.
I always raced in university. I raced in pink compression sleeves.
Ooh, as you should.
And I feel like it made me faster.
You know what? I think it made you faster too.
Thank
something
you.
about the pink and something about the compression.
That's right. That's right.
Unfortunately, we do have a fall, but loving it. She got right back up, and she is going to continue for Woburn. We have lane 7 in first place, and she is going to, I guess, hand it off to her teammate. Let's see if she can hold it because we have lane 2 fighting for first, and she is coming over those hurdles very nicely. She is going to dip at the line first. Very, very excited for winning her heat in a time of, let's see if it comes up.
That was the Warrior Track Club who had that sort of late charge. That was Nikita Palsetia who came through for that win for her Warrior Track Club team. And we're just, like you said, Caitlin, waiting on some results here, waiting on the official time, but that looked super speedy to me.
Way too speedy for me. She definitely beat me over hurdles.
She was so fast that they broke the clock.
They couldn't, couldn't even see her. They, like, were these girls even on the track? I don't even know.
So we'll wait for that time to populate as we get ready for our penultimate section. This is going to be So just waiting on some information about this team as our timers get set. Here we go. It's Westford Track Club, Riverdale Track Club, Norseman, and Westfield. And that is Riverdale with the slight advantage right now, but keep your eye on lane 7-8. That is the Westfield Club. Another unfortunate fall.
I think we need to take a lesson in confidence and grit from these ladies, because as many people as we've seen fall, they get right back up. Oh my goodness. I hope they do not feel bad about this at all, because, you know, sometimes life just happens, and to be out here, I mean, I feel like it's better that you're falling at New Balance Nationals, because at least you can say you was at New Balance
That's
Nationals.
right, yes. No, not only that, but you not only fell, you got back up at New Balance Nationals.
Exactly. How many other people can say that? Not too many, girl.
And I love the celebration of these ladies. Just pure joy being able to celebrate with your teammates after that collective victory. So that was Warrior. No, I'm sorry. That was Westfield at 36.15. So that moves them into 7th overall. And we are getting ready, Caitlin, now for, again, these super fun introductions for our fastest section of the day. This is going to be, again, on paper, our fastest seeded teams.
I'm excited. We have got Bullis in this championship. We already talked about their legacy and how fast they are. I see a familiar name, Mila Green, not just because she shares the same last name as my coach, but she also did come on a visit to Kentucky, even though she committed to Tennessee.
All right.
So it's going to be exciting to see her come out here. I've never seen her race. I've only met her in person, and she was an absolute sweetheart. So I'm excited to see what her and her team do today.
Fantastic. So again, keep your eye on that Bullis Track Club with that fantastic legacy of success behind them. The team just introduced was Union Catholic Track Club. That is Taylor Cox, Ajane Thompson, Leah Gold, and Alexandra Bond.
Come on, come on. They are getting lit. I'm loving the energy that they are bringing. I'm still waiting on somebody to bring a backflip down this track. But until that happens, I will just accept the throwing of the hands and the absolute fun time.
So lane 2 was Motor City, although I don't see them out there. So we're going to move right along to Bullis, who you were just enjoying the energy of. That is Kennedy Flynn, Mila Green, Gabby White, and Cassidy Hopkins. And then our final team is going to be Winslow. That is Janelle Marshall, Messiah Bronner, Sierra Handy, and Cameron Holness.
These young ladies are poised for absolute greatness today. This is your championship heat, so we are expecting to see something very, very fast. And with the energy that I saw as they were coming out onto this track, I am pretty sure they will deliver as promised. All of these ladies have got beautiful uniforms on. We do have the basic purple, but I am loving the shade of it. We have got Bullis, who is known for having the big B on their back. And then we also have, is that Union
That's
Catholic?
Union Catholic,
Union
yep.
Catholic with the pink, blue, and white. Loving the pastel colors. Not only will these ladies run really fast, but they will be looking super cute while they do it.
Absolutely.
So,
As we mentioned earlier, through all of our relays yesterday and some of our sprint prelims as well, Bullis time and time again showed up in our notes, in the record books. We couldn't get away from talking about how strong this team is. In fact, they're so strong that I believe it was their girls 4x200 prelims. They qualified both their A team and their B team through to the final. So out of, you know, about 15 or maybe even 20 heats, only 8 make the final. and 2 of those teams are going to be representing Bullis.
I know it is. We talked about it when you've got young kids and you've got them making the finals in doubles. I mean, I don't even know.
That's quite a flex.
It is a very nice flex, I might add. I mean, if I was the coach, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. They are doing some runouts over the hurdles, looking very, very nice. As you can see, officially we have Motor City Track not starting, but it is okay because I know that Bullis Winslow and Union Catholic will put on a great show for us. Ladies are looking very confident going over those hurdles. I don't think we have too many things to worry about. I think we also have to admire the speed of setting up your hurdles while you're waiting for your teammates to come back.
Yes. And there's something, too, about this sort of back-and-forth relay where you can see your teammates at the other end. I think that might be additionally motivating. You know, we've talked about these athletes going down and then finding a way to get back up and keep their momentum going. And I think it's a little harder not to do that if you're looking your teammate literally in the eye.
I think it would be very, very hard to focus, especially if somebody runs way too well.
Yes.
I would be hopping up and down, doing cartwheels. We have got Mila Green, second leg. I told you all, she is a beast at the hurdles. She has got her teammate in first place.
Hard fall by Bullis.
It is okay. Hopefully she gets up very soon. Hopefully there is no detrimental injury to her.
And that was
she
such
gets
an
up
unfortunate
very
injury.
slowly.
So
I believe that she is done. She is walking back to the start line. Unfortunately, we are sorry to see that, Bullis. It looks like she was going to have a very, very great race. So we have Union Catholic 33:50. Wait, 33:50. Oh my God. You guys, 2 seconds faster than second place Winslow at 35:09. I was too busy making sure that Bullis was okay. I didn't even see the 33. You guys, I was only wishing for a 34, and my wildest dreams came true. Congratulations to Union Catholic. I know y'all about to be turned up in Dave & Buster's tonight as you are the champions of the girls shuttle hurdle relay. Wow.
And these girls can hardly believe it. They are so emotional. It's so great to see. Union Catholic, that is Taylor Cox, Ajane Thompson, Leah Gold, and Alexandra Bond. What a performance. 33:50. That is an absolutely blazing time.
Taking pictures to remember this beautiful moment. What an amazing race. I mean, 33? I was not expecting 33, and now they are running down the track to give each other hugs. This is the cutest thing I have ever seen. Oh my goodness, you guys. I mean, just imagine the feeling of being a champion and being able to hug your teammates right after. I could only imagine what that is like. It takes me back to when the USA women run the 4x1 this summer, especially when everyone thought Jamaica was going to win and TT Terry was hurling down that final stretch. And so to know in that moment that you are the champion for the next year, I mean, how do you feel about that?
I can only imagine too, and it is so great to see that camaraderie. You're seeing them on your screen now. This is the Union Catholic team. They were our victors, and they are absolutely enjoying the moment, rightfully so. Like you said, you have to grasp this moment and celebrate it, and they're doing that in fine form. So huge congratulations to all of our shuttle hurdle relay athletes. We're going to move now on to the 200-meter Rising Stars boys and girls. This is going to be the first round, and if my information is correct, as it's been with every other event, it will likely be top 8 on time who will be through to the final.
It seems as though we have got some pretty loaded fields here for the Rising Stars boys 200. I'm excited to see what they are going to do. I know a little bit more about these 200s than I do know the specifics about some hurdles, so I'm excited to chat with you guys about how you get around these banks and, you know, how to just make some stuff shake.
So the Rising Stars Boys 200 is set to go off at 1:10. We are, again, thank you to all of our hardworking officials, so far ahead of schedule that we're actually going to have a short pause on the track here so that the athletes don't have to adjust their warm-ups too much. So that means that it is likely that our Rising Stars Boys 200 set to go off at 1:10. It is now 12:48, so we probably have about a 10-minute break now before we move on to that 200, but we will certainly keep you updated about when that is going to come back on. Stay with us. I am Kate Van Buskirk. I'm so excited. We got Kate and Caitlin on the stream right now. So excited to be joined by superstar Caitlin here, bringing all of the sprint knowledge. We are here live at New Balance Nationals at the track at New Balance here in Boston, Massachusetts. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment's time.
Super cute. I got it for like, I think $15 or like $15.
because you're about to hop back in. I just texted her like 2 seconds ago, so
So I'm not certain of this because we haven't gotten any full information about qualification, but my understanding, as it's been so far, is everything is top 8 by time.
hopefully.
So it's just like top, like 8, and what you'll see on here is once the results start populating, if you go to compiled results, you're going to see 8th position will be highlighted, like yellow, so that you can always see what the bubble time is.
Okay, sweet.
All right, I'll hold it down while you put yours back on. Good?
So some final instructions being given now to our boys pole vaulters as we get set for our next event on the track. This is going to be the championship boys, the Rising Stars boys 200. And this is the first round.
We have got James Selmsman in lane 2, Trenton Oilier in lane 3, Challenger, what a nice name, Valentine in lane 4, Jackson Hayward, Ann Arbor Track Club lane 5, and Matthew Goins, Mount St. Joseph in lane 6 in that purple uniform.
So this is heat 1 of 13.
Yes, yes, yes. The bank is back up on the track. If you guys don't already know, bank tracks give you a lot of advantage. So we're going to see some pretty hot times from these boys today.
So, Caitlin, tell me more about that. I mean, obviously this track is known for being super fast. We know that, you know, the angle that a bank is at makes a big difference. But at a facility like this, again, having, you know, run so many 200s in your life, what does it do to you or for you to have this kind of a facility with this kind of technology at your advantage?
So it's super, super amazing because, one, it gives you a lot of experience. Honestly, once you run on a bank track, you never want to run anywhere else. But obviously that's dependent on where you're at and the technology that you have at access to you. But the best thing about a bank track is that it gives you such a surge of power coming around that turn that when you come on these straightaways, it's honestly just bringing it on home.
So we are set, and hopefully our cameras will readjust so that we can film our section number 1 of the boys Rising Star 200 meters. You can see them in the background there.
Coming up that turn really well. Hayward is trying to make a move. However, that is going to be Oilier. But no, Hayward makes it first to the line.
And that will be Jackson Hayward and Arbor Track Club
22:34 for Jackson Hayward. Matthew Goins gets second in 22:53. So when you're on a bank track, what you want is to have the outside lane. That is more preferable because those inside lanes, just like an outside track, is super, super tight. And it's even more tight when you're talking about a bank track. So those people in lanes 4, 5, and 6 have the better advantage as they do not have to run super, super tight turns to make sure that they are executing the way that they need to. We have only got 3 people in this heat: Devin Sloan, Michael Walker, and Timothy Wright. They are moving. They are trying to make a couple of steps on that back turn. Coming through to the finish, it is going to be a fight. However, I believe that is going to be lane 3 who takes it home with a 21:85. Michael Walker is going to be your heat winner and your first guy to run 21 today. Your next heat is going to be Alex Lambert, another Bullis athlete, Peyton Wheeler, Matthias Carter, Jose Davis Whitaker, and Woodward Weddington.
So fastest time in the nation this year, Caitlin, is 20:76.
Oh,
That's
Lord.
held by Nicholas Harbour out of Archbishop Carroll High School. Again, a team that we've seen represented here quite a bit.
We are no stranger to him. He might be a big kid, but he knows how to move. And as we can see on this track, these guys know how to move as well as they are coming around that back turn. It is going to be kind of even. However, I believe it's going to be the outside lane, lane 8, that is going to take it. Lane 6, I'm sorry.
That was Weddington in 21:67, running unattached. So that puts him in the top position right now as we head into our next section.
These heats are moving very fast. You have Alexon Songor, Robert Young, Jermaine Brown, and Nathan Sims, who is going to be your next heats. Alexon Songor is not going to start, so we will only have lanes 4 through 6 running. They are taking off very, very strongly coming around this first turn. They're pretty even. However, it seems that it's going to be Jermaine Brown that's trying to make the biggest move. Battling to the finish line, but Brown is going to take it to win this heat in a 21:80. We are seeing some more 21s today, but as Kate mentioned, the fastest time in the nation is a 20.76. Hopefully we will get a taste of that at some point today. In this next heat, we are going to have Evan Pardue, Ryan Grush, Chase Lockhart, another heat that is missing a couple of faces. So will only be lanes 4 through 6 coming around this turn.
And again, to get through to that final, you have to be top 8 on time. Right now, that bubble time is Matthias Carter of Jackrabbit Track at 22:30. So keep your eye on the clock as these young men make their way around the circuit.
It seems to be Ryan Grush who is making the most moves out of this. However, Evan is no slouch. He is not going to let him take it. Who's going to bring it to the line first? A chest hair. I could not tell you who that was. It is going to be Evan who takes that 21:92 with Grush second in 21:97. That shows you that you have to work hard. So the thing about Evan, he didn't get out the fastest, but he did definitely finish the fastest, and it just matters about who gets to the line first.
And I love that you keep talking about how important endurance is, even as a sprinter. You know, you got to be able to time your race perfectly. It doesn't matter how short it is. You have to be able to find that groove and get through to the line with as much endurance as possible, even in the sprints. So moving on to heat number 6, we've got Jordan Davis of Bullis, Michael Long unattached, Keenan Jackson, Kenneth Carpenter, and Landon Stormer.
Missing a few more faces. However, we have got the outside lane, lane 6, who is trying to make a move. However, I believe Keenan Jackson will make a little bit of a move as well. That is going to be Landon Stormer, who comes storming through in 22:15 with Keenan Jackson 22:44 and Michael Long 23:10. This next heat, we have got Julian Robertson, Nick Spikes, James Warmbroad, and Rohan Calder II.
So again, that bubble time now held by Timothy Wright of Above Expectations Track Club. 22:13 is the time to beat, and I wouldn't be surprised, Caitlin, if it's going to take 21 and change to get into that final.
Oh, you are definitely going to have to run 21 to get into this final. I feel like these guys have made it known that if you are not coming with your best, you cannot come at all.
So keep your eye on lane 6 on the outside there. That is Calder II, moving very well.
Extremely well, and I think this is just going to be his race. If he can hold it through on this turn, however, he is going to have to fight for it just a little bit, but I think that he has enough endurance to take it as he comes across in a 21 as well. 21:90 is what the official time would be, with Mr. Spikes coming in second in 22:13.
How could you not be a track athlete with a name like Spikes?
At that point, I mean, hey, your life was written. If you didn't follow the calling was going to come follow you.
That's right, yes, absolutely. So moving on now to our next section. Again, kudos to all of our officials for keeping things speedy and on time. We've got Alden Marks Jr. of Track Life University in 2, Jack Pino in 4. Sorry, that's Graham Green in 4, Cameron Williams in 5, and Nathan Miller in 6.
That'll be Marks Jr., Williams, and Miller.
Let's not count out Alton Marks, even though he does have to fight for it. He is moving on this inside turn. He is going to be storming. However, I believe that is going to be lane 5, Cameron Williams, who takes first in a 21.97. Kate, you were very much correct. You are going to have to run 21 to get into this final. And I know that might be a little bit of a struggle, but if there's any place to run 21, it is the New Balance track.
And we should just mention that that bubble time now is Cameron Williams at 21.97. The official time had to be looked at closely because he and Ryan Gruss both ran 21.966.
Yes.
So it came down to what's faster than 1,000th of a second?
Is it a millionth of a second?
I don't know what it is.
Real thing?
But I like when you said chest hair.
Yes.
Maybe that speaks to the
literal chest
age
hairs
of these guys. So we are underway with our next section. This is going to be Alcamar Rojas in 3, Gunnar Williams in 4, and Mitchell Kingson in 6.
They are looking really even coming around this last turn. However, who is going to be the person to make that move? I think it's going to be the outside lane 6, Kidskin, who takes it. 22.52, what a nice race. 22.85 and 23.44 to round out that heat. You know, we've been missing a lot of faces in this meet today. It's a little bit unfortunate, but, you know, I'm really excited for the people who did get a chance to come out here, and I hope the people that didn't get to come out do have a chance to compete next year.
Well, and you know this so well, but I think that so many of these athletes enter multiple events. Maybe they were in the 4x2 last night. Maybe they're going to be in other relays or in the 100 or the 60 rather. So, you know, I think that it is unfortunate that we're not seeing everyone, but still incredible competition. We got an eye on the pole vault right now, but we should mention that right now we've got Max Moss, Dominic D'Angelo, and Graham Houghton out on the track.
Who is it going to be?
And it looks like it's going to be Houghton.
Yes.
Graham Houghton running unattached.
22.0. 22 flat. Yes. To take that. Max Moss, 22.34 to come right behind him.
So we're just going to have a pause on the track here. Unfortunately, we do have an athlete from that previous section who seems to have suffered an injury on the backstretch. So just a bit of a hold for these athletes.
I believe that was Dominic D'Angelo of the Rayleigh Wildcats.
And so he'll get some assistance. We should mention that the pole vault is in action on the infield as well. You saw that moments ago with our boys pole vault. Again, if you're just tuning in, please check out Runner Space, as there's a beautiful vault there, tons of clearance over that bar, and we'll try to keep you updated on that. But if you are looking for field events, you can find all of the recordings for free at Runner Space upon the completion of those events. And it looks like our athlete who was injured is getting some assistance right now, but set for this next section is going to be Jeremiah Kelly in 3, Cyprian Ajitabu in 4, and William Hoffler in 5. We should also mention that, again, Caitlin is a contributor for Sidious Mag, so make sure that you check them out online, on Instagram, on Twitter. Check back in with them. Chris Chavez and the crew are going to have some fantastic coverage later today.
Yes, in our live show, we have a special guest that will be joining us. I don't know if it's a secret or not, so I'm just not going to say it.
I like that teaser, though.
Yeah, if you guys want to come see one of the best athletes, I shall say, in history, then come tune into our live show. Not exactly sure what time it will be tonight, but we will be dropping it on our socials, as Kate mentioned, so make sure you stay tuned with us and see what wonderful person we have in store for you. As you saw yesterday, we had Trayvon Bromell, and he was such a pleasure to have another New Balance athlete who has absolutely made his mark in this sport. His story has been absolutely amazing. But on the track right now, we have Ian Naff, Maximilian Musial, Cullen Honrook, Jamie Asbury, and Nicholas Simmons in this heat.
And nice to see a full section, 5 young men on the track. And moving really well with that yellow kit, that's Jamie Asbury Jr. He's looking very strong right now, making up that stagger.
Extremely strong. However, it is not going to be given to him, as lane 4 is going to give him a little bit of a run for his money, but he definitely still holds strong.
And you love to see that camaraderie between these guys. That was a 21.96, so unfortunately just one spot outside of that top 8 at the moment. The bubble time held by Nathan Sims of Trinity Titans at 21.92. We've only got a few sections left to go here, so these guys know exactly what time they have to run to get through to that final. So this will be section 12 of 13. And in lane 2 will be Xavier Doctor, Furious Trammell in 3, Andrew Cirrus in 4, Cameron Flowers in 5, and Evan Hudson from Oberlin Phoenix will round out this field in 6.
These guys are looking really, really good here. We'll see if we'll get another 21 out of this heat. They take off very, very strong coming around this turn. It seems as though your early leaders are going to be lanes 5 and 6, but especially lane 5. That is going to be Cameron Flowers coming through. He's still going to have to fight to the finish, but I believe that he has got that strength that is going to allow him to hold on and run a 21.81. I believe he is definitely going to be in the finals. His final time is corrected to 21.80. He is currently in position 3, third fastest time of the day. That is going to be exciting to see him in the finals later on.
And that lane 5 seems to be the choice position for these athletes.
Yes.
Especially, again, on this beautiful track, the track. I love that it's just called the track at New Balance. It's like, no, we're the track.
The track.
We are the track at New Balance.
Just in case you didn't know, it's the track.
That's right, yes.
And so your top 8 qualifiers are going to be Goudyard Weddington, Jermaine Brown, Cameron Flowers, Michael Walker, William Hoffler, Jose Whitaker, Rohan Calder, and Evan Pardue. These are going to be your top 8 going into the finals of the boys 200. It is going to be an absolutely hot race, as Goudyard has ran a 21.67 and Evan ran a 21.92 to round out that field.
And we should mention again the pole vault continuing to take place on the infield. You're seeing some fantastic clearances there. Right now we have 6 guys over at 14.3 1/4. That's 4.35 meters. This is Connor White about to take his first vault. And nice clearance by him. Well done. So that's now 8 guys, 8 boys over that 14.3 1/4 height. We're going to get prepared now for our girls Rising Star 200 prelims. It'll be the same qualification process. Top 8 on time will get through to that final. We will keep you apprised of the results of the pole vault as they continue. But back on track now, we are into our section number 1. This is going to be Layla Smith, Sienna Lloyd, Deja Reed, and Avery Rupert.
Our ladies are running very, very strong here. It is very, very important when you are coming around this bank to use as much power as you can, so when you get to that home straight, you do not have to work as much. That is going to be lane 4, Deja Reed coming in first in a 24.68. Definitely starting the heat off early. She's letting y'all know that if you want to make this final, you better be coming with something hot as well. So we are going to have our next heat on the track. This one looks like a pretty full heat. Every lane has a person in it besides lane 1. This heat is going to have Devin Stroop, Avery Gilden, Annabelle Goudron, Nevaeh Burns, and Keena Sanders.
So 24:66, Deja Reed out of that first section. That is the time to beat at the moment. Quick mention that Maya Ray Pedersen holds the fastest time in the country this year at Caitlin, 22:89.
22:89 ain't no joke, and let me just tell you, if we see something like that today, I might just have to hop up out my seat. So as you can see, they are coming around this final turn. I told you, you have got to work on that turn if you do not want to have to do too much on that final stretch. And so we are going to have lane 5, Nevaeh Burns, coming in first place. She looked the most calm at the start line before the gun went off, so you could already tell that she was going to run something great. 24:82 is going to be her time officially.
So we are just going to get faster and faster as we move through these sections. Again, we have
66 is the time to beat right now.
A billion heats.
We do, actually. No, seriously. We have 28 heats of the Rising Stars Girls 200.
This is how you know it's a track meet for real. You got like 100 people in the 200, all right?
I honestly thought that was a mistake. I looked at it, I was like, there's no way there's 28. There are 28 heats. All right, moving on to section number 3. We have Jada Armstrong in 2. Oteria DeBose in 3, Jewel Domingue in 4, Kai Allen in 5, and Bryce Hatcher in lane 6.
Everyone wants to be a sprinter, and I think they are trying to tell people that they have the mark for it. Okay, lane 5 and lane 6 battling it out, but let's not count out lane 2. A fight to the finish with lane 6. I believe that is going to be Bryce Hatcher coming in 25:03 to win the heat. That was a strong fight. To run the 200, you have got to be a very, very strong athlete, because if you are not, you may get caught. So it was an amazing fight to see with those young ladies right there. Unfortunately, in this heat, we have only got one individual running. It is such a hard thing to race against the clock, but sometimes it's the best thing in the world, as you do not have to worry about anyone else. Just run your race.
And as that race gets underway, we are taking a quick look back at the boys pole vault. We are having some fantastic results there. That was Kyle James, unfortunately, with a second miss. That was a miss at 14.9. But to your point, Caitlin, we have Ogundairo running completely solo in this section. Good for her, running strong all by herself.
She has got the support of the crowd. The stadium went absolutely wild for her. She came in at a 27:11. I don't know if you guys have seen that meme on TikTok with the Lightning McQueen, but that's kind of how it was going on in here. She had all the fans, everyone supporting her, and now we have got the next heat on the track with Kaylin Johnson, Alex Boyd, and Rakaya White will be your 3 ladies in this heat.
Right now, that bubble time held by Oteria DeBose, that is 25.79, so these girls know exactly what they have to run to make it into that very difficult to make final. 28 heats and only 8 girls making it through to the final.
I believe that's going to be the inside lane who was making a little bit of a fight, but I think that lane 6, Rakaya White, is going to hold that all by herself. 25:32 to win. Man.
And that puts her in 7th position, so she's now in that sort of pole spot behind Jewel Domingue of Fast Lane Track Club. Time to beat is 25.72 to get through to that final. And like I said, they're just going to keep getting faster and faster as we move on to our next section. This is going to feature Dalen Hayes-Moore in lane 3, Arima Turner in 4, Kira Davis in 5, and Charlie Moody in lane 6.
That was a beautiful start from lane 3, Jalen Moore. I believe that if she works on this turn, that she might have a chance, even though she's on that inside lane. They are pretty even coming around this turn right here. But like I said, Jalen is working really, really hard to come around this turn. who is going to have the strength to finish? I believe that will be lane 6, Charlie Moody. 24.85 to put her into the final. She is now in 3rd position overall.
And Kira Davis as well at 25.04. That lands her in 5th. So at the moment, both of those ladies, like we said, heats are just getting faster and faster. And we should expect to continue seeing that. Again, we're checking in with this boys championship pole vault. This is Cole Hungate with his 2nd attempt. And he is clear over at 14.9. Nice vault by him. So we've got several guys over on their first attempt at 14.9. That's 4.5 meters.
This race is extremely, well, not extremely separated. However, it's going to be a fight in the middle of the track. You know, when you get that head tilt, you know that you're really, really fighting for something. We're going to see who came across first. Elizabeth Anderson, 24.84. She is now in 3rd place position to make it into the final. And her battler, Zaya, is sitting in 5th position with 24.91.
So we are moving right along. And again, kudos to all of our officials and our behind-the-scenes folks for keeping things on time. We have Brianna Bram in lane 2. Emily Campbell in 4, Ariana Moore in 5, and Demaya Richards in 6. And on your screen right now, again, checking back in with that pole vault, this is Peyton Casper with his first attempt at 14.9. And he has a ton of daylight between him and the bar. Gorgeous vault by him, so he is clear over that bar.
These ladies are coming in strong. That is going to be lane 5, Ariana Moore. I don't know if you guys had a chance to really think about what happened on that back turn over there, but she really tried to break that stagger as much as possible. So as I said, when she came through that final stretch, she did have to work. She did have someone challenging her, but it was not too much for her to worry about as she came through to that line in 1st place.
So our next section features Lauren Wooten of Track Life University in 3, Jayla Graham of Track Life in 4, Lindsay Johnson of Courageous Track in 5, and Elise Dickinson in 6 of MBA.
Very strong start from lane 4 of Jayla Graham.
So fast that both of her hip numbers flew off.
Yes,
did you see that?
I'm telling you guys, these ladies are moving so fast. I don't even understand why we have hip numbers anymore. But that is going to be lane 5, Lindsay Johnson fighting, but she does have some work to do. Lane 6, Elise Dickinson. Who is it going to be? All these 24.80s, I don't even know what to make of this, but it is Elise Dickinson from lane 6 who does take it with Lindsay Johnson just behind at 24.89.
This is our 3rd competitor of the day who has run 24.84 to the point where they've had to go to the 1,000th of a second. So we now have in 3rd, 4th, and 5th 24.84 in our results.
Ladies, if you want to solidify your spot in this final, you might as well come on ahead and run a 24.6, okay?
And they are underway.
Amazing starts. My goodness. Where was y'all when I was in high school? I need this.
So that's Eva Brandenburg, Maya Sullivan, Vanessa Waite, Gabriella Cunningham, and Amron Chilton.
God, breaking up that stagger in the middle of the track. I think she is going to take this all the way home.
That is Vanessa Waite. What a speed performance. Incredible finish by the Powerhouse
Athletics. She must have heard me.
Athletics.
I told you if you want to solidify, run a 24.6, and she ran a 24.57. That is going to be the fastest time of the day. Vanessa said, I am not leaving anything up to chance. I want to make sure I have a spot in this final.
I think you're the oracle. I think you just have to keep telling these girls what to do, and it's going to manifest.
Hey, listen, anytime somebody has called their shot on me and Jasmine's podcast, it's happened. I will say so. Next heat, Rayleigh Greco, Noelle Cumberland, Mia Edom, Brienne Barnett, and Morgan Johnson. They are all running extremely well coming around this turn. Looking relatively even. Who is going to be the person that makes the move? That is going to be lane 5, Brienne Barnett, who wins 25.08. She is currently sitting in 13th place with that 25.07 as her official time.
And as we move on to our next section, the bubble time to beat is held by Lindsey Johnson of Courageous Track Club. That 8th place spot currently at 24:89. Expecting to see these times continue cutting down. So in our next section in lane 2, we've got Chloe Thomas. Reese Cialini will start in lane 3. Farah Nazir will start in 4. And then in lane 5 will be Mira Russo of South Dade Express Track Club.
All right, everybody, on the inside, Chloe Thomas next to her, Reese Cialini, Farah Nazir next to her, and Mira Russo in lane 5.
So an evenly matched race right now, and I think that lanes 4 and 5 are moving incredibly well.
Very
Coming off
well.
that turn, though, it is lane 5.
Oh, that head tilt. You already know about that head tilt. That was lane 5. Or, yes.
Farah Nazir, 25-28. So that will put her in 18th place. The results in the top 8 remain unchanged. Again, that time to beat is 24:89 from Lindsey Johnson of Courageous Track Club. We are going to move right along to another very full section here. We've got 5 ladies on the track. They are Grace Hickman, Caitlin Fay, Jada Ray, Melody Harloff, and Addie Armstrong.
Who is going to make sure that they make this final? We've got some pretty strong starts here. It seems as though lane 4 had an amazing start. She is also not leaving anything up to chance as she is trying to work her way up that turn. But I believe that is going to be lane 5, Melody Harloff, who is trying to put the nail in the coffin with this one. Melody coming through. She will have to fight just a little bit, but she does make it. 25:04, currently sitting in 11th place. 25:03 is the corrected time.
So our next section features Kate Desilets in 2.
Oh, she must be fast. She's got your name.
Hey, I like it. London Atkinson in 3, Emma Thomas in 4, Simone Kelly in 5, and Kyla Palmer running unattached out of lane 6.
More beautiful. I mean, I have never seen so many beautiful starts from high schoolers before today, but that looks like early fights on in lanes 5 and 6, Simone and Kyla. Simone and Kyla are trying to make this race all about them. However, we do have the inside lane, London Atkinson, I believe, who is trying to make a fight for it. She is going to go, but it is lane, wait, who is it? Who's going to get it?
That was close
Very
at the
close.
line. That is given to Simone Kelly.
Simone Kelly, 24:13 with London in 25:15. When I tell you these races get very, very sticky, very, very close, you have got to watch out for that. This is track and field. Hundreds of a second, they matter. It will change your entire life and will, I don't even know. It'll be the difference between first and 6th place at some times. So it's exciting to see these ladies getting out here and getting after it. That competition is amazing.
So again, you're seeing the standings right now on your screen as we get ready for our next section. This is going to feature Sophia Slezis, Bridget Burns, Alani Sutherland, Leah Gould, and Simisola Boligan.
Oh, I have a teammate named Simi. That's her exact name, too.
Amazing. I like that, Simi.
Oh, my God. Lane 4, Eliana Sutherland in the pink hair. She is also just taking it to the line, looking very, very strong.
She's giving me Shelly-Ann vibes.
She
I love
is.
it.
I told you guys, 24:06. So she just ran the second fastest time of the day, 24:60. If you need a reminder, the fastest time is 24:58. So she is not too far behind. I am sure that it's going to be a very, very dangerous final when we see that later on in the meet.
And that means now that the bubble time to make it through to that final is 24:86. That is Ariana Moore of Maximum Velocity Track. Heading into our next section, we do have a scratch out of lane 3, meaning that Molly Doran will start in 2. Tanny O'Gwyn will start in 4. Taryn Henderson in 5. And Brittany Jennings in lane 6.
That is a pocket rocket. Taryn Henderson, she has already eaten up the gap coming around this turn. I don't think she's given anyone a chance to take this away from her. However, she will have to work just a little bit, but not too much as she comes through the line. 24:57. If it stays that way, she will be the #1 time of the day. 24:56. She is now sitting at the #1 position. I already knew that she was going to make something happen as she came around that first turn. She beat everybody off the first 10 steps. It was amazing.
I don't know. As soon as you throw out Pocket Rocket, you know it's going to be good.
You gotta live up to the expectation.
That's right, absolutely.
You gotta live up to the expectation, all right?
So we have a 3-girl race, it looks like, for our next section. That's going to be Naomi D'Souza in 2, Gabriela Cantalapidra in 3, and then Juliana Ligor in 6. And really fast start and nice holding of that position on the outside there by Ligor, but moving incredibly well. Our 2 athletes on the inside as well. So that looks like Cantalapidra, but a nice final kick there by Ligor. Yeah. And again, Caitlin, speaking exactly to what you talked about having to find, that extra gear, that endurance at the end of a sprint race to be able to come through for the win, and she does in 25:88.
Now, not to get too technical, if you don't know, you can't just all-out sprint at 200. So, you got to get out really hard those first couple of steps, but whatever you build and maintain, you have to hold, or what some coaches will call floating, until the very right moment, which is a little different for everybody. But once you feel it and it's time for you to take off, that's how you make sure that you got enough energy to get through to the finish line.
We've got Xenia Ray in 2, Jillian Striner in 3, Asia Elder in 4, Sage Hinton in 5, and Charlie Brings in 6. If you've been watching our feed, you know that some of these names are very familiar to you. You've seen them in the 4x2s, you've seen them in the SMRs, and that is a beautiful run by Sage Hinton of Bullis. Again,
24-12, ladies and gentlemen, we have talked about Bullis time and time again. They are the absolute monsters on this track. Personally, if it was me, if I seen them, I would get scared, I'd run away. But no, listen, ladies and gentlemen, Bullis is absolutely dominant. We have got another Bullis athlete in this next upcoming heat, and just so you know, Bullis just ran the fastest time of the day, 24-1. My goodness, a half a second faster almost than who was sitting in second position.
So expect some speedy times as we continue progressing through these sections. Another full heat here with Julia Korek in 2, Lisa Ray in 3, Jayla Dace in 4, that Bullis athlete Mariah Bernard in 5, and Charliana DaCosta in 6. And look at the speed and power of Bernard out of lane 5. She is cruising.
But she's got someone fighting for it. That is Blue. Oh my God, who is it going to be? No, Bullis. Bullis is going to take it to the line. 24-3. We are going to have 2 Bullis women in the final. That is no surprise. As we just talked about earlier, they have got 2 relays in the final.
Yep.
My goodness. They're
A and B, so look at the depth of that team.
Oh my God, this heat was extremely fast. I believe we'll have 3 women out of this making the final. Lisa Ray rounding out 3rd place, 24.70, and 2nd place, Dace, 24.64. Ladies, if you want to make this final, you gotta step.
24.70, like you said, Lisa Ray is that bubble time right now. So we've got Heat 20, if you can believe it, out of 28 coming up next. This is going to feature Liana Berger in 2, Morgan Green in 3, Layla King in 4, and Alexis Brown in 6. And we've got those DC cadets who had some fantastic performances in the relays last night as well. So watch lanes 4 and 6 for those speedsters in the red.
Oh, they are moving. You can tell they be at practice together because they are almost in sync. It is going to be teammate for teammate, stride for stride. They know how this works. They've been at practice together. 24-6-4, ladies and gentlemen. I believe that she is now in 6th position overall. That bubble time is increasing or decreasing drastically because now her teammate Layla ran a 24-8, but that is currently 16th place.
So Deja Reed of the DC Elite Track Club at 24.66 is that bubble time. We've got 4 women in this next section. They are Isabel Choma in 2, Casey Diggs in 3, Madison Brister, and Rhea Randolph.
I believe that this is all Randolph's race. She is all alone. Nobody with her. What is she going to run by herself? 24.5. I'm sure third place position. She is officially going to be in this final, barring that no one else runs extremely fast.
I can't wait to see what she does in that final, because that was a completely solo performance. She was on the outside. She was running blind. She had no one else in her sight. I was able to pull out the third fastest time of the day.
Sometimes that's the best thing, to run completely blind. You run like a bat out of hell and you'll be just fine.
Moving on to our next section, we've got Aliyah Murray, Corin Moga, Gianna Mullen, Sarah Marshall, and Francine Stevens.
This is a full heat that we have got here. Every single lady, I'm sure that they've heard and seen the time, so they are all trying their best and fighting to get into that final. I believe that it's going to be lane 5, Sarah Marshall, who takes it to the line, 25.33 to win her heat.
So we've got about 6 sections left now of these Rising Star Girls 200-meter prelims. Again, top 8 on time will make the final. You're seeing there a quick shot of the boys' pole vault. That action is also pretty hot at the moment. Paul Migas is who you just saw jumping, and he has a clean scorecard. He just cleared 15.3, and he has cleared every single height at the first time of asking. So, again, we'll keep you updated on that boys' pole vault. But back on track, we have Aaliyah Jalou, Jada Irwin, Sydney Chadwick, Avia Lane, and Zoe McFadden in section 23 of 28 of these girls' 200-meter prelims.
These ladies, my goodness, she is leaving that. Oh my God, guys, I don't even know what to say. That is lane 4 all on her own, cruising to the finish line. No doubt she's going to make this final. 24.67. She is sitting, oh my goodness, no, she won't. She is sitting in 9th place, which is a little unfortunate. However, she did have an amazing race, so she can definitely go home this weekend and think about how awesome she was running this race essentially on her own.
Incredible performance there from Avia Lane. Like you said, unfortunate. She's just outside of that top 8. That bubble time right now held by Jayla Dace at 24.64. And as we get ready for our next section, we have 4 ladies on track. They are Alexa Calandana, Megan Swan, Kalia Baker, and Dalen Gibson.
The ladies are off. More pink uniforms. They are going. Let's see how this final turn goes. They're all looking relatively even. However, I believe that is going to be lane 3. Alexa, who wants to make that move, but it's going to be lane 6. Dalen Gibson running a 24.60, 24.59 corrected. So she will probably be in that final, sitting in 6th place overall. It is getting hotter and hotter every single heat, you all. That's why it's called New Balance Nationals.
That's right.
You gotta be fast.
This is the fastest track in the country. This is the fastest party on the planet.
The fastest party on the planet is what it is. However, I just want to encourage you ladies, if you do not make this final today, this is not your last chance. There are other meets and there are other opportunities, and New Balance ain't going nowhere, so you always are going to have another chance.
Right.
So you will be just fine.
We've got another Bullis athlete here. This is Ryan Bigelow in 2, Bobby Olive in 3, Jazara Ameli in 4, Talon Segri in 5, and Caitlin Lennon in 6.
Coming up that turn, it's looking like lane 6 doesn't want to leave anything to chance. As she is coming around this turn, she is going to have to work, but not too much. Okay.
Wow.
24.16. Caitlin, I told y'all if her name is Caitlin, she is bound to be fast. All right, she runs exactly a full second faster than the woman, the girl who comes second in her heat, Bobby Olive. My goodness, Caitlin, give me some of that speed, girl. I need it. minutes, all right? I know we got to listen, the thing with Caitlin's, we take turns with our speed. We pass it around to everybody.
I like that.
So Caitlin, too, we got it last night as she became the national champion.
Yep. Just passing that baton back and forth.
Okay, and then she just gave it to this Caitlin.
Yep.
And I hopefully I'll be at UCF competing at my first.
Oh, you will be. No doubt.
So that means that it'll be my turn to have the speed. Oh my God.
Well, right now it is the turn of our second to last section. This is Kyla Williams, Jenna Jacobs, Kavina Finch, and Aliyah Bennett.
They are in the groove of this race. Nobody seems too shaken up, but it's going to be a fight in lanes 5 and 6. Here we go again with these tight races. So exciting. That's the thing that I love about racing. Like, I don't even care if you feel like the time isn't that fast. The best part about track is the races.
The competition,
okay?
absolutely.
The competition. How much are you willing to fight for it? I don't care if your PR is 50 or 60. Like, if you are willing to fight and to do what needs to be done, then that's an amazing race in and of itself.
Absolutely.
The time will come later.
That's right, absolutely. So right now that bubble time is held by Alani Sutherland at 24.60 as we head into heat 27 of 28.
I am a predictor. I said 24.6, did I not?
You sure did. It's almost like you know the sport, Caitlin.
I know. Oh, it's not like I'm a D1
no,
SEC
of course,
or anything.
Of course. So we've got Tatum Kramer, Denisha Tanay Dukes, Samaya Braggs, and Alexandra Allen. And look at the speed of Braggs out of lane 5. She is cruising.
Yes, she is moving around this turn. Oh my goodness. I think this is going to be her race. Hopefully she runs something fast enough to get into the final. And I believe that she will. 24:48. She is sitting in 4th position. And I believe we have one more heat left. There will only be 2 ladies in this heat.
So that means that the time to beat now is Dalen Gibson of Jackrabbit Track. She is sitting in that 8th position on the bubble at 24:59.
Wow.
So at least 6 of those women in the top 8 currently are going to make it through to this final, and we have this final section on track now. That's going to be Izzy Zahn of True Speed Athletics in 4, and then Haley Duncan running unattached in lane 6.
Just 2 ladies. See how well they do. I think they're going to do really well because they did have some really amazing starts here. That is Haley Duncan, who is running out there by herself, but Izzy does not want to let her get too far away. She is working on this turn. We'll see who comes off the bank first. That is going to be Haley that comes off the bank first, with Izzy trailing behind her. 24:84 for Haley Duncan to finish 16th overall.
So
we will have the top 8 ladies in a hot second.
So that means that it will be Sage Hinton, Caitlin Lennon, Mariah Bernard, Samaya Braggs, Rhea Randolph, Taryn Henderson, Vanessa Waite, and Dalen Gibson holds on to that final qualifying position. Those are the top 8 ladies heading into the final later. Congratulations to all of our athletes. And I believe, Caitlin, that we are being relieved now.
Yes, relieved of our duties. It was nice chatting with you all on this broadcast, but we will be joined by some other amazing commentators who are going to take you through the rest of these races for the evening.
The next event on the track will be the boys 200-meter championship prelims. We will not go more than 10 minutes ahead of schedule. Again, we will not go 10 minutes more ahead of schedule. The boys 200-meter championship prelims.
So we are again a bit ahead of schedule, meaning that our next race on the track is scheduled to go at 2:01. It is now 1:45, so we've got about a 6-minute break. But on behalf of myself and Caitlin, we want to thank you for tuning in to New Balance Indoor Nationals at the track at New Balance in Boston. It has been an absolute blast. You're going to hear both of us back on broadcast and throughout the PA during the rest of the weekend. Caitlin, thank you so much for this. It's been a true honor. I love it.
It's been a great time. I love the energy that we've been building off of each other. So if you guys ever want to see us again, you already know where to find me.
Caitlin,
Citius
how
Mag.
can people follow you?
How
What's
can
your
people
handle?
follow me? You can follow me on Twitter, KXNaomi. Same thing on Instagram, same thing on TikTok. You will find me, and I will give you all your track and field needs. If you want to listen to me talk a little more, you can follow me and Jasmine's podcast, Out of the Blocks, presented by Citius Mag on Apple Music and Spotify. Yeah.
That is a solid plug. I liked all of that, and absolutely well worth the follow. Please follow Caitlin. Please follow Jasmine. Please follow Citius Mag. Follow Trials of Miles. Make sure that you're following all of the New Balance Indoor Nationals. You can find me at K8VBeast on both Twitter and Instagram. I'm not cool enough to have TikTok, so you won't find me there, but I'll get on it eventually. We do have that boys pole vault continuing to progress, so make sure that you're checking back with the results there. That is Kyler Nichols, currently 11th. The bar is set at 465. These guys are crushing it. We got the pace lights going, we got the music cranking, and we are going to get ready for the championship boys. 200 meters prelims, and we're going to have another set of commentators bringing all the action. On behalf of myself and Caitlin, thank you so much. Stay with us.
Oh my God.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready for the championship boys 200 meters. We have 24 heats. We're going to take 8 to the final. Hey, who's having a blast here at the New Balance Nationals? Thank you all for coming. And thanks for
Lots more 200s to come here. Your lane assignments for Heat 1, Perrion Williams, Demetrius Sherion, Braxton Brand, and Alex Landry.
This is such a great event at the track at New Balance. The banks are up, and the boys are ready to run fast today.
So fun to have the 200 at an indoor meet where they just go from race to race to race. We just had about 40 heats of the Rising Stars 200s. We got another 44 of the championship in our first round. So lots of excitement for 200s. Top 8 times will go straight to the final. Tomorrow's final. And they're off. Williams, Sherion, Brannon, Landry. Sherion in 4, starting to make up some ground. Brand of Ann Arbor Track Club in 5. Makes up the stagger coming off the turn. And here comes Braxton Brand, lane 5 for Ann Arbor Track Club. 21-16 for Brand, so first race of the day, and Brand for the championship 200s, and Brand goes and puts a mark down for everyone to start chasing.
You never know who's going to pop out of one of these heats and surprise themselves today. We've seen a lot of PRs at the New Balance Indoor Nationals yesterday and the day before, so Saturday, we're ready to see some magic happen.
Ready to rock the track at New Balance, this hydraulic banked track, something different. Many of these runners some may have never run indoor. Most have never run on a track of this caliber. But when you have athletes flying in from all over the country, some that maybe their seed time is from an outdoor track last year, or maybe it's from New Balance Nationals indoors a year ago, and the schools down in the South, some of the West Coast schools that they don't have indoor track to race, like those of you that grew up on the Northeast, like you, Dana.
Yeah, we did grow up in the Northeast. However, we never had a facility that was as nice as this. These athletes are very much getting the pro athlete experience. They are stepping up and really being celebrated here at the New Balance Indoor Nationals.
Heat 2 now on the track, 2 in this section. Jermaine Thompson and Marcus Brown. Thompson goes in 5, Brown goes in 6. Seen a lot of Archbishop Carroll this weekend, and Marcus Brown on the outside and Archbishop Carroll lying. Marcus Brown out well in lane 6, and Thompson giving chase down the back stretch.
Smaller heat with just 2 athletes. Do you think that makes a difference in the 200?
I think for that athlete on the outside and Marcus Brown, it makes it really tough. You've only got one person chasing you down, and also when there's less athletes in the field, it just makes it a little bit different for the crowd when they're trying to engage, and it'll be much more exciting for those athletes when they get into those finals tomorrow. And there will be 2 heat final. It'll be the crowd going crazy. Thompson runs 21.62 to win that one. Brown 21.83. Just having 8 straight into the final, it's a pretty cutthroat 200, but also want to make sure that all these athletes are able to compete in the other events they're running in as well. So some will probably showcase in the 200s, some in the 60s.
Love to see these athletes doubling, tripling, doing whatever they can for their teams as they balance their individual events as well, especially over those events that you don't normally get to run, like the shuttle hurdle relay.
Shuttle hurdle relay is a lot of fun to watch, and they kind of took over that whole inside of the track, and for about an hour of watching those relays go back and forth, it was an absolute blast and something you really only get maybe once, maybe twice a season. We've got Winston Lewis, Premier Win, Reese Morgan, and Javion Green going in Heat 3. Javion Green of MVA. Seen MVA showing out so far this weekend. National record in the 60 from the MVA team earlier today. And Green is out well.
Look at that stride as he pushes around the curve, really bringing it home here.
There's Javion Green. He takes the win, 21.34. Second fastest time we've seen so far, now through 3 of 24 heats, so still a long way to go for Green. He's going to be sitting, waiting. watching the next 21 heats go.
Ooh, it's a tough place to be, especially when you are kind of unsure of your competition. When you come to a big meet like this at the national level, you never really know who's going to show up, what shape are they in, are they tired from their state championship, or have they saved it all up for this meet?
And the schools, some are benefiting from the fact they don't have a state championship to compete in. You're down in Florida, you're just training away, working. This might be your first race of the season on an indoor track unless you went to another national caliber meet. So
what a great way to kick off the outdoor season.
Cap off the indoor season, kick off outdoor racing in this unbelievable environment we see now. When we got here this morning, Dana, it wasn't quite this packed, but now lining the back stretch of the track all over the place. We've got pole vault going while we line up on the inside of the track for more 200s. Field events galore with triple jumps warming up, high jump going.
It's a circus out here, and there's really just so much energy. And throughout the day, we saw this yesterday, it builds and builds and builds within the track, and the athletes start to feel it, especially when that premier championship heat comes on with the sparks and the music.
Heat 4's off. Isaiah Smith, Track Life University, Jackson Hammond from Christian Brothers Track Club, and Connor McFadden from Bucks County. Jackson Hammond making up the stagger on McFadden. Isaiah Smith from Track Life University on the inside, but it's McFadden charging back on Hammond. McFadden and Hammond at the line.
That one may have been too close to call from our angle, and we're sitting right here essentially on top of the track.
It's going to be Hammond, 21.56 to McFadden's 21.58. Coming off that final straightaway down the bank, and McFadden had something to give, just wasn't quite enough to catch back up to Hammond, who made up that stagger early.
And sometimes that's the best way that you can run your personal best is by being pushed down that final straightaway, especially in these shorter races where you are really relying on your peripheral vision staying within your lane.
Trying to make sure that you aren't getting pulled down by that bank, stepping on the line. See that a lot in the 200, just moving so quick that it's hard to, especially for high school athletes who might not be used to running on a bank track, you really do have to adjust to being able to stay upright in your lane, not start to collapse down a little bit because you have that tendency coming off the turn. So nice job so far by all these athletes. And that time from Heat 1, though, from Braxton Brand, 21.16.
Holding up.
Still holding up. Noah Colangelo, Jalen Bennett, Xavier Donaldson, and Daniel Lacey go in Heat 5.
Setting up nicely on this hydraulic track where we just saw it flat before. It's now been pushed up into its sprinting angle.
And Heat 5 is off. Xavier Donaldson down the backstretch, making up the stagger on Lacey. There comes Donaldson, establishing himself well in the lead here off the turn. Xavier Donaldson, Seton Hall Track Club. He'll take Heat 5 handily.
And Xavier Donaldson is committed to Princeton University, and he's run a PR in the 400 PRs in the 55 up to the 400 this season, so he definitely has some range. And that's actually a PB for him, looks like, in the 200 as well. His previous personal best was a 21.55.
Great run from Xavier Donaldson.
Slotting into our second place position where Braxton Brand from Ann Arbor Track Club is still holding on to that top spot.
It's rare that you, in this many preliminary rounds, that you get a time that's set out there and holds up throughout, but starting to look more and more confident, I'm sure, for Braxton Brand, thinking, okay, now he's gotten through 5, and really the goal is just make the final. As long as but to be in that top 8, you go out and you win your heat, and that may not be enough. So Brand is able to go out there, put out a huge mark, and still holding up for now. We've got Jordan Rivera Silva, Johnny Emanuel, and Jason Truitt in Heat 6. Lane 5 is open, and Johnny Emanuel trying to make up that stagger on Truitt. And he finally does. Emanuel makes up that stagger, but here comes Truitt with something to say about it. Looks like it was Truett on the outside. Above Expectations Track Club, 21.
That's a great name. Above Expectations Track Club. That's what you like to see.
We love some good track club names. Above Expectation, one of the best ones that we've seen so far this weekend.
There have been some great ones, and we'll keep remembering them as we're going along. There's been some great uniforms as well. You can choose to either compete for your high school or an individual club team. So we're seeing some of these athletes in uniforms we've never seen before, and it's always fun to see the personal style come out.
And as this morning, we had about 90 heats between the 60 hurdles and the 60 dashes. On the girls' side, Hot Pink is the winning color so far today.
There we go.
Not only in numbers, but also in performances. Hot Pink is running away with the competition. So if you're in Hot Pink, you know, you're going to catch the announcer's eye, but we have had a lot of heat wins in Hot Pink. You need some confidence to rock that color, and they all have.
I think I'd be too pale in the winter to wear hot pink, but, you know, brave people probably from Florida and California wearing that. Braxton Brand, who's holding on to our top spot right now with that 21.16, is a PB for him as well. Brand was first in the MITS Indoor State Championship in the 200 this year, so I feel like he may have been in the wrong heat.
May have been way out in heat one. We've got Mark Sten, Shane King, Gianluca Bianchi in 7. Here's Shane King, Scorpions Track Club. Bianchi trying to challenge down the home stretch, but it's going to be King. Another sub-22 performance. That seems to be the theme for all of our heat winners.
Pretty substantial personal best for Shane King, running a 21.74. His previous PB was a 22.12. Always great to break a barrier, like that 22-second barrier in the 200.
Getting down under 22, and that's what happens when you get on a track of this caliber, too.
I believe that the surface as well, you know, we've been hearing from the athletes all day that this is just such a new track. This track opened up around this time last year, and it opened up with a bang with a world record in the women's distance medley relay. So you know you can run fast here. You know that the surface moves well.
And that's always trying to find that balance between what you have in a fast track for distance, a fast track for sprints. This one seems to have struck a really good balance between the two of them. So fun for these athletes all across the board. Competitors in this one, Nicholas Wright, Antoine Hughes Jr., who we saw in the 60s earlier. Lane 5 is open, and Colin Kravitz. Heat 8 of 24. Antoine Hughes Jr. makes up the stagger early. He's going to bring it across the line, and he'll take Heat 8, 21.63.
Big PB for Antoine Hughes Jr. as well, breaking that 22-second mark. Previous personal best was at 22.11.
Fast times, great way to cap off your indoor season as they start prepping for outdoor.
You can always surprise yourself at the end of the season. You're really tired, you're ready for it to be done. I think spring break is probably now or right around the corner for some of these athletes.
Or you decided this was your spring break and you said, I'm going to go and try and race instead of going on vacation with the family. So
it's a little of a gloomy day here in Boston, but it is beautiful and bright and shining inside of the track.
Sunny and 70 degrees inside. No complaints from Nick Biega and Kyle Dargy on the track.
Smaller heat here with a couple of scratches.
We've got Dargy in 3, Biega in 5. Velocity Track Club showing up in the 200 as well. Dargy trying to make up the stagger, but Biega of Mayfield High School on the outside. We'll see as they come off the turn who's leading. And Biega gonna take it.
And on the pole vault, looks like we have Lucas Lang up and over. It's always a circus at the indoor track. We've got high jump going on, pole vault, the boys championship 200 meter as well.
All these events going.
I believe we have some throwing going on just behind us.
Yep,
as well.
exactly. We kind of got a throwing stadium almost in terms of setup.
We've got Jacob Durrell from Texas Express. Up on the pole vault. Second attempt. And a miss. He's got one more attempt.
While Durrell's going on pole vault, 200s on track. Lucas Kuhn Perez, Jason Gordon, Eli England, and Miles Scott. ATL Zoom represented here. We got England and Scott on the outside. Eli England making up that stagger. Gordon of Zoom trying to make up the stagger now on the back. Here comes Jason Gordon. Gordon and England. Scott on the outside. 3 at the finish line. Miles Scott from lane 6. He's going to take it 22:09. Kind of a blanket finish there, Dana. For all 3.
So hard to be able to tell. It all depends on the angle. And remember that it's your chest that goes across the line. So if you see an arm reach out in front, that just unfortunately does not count.
Back in pole vault.
Kyle James, who just went over.
And with his miss, looks like there's still 10 left in competition. A couple more going to take a final crack at this bar, which is currently set at 4.8 meters, 15 feet, 9 inches. Boys 200, Caleb Shakespeare, Miles Burr, J.C. Summers, and Marquise Bell. Heat 11 of 24.
Not too much strategy in the 200 in these heats. It's really a survival mode of pushing yourself as hard as you can. How lactic can you go in 200 meters?
Yeah, flat out here over 200. And coming down the inside, Caleb Shakespeare, but Miles Burr is going to challenge back. And you know, we had a yellow flag on this one. Caleb Shakespeare definitely stepped over the line a couple times, so I think we'll see that time disqualified, but Miles Burr did manage to hold him off 21:83. He'll take heat 11, almost halfway there.
And Miles Burr really leaning extremely far forward as well.
You take a look at that replay, you see that just way over the line there, and it was a couple times that we saw that take place. Pole vault still going on the infield. Pentathlon high jump. We're going to have a 2-person heat here in the 200. Jalen Santiago, Killian Fahey.
Moving a little lane switch, it definitely has an advantage to be in these steeper lanes in the 200. You just get a little bit more of that inside lean, which can help you propel around the turns.
Connor White just went there on pole vault. Clearance at 480. We've got Fahey and Santiago. They'll go halfway through heat 12 of 24. Jalen Santiago on the outside, Killian Fahey on the inside. And they look pretty even as they come off the final turn. Jalen Santiago, though, Fordham Prep, he's going to take heat 12.
Just misses his PB, Jalen Santiago, but taking his heat is definitely more challenging without all the bodies around you to see how far you're pushing yourself, especially in these shorter races.
Running at Fordham Prep, lots of experience on bank tracks, jumping down to the Armory from time to time.
Over on pole vault, we have Jacob Durrell going for his third attempt at 480.
Durrell, last one, still in at 480, it looks like. And everyone else is either over or on 3 misses. And Durrell is up, and he catches the bar on the way down and just...
Fortunate end to the day.
Jacob Durrell of Texas Express Track and Field Club. He'll finish up at 465, 15 feet 3 inches. And 200s on the track. LeBron Bond, Brody Buffington, who ran 6.6 in the 60. Chanin Mathis, Mackay Butte, and Brody Buffington on the turn, just blowing everyone out here. Brody Buffington, Thurmont Track Club. We got a new fastest time of the day, Dana.
Wow, Brody Buffington smashing his PR by a full second. Absolutely incredible running by Brody Buffington. Looks like he is proud of that race, and I don't think he's realized how fast he's run today.
Yeah, Buffington ran the second fastest time in qualifying in the 60 earlier today, and he went viral earlier in the season. Had a big celebration in the meet in the lead up to their state championships that he was disqualified for while celebrating with a teammate. Well, we're excited to see Brody Buffington with a time that, though we've got 10 heats left, I can confidently say that we'll see him into our final, our top 8.
And he is solidly in the lead here in the championship boys 200 meter, as we are now on heat 14 of 24. So you never know what's going to happen in these next 10 heats.
We've got Jack Ahart, Daniel Killian, Jackson Clark, and Ashton Torrens in heat 14. Top time so far, 20.98 from Brody Buffington in the last heat. Braxton Brand, who put that 21.16 mark out in section 1, still sits second. Our bubble time right now, 21.62. Dana, I think that's going to get improved upon quite a bit in these last few heats.
There's always so much movement that happens in the last few heats. A lot of shifting, and there might just be a new fastest time coming out of one of these ones coming up.
Clark and Torrens on the outside. Clark in 5. Going past Torrens on the inside. Jack Ahart. Clark and Torrens. It's going to be Jackson Clark.
Just misses his PB of 21.56, but consistency is key in these races. If you're seeing your same time over and over again, I consider that a good day, because you know you are right on the edge of breaking through to a new personal best.
And when you come to a national meet like this, you know, sometimes you're used to your dual meets where you're running 2-3 races a day. You kind of get warmed up. You come to a national meet, you might be running one race. You're just trying to feel out what it's like to run a 200 fresh. 200 coming at the end of most meets. It's usually the 3rd, 4th race in a lot of kids' legs, and sometimes that's to their benefit. Other times you get to come out and you're like, oh, I get to run a fresh one. It's a good opportunity to go and run fast.
Especially on a Saturday, you know, you get the night to rest, you don't have school today, just coming out here, and the entire day gets to be about track and field. You hear there's a concert tonight, Declan? How excited.
I heard. They're going to pack the house just down the street here, and lots of these athletes, some that are probably wrapping up competition today in finals, some that may be wrapping up tomorrow but still want to go and check things
Oh,
out.
yeah.
So
I bet there's some athletes who are arguing with their coach. Let me just go for one song. Probably not the best idea. But that would have been me in high school.
oh, of course, but that's what you do. You know, you got
gotta
to do everything.
experience it.
You got to do everything. Got Kamani Lewis, Dylan Woodruff, and Bo Brown going in heat 15 of 24. Bo Brown on the outside. Dylan Woodruff of IMG Elite trying to make up the stagger. It's Kamani Lewis way on the inside. Woodruff in 5, only a sophomore. Here comes Woodruff. Strong run. He's going to take heat 15, 21:75.
Dylan Woodruff coming from IMG Academy in Florida.
We've seen a lot of IMG Elite athletes this weekend so far.
Such a very cool facility to train at, around a lot of other elite high school athletes across all sports. A great place to, you know, see the breadth of athleticism for these high schoolers.
And such great facilities that plenty of professionals going down there, doing training camps, things like that to get that experience. And that's what those athletes are getting on a day-to-day with their regular training.
Here we have in the pole vault, Gavin Horton going for his first attempt at 495, 16 feet.
And Horton's going to knock that one on the way down.
16 feet, 2 3/4 inches to be precise.
I'm more of a metric system when it comes to field events myself, but
For those at
we'll
home,
give everyone at home a little bit of both.
definitely is much easier to follow the metric system, I think, once you switch to college. You have to change.
Yep. Increments usually going up every 5 centimeters or so. You start working in 1/4 and 3/4 inches. It gets a little tricky. We've got 2 in this one, Jordan James and Jazante Levon. Above expectations, track club out on the outside, Poly Prep Country Day on the inside. It's James and Levon. Jazante Levon, he's gonna take heat 16. 22:07 the time there, and still 21:62 our bubble time. That one's held up for the last 4 heats, Dana, so starting to hold there for a little bit, but I think there's still more to come.
Those last few heats are really when a lot of these changes are made. Moving into that top 8 for our final in the boys championship 200 meters. We just had Cameron Thomas with a miss in the pole vault at 495. Looking for some advice from his coach. A few more attempts to go.
And we're talking about times and what's to come. Well, we're expecting to come is Isam Asinga, who tied a national record in the 60 just a couple hours ago. We're expecting to see him in one of these upcoming 200 heats too. So,
Oh, I can't wait.
if we get on the day that you set a national record, you get an opportunity to come run another race. Be fun to see.
And Connor White just with a short miss at 495. Now we're going back up in the pole vault to Paul Migas, who has not missed yet today. Looks like he needs to come in at a taller height next time. He's making all of these.
Yeah, we've got 4 that haven't missed yet, but Migas and Colin Pate, the 2 that came in all the way back at 435, 14 foot 3 1/4. So just getting a lot of attempts in, and
You get tired that way.
You do get tired that way. Some people prefer to get, they feel it gives them a little bit of a warm up, but once you start getting into the later rounds, it does start to wear on you.
And it's hard to watch your competitors go and you're just sitting there itching.
We're on heat 17 of 24. We got Jonas Morris, Abdul Saisavan, Austin Bell in this one. Saisavan, ATL Zoom Athletics. He didn't just make up the stagger. He's extending his lead now, coming off the turn, looking for one of those top 8 times. Saisavan. And it looks like it is going to be 21:18.
Wow,
That's
nice personal best from Sai Savan.
Yeah, and the third fastest time we've seen so far today. Abdul Sai Savan going out, putting down a fast time, and now shifting that bubble time down to 21:58. We're seeing it slowly start to shift away as we approach Heat 18.
Over on the pole vault, we have Dyson Wicker from Texas Express going for 495. And excitedly making this new height, most energy we've seen all day in the pole vault, Dyson Wicker.
4 for 4 so far on the day. And Texas Express with 3 pole vaulters here, and they're just enjoying it.
That makes it way more fun, having your teammates around.
Don't always get that at a national meet at the high school level or the collegiate level even. The team just starts to narrow down as you get to those more elite performances. So a lot of fun to have teammates there with you to celebrate, help you along. And Wicker's alone on top right now. First one over 495. On the track, Heat 18, Logan Casey, Shabani Richards, and Safi Reed. Reed of Delco United in lane 6 is out well. Logan Casey, Bergen Catholic, making up the stagger on the inside. A fall there. Shabani Richards goes down.
You hate to see that.
Safi Reed, he's going to take it. Low 22, 22:01 officially. And that takes you off your game. We saw Casey on the inside really starting to make up the stagger, and when you have a fall like that, it does kind of throw you off, and he seemed to get more focused on the fall to his outside than being able to stick in the race. So nice job to stay composed, get across the line.
Getting a hug from his teammate, saying it's okay. Walking it off, looks like he's not hurt, and that's all we want to see.
That's all you want to see. Gets up, just those banks are,
you got to push
foreign.
it. You got to push into the turn, and really, it's all about force here. And if your foot lands at a slight wrong angle, you can get off kilter. I know you're not measuring your steps in the 200 per se, but if you're running a little quicker than expected, your foot might not be landing directly under you, and you can get off balance a little bit.
And potentially just not being quite used to what it's like running on a 200 bank track. Things get a little bit carried away when you're running fast and excited. But good to see him up on his feet. And we've got our eyes on lane 5 here. We got James Long, Isam Asinga, and Dylan McLaughlin. But Isam Asinga in lane 5 tied a national record earlier today. And he'll go in 5 in the boys 200.
In the pole vault, we got Wyatt Stewart going for 495 as well.
On the track, Isam Asinga makes up the stagger immediately. Here comes Asinga on the turn, pulling away from everyone. 6:57, tied the national record earlier today in the 60. Here he is in the 200. Isam Asinga eases over the line. 20.64 officially, Isam Asinga.
Slides into that top spot, committed to Texas A&M University. They're going to be so excited to have him next year.
Asinga, and that's just the prelim, Dana. He comes out, throws down a new fastest time by 0.3 of a second, 20.64, after his tied national record earlier today. I can't wait to see what he's got tomorrow.
It's a lot of events in the legs, but sometimes for sprinters, it's good to feel warmed up for the next event, get those fast twitch muscle fibers working.
Yeah, and at this age, they're so used to running so many events that they bounce back pretty quickly. They're resilient. They're
not like the pros who only run a race every 2 weeks.
And one race is usually enough at a meet, not two. So.
And they're probably on the relay as well. I wonder if Isam Asinga has some relays this weekend lined up.
We've seen a lot of individual performances from MVA, so I would expect to see something potentially in that 4x200. We'll keep an eye out. We've got Andrew Fasone, Jalen McCoy, Blake Moody, Samuel Sandler in this section. McCoy, Moody, and Sandler, nothing really separating them yet. And a move from Moody of MTC.
Pushing through this last 50.
Moody in orange in lane 5. He's going to come out with this section. Heat 20, 22:06 for Moody.
I must have an error in my personal best for Blake Moody because he definitely has not had a PB of 34:29 on my sheet. That'd be a massive PR. PR or PB, Declan? That's the debate of the day.
I'm a PB person myself, but
it's PB on the world stage, so I've changed my ways.
Yeah, I think high schoolers still sticking to PR these days, but as they move into the late collegiate ranks and onwards and start following the sport at the professional level, I think they'll see the light and they'll come to PB.
Gavin Horton up on the pole vault, getting that clap going inside the track at 4:95, second attempt.
Got 3 over 4:95 so far. Wyatt Stewart, Dyson Wicker, and Maddox Ham.
Just taps it with his feet, missing that angle. Sometimes when you see a vault like that, it may be time to move up to potentially a bigger pole, or just rejigger your steps a little bit to make sure you have enough speed as you're going into those higher heights.
Yeah, so many different
factors
options and where you want the standards and what pole you're going to get on, all these things. So usually try and decide on one. Pick which one you're going to change, take a crack at it, see how things go, and maybe change something different for the next attempt. We got 4 in this one. Johnny Homsey, Styles Mitchell, Brunner Williams, and Antoine Spencer. And around the turn, Homsey on the inside, Spencer way on the outside. Spencer in orange, going to come away with this one. 21:36 officially, Antoine Spencer. That time's number 7. Again, we're moving that bar up.
Jackson Hammond on the chopping block from Christian Brothers TC. That must be Christian Brothers Academy from New Jersey.
Yeah, I'm thinking so. And
there's a lot of Christian Brothers, though.
There are. There's one in St. Louis. I'm a Midwesterner, so everybody, knows their different ones from where they grew up. But Jackson Hammond sitting on that bubble right now. 21:56 is the time to beat. We've got 3 sections left. This is Heat 22 of 24. And a big jump, though, from 21:56. And that next 7th time, 21:36. So we'll see what changes we have with 3 heats to go.
And in the pole vault, Connor White missing his attempt at 4:95.
Still only 3 over, and they all did it on their first attempt, Dana.
Had a little time to relax from that previous height. You get less and less time as more athletes get out. I know it's obvious, but that makes a difference when it comes to pushing yourself to a new personal best.
Heat 22, Will Trunser, Xavier McCoy, Maximilian D'Angelo.
Maximilian D'Angelo running in some sunglasses.
D'Angelo on the outside, McCoy in 4. Trunker on the inside, but it's going to be D'Angelo. Raleigh Wildcats.
As
22.
Kerry Tollefson was saying yesterday, future's so bright, he needs the shades.
Blocking it out, all the haters out in lane 5. That was a nice run, though, from D'Angelo. We've got 23 of 24 up next, and on the pole vault, we just saw Paul Migas go.
Currently in 4th. Just missed that second attempt at 4:95.
We had 10 advance to that 4:95 height, but so far still only 3 over. 16.2 3/4 is the imperial measurement there. a heat of 2. We've got Donovan Calhoun and Orenthal Singletary on the track in the 200 as Colin Pate gets ready for his pole vault. Calhoun and Singletary.
Calhoun out really hard around that first bend.
Calhoun's in the orange on the inside, Singletary in white in lane 6. Calhoun's made up the stagger. Singletary down off the bank, challenging back. It's going to be close at the line. Looks like Donovan Calhoun will take that one. 21.85 officially. So not quite enough to get into that top 8. 24th and final heat up next. 21.56.
That went by so fast. 24 heats of the boys' championship 200 meters lined up.
Just a great job from our meet officials, volunteers, clerks, getting them lined up, ready to go so they get in there, get their blocks set, get one quick run out, and they get them ready to go.
And Nate Bushker up in the boys' pole vault for his final attempt at 495. Taking a moment to get reset. Oh, so tough. Just skims it with his chest.
Had the hip height there, did Busher, and he'll take that miss on 495, but walks away with a really good 3 attempts at it.
It's right there, that 495 for Nate Bushker. Next time he goes.
Heat 24 of 24. Boys 200 meter championship. We've got Adrian Jacobs, Dante Bell, Tyler Floyd, Jason Meza. Time to beat 21.56. And that's Tyler Floyd in 5, making up the stagger quick. He's got 21.56 on his mind. Tyler Floyd of GLS Speed Track Club. Down the bank. And that's gonna get him into the final. 21.22 officially for Tyler Floyd. 5th fastest time, and shifted that time to beat all the way to 21.36. So we made a 2/10 jump just in that last heat.
Tyler Ford has some experience on the world stage. He came in 4th at the U20 World Championships last summer in Cali, Colombia in the 400 meter, a Canadian who's committed to Stanford University.
And Floyd comes in, shows up well, 21.22. And your qualifiers on screen there, Asinga, your top qualifier, 20.64. Buffington, Brand, Saisavon, Floyd, Donaldson, Green, and Spencer. And we'll jump back over to pole vault. Great job from our production team with this whip around coverage with so much going on the track. That was Gavin Horton on his 3rd attempt at 16.2 3/4 inch.
We've got some 3rd attempts coming up at 495. This field is whittling down, getting smaller and smaller as we have the girls championship 200 meters lining up on the track.
And I know we've got a lot of heats to come, but we've got to talk about one of the names that we've been talking about all weekend. Shanti Jackson is going to go in this one. She is absolutely one of the athletes to be in here, but coming out looking for a national title, and saw her get that fastest qualifier earlier today in the 60.
Shanti Jackson has that world experience as well, getting 3rd in the 100 at the U20 World Championships in Cali, Colombia.
We got a peek. Cameron Thomas thanking the crowd for the clap and the cheers. He misses his 3rd attempt at 495. Got 3 more that have a final attempt here. That's Colin Pate, Paul Migas, and Connor White. They'll all take 1 more attempt at 495.
You know, Shanti Jackson also has, a rather famous father in the sport of track and field.
I said this morning I got to experience firsthand racing her father, world champ Brashawn Jackson, Batman.
Batman.
But it wasn't really fair. I was an 800 runner, and he was running the 800 leg of a sprint medley, so I got to have some fun on that one. And
he was running the 800 leg?
He would open his season with an 800 every year,
That's
building on some strength.
That's a pure strength.
And that speed endurance is something that we always talk about wanting to see 400 hurdlers do it. We rarely get to see it. He was one who wasn't scared to go out there and start his season that way, test the legs a little bit, and get himself prepped a little bit with that endurance aspect of the 4 hurdles. So always cool to see that change in events, which usually we get to see more of that on an indoor track when you're trying different events, but to do it on the outdoor stage too. And
it's a good way to reintroduce yourself to racing as well by trying different events. It takes a little bit of the pressure off and reminds your body what it feels like to go lactic after a huge training block. Sometimes it's really difficult to switch gears from base to high performance.
Here's Heat 1, girls 200, Justice McDaniel, Juliana Ballone, Ariana Ladson. Juliana Ballone in 4, trying to make up that stagger on Ladson on the outside. Ladson off the turn, Ballone on the inside in blue. Ladson's going to take it out of lane 6. 24:54. Puts out a time for everyone to chase now.
And we have 20 heats of the girls' championship 200, so lots of running. And on the infield, we are still tracking through the championship boys pole vault as well. And we have some heptathlon high jump, and we see some warming up for the girls long jump. Lots going on at New Balance Indoor Nationals 2023. I have just been so thoroughly impressed by this track and this experience that these high school athletes are feeling today.
Yeah, the track at New Balance is a world-class facility, but getting the professional experience, this is a meet where all these athletes get to come and feel like the pros do when they're running at the New Balance Grand Prix or another.
There's so much warm-up space here, something you normally don't see in indoor tracks where, a lot of these athletes in colder areas are running through the hallways, setting up soft hurdles in their high school hallways. I remember just pushing around doors and, they're making it happen here. They've got warm-up facilities, and they've got a hydraulic track, which they're coming around now.
Nicole Wells, Soraya Dureska, Madison White, and Savannah Blair. And Madison White in lane 5, blasts down the back stretch. I said it earlier, Dana, that hot pink top. We saw a lot of them earlier, and they are coming fast. Madison White. 23:47.
Wow.
Huge run for Madison White. She came in with the second fastest time, seed time, behind Shanti Jackson. She's run 23:22.
Committed to the University of Southern California. Will be moving cross country next year. The senior has also a 55-meter runner as well, so has that top end speed. She will be the time to beat.
And kind of nice to go get that time out of the way in an early section. She can be confident that that time will be something that will hold up. So not waiting anxiously, but able to watch with a strong time under her belt, able to watch and just see what the competition's going to look like tomorrow. We've got Logan Daly and Mackenzie Robinson. Daly of Holy Trinity Track Club and Robinson of Ann Arbor Track Club. Robinson's on the outside. Robinson still holding this lead coming off the turn. Daly's trying to challenge on the inside.
Small PB for Mackenzie Robinson by just around a 1/10 of a second. Great to come away with a personal best, chipping away at that time.
And Mackenzie Robinson's 24:77 right now, the 4th fastest time. Still a lot of running left. That's only 3 of 20 heats. But
here we go. We're over in the pole vault. Dyson Wicker from Texas Express just misses an attempt at 495.
That's his first miss of the day, but still gets a couple opportunities at this one. Yeah, Wicker just looking to the stands for his coach, trying to get a little feedback on what he's got to do differently. And now some of the pieces starting to fall into place. We've got Wyatt Stewart, Dyson Wicker, and Maddox Ham, who all cleared at 495, but then Jacob Smith, who passed 495.
That's a bold move.
He'll come back into this shortly, so lots of opportunity here. That's Maddox Ham going, and he is up and well over the bar, just catches at his hip height. He's way over it. So
you know, it's only his second bar, coming in later than all of the other athletes today.
Yeah, he came in only at 495, so that's his first miss of the day. And most others wanted to get a little warm up in at a lower bar. He felt pretty confident, and based on that hip height, I think he's got it. As long as he tightens things up, he'll knock it out on one of the next two. 200s on the track. Nyala Astarilla Anderson, Anna Vidalova, Layla Campbell, and Cameron Tatum. It's Layla Campbell of Spring Grove out in 5. Astarilla Anderson on the inside trying to challenge, but Layla Campbell saw her go in the 60. She takes her section 24:25, second fastest time of the day so far.
And Maddox Ham in the pole vault is definitely the boy to beat. A personal best of 5.5, committed to Virginia Tech University.
Going to be a hokey.
Makes sense that he came in at 495.
Yeah, with 0.55, just over half a meter that he's got in terms of a personal best. So I'm sure he still feels confident knowing how high he got over that bar. We saw Wyatt Stewart take a near miss there.
The Kazan Pole Vault Club. And we've got Heat 5 of the championship girls 200 meters.
And in this one, in lane 5, Shanti Jackson. 22:91 seed time for Jackson. Committed to the University of Arkansas, third in the 100 at the U20 World Champs. Naya Santana, Simone Adams, and Brianna St. Louis also in this one. But eyes are on 5. Shanti Jackson, Run U Express. Top qualifier earlier today in the 60. And she's out. On the turn, Jackson just pulling away. How much is she going to win by? Shanti Jackson off the final turn, eases over the line. 22:96 officially.
And a new top spot with ease. Shanti Jackson, 22:96. Time to beat. That's going to be tough.
All business. All business. Just
These
comes out and
prelims
does
are
it.
about getting the job done, especially when you have this experience. Gets off the track quickly. It's going to go put her legs up. Maybe get some words from Dad. Who's to say?
Shanti Jackson, the future Razorback, coming out, showing out at New Balance Nationals.
That was absolutely brilliant to see. Shanti Jackson was such a strong, powerful form in this 200. Really such a high turnover in her cadence around. You know, in the 200, you really don't see that pace acceleration, but you could really see Shanti Jackson on the back turn without 100 meters to go, just go into full acceleration mode.
And then also being able to ease across the line like she did shows how well she's able to size up how fast she's running. She knows it's a race against the clock, but she knew that she had the top time in the bag. She's able to ease over. She'll have a preferred lane for the final. We've got Olivia Williams, Charlize Frazier, Skylar Cunningham going in heat 6.
And a huge jump for Dyson Wicker to just go over 5:10.
16 feet 8 3/4 in the pole vault. And on the track, Charlize Frazier in lane 5, leading the way. Olivia Williams of MVA on the inside trying to challenge. Skylar Cunningham on the outside. Close to the finish, but it's going to be Charlize Frazier. And Frazier's time, 6th fastest so far, but still a lot of running to go here. Our bubble time now set at 24:67. Seems a little more relevant now that we've got about 20 that have run.
Did it get you excited for Chauncey Jackson? This announcement I got better get you lit because we are going to have Chloe Bailey in the building.
We've got Wyatt Stewart on the pole vault runway. Kaysen pole vault. He's taking an attempt at 5 meters 10, 16 8 3/4 inch. His second attempt, he's up and just misses.
It's so frustrating to see that as an athlete. He's shaking his head a little bit. No, I think in pole vault, you know when it doesn't feel good the second you're up in the air.
Yeah, he could tell there that it wasn't going, and still has another attempt at this one, sitting right now in 3rd.
You know, 3rd place, some say it's the best spot to be on the podium because you're grateful to be there, but for Wyatt Stewart, he wants a little bit more. He's ready to try to take that top spot and get a personal best today.
On the track, Indy Wallace-Persad, Liana Tyson, Brianna Selby, Mackenzie Davis. This is heat 7 of 20, the championship girls 200 meters. In the rare use of lane 2 in the 200. We haven't actually seen that quite yet today.
Yeah, some of these heats are a little bit bigger than others. It's been a fair amount of scratches.
And on the outside, we've got Brianna Selby in lane 5, making up the stagger. A yellow flag you see on the back stretch there, so we'll see where that came from. But Selby out in 5. She's going to take the heat.
And a huge personal best for Brianna Selby, 23:31.
And hopefully that yellow flag isn't against Selby. Selby goes 23:31. Travis runs the 4th fastest time, 23:76. So the 2nd and 4th fastest times of the day so far.
When you see that New Balance white top with the iridescent bottoms, you may have a good inkling that someone fast is going to be on the track.
Some of those top athletes rocking the New Balance kit.
Wyatt Stewart up for his 3rd attempt at 5:10.
Stewart's cleared at 15.9 and 16.2 3/4. Trying to make it 16.8 3/4, 5.1 meters.
And a clear shot.
He's over.
Wow, big crowd for the pole vault here at the track at New Balance. Everyone wanted Wyatt Stewart to make that, and that is a grin of relief if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, he knew that he had it in him, and just you saw the bar shake a little bit once he went over, but just a nice graze and strong vault from Wyatt Stewart to keep himself alive and in the fight for the title. We've got Diana Hackley, Nyla Jones, Alaji Bradley, and Amani George. This is heat 8 of the girls 200. Nyla Jones, Chargers AC in lane 4. Alaji Bradley in the hot pink. Bradley's going to take it.
It's a day for hot pink from Elijah Bradley.
24:65. That's the 10th fastest time we've seen so far. Not quite enough for the finals, but enough for celebration. Lots to race for, racing the clock. racing against yourself.
Sometimes it's just great to get that W in your heat as well. It's cause to celebrate every time you win.
You want to come out and just compete, finish up the indoor season strong. So if you can come away with the win, and especially at a race, a meet of this caliber, New Balance Nationals, the best in the country. And that was Dyson Wicker over on the pole vault, Dana.
Yeah, really nabbed that bar with his feet. Didn't get that approach that he would have liked for 520.
Over the 17-foot mark now.
We need more space on our results sheet.
Yeah, we're going to be
running out of height soon.
Running out of room.
Moving up this very cool standard. I've never seen a standard like this. High tech here at the track at New Balance, where the officials can just crank up for that evenness to pole vault.
And 200s off. Jasmine Sharps, Micah Scott, Centeria James, and Ella Cooper. 9 of 20. And right now it's Centeria James, South Dade Express, running away with this one. Here comes Centeria James. She's going to take 23.63 to take heat 9, fourth fastest time. And she'll have to wait and see 11 more heats and see if that time will hold up. But come out, win your heat.
Personal best for Centeria James. Previous personal best was a 24.3.
It's a great run for James. Right now, top time, Shanti Jackson, 22.96.
That's going to be a tough one to beat.
Very tough one to beat, but number 8, that bubble time, 24.49, and I think that might look like a 23 by the time 11 more heats are run.
If we have that top 8 under 24, it's just some great progress for the high school girls. Championship 200 meters. Keep your eyes on lane 5 for Jamisa Ford in heat 10.
Final will be tomorrow, 11:44 tomorrow morning, the 200 championship.
Jamisa Ford in lane 5 is a commit to the University of South Carolina. 100-meter specialist outdoors. Stepping up to the 200.
Obi Akabude, Jamisa Ford, and Anya Jackson. Jamisa Ford already makes up the stagger. Jamisa Ford just blasting away with this one in that New Balance kit. Off the turn, Jamisa Ford, the future Gamecock. And she'll take heat 10.
Moving up to that sub 24-second time into our top 8.
And that's the 5th fastest time, 23.65 for Jamisa Ford.
And we just saw a miss from Wyatt Stewart at 5:20 in the pole vault. So a miss from our top 3 at 5:20 for everyone.
In there right now, still Wicker, Ham, and Stewart.
And it looks like we still have Jacob Smith as well.
And Jacob Smith, haven't seen him jump since 495, but hasn't missed yet, so could still join competition. Perhaps he's going to jump back in here, or perhaps scratched out with injury, just to be determined, but hasn't had his 3 misses, so.
Got Dyson Wicker going for his 2nd attempt from Texas Express. Focused. Hyping himself up.
There goes Wicker. He's up. He gets up there, just catches it on his shins. 2 people on the track, 200 for the girls. Allie Murphy in lane 4, Naima Solomon in 5 on the outside. Murphy and Solomon. Solomon right now, Murphy making a late charge. Murphy leans at the line. Allie Murphy catches it at the line, 25-17.
Like we've said, it's tough to run in these smaller heats. You really need the other athletes pushing you to the next level. So, great job. Athletes hugging each other, making new friends. Honestly, I made a ton of friends at this type of meet. You know, you get to see athletes from across the country, and once you start coming to the New Balance Nationals over and over, friends for life. And we just saw Maddox Ham with a miss at 5:20 as well.
And again, that hip height well over what he needed. Just standard's not quite in the right spot for him, so.
I hope that's not a grimace in pain.
Looks like he's okay. Does sometimes hurt a little bit coming down with some power onto that bar, right on your shins. But these pole vaulters are used to it. Their shins are covered in bruises.
I could never. Their training is upside down and backwards and sideways, and it's absolutely incredible.
On the track, heat 12 of 20, girls 200, Emerus Worrell, Brooklyn Sandvig, Rain Redmond, and Amoy Hagens. Amoy Hagens, ATL Zoom Athletics on the outside.
Zoom Athletics has shown up in force to the New Balance Indoor Nationals.
Brooklyn Sandvig and Emerus Worrell making up the stagger on the inside. Sandvig trying to challenge Hagens. Hagens and Sandvig at the line. Hagens takes it 24-89. Sandvig's a tenth of a second behind. And back to Wyatt Stewart on the pole vault runway.
I'm sucked into this pole vault final. Wyatt Stewart's second attempt at 5:20. 17 feet and 3/4 inches.
How you doing? We've got three over 5 meters 10, which is 16.8 and 3/4 inch. Wyatt Stewart sitting in third right now on misses. He's got one more miss at 5:10 to Ham and Wicker. So if he's able to get over at 5:20, can establish himself in the lead.
Waiting for the gun to go. Sometimes that can be very distracting for the field event athletes.
You're watching your clock. You see the clock winding down on the pole vault, but then you hear an on your marks, and you have to kind of think, okay, is this going to go off when I'm right on my penultimate step before going up for this vault? On the track is heat 13. Shayla Ford, Braylon Baker, Olivia Pace. Pace on the outside. Braylon Baker to her inside in lane 5. Baker's made up the stagger. And while that happened, we saw Wyatt Stewart get over 5:20. But Braylon Baker down the home stretch. She's going to take section 13. She does it in 24:09. Braylon Baker slides into 7th now, so that 8th place mark at 24:25, that's your bubble time with just a few sections to go.
Great result for Braylon Baker. 0.02 tenths over.
And there's Wyatt Stewart on the pole vault. He got over at 5:20, so first one over 17 feet. He's in the lead. Dyson Wicker, Maddox Ham each have one more attempt at 5:20.
Love seeing the way that they gesture to their coaches over 6 lanes of a track.
Knowing you can't step on there without getting blown up by a 200-meter runner going by. So
there's a lot of etiquette when it comes to track and field. You got to know where you're going, got to commit to crossing the track. You know, when you're on those public tracks and people bobble, that's when you get run over.
I've had it while running a 4x4, had a teammate who caught a stray pole vaulter who ran through a vault right onto the track, and the poor pole vaulter took quite the hit from the 400-meter runner along the way. So you do have to be aware, and that's Dyson Wicker. Waves to the crowd after taking a miss at 5:20. That'll do it for Wicker on the day.
You know, great sportsmanship, hugging his fellow competitors, teammates, new friends.
And in the 200 on the track, Layla Palmer, Ashley Fulton, Anna Connors, that in section 14. And coming down at the line, Ashley Fulton and Anna Connors. Ashley Fulton, the Black Diamond Track Club. She wins the heat, 24-84.
We've got some energy down at the track. The in-stadium announcer hyping up the competitors, pushing them across the line. Caitlin Hutchinson, who was just on announcing for us. We got Maddox Ham, third attempt at 520.
He's a 550 vaulter, so he knows that he's got the opportunity to go and knock this one out. It's just a matter of, is he going to land? Yeah, is he going to land at the right spot on those standards? He got up really high with that hip height on the last vault. Here goes Maddox Ham.
Well over for Maddox Ham. Puts his fist up in relief. He knew he had that. It is so stressful, that third attempt, especially when you know how much higher he's gone. And now we have Wyatt Stewart and Maddox Ham moving on to our next height.
And on the track next, we've got heat 15 to 20, Sydney Burr and Jalia Cleary. Jalea Cleary on the outside, Sydney Burr to the inside. And Sydney Burr out of Houston. Late charge from Cleary, but Burr is going to take heat 15.
We've got
24-83.
5 heats left to go, Declan.
5 heats left, and the bubble time at 24.25. We'll see. With that bubble time at 24.25, 7th at 24.09, but that 6th place time way down at 23.76. So if you want to break into it and solidify yourself in there, you're probably going to need to be in the 23s to guarantee that you'll get into the final, and that still might not be enough to do it, Dana.
The pressure is on for these final 5 heats.
We've got Christine Fitzgerald, Alima Kasim, Elise Cooper, and Makiria Harris.
The Run Fast Track Club from Makiria Harris.
One of the top names for sure. Tells you all you need to do. Run fast.
Run fast, turn left.
It's an important part.
Especially in a 200, it's all turns out here.
Fitzgerald, Kasim, Cooper, and Harris. Harris out of the blocks well in 6. As is Cooper in 5. Cooper starting to make up the stagger now. Elise Cooper, only a sophomore, in lane 5. Blasting around the second turn. Here comes Elise Cooper.
Now keep an eye on that clock.
That's going to be enough. It's another 23.67 for Elise Cooper. 6th time so far. Cooper moving herself up into those ranks. And now we've only got 24.09, so one final spot over the 24-second mark right now. Braylon Baker going to be watching intently for these last few sections.
And that looked like Maddox Ham. Just up and over at the next height.
Maddox Ham, the 550 vaulter. And he was over at 530, 17 feet, 4.5 inches.
And Elise Cooper, who we just saw run, has run an 11:52 in the 100. So we're really seeing this breadth of athlete in the 200. You know, whether you're a 100-meter specialist, a 400-meter specialist, meeting in the middle in the 200.
And only a sophomore. Time to beat again, 24:09. Heat 17 of 20. We've got in this one Sanaa Wooden, Abby Desmaris, and Ayana Gray Williams. Gray Williams in 6. Looks way out in front, but there's no one in 5, so we'll see when we make up this stagger on the turn. Desmaris and Wooden on the inside. Ayana Gray Williams in 6.
Looks to be gonna be close. Personal best for Gray Williams.
24:56. Ayana Gray Williams, 14th fastest time of the day. Not quite enough for a final, but a really solid run for Ayana Gray Williams.
Looked extremely strong out there and in control.
Right in that 24:5 range is where she's run earlier this season, so coming out, showing that consistency. Heat 18 stepping onto the track. We've got Haley Donovan, Christina Vincic, and Avery Lewis. 3 more heats left. 24:09. Still our bubble time.
Love to see the Canadians coming out for the New Balance Indoor Nationals. We've got Christina Vincic with a maple leaf on her back. I can only assume. Made the trip from up north. Maybe she just really likes Canada.
Yeah, and having opportunities to compete with this depth of competition isn't something that you always get. So,
especially during the indoor season, it's oftentimes hard to find such exceptional facilities to run indoor.
Donovan, Vincic, and Lewis. Vincic in red, Lewis on the outside in orange. Those two breaking away now. Vincic and Lewis, Avery Lewis on the outside. She's holding the stagger here. Avery Lewis through the line. 24.42 officially for Avery Lewis. 11th fastest time of the day.
And we're coming into our final few heats of the Girls' Championship 200 heats.
2 left. And we've got Grace Hannafin, Sienna Wynn, Micaiah Holland, and Sade Gray going in this penultimate heat. Wyatt Stewart over on pole vault.
And it looked like the bar was almost about to stay. He was making up his mind. The crowd wanted it, urged it to stay up there. Second miss for Wyatt Stewart at 5:30, 17 feet, 4.5 inches. That's almost 2 stories, Declan.
I know, and for Stewart, he was able to come back and we've had some of these lead changes. He was able to jump into the lead. Ham took it back. And now Ham in the lead with his jump at 5:30. We've got Hannafin, Wynn, and Gray. Gray on the outside in 6 for Run Fast Track Club. Sienna Wynn in 4. Makes up the stagger. Sienna Wynn. Sade Gray of Run Fast charges back at the finish. Sade Gray, 24:59. Strong performance from Run Fast Track Club. But now we enter the 20th and final heat. Reminder of our top times. Shanti Jackson, 22:96. Brianna Selby, 23:31. And what we are looking to see here, will they crack that bubble time of 24:09 Your competitors in this one, Jocelyn Hamilton, Lola Kolawole, Adeja DeHodge, and Taylor Aska.
And keep your eyes out for Adeja Hodge. She was second in the 55 meters at the Millrose Games, has a personal best of 23.25, well under that 24 mark. And we've got Wyatt Stewart on the pole vault. Beautiful attempt, but misses the 530, and that's the end of Wyatt Stewart's competition. Coming in second in the championship boys pole vaults. Great day for Wyatt Stewart.
Maddox Ham still going in this one, but he's going to be your New Balance Nationals pole vault champion. And we are back on 200s. Adeja Hodge of MVA goes in 5. She was the second fastest qualifier in the 60 behind Shanti Jackson. Kolawole, Hodge, and Aska. And here comes Adeja Hodge of MVA down the backstretch. We've seen MVA all over the place today. Adeja Hodge running away with this one on the turn. Adeja Hodge trying to see what she can throw down in the prelims. Adeja Hodge, take a bow. 22:77 for Adeja Hodge.
New fastest time of the day. Massive personal best for Adeja Hodge. Previous PB 23:25.
The U.S. national record for Adeja Hodge. That's 2 national records for MVA today.
Absolutely incredible. The crowd is on their feet here at the track at New Balance. National records are falling left and right. She's hyping the crowd up. Absolutely incredible. And remember, folks, this is the prelim.
Only the prelims. We've seen national records, but not just from anyone, from MVA. Adeja Hodge, you earned that right to celebrate. What a performance. And sometimes you run relaxed in the heats because all you got to do is go out there, put down a time. She goes out there, throws down the fastest time of the day, and it's a U.S. national record for Adeja Hodge.
Adeja Hodge is fast, the track is fast, and I can't wait to see this matchup. But over in pole vault, Maddox Ham clears 530, both of his hands up in celebration.
That's 17.8 and a half. Yeah, 540, 17.8 and a half.
And we just finished up the girls' championship 200 meters. And we're going to be switching gears a little bit to the women's. The girls' 5,000 meters, and Adeja Hodge posing with her board, that national record, 22:77. Absolutely incredible. Look at that board. And we're about to be joined. We're about to be joined by a team New Balance professional athlete. Katie Rainsberger is coming on the mic. Here we go. Declan, how have you been feeling about the results today?
We've got some incredible performances. I know it's only day 3 of 4, and we've got so many more championships to come. But very exciting to be able to get some national records here, and we've still got lots of exciting action to come. But Katie, thanks for joining us. We'll have quite a few New Balance athletes joining us throughout the day, but it's great to have you with us.
Thank you for having me. I'm really excited to be here. It's actually my first time here at the track, so.
Oh, wow.
I'm really excited to see what we've got today.
So we're stepping up to kind of, an event that's a little bit more familiar to the distance athletes, the 5K. How many 5Ks have you run in your day? Can you even count?
On the track and in cross country, probably can't count. Yeah, a lot of 5Ks in my time, but not actually that many on the track, and none indoors.
None indoors. You are from Colorado, I believe, and
yes.
Training out there with Team Boss now your second year as a professional.
Yep.
How has the transition been for you from, as a collegiate athlete to a pro? A lot of these athletes will, here are competing at the high school level. They're about to be in college. They'll be experiencing a similar transition. How has the past year and a half been for you?
The past year and a half has been almost seamless. I think the communication that I've had with my coach has been incredible, and I think that we're on the same page in terms of what we want to achieve and like what our goals are and how we have to get there. And I think because of that communication, we're really able to go back and forth and fit things the way we need to. It hasn't always been like that in the past. I didn't know that that communication was really important for me, and I think it was something I learned in college, which kind of just, it's easy to get lost when you're in a new place and there's a lot of new things going on. So I learned that I like having clear communication, and that's really important for me. And I think it like sets up kind of the pillar, the foundation of your relationship that you have with your coach.
Yeah, that's such great advice. Declan, as we're looking towards these 5Ks, what are you thinking is going to happen, and how, Katie, how do you feel like this track is going to perform?
I mean, after looking at the professional meet here a month or so ago, it can produce really fast times. I mean, even the 2 mile that we saw yesterday was incredible. So I think that, with the right circumstances, the right race, like, you can be in shape to do something, but it still has to all come together on the day. So who knows?
Yeah, and I think one of the most exciting parts is these athletes are, when they're racing in their home state, they have some strong competition, but it's usually 2-3 top athletes. We're pulling them all together here. And one of the fun parts about this, when you run a 5K against time and there's 2 heats, Heat 1's going to go out and they're going to put something out there that's going to make the Heat 2 go and get after it. They're not going to be able to sit around and wait like we see in some championship racing. They've got to go and get after it.
And over here in the championship boys pole vault, we have Maddox Ham. As you guys know, he's jumped 5.5 before. First attempt.
And he just kind of bailed out of that one. And you can see they've put the standard up to 5:51. So now that he's the lone competitor here, he can pick his standard where he wants it to be. And he's going for a personal best, because what else would you do when you're the lone competitor left? You can take 3 attempts and go for it. So Ham going to go and, critique some things, chatting with his coach. But he'll have some time to do it and gets to operate on his own pace now without the other competitors there.
Katie, as you're here at the track at New Balance, this indoor facility, what was kind of your experience with indoor track as a whole? I know sometimes at the professional level it's not as big of a focus for certain types of athletes. Do you love indoor track? Do you hate it? I know there's some mixed relationships out here with the indoor track.
I love indoor track. I think especially going back to high school, I ran the New Balance meet my senior year, and it was my favorite indoor and almost outdoor meet the entire year. There's just an energy and an excitement. Everyone's very close. It gets very loud. Like, it's a bit more aggressive. I think that it's an incredible just overall atmosphere that you don't always get in outdoor track. So I loved it. Even in college, when I was at Oregon's a huge indoor track school. We, always show up and you run all the events. So yeah, I run distance and they don't have an indoor steeple. I think that'd be kind of fun, but a little. That
would be crazy. We did see the indoor, 55-meter shuttle hurdles, and I think that's as wild as we're getting out here today.
Yeah. So either way, I love indoor track.
Yeah, having that energy all contained inside a building. You talked about running at Oregon, and the crowds out in Eugene are insane, but being able to trap that energy of, we have over 5,800 participants here. Their friends, families, fans all here cheering them on. We've packed the place to the rafters, quite literally, and it just makes it so loud and exciting that as we get into more of these championship races throughout the afternoon, I just expect it to keep building and building. And right now we've got all the focus on the pole vault, and this is Maddox Ham taking an attempt at 18'1". That's 5:51. Ham down the runway, and he catches it on his shin.
One more attempt for Maddox Ham. Katie, what is your next upcoming competition? As we're switching gears, indoor track is wrapping itself up. Are you in a big training block right now? You train at altitude in Boulder, Colorado with a few New Balance athletes, Danny Jones and Emma Coburn as well. So what is your next competition? And if you can, give us a little inkling of what your goals are for this season.
Yeah, so right now we're in a pretty heavy training block, working out almost every other day. And so when you're in that heavy working hard kind of phase. It's those goals that you have in the in the future for the season. You got to kind of keep those like here, because they're kind of far away, right? We're not going to open up till mid-May, so that's almost 2 months away. And so we're grinding right now, and I have to kind of keep those goals like close. And last year I was 5th at U.S. Outdoors, and
in the steeplechase.
The
3,000 meter steeplechase.
The 3,000 steeplechase, and so I'd like to improve on that, keep building on that. But I think there's a lot of nuances to the event and to professional running that I really need to learn and master come next year.
Mm-hmm.
So I really want to spend this year like not having any fear in the racing, because I need to learn a lot of things going into next year to take my confidence up, to get onto the starting line knowing that I've covered all my bases. I have all the tools I need in my toolbox. So
and next year is obviously the Olympic year. The Paris Olympics are coming up.
Yeah.
Would that be your second Olympic trials that you've competed in?
Yes.
So you do have a little bit of experience there, and some of the experience that we have right here walking onto the track is the boys 5,000 meters. We have a pretty large field here that's walking up. We're about to see some racing. Katie, did you like running in these bigger races? Kind of some cross-country energy is going on the track.
Yeah, there's a lot of people on the line, and indoors is aggressive.
And we're preparing for Section 1 of the Championship Boys 5K. And we're taking some runouts here. We'll give you your start lists in the boys 5K once they get started. But we'll have 24 in our first section, 15 in our second.
And we've got Maddox Ham putting some chalk on his hands. The end of this pole vault competition, you're coming in at the best part, Katie, really seeing one of the best.
No, and I love the pole vault. It's one of my favorite events to watch.
If you weren't a distance athlete, a steepler, you could pick any event, what would it be?
I'd do the pole vault.
You'd do the pole vault.
Yeah.
Hands down. Here's Maddox Ham up at 5:51. So close, just not able to get that personal best, but he comes away. We've crowned him as your New Balance Nationals champion. 5:40, 17 feet, 8.5 inch. Maddox Ham comes out on top.
Congratulations to Maddox Ham. Such a bright future ahead of him, heading to Virginia Tech in the fall. All these competitors had their eyes glued on Maddox Ham. So many people in the crowd at the track. And Declan, you want to read off those names for this boys 5K?
Well, we'll let them get started, but we'll start with some names and they'll get started as we go. But we've got Kenny Wanless, Parker Mimbella, Rathik Prakash, Colin Brown, Tyler Surface, Matthew Giardina, Weston Day, Joshua Chu, Wyatt Townsend, Troy Silvestri, Sean Garnica, Alex Jordan, Will Liu, Bona Bradshaw, Adam Beluich, Ryan Olry, Braylon Petty, Tavon Kitchen, Caleb Prettyman, and Mateo Rocio. So quite a packed field here. But that's how things go when you're running a 5K on the track, especially indoors. 25 laps, and going to take a little bit of pushing and shoving in the first couple laps to find your space and get settled into a spot. But then once they get settled in, start clipping off that pace. We see the wave lights getting set there on the inside as well. We've got your competitors for Section 1 going on the left of screen as they file into place.
And we only have 2 heats of the 5K. It's an event that's rarely run indoors or even at all at the high school level outside of this national meet. Katie, when is the first time that you ran a 5K on the track? Do you remember?
Yeah, I was a freshman at Oregon, and I was at the very end of the Pac-12 meet, and we all lined up together to try and get some points for that Pac-12 championship, and I had run a 1500 prelim and a 1500 final, and I was going to get on the line and run my first ever 5K.
Coming in nice and tired. I think, everyone who's commentating today remembers being tossed into a 5K for some points, especially at the conference level. It's a strength event, and we're really going to see, these athletes have seat times, but they may not be personal best. It's a lot of time the first time they're running this event.
Yeah, on a track especially, lots of them are likely even cross-country times that they've run 5K. So Ryan Ulrey running unattached. He's way up front right now, but they'll slowly start to find themselves getting into lane 1. You still see we're way out in lane 3 trying to find our way into what position we want to sit into, and that's where you'll see all these athletes start to settle in. So Ulrey, Silvestri, Prakash, your top 3, 22 laps to go. So still a long ways to go.
Yeah, I think with the 5K, the quicker you can find a smooth spot on the rail, the better.
I always think of the 5K as a rhythm race as well. You really need to lock in, and these pace lights are something we talked about a lot yesterday. We're getting what the time that the pace lights are set at, but it's an interesting new piece of technology that you don't see at a lot of meets, and it's a great tool, but these type of championship races most of the time aren't about time. It's all about racing and the competitors around you.
And 2:20, 440-mile pace through 800. And Silvestri and Ulrey up front.
Locking in at those 70s. Katie, kind of a familiar pace for you. I'm sure you're doing lots of 70 pace repeats for your steeple training. What's the pace per lap in your personal best 3K steeple?
So if you're trying to run 9:25, you're running about 70. Wow. Honestly, the steeple's hard for me because the laps aren't all the same. Not every 400 is because you start further back and you have the water pit. I can't tell you what the 400 splits are, but I can tell you what the K splits are.
And that's, as we move up into these other events, the 5K, it's all about, the Ks. And that's what we all know. That's where the metric math comes in a little bit. And we can speak to how these guys are running. And they just went through the 1K in a 2:56 as well.
Yeah, so right on that 14:40 pace, roughly, coming through the first 1,000 meters, but still a long way to go. Ryan Ulrey, Caleb Prettyman, and Troy Silvestri up there trying to help press the pace a little bit here.
This is all about working together as well. Katie, you're in these trains a lot, these workout groups of phenomenal women pushing each other, taking turns. How do you guys split up and share the work?
Yeah, I think when we're in a workout, it's try and share the load equally. I mean, there are going to be days that you feel good, days that you don't feel good. Sometimes, on days you don't feel good, it's almost more important to share the workload because you're doing it for someone else. I find that I get more out of myself when I have to lead because I know the people behind me are relying on me. When I go to race and I have teammates on the line, it's almost like, hey, this is just like practice. I've done this before. I've done this work with these two people. We can go out there, and even if I'm not running right next to them and we're not working together, there's a sense of calm confidence that comes with racing and working out with your teammates.
Yeah, and having that comfortability with your teammates, knowing their stride, knowing how you work with them, but then also knowing a little bit of what their strategy is going to be like is helpful too, especially in some longer events where when you're going to make your move, when they might have a tendency to make their move. So always helps to have a little bit of that insight too.
Definitely. And we have Ryan O'Leary leading this pack. Went through 1,600 meters in 4:42. We're seeing a little bit of bunching in the front. So this is when you kind of see these pace changes. These guys are coming here to run personal bests, and those pace lights are right in front of them. So you might see some lead changes coming up as they're trying to move up to the pace lights.
I think we're seeing it right now down the backstretch.
And they see those pace lights going away. That's that 14:40-ish mark that they're looking for, and with the pace lights. So you see Prettyman making his move, Tyler Surface making his move. And we'll take a look at this 2-kilometer split they're coming up on right now.
And 2:57 for the second, so metronomic pacing here.
So that's Caleb Prettyman in the Outlaw singlet up front.
Identical splits for the first K to the second K, exactly what you want to see. Katie, for you, when does that hurt kind of settle in the 5K? For me, it was always, I knew I could get through 3K. 3K was an event that felt, you could always do 3K. It's that last 2K where you really have to pay attention, focus on the competitor in front of you, and that 4K always felt the most challenging to me.
Yeah, 3 to 4K is always when I either have to really tune back in or do something like take the lead, because then I have to focus. I can't zone out. I really have to lean into that 3 to 4K.
Is that the point in the race where you feel like if you bit off a little bit too much in the early stages?
I think so. I think you can really grit it out. I mean, the 5K is just overall it's a gritty event. You're running pretty close to your top speed for 3 miles. Yeah, but I think between 3 and 4K, it's going to be hard no matter what pace you're running.
And Prettyman now pushing the pace. Caleb Prettyman, Troy Silvestri, and Rathik Prakash, 1, 2, and 3, starting to put a little bit of daylight on the rest of the field here.
And we've really seen the field spread out a little bit here. Most of the athletes have someone to work with or someone ahead of them to keep their eyes on. Helps a lot in these longer races.
And right at the halfway mark, 7:22, so 14:44 pace for our leaders right now. You're following along with the live results. You've got some pretty handy 100-meter splits there. You can really see how things are moving.
100-meter splits in a 5K may be too much information.
It's a little bit much, yeah.
You can get so much detail when it comes to this. 200-meter splits, even in a 5K, may be too much information too. 400s, we can do some math there.
Some coaches would love it and some coaches would hate it, but I think, the amount that you can dive into all of that is it is kind of a lot of fun to take a look at.
Katie, we know your coach, Joe Bosshard, is a data guy. He's a researcher, he's a data guy, he's always trying out new things. Would he like 100-meter splits?
I think that might be a little bit too much information. I had a hard 600 at the end of my workout the other day, and I didn't even wear a watch. I was like, let's just go.
I used to do that all the time. I'd say, last rep, fast rep, coach, take my watch. I don't want anyone to see it.
Yep.
That's the best way to surprise yourself out here, and we're seeing a pretty big move out front from Troy Silvestri.
Silvestri made the move, 2,200 out. Now we're 2K out for Silvestri, 8:51 through 3K, and putting some distance on the field. Caleb Prettyman runs second, Rathik Prakash in third, and Ulri, your early leader, is in fourth.
And this is that gritty K that Katie was talking about. This is the challenge, and I think you're really going to start to see it on these athletes' faces, the way that they're holding their arm carriage, the way that their stride maybe shortens up a little bit. Katie, what are some cues that you give yourself to remind yourself to stay fluid in your cadence, that rhythm that you're trying to stick on? I know it's a little bit deeper than the steeplechase, but for a 5K, how do you stay focused in that challenging point?
Yeah, so first I try and say focus on your feet. So then I really try and feel my feet hitting the track, and that kind of brings me back to what and where I'm at right now. And then I kind of do a little posture check. How's my form? Am I standing tall? Are my arms coming over? Those are all things very much within my control. I can, the form, the effort, the attitude, those are all things that I can control. So when I'm in this grindy K, I try and focus on what I'm doing right now. What lap am I in? Stay in the lap that you're in. Can I do something with my form? And give yourself a chance to feel good late. Right now they're 8 laps. They have 8 laps left. When you get to 3 laps left, you're like, oh man, I can do this. It's that 8 laps left, those 5 laps left. You're not quite close enough. So you kind of got to trick yourself a little bit.
Yeah, can't quite taste the finish yet, but yeah, like you said, once you get to that 3-lap mark, a little bit left. And how does that feeling that you have change when you're running a steeple and you've got barriers to go through?
Oh, yeah. Well, I love the barriers. Every 80 meters, I get to think about something other than how hard this is.
Well, that's a good way to approach it. It just breaks up every 400 5 times.
Exactly.
Only a steepler would say something like that.
It's a different type of pain.
And Troy Silvestri out in front here is about to start lapping some athletes, and I think that's also a benefit of the indoor track is that you have people in front of you. It's almost like he's not working by himself. Yes, there are people to go around, but like you said, maybe that's his barrier. One person in front of him, focusing on something rather than how hard this is with 6 laps to go.
Silvestri on a breakaway right now.
A big group behind him.
And that group behind is led by Ryan Ulrey, our early leader in this race, has made his way back up into second. But a big group there, 7 runners all in a pack.
When you came to your first championship New Balance, did you surprise yourself? Did the energy feel very different than your state meets at the time, Katie?
Definitely surprised myself. I had no idea what kind of shape I was in, and I was just going to have a good time. I'd never run on a banked 200-meter track, and my mile PR before that weekend I think was like 4:42, and I ran 4:36.
Absolutely incredible at the high school level, 4:36. Tomorrow we'll see the girls' mile, see if there's anyone that can break that barrier.
I have a feeling there are.
Yeah, and that 4:36 is right around that mark where we would, you know, it's always difficult to find what's that 4-minute mile equivalent, but that's right around that time for girls to have. So, you know, being able to do that, but also doing it at the best stage possible, right? Coming out and running 4:36 at the national meet, at New Balance Nationals, that makes it more fun.
Oh yeah, I mean, I still have my backpack from 8 years ago. I brought it this weekend.
There you go.
Love it. And Troy Silvestri, little less than 800 meters to go. You know, once you get to see that 3 on there, you're 600 meters out. Such a great distance on the indoor track. 3 laps to go.
And as things start getting a little bit tricky here, Katie, how would you manage working through lapped athletes, trying to keep your eyes up on the leader? How do you kind of keep that in check on a 200 track where it just is really chaotic?
Honestly, indoor is chaotic, and I think that's part of the art of racing indoors. It's not big outdoor flat track. There's people you have to go around. There's tight banked corners. There's 3 laps to go, but that's actually 600. When you get to 2 to go, you have to think bell lap. That's all part of the art of racing indoors, and it's something you learn only by doing.
And let's keep an eye out on Joshua Chu and Kenny Wanless that are about to make this pass around a lap athlete.
So now our leader and one of Silvestri, that's a group of 3 starting to form. 300 meters left. Silvestri, Chu, Wanless. Chu deciding and Wanless deciding whether they're ready to go now or if they want to wait. Chu decides, I'm going to go now. Just over 250 to go. Chu makes his move.
And keep your eye on Wanless as well. Sliding right up, doing it on the straightaway, not running any extra steps.
Bell lap, Joshua Chu charges into the lead. He starts separating from Kenny Wanless and Troy Silvestri. Joshua Chu down the back stretch, putting daylight on the rest of the field. Racing against the clock.
Previous personal best of 15:06.
And off the final turn, Joshua Chu powers down the home stretch. He's gonna win section 1 of the boys 5,000 meter championship.
Massive PB, puts his arms up. Great running, Wyatt Townsend coming. Oh, we had Kenny Wanless, 14:51, and Troy Silvestri, who did so much of that early work, breaking that sub 15-minute barrier as well.
I mean, you just love to see it. When Joshua crossed the line, he had a huge smile on his face. I think he surprised himself too.
And he's still celebrating on the ground.
In a huge last K. He ran 250 for that last K, 8 seconds faster than his fastest prior to that. So able to just find something slowly make that ground back up on Silvestri, who had put about 10 seconds on the field, and then he just decided he was ready to go for it. With 2:50 to go, he put it down and didn't look back.
And like we said, that 4th K, the slowest of the day in a 3:03, so a 13-second differential for Joshua Chu in that final K, just putting the jets on, finding something and digging deep.
And I think that's pretty typical at the high school level. You do find that it's hard to continue to stay engaged, but as you get more reps running 5K as a race on the track, you learn to stay a little bit more engaged. You learn to do some of those things you talked about, Katie, trying to stay focused within yourself, within the lap that you're in, and learn to keep those splits a little more even, but always looking for that last 400 meters to burn it up and try and put a little bit more time, under your belt.
Definitely. I mean, the switch from aerobic to anaerobic you see all the time, even at the professional level. So, again, not surprised by our splits there, but excited for this next heat as well.
We're about to see the fanfare that is the New Balance Indoor Nationals. Katie, I don't know if they had this when you were competing. The music, the sparks, the energy. It's really a professional, I wouldn't even say professional experience. This is a unique New Balance experience.
Oh, 100%. I remember when I was in high school, they had this almost like drums. And I wasn't sure if it was the crowd or the music, but it was just loud. And you couldn't help but kind of get caught up in the momentum of it.
I remember running at the outdoor national meet and having the drums at North Carolina A&T on the top turn, but they had a whole drum line thing going. But to be able to do that indoors when the crowd could kind of get into the beat and, cheering along with that, and it makes it really exciting. But now on the track,
Here
Section 2, Boys 5,000 meter championship. We've got 15 athletes in this one, and we are expecting fireworks.
The party is about to start, and it is about to be fireworks. You've heard his name, he's been here before. Lex Young is the man, the boy to beat. Previous PB of 13:43. The Stanford commit, comes from such a strong running family. Newberry Park, such a strong school as well.
And that's Samuel Burgess making his way up to the start line. We've got sparks flying, and I think we're going to see a little bit more of that in the race itself. We'll give you your competitors, your full start list. We've got Samuel Burgess, Patrick Kuhn, Charlie Ortmans, Aiden Cox, Colin Whitaker, Paul Bergeron, Thomas Rice, Ty Garrett, Christopher Sullivan, Berkeley Nance, Emmanuel Perez, Zach Munson, Tyrone Gores, Daniel Simmons, and the previously mentioned Lex Young of Newberry Park. And this is just so exciting, the level of production that they get.
This is a good song that they've got going on. Jump around, get it going. The energy here. 5Ks are an exciting race, and this crowd is ready to see some magic happen. We've been slipped a list of the top 10 high school all-time times, and I think that means they're anticipating something to happen here.
Yeah, there's a little buzz in the air. No one ever wants to say it out loud, but you've always got your eyes on that national record. That national record of 13:57, 17-time NCAA champion Edward Cheserek, King Ches. Everyone knows him, especially you, a fellow Duck.
Yeah, teammates.
Teammates at Oregon. And, that one's definitely in play. That 13:57, Lex Young has run faster than that on the outdoor track. So getting an opportunity to take a crack at it inside.
They have such a strong team at Newberry Park. They show up, they win the cross-country national title, and Lex's brother is, competing in college, excelling at the national level too. It's a great when you have, it's a family affair, a dynasty as well. Katie, you also come from a family of runners as well. What's it like to have running in your blood?
Oh my gosh, it's kind of just a family energy atmosphere. Like when we go on vacation, we have to get up and go for a run. It's just part of the lifestyle.
It's part of your job.
It's part of my job. But yeah, I actually watched Nico compete last night. So
Yeah,
definitely
Nico
in the
Young
family.
competing for NAU, Northern Arizona University. Up in altitude at Albuquerque at the NCAA Indoor Championships, one of the hardest tracks to run on indoors. They probably wish they were here at the track of New Balance.
Yeah, not a bad place to be. At sea level. Nobody's complaining about that. And we're off. Championship boys, 5,000 meter run. 15 athletes in this one. And they are out. And when you're talking records, it's always fun to talk about them, but right now what everybody's thinking is, how am I going to go out there and win this national title? The records are all gravy, but the number one thing that they're looking for is, how am I going to win the New Balance Nationals Indoor Championship? We got 25 laps to decide to crown a champion here.
We've got 25 laps, and you know, guys, we have a nice even barrier. The national record, we said, is that 13:57.04 from Edward Cheserek. So just keep an eye out for that 14-minute barrier. We love even numbers in track and field. Makes the splits a little bit easier to keep track of as well. And they're not getting out super hard and fast. I think everyone's kind of biding their time, not wanting to do the early work. It's this game you play in the 5K of, I don't want to work that hard in the beginning because this is a long race.
Definitely. I mean, I think every Pac-12 5K I ever ran was, let's jog for 6 laps or half the race, and then, oh, okay, now we're going to sprint a mile. Because, you know, you were trying to save, you'd all run 1,500 before, so it ends up just kind of being a tempo and then a glorified mile. And I think that kind of happens a lot in championship-style races when you're not really concerned about going after a time, you just want to beat people. And, you know, different strengths for different athletes.
Our early leader in this one, Paul Bergeron, slides to the back as Daniel Simmons and Lex Young start making that move up to the front. Two athletes who certainly want to see a fast pace because they're the fastest two in this one. Simmons comes in with a 14 flat personal best, and Lex Young 13:43 personal best. So no surprise to see them move up to the front once they saw those wave lights starting to get away a little bit.
And Daniel Simmons has a personal best of 14 flat .00, so you know breaking the barriers on his mind. And fun fact, he's the youngest of 10 siblings.
Wow. Second at NXN last year, and you know, when you're the youngest of 10, I'm sure there's quite a bit of
You want
running,
attention.
Yeah, running away or you know, from your older siblings, trying to make them chase you. And Simmons out here now trying to press the pace and see what they're able to do. Lots of these white New Balance kits for the top runners in this race. And we've got Simmons, Young, Aiden Cox up there, Zach Munson, Paul Bergeron still in the mix.
Katie, when you're watching an indoor track race, do you feel like you want to be out there? Do you get nervous for the athletes? Everyone has a very different experience.
Yeah, I definitely want to be out there. I think I get nervous when I know the person really well, and I have no control over what happens out there. I mean, you can prepare all you want, but it has to happen on the day. So when I get out there, I think the energy out there right now is incredible. Of course I want to be out there. It's what I do. Like, this is what I live for. So seeing them out there competing, having fun, yeah, it definitely gets me hyped.
Some future potential professional New Balance track athletes.
Yeah.
So through 1,000 to 51. And Simmons and Young up at the front. Aiden Cox of Black Bear TF in the mix. And we've really strung out now after those first 3-4 laps where they were finding their place and weren't quite moving. They've picked up the pace now. They've started to attack it a little bit more, and it really has strung this race out. And this is what you see. When you see fast times, you see a big strung out field. You get on that train and you start helping each other do some of that work to go and attack it. But early on in a race like this, when you're thinking about a national title, you're trying to shut your brain off, not think too much about the pace that you're running, thinking more about what's it going to take to win.
Exactly. You want to be on the rail, calm, doing as little work, as little thinking as possible, kind of in that flow zone.
So with that in mind, is Lex Young in the perfect spot in this race or what?
I mean, I would be no further back than third or fourth.
Just locked in there, Simmons and Young up at the front. Simmons and Young, Aiden Cox in third, Zach Munson, Tyrone Gores. We've got a lot of distance still left in this one. Coming up on 1,800 meters, so we get our second K split after this lap. But Simmons, who took the lead right at 1,000 meters, now is just trying to clip off each lap as best as he can right around that 32-33 second mark.
And this is hard work for Simmons up front, and I expect this to be a race where each K gets faster and faster as we're going to be coming around soon to our next 1,000-meter split where we're going to get the 2K mark. But this is just a challenge for Simmons and Lex Young. You know, at what point does he go and chase the time that he's looking for?
And that kilometer, just as you expected, 2:48, so 3 seconds quicker than what we saw from the first K. So they are starting to pick that pace up a little bit. 5:40 total time for your leaders through 2K. And the group now starting to thin out as the pace ratchets down. 7 in that lead group, and Simmons still leading the way.
I think the 5K is a delicate balance between being a little bit calm and zoned out, but also ready at any time to cover moves. And you kind of have to be in that top, can see the front, so you know that you can respond to any move, but at the same time, you got to be pretty calm, relaxed, confident that you can cover those moves.
And a lot of these competitors know each other. This elite group of boys is going to a lot of very similar top level meets. Katie, I know as a premier high school athlete, you start to get to know people from around the country. What's it like when you start to know your competitors a little bit better and you have a sense of their styles?
Yeah, I mean, you can get a good grip on what type of competitor they are. How do they react when you go around them? Do they like to lead? Do they like to sit and kick? Are they going to share the load? And that kind of helps you determine a little bit of a race strategy that's best suited to your strengths.
We saw a little bit of a stumble there. Emmanuel Perez caught his foot on the rail, but managed to bounce back, get himself back in it, trying to reattach to that front pack, which has now whittled its way down to 6.
And that's a hard thing to do as you detach from a pack. My coaches always used to say, take 3 hard steps and connect. Because if you lose that pack and you're running in that no man's land, it can be extremely challenging to stay focused in the race.
And that pack behind starts sensing that and starts making their way up to you. It's hard to respond when they do make their way up there.
We've got a lot of back and forth going here, and we have this nice visual of these 2 larger packs with Emmanuel Perez right in the middle.
Still Daniel Simmons leading the way. Tyrone Gores and Lex Young up in the mix. Young, the lone yellow vest among the 6 white New Balance kits up front.
And then we're gonna get our 3K split coming up.
And we're at the halfway mark. They were right on pace for about 14:10, 14:12. So we'll see if they've continued on that pace. 8:31 through 3K, so a 2:50 right in between what we saw the first K, the second K. So running essentially 250.5 per kilometer right now.
And you got to think about what their coaches are yelling at them at this point. Is it stay patient, wait, this is a championship level race? Or is it you got to go now? That K was 2 seconds slower than your previous one. The time to work, this hard 4th K is now.
Yeah, and I think for this caliber of athlete, if you're up in that front pack, you're just talking now about staying engaged, staying connected. They're all forgetting about time for a little bit. They'll peek at the clock as they go by, but they'll try and forget about time and start to see a little bit of division in pack. Yeah, that those top 3 separating from the next 3. See if Aiden Cox there sitting in 4th is able to bridge that gap, or if it gets wider as we approach just under 2 miles to go, or 2K to go.
Yeah, we're in that hard K, and you can see that when the gap forms, you got to make a hard decision.
So 1,600 meters left in this one. Simmons and Young still up the front, and Lex Young's just still tucked in second. He's been there since right at the 3-lap mark, and just trying to stalk Simmons as long as he can.
And this is going to be turning out to such a great finish with a big pack of 4. But I wouldn't neglect those 2 just behind. They have a lapped athlete that they're passing and trying to slide up. This is what championship racing is all about.
Simmons, Young, Gores, and Kuhn now that lead pack of 4. Aiden Cox and Zach Munson have been separated from a little bit, but trying to reattach, and you never know what happens. All it takes is one slow lap, and all of a sudden you get that pack right back together. But as they try and keep winding things up, Young looking over, just kind of peeking towards the stands, probably getting some words from his coach and peeking around, but see, they still look really strong up front, and a nice strong run from our cameraman alongside as well.
That way you can really tell how fast these guys are running when the cameraman slows down.
So we're coming up here on the 4K split. 5 laps to go. Daniel Simmons has been leading.
Doing so much work in this race. It would be awesome to see him come away with the title, really leading end to end.
And Tyrone Gores now making his move around Lex Young. We see him on the outside, moving to the front, gonna charge from 900 out. And a big surge to the front. Lex Young responds. They'll go around Simmons for the first time. 4 laps to go. Tyrone Gores makes a strong, authoritative move. Lex Young trying to cover, but a little bit of a gap.
And Gores is acting like this is the final 400 to go. So much left in those legs.
Yeah, this
really
looks decisive.
Strong move.
Trying to just shut the door in one move is Gores. Lex Young, who sat comfortably in second, we'll see what kind of response he has. And it gets a little bit chaotic here because they're going up against lapped athletes that they have to move around now. Gores, 600 to go. He's got 20 meters now on Lex Young and Daniel Simmons.
Tyrone Gores won the DMR last night with his team and ran a solo 4:07 anchor on his team. So he's running on tired legs right now.
Gores blowing this one open right now. Lex Young in second, Daniel Simmons in third. 400 meters to go, that's 2 laps. Tyrone Gores attacking. He's all alone up there. Lex Young now has a little bit.
He's got the lights in his
right.
eyes. You can see the lights too. They're coming back to him.
Absolutely, he's really picked it up here.
2:50 to go. The crowd is on their feet. Tyrone Gores. We see sparks flying. He's got 1 left, and he's got the wave lights in mind. Tyrone Gores running away with the New Balance Nationals title in the 5K. He's got more in mind too. Tyrone Gores down the backstretch.
The stadium is electric right now, urging Tyrone Gores on to this potential national record. He's right on the edge of those wave lights.
Oh man.
Off the final turn, Tyrone Gores, sparks are flying. He's your New Balance Nationals champ. He'll break the tape. 13 minutes. And wait for the official time, 56.82 seconds. That, my friends, a national record for Tyrone Gores.
Congratulations, Tyrone Gores. That is a new national record.
That record set by Edward Cheserek in 2012. Today at New Balance Nationals, the fastest party on the planet, Tyrone Gores sets a new national record, and he puts the rest of the runners to sleep. Gores, what a run. He'll take a victory lap.
His final K was in a 2:34.76. Absolutely incredible running from Tyrone Gores to dominate this boys championship 5K. Let's not forget, this is his second national title this weekend.
Tyrone Gores, your national champion in the boys 5K. Daniel Simmons, second, 13:59, also dipping under 14 minutes. Lex Young finishes third, 14 flat, .64. Those are 3 of the 4 fastest high school boys times ever in the indoor 5K.
Here at the track.
Here at the track at New Balance. What a run. The greatest boys 5K in U.S. history.
I think he just completed that victory lap faster than I ran this morning.
We need to put a time on that victory lap.
Yeah.
He's down on the track getting interviewed by Carrie Tollefson, sharing a little bit of the thoughts and feelings he had as he went and attacked. We talked about that, Katie, a decisive move, 900 meters to go, and I think it caught everyone by surprise.
Definitely.
And Tyrone Gores is going to Washington next fall.
He's going to UW?
He's going to UW.
Go Dogs!
Go Dogs!
Tyrone Gores, what a run, 13:56.82. And in 2 days,
wow,
he wins 2 New Balance Nationals titles here at the track.
There we go. Magic happens here. You know, this track opened up with a world record in the DMR. We're seeing these records fall, and it's all due to the hard work of these athletes. As Tyrone Gores poses in front of that national record sign, I love that they give him a little piece of that tape to hang up on his wall.
And not only that, doing it in a high school only race. No pacers.
Yeah.
That is, those top 3 that ran 14 flat and faster, they just went for it. And that's the type of racing that draws out fast times. That's what everybody loves about track and field. It's fun to have pacers and run for fast times, but that pure racing, we weren't talking about the national record anymore halfway through this one when they were on 14:12 pace through 2,500 meters. But all of a sudden, Katie, you said the lights were in his eyes, and then it was with 600 meters to go, he started clawing back at it.
It goes from surviving to thriving like that.
I thought that was a metaphor when you said the lights were back in his eyes. I'm like, okay, sure, he woke up a little bit, but no, it was the pace lights that were back in his eyes. And we really would love to talk to Tyrone Gores at some point. Was that the strategy, or did he just feel so good? I just can't believe this differential. His 4th K was 250, and then he dropped down to a 2:34.76. That's just really pushing from very far out to make that dominant move just around that K 800 mark.
Yeah, really running 15-second splits all the way out from 4,200. So the last 800 meters of that race, everything was a 30, a 30, a 30. Just runs 2 flat to close it out, or just over 2 flat once you add up. So probably around 2:03 or so. But what an incredible close to that one. That's about how fast he ran the second half of his mile on the DMR. So,
yeah. You know, is he done for the weekend? Is he coming back for the 1 mile? You know, make it a 3-peat, 1 national championship every single day?
Yeah, I think when you start to get a little bit of that momentum, it's almost contagious. You know, you feel good because it almost just like starts to flow a little bit. You can feel really bad, and then all of a sudden you get a little bit of momentum, and that's all you need.
That's all he needed for Tyrone Gores. Still celebrating down at the track. We are getting ready to switch gears to the girls' championship 5Ks as well. Katie, what do you think about being on the mic?
I love it up here. I think I get a view of the whole thing.
We have the best view in the house.
Yeah.
more pressure or less pressure than being in a race?
Less pressure.
Less pressure?
Yeah.
Good. Makes it more fun, a little more light.
I mean, how can it not be fun? We just watched a national record go down.
And 3 of the top 4 fastest times. Boys 5K history indoors in the U.S.
But before we get to the girls 5K, we truly are switching gears to the pentathlon ultimate, the ending event. This is the girls pentathlon 800 meters.
And in the girls pentathlon right now, Ana Gonzalez Velasquez leading the way, but only 8 points ahead of Alexa Nestor of Chop City. So we've got a really competitive one. The top 6 all within 72 points of one another. Ana Gonzalez Velasquez, Alexa Nestor, Ellie Zagel, Jordan Cascondi, Kaylee Stargell, Emma Sanford, all at over 2,600 points. Audrey Kozak also over 2,600 points. So a lot to work for in these 800s upcoming.
All right, Declan. The order of events in these pentathlons, what have these athletes already done today?
So they started off with the 60 hurdles. They went into the long jump. They did the shot put. They did the high jump. And now they're here finishing it off with an 800.
All in one day. This is another event that's not typically competed at the high school level. We have been seeing some exciting progress on the world stage. We saw the world record fall this indoor season by Thiam over in Europe.
Yeah, the Belgian athlete Nafi Thiam goes and just at the European Championships in Istanbul pulls out a world record, and only a few weeks before that saw Anna Hall with her U.S. record, which was only a couple points off that world record before it was then broken.
And this is such a challenging event, really, to pay attention to the points and how they move.
So we have a change of plans. The way that they work through these pentathlon, they have to give them enough rest. So they decided to shift the pentathlon 800 back. We've got 3 heats of the girls' championship 5K coming up. Competitors in this one: Addison Boyer, Miriam Sayahi, Rachel Withrow, Sydney Collier, Cassie Garcia, Alexa Cicone, Kyra Pellegrino, Mia Loafman, Madeline Lee, and Carolyn Couch. And with 3 sections of this one, we've got Addison Boyer leading the way early on.
And they've got some nice, soothing, trippy music going. I think we need to get the energy back up. You know, this is a long race. We gotta get these ladies going.
You know, I think that, you know, coming off of that national record, it is kind of nice. You got to bring everyone back down and then start rebuilding, because you're at such a high so early in the day after a national record. I mean, we've seen them. That's our 3rd of the day. We had a national record in the boys 60, and then in the girls 200. So now to get a 3rd one of the day, and it's only Saturday afternoon.
You know, this is kind of the perfect way to spend a Saturday. It's kind of gross outside in Boston, but here at the track, like we said,
it's always nice at the track.
It's always nice at the track.
70 and sunny, always.
So Katie, have you had an opportunity? We're on with Katie Rainsberg, professional New Balance athlete. If you're just joining us, I'm Dana Giordano here with Declan Murray. Katie, have you had an opportunity to take the full tour of this facility?
I haven't yet. I just got here.
Got here straight onto the mic with us.
Exactly.
What a great treat for us.
Yeah, but now that I've seen this view, I don't know if I need to see anything else.
Well, you definitely have to see. They have a very cool sports science lab, as well as an athlete locker room with some high-tech alter Gs, hot tubs, cool tubs. But I think the coolest part of this facility is that downstairs they've got a concert hall where Chloe Bailey will be playing later. What other track meet has such a superstar singer performing for the athletes?
I mean, I think New Balance had Jack Harlow.
Yeah, that's right. For the opening of this facility,
Yeah.
New Balance opened things up with
they're
Jack
onto
Harlow
something.
performing. So I think they know what they're doing here. They've got things going and making sure that they're tying all of that they're doing in with the excitement of track and field in with things that are going on and are exciting in pop culture as well. On the track right now, Alexis Sassoni, Rachel Withrow, Kyra Pellegrino up top in your top three. Addison Boyer still in there, was your early leader in this one.
And we've got that hot pink singlet that we've been seeing, the color of the meet.
Color of the meet, that's a sure sign of the confidence necessary for victory, is a hot pink singlet.
And we went through that first K, 3:28, led by Rachel Withrow.
And now starting to see things string out a little bit. I think once they see that 1K split, start to figure out where they're at and start picking things up a little bit.
Finding their groove.
It's all, this is a long race, but these ladies are doing a great job of keeping this pack together. It is so much easier to work together in this style of racing.
Withrow, Pellegrino, Sayahi, and Garcia all in this one up at the front. Still a lot to come in these 5Ks, as we've got 2 more heats after this one. 14 and 12 competing, and there's a couple names in here in the 5Ks that people are looking forward to see.
Definitely stay tuned. We've got some exciting 5Ks, especially this one right here, the first heat, where Rachel Withrow is doing the work up front, pulling Kyra Pellegrino along.
Yeah, starting to get that separation from the rest of the field, and doing so right as they're about to approach that 1,600-meter split.
So Katie, as you look to your outdoor season, where will you be opening up? Katie, as a professional, track athlete, as we said, for New Balance, but is sitting with us today, really bringing some color and life to this meet. But you're a steepler. Do you open up with a steeple or do you mix it up?
I think I'll open it up with a flat event. That's what I call everything now that's not a steeple, a flat event, which is kind of funny. But I think I'll open up with a flat event sometime early May. There's a couple good meets in LA that they're trying to have, like domestic meets. So I'll probably open up, I'm not sure if I'll try a 5K or a 1,500. That's still kind of to be determined. Early May. And then probably steeple end of May at that distance LA sort of thing that they're trying to have at UCLA.
Yeah, and with this, the transition from college to the pros, there is that much longer wait and anticipation for the outdoor season. Instead of starting at the end of March and going for a fast time, or early April, you got to wait until May to kind of just get things started with the anticipation that your season's going to August or September. How have you prepared differently for that?
I think it just requires being a bit more patient. It also a little bit more delayed gratification. You're going to have to work a lot more during the year without like that constant feedback. You kind of have to build this intrinsic confidence. You're not going to get these weekly or bi-weekly race confidence boosts because you race for, we're not opening up till May. You also have to have confidence in your build and in your training because you're not racing as much leading into USAs, and so because USAs are in July and you want to be in shape running fast all the way through September. So you kind of have to play it where you're training hard, you're not really getting that feedback, and you just kind of have to believe it yourself.
And it's similar to what these athletes are doing right here. It's really hard to get the feedback in a 5K when you're not doing them all the time. Rachel Withrow has just really opened up this field. Very consistent second K, 3:27. Running close to that 17:17 pace.
And that's 11 laps into this one, so still bit of work to do here. We'll get the halfway split in just about 200 meters. But Withrow just starting to pour it on, and it takes a lot of confidence to just go for it alone like that as well.
I think there's something special about high schoolers. I think that they don't know any better and they just run as hard as they can and they don't really think about anything else.
And that's a good way to approach it sometimes.
100%, yeah.
I think especially in some of these races that are mentally challenging like a 5K, that you do need to go and attack, and sometimes knowing that you're not going to hurt in the first 3K that much, you can kind of get after it.
Right on her heels.
And this season has been very long. This is the end of the indoor season. Katie, as you get to the end of any sort of season, how do you keep that focus? You know, these are the championship meets, but you're coming to this tired. Maybe you've got something bugging you a little bit, but you want to come through and get a PR. How do you think about staying focused and trying to come away with it with your best result?
Yeah, I think, I mean, you're right. Sometimes something just pops up on, championship race week. And I always tell myself that's how I know it's race week. It's like my brain's telling me that it's about to do something really hard, so it's trying to shut down a little bit. If I feel really tired, I'm like, oh, I'm just conserving energy. Everything I do, I spin it a little bit. I'm like, oh, this is good. It means I'm ready to race. Or I'm like, if I'm really hungry, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm storing all this fuel for the rest of the week. And so I kind of just try and spin a positive light on all of that. And then at the end of the day, I live for championship races. That's what gets me going. I mean, the races that we do leading up to it, I feel like I'm learning things, I'm putting myself out there, but this is the kind of stuff that I live for.
We're all living for championship races this weekend at New Balance Nationals. Katie's handlers are here to take her away. So Katie, thank you for joining us, providing some more insights into these 5Ks and helping bring an awesome call to a national record. What a fun way to do it. So Katie, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Katie Rainsberger, New Balance professional, 3,000 meter steeplechaser. And she helped bring us one of the most exciting races so far this weekend with a national record in the boys 5,000. And she's off to explore more of this wonderful facility at the track at New Balance. More appearances, things to do, people to talk to, pictures to take, autographs to sign, all that fun stuff. But for us, it was great. Our first of quite a few throughout the weekend of having some athletes to chat with and talk through, getting inside the mind of some of these high school student athletes and what they may be going through as people ourselves who have competed at this level, and having those that are still competing now at the professional level, bringing them in to hear all of those insights on what they're feeling, what they're thinking. Lots of fun and add some excitement and some great color to the New Balance Nationals indoor this weekend.
And Rachel Withrow clicking away, having some help here, going around some lapped athletes, but Rachel's looking really she's so in control and running an extremely even pace, and that's what you want to do in a 5K.
And really about 5 seconds differential from Withrow and Alexis Sassoni, who's in second. As we start having this gap and some lapped athletes, we've got Withrow in the lead, Sassoni second, Pellegrino third, Garcia fourth, Collier fifth. Hard to kind of manage that without the live results in front of you, right, Dana? Because as they start to lap and pass people, it does get a little bit crazy in there. So just Withrow, though, up front, clicking things off. 3:31K at the 3,000 meter mark, 10:27.
I always say it takes a certain type of brave athlete to do the 5K on the track. In high school, it's just such a long race, and you're not getting a lot of practice and touches, and the volume of training you need to be doing to run a 5K pushes you into being a different type of athletes. You know, some of these girls may be future marathoners. They are the ones that when it's, 5K is their bread and butter, the metronomes of the team.
And as a 5K specialist yourself, eventually, when was the first time you said, okay, I'm ready to run a 5K, but on a track?
It honestly took a very long time. I convinced myself I was a 1,500 meter runner forever. And then in college, it was, very similar to what Katie said. They needed me in the 5K in some races, and you know what? I got my butt kicked a couple times at the NCAA level. I think I came in, second to last twice, and then I woke up and said, if you want to do this, you got to pay attention during that 4th K, and you have to get stronger, because that is what the 5K is all about, especially as you get to that collegiate level. It stops being so even. You have to, be able to work through pace undulations, and for me, I was, I knew how to run an even 5K, but I did not know how to run a 5K that dropped down 10 seconds in a mile in the middle.
Yeah, those championship racing ones, especially when that's when your first taste of it oftentimes is the ones where you're like, oh, okay. We just ran a mile, it's not too far off. We went out slow, but we ran a mile not too far off what I'm used to running for a mile. So
exactly.
Championship racing adds its different challenges here. And now closing the gap, Sassoni on Withrow. Withrow's got just about a second lead. But Withrow through 4K, 3:36, so slowed up about 5 seconds there. And Sassoni kept it a little more even. She's gone 3:33 the last 2 kilometers, slowly making her way up. But they got a big gap from third. 14:05 from second, and Sassoni all the way back to 14:16 for Garcia in third.
It's cool to see the field coming back together. You can see how this race is really broken apart. Does Sassoni have that extra gear to go around Withrow?
And it looks like, getting a look at that Jumbotron, Withrow said, okay, I'm going to put a little bit more distance out here. And she actually did that time. She responded, seeing that Sassoni was coming up on her. Withrow said, okay, here's my first one to say, I want to try and close the door before you get all the way back up, because once she makes that connection, it's going to be a lot easier for Sassoni to then have another gear.
Declan, have you ever run a 5K on the track?
Never on the track.
Never on the track.
I never wish to. I never will.
It's a tough one, and I think, there are 25 laps on the indoor edition of this race. Sometimes it is hard to keep track. That's a mental factor. But, I don't think I've ever run an indoor 5K either, if I'm thinking about it.
25 laps is a lot of laps.
You know what? That's a lie. I have.
Hopefully at a...
I blacked it out.
Yeah.
I blocked it out.
Yeah, sometimes that's the best policy. Great athletes have short memories, and you got to be able to forget the tough ones and move on quickly. So
yeah, a lot of those are similar to what Katie was mentioning, where it's a sit, get through 3K and a 2K burner. So I feel like it was a tempo run with a race tacked onto the end.
2 laps to go, and Sassoni has now made contact with Withrow. Withrow has been leading this one all the way since the first kilometer. She took over right between 900 and 1K, and she's been leading all the way. 350 left in this one, but Sassoni slowly just chipped away at that differential. She's right on Withrow's heels. 300 left, and there's 2 in it for the win in Section 1 of the Championship Girls 5,000.
We're hearing the infield announcer, Carrie Thompson, saying that big PBs are on their way, and it's turning into a real race between Withrow and Sassoni.
200 to go. Sassoni makes the move towards the outside, and here we're coming up on lapped athletes. This is where things get tricky. Sassoni goes on the outside. Withrow trying to respond. Sassoni makes her move and goes. Sassoni now putting some distance on Withrow. Alexa Sassoni, quad back, and she's going to take Section 1 of the girls 5,000.
Her previous PB was 18:49, and Alexa Sassoni runs 17:33.54.
We talked about getting those opportunities to run it on the track. Makes a big difference. You don't get many of them. And Sassoni goes out there, runs 17:33. Withrow finishes second, 17:36. Garcia in third, 17:51. Collier in fourth, 17:58. So another one dipping under 18 minutes.
It's these barriers that we put in our head. It's the barriers on the track. And you come to a meet like this and you leave a different athlete. You have a new level of experience. You've unlocked the next level. You are now competing at these national level championships meets that will only serve you for the future.
And they had set those wave lights, the pace lights, for 18 minutes and 15 seconds. So for them to go out and right from the gun, go way out in front of the pace lights and say, yeah, we can do better than that.
Yeah, you know what? Sometimes the pace lights are great, as we saw in that boys championship 5K, because we forgot about them and reeled them back in, but other times, they're just there.
They're just there. And it's great for those athletes to acknowledge that just because their personal best wasn't sub 18 didn't mean that they didn't have faith in their training. So they said, we've put in the work, we're ready to go. We're going to take a crack at these, at this time, 17:33. They went for it. Sassoni goes and gets it. The last 150 makes that big move to take the win in Section 1. Next up on the track, though, we are going to change pace here a little bit. We've got the boys heptathlon, 1,000 meters.
So this is such a tough race for these athletes. This could be an uncomfortable distance, especially for the athletes who consider themselves more of a sprinter.
Well, in this one, we have your top 5 athletes all within 100 points of one another. And very different levels of ability across the board in what events they're great at, what events they're weaker in. So to come in and say, okay, I'm within 100 points and I'm in striking distance of the win if I can go out there and throw something down in this 1,000. So we'll give you, once they get started, we'll give you the competitors in this one. We've got Sam Fisher, Brady Fisher, Michael Johnson, Cooper Williams, Neil Howard III, Dallas Parker, Avery Sipchich, Elijah Walensky, Kanan Burnett, Zach Wolf, Jordan Smith, Robert Stewart, Zach Mountain, Caleb Smith, Alexander Anderson, Garner Ezel, Henrik Rosario. And we have 17 here in the boys pentathlon. And right away, Neil Howard III goes and puts it out there. He's sitting in 5th, but only 87 points behind the lead.
And he goes out so fast in a 26.67. That is a steamy pace to keep for a 1K.
And I don't think he'll hold on to that pace all the way, but I will say that's a good pace to go out and try and put some people away early, get some free speed on that first lap.
Absolutely. And as we're looking at this, there's a Michael Johnson in the field. That's a track and field legend name out here. So love to see that.
Michael Johnson from the LeBron Athletic Club. So just, 2 of the GOATs. And he's up there running for the LeBron Athletic Club. Cooper Williams goes out in 26, but runs a more sensible 30 on that second lap. So comes 3 seconds ahead of second place, Cooper Williams. Cooper Williams running in second.
And the 1K is an interesting distance where it can feel like a sprint, but it's also 5 laps, and we have 2 laps to go. This is something very similar that you see in the decathlon outdoors, the kind of laboring that happens. These athletes are a size that allows them to do 5 events, so specialized for all and not just one.
Out in front, still Cooper Williams, but he's slowing up significantly. And your leader in the overall standings right now, Sam Fisher, in the yellow vest. He's making his way up. 1 lap to go, and he's trying to make the pass to get into second. He just needs to be within 100 points, or within 87 points of Neil Howard. Neil Howard III has to put it out there, but here comes Sam Fisher. If he wins this one, he knows that he's locked it up. Neil Howard III went after it. Sam Fisher of Tennessee Track Club came into this event as your pentathlon leader. He's going to try and end with an event win.
And it looks like a little stumble there, but gains composure.
Took a little step on the inside, but back in. And sparks are flying down the home stretch. Neil Howard III finishes it off with the event win. Sam Fisher follows 3 seconds behind.
And our points are tallying up. We want to make sure we get the right winner here.
And unofficially, Sam Fisher, your champion in the boys pentathlon, 784 points. And Neil Howard was able to go out there and put down a fast time. Or Cooper Williams, I'm sorry, able to go out and put down a fast time and get some points, just not enough to separate himself from Sam Fisher.
Only 6 points separated our first and second place in a race that's 5 events. To be only differentiated by 6 points is rather unusual. You kind of have more of an inkling when there's so many events of who is going to be the winner, and it's very exciting when you don't know that when you're coming into the final event of the pentathlon.
So exciting to come in. Such a tight gap separating those top 5, and Sam Fisher, 3,661 points. Boys pentathlon champion. Cooper Williams second, 3,601 point, and Michael Johnson, 3,595 points, finishing third. Those are your top 3 in the boys pentathlon.
And we are switching gears yet again back to the second section of the girls' 5,000 meters.
Girls 5,000, Section 2 competitors in this one. Sarah Lawson, Molly Weithman, Mary McCollins, Erin Bowler, Maya DeBrouwer, Allison Kopser, Abby Artaban, Catherine Callahan, Emma O'Day, Audrey Shelton,
Chase Gilbert, Mackenzie Cook, and Riley Ferretti.
And they're out here on lap 1 and moving straight to the front. Allison Kopser, one of those athletes up there. Sarah Lawson of Corning Track Club, your leader right now in the hot pink top. Maybe more of a fuchsia.
We are on hot pink watch.
Riley Ferretti in second, Allison Kopser in third.
Putting on a track meet is almost like a dance. You have to figure out how long certain events are going to take, and that's why we're seeing these pentathlons come in, the girls 5K. We have it's a little quiet on the infield right now. We only have the girls triple jump, and I believe this is the pentathlon high jump. So as we go out throughout the day, the schedule may change a little bit, but we'll keep you the most up to date as we can here at the track in New Balance.
And with all those events taking place and wanting to make sure that all the athletes get the ample rest that they need, they just have to work things around to fit that schedule. And right now, Sarah Lawson leading the way in Section 2 of the 5K.
And it looks like it's the championship high jump that's on the track for the girls.
And they're getting those warm-ups, and the pentathlon high jump actually just finished up, so we know we'll be seeing them soon in the 800. Perhaps that will come after this section, but before the third and final section of the championship 5K. Everyone's still in this one as they move just through 600 meters right now, but all of them are out and pushing along. Remember right now that there's that leader in the clubhouse in the 5K, and that time to beat right now, 17:33. So everyone keeping their eyes on the 17:33 mark that Alexa Sissone ran in Section 1 not too long ago. Just a, after
a pentathlon
just a pentathlon
K-go.
5,000. Yeah, exactly.
That's how I'm going to start marking my time. Track event length.
Yes.
I have a theory that the longest event in track and field is actually 200 heats. It takes a while to set up athletes and blocks and move people off the track. It's a challenging heat to run, challenging event to run as a race director.
And with that in mind, I mean, today with the boys and girls Rising Stars 200s, we had 28 heats in the girls Rising Star, 13 in the boys Rising Star, and then 44 total between the boys and girls championships. So all of those heats combined took us nearly 2 hours to get through all of them, but it just providing all these different opportunities for athletes who came here. Maybe they came to run a relay, maybe they came to run another individual event, but making their way all the way to the track at New Balance, some from way across the country, getting them the opportunity to run a couple races, come away with a couple personal bests.
Experience is so key. Showing up at a meet like this, even if it's your first time, you will just be so much prepared for the next time, whether it's indoor or outdoor, seeing your competitors, how people are warming up. You know, sometimes it can be overwhelming, the amount of information you're getting here, but I think it's the best way to dive in and set your eyes on where you want to be.
And what's so different about how high school indoor track goes now is they have time standards to enter a meet like New Balance Nationals, and wanting to start your season, you take a look at those standards, and now you have something to chase, where that time standard 10 years ago may not have been known by everyone, but now everybody wants that backpack. They want to come race at New Balance Nationals, so they start thinking about, okay, here's what I have to do to get there. And we just see the depth in these events just keep getting better and better. And that's why these Rising Stars races that we see are so important, because it allows not just underclassmen, but perhaps athletes that pick the sport up a little bit later, the opportunity to come and race at a track like this, get the opportunity to come and just test themselves a little bit late in the season when things start going well towards the end of an indoor season. Maybe it wasn't the best winter of training, but all of a sudden after a few races in February, you're feeling really good and you're ready to go. So providing those opportunities, and even if it means that there's 80 200s at a race, at a meet, giving all those athletes opportunity to race, and that's what's so fun about these national meets.
Absolutely. And Mary Mac Collins, steady Eddie out front.
Leading the way in the black top is Mary Mac Collins. Sarah Lawson, your early leader, sitting in second. They came through 1,000 meters in 3:24, 1,600 meters in 5 minutes, 28 seconds for your leader. So just under that 5:30.
And what I love is seeing this pack all together.
Yeah, they've really gone after it, right? Haven't totally gotten complacent with pace either. You see some of them have swung out into lane 2, trying to establish a little bit better of position. So hasn't fully strung out entirely, enough that we've broken away from some in the field, but now this front pack, about 8 athletes that are in it, starting to separate potentially to 7, but they're out there pressing the pace, going side by side and doing a little bit of work together.
And these pace lights that are behind the athletes are at 17-16 pace, so a pretty substantial jump here. They're steady right in front of them, and I love to see how this pack is absolutely working together. This is how personal bests are going to be made.
Yeah, running out into lane 2 and still early in the race as well. So we're just coming through, you know, the 2,000 meter split was 6:51. And, you know, that's a 3:26, so a pretty even split. Maya DeBrouwer makes her move to the front right at 2K. Just trying to keep things going. And with that move she made, it did string things back out. They're back into a single file line and now starting to plug away at it. Maya DeBrouwer in the green top. And like you mentioned, those pace lights that are right behind them, and they're starting to try and run away from them a little bit with that move by DeBrouwer.
Yeah, nice way to shift up by DeBrouwer. It was an even move. Maya seems very in control running this pace.
Right now, lap till we're at the halfway mark.
And that's always a great point for those athletes to see. I made it to halfway. I'm feeling good. I know I can finish.
And still this pack of about 7 athletes up front that are getting after it with DeBrouwer. DeBrouwer, though, starting to put a little distance on the field, but still early. I think Lawson, Bowler in second and third will be able to close that down as long as they reattach soon. You don't want that to get away. We actually saw, though, in the first section, when Withrow went, nobody really went with her, but then over that last kilometer, maybe kilometer and a half, Sassoni was able to start chipping away about half a second a lap, starting to work her way up, and then finally did it the last 150. So
Yeah,
see
you
if,
gotta nail that coffin and say, I'm going.
and that's what we saw in the boys 5K, that final section. The move was made, it was decisive. DeBrouwer doing the same here, but trying to just wind it up from 3,000 meters out.
Yeah, and DeBrouwer, what she's doing is looking up. You see those little glances into the crowd, probably trying to find her coach. Is this okay? Can I go? Or a nod of approval, I'm going.
Right, just checking in. And when you have a race that's this long, it is nice to have a little bit of that connection beyond someone yelling or the fans yelling. You actually can get those opportunities to connect with your coach, try and take some of those cues. Some of them are verbal, some of them they might just be able to kind of point, give you some motion to let you know that things are going well, you look good, just keep going, keep plugging away at it through 2,800 meters now.
And I'm excited to see this 3K split. We'll be able to get a great indication of the pace that these girls are running, especially Maya DeBrouwer up front. Very smooth first K, 325, second K, 326. I have a feeling that this one's gonna be a little bit faster.
Starting to separate from the field is DeBrouwer. She comes through at 10:13, 322, so you're right, Dana. And a 4-second differential from that last K, and it was just in little increments, right?
Yeah.
If you look at the splits, she was really just running 40 seconds per 200, but she made up those 4 seconds just in the 10th there. So kept clicking off 80-second quarters, but got it down to closer to 80 rather than 80.9, and able to over 1,000 meters. Those 10ths really start adding up.
Especially in the 5K. You don't need to make super dramatic moves. You just need to have those 10s, and they really add up over 25 whole laps. Maya DeBrouwer's previous personal best, I don't want to say previous quite yet, her personal best, 17:50. She's going to smash that if she stays on this pace and looks very in control in what we've been calling the hardest K of the race.
Yeah, stepping into that 4th kilometer, knowing that you really got to grit your teeth and go for it. That's where the pain starts setting in. That's where things start to just feel a lot harder. But one of the things about running on the indoor track when you start lapping athletes, you get a little bit of energy off that if you let it. Otherwise, if you let it get to you, it can be a nuisance of having to go around or having to make the pass. But trying to use some of the energy coming off a turn, going past someone, and building from that. We'll see if DeBrouwer is able to keep attacking this.
I always enjoyed going around athletes. It gives you a little bit of a confidence boost as well. You feel good. You're like, I am dominating this race. I'm making these passes, making my moves be known. And it's really not that challenging just to slide out and go around. So the hardest is when that person in lane 1 tries to make room for you and you have an awkward dance. So as long as the athlete that's getting past sticks on the rail, it's kind of a fun way to run.
And now Riley Ferretti of Ocean Breeze Wave Runners is trying to make her way back up. Maya DeBrouwer in the lead. Riley Ferretti in second. So what was at the 3,000 meter split, was a 4-second differential, down a little under 3 now. And Ferretti is starting to seem to get that intensity and getting that good those good vibes that you get from passing athletes. Yes, they're lapped athletes, but it has you feeling good, gives you that confidence that I'm moving quickly, I'm clawing my way back. So Ferretti of the Ocean Breeze Wave Runners starting to make her way back into the mix.
That's what Ferretti looks like she's running. What's that what announcers always say? Running with a lot of life, a lot of full of run. That's the phrase they always use. She's full of run, has her eyes on DeBrouwer.
Made up a huge amount just on that last lap, and it's nice when you're chasing, you keep the eyes up, you've got something to focus on. DeBrouwer, kind of eyes down on the track, you're trying so hard to focus on your own run, and that's just the difference of how those two are able to run. When DeBrouwer made that move at the 2K mark, Ferretti held hers till the 3K mark. So Ferretti now goes around at 4K. Just be interested to see what her splits were. But a 4-second, she made up 4 seconds of ground as she takes that lead, ran 3:24 on that to DeBrouwer's 3:28. So really starting to wind up now for Ferretti. Just waited one more K and then said, okay, now it's time to go. But she makes the move into the lead, and DeBrouwer responds perfectly.
And this may be what we call a senior move by Ferretti. She is a senior, and Maya DeBrouwer is a sophomore. The confidence that it takes in your racing to be able to do that is something that you only gain by doing this over and over again. This is a simple sport. There's not too many factors involved, and once you've gotten to races like this, Riley Ferretti knows what she's doing.
She just knew that she can have confidence in herself to let it get away a little bit and run her own race. She just continued on that 3:25 pace per kilometer, and just by maintaining pace, not having to speed up, she was able to reel DeBrouwer back in and still stay within herself. Coming up on 600 meters to go for Ferretti as she pulls away from DeBrouwer, racing against the clock, trying to put a time down in this first section. Second section of 3. 600 to go. Riley Ferretti. Maya DeBrouwer in second. Sarah Lawson coming across in third. 600 meters to go for your athletes in the lead. And Ferretti now pouring it on, Dana.
As I said, senior move from Riley Ferretti.
And now, in this last K, she's putting 2 seconds per lap on the rest of the field. She's still running 40s, and everyone else just starting to labor a little bit more now, starting to work a little bit harder. And she's right on that 17:02, 17:03 pace, 400 meters to go.
This is impressive by Riley Ferretti. Her previous personal best of an 18:31 is a 90-second PB on the way.
Yeah, and you think maybe that one's from cross country, maybe that one is from a year ago. So getting opportunities to run a 5K on the track, there's so few in high school that Ferretti's just said, I'm gonna go and take advantage of it. She's got 2:50 to go. Riley Ferretti running away with section 2 of the women's girls 5K.
And Riley Ferretti is only getting faster lap over lap.
1 to go. Ferretti from the Ocean Breeze Wave Runners. A 39-second lap there, fastest one she's run so far. She's closing this one down with speed.
And the crowd is urging her on at the track in New Balance. They can see something special is happening here for Riley Ferretti.
Throwing down a time for section 3 to chase Riley Ferretti of the Ocean Breeze Wave Runners. She's gonna win section 2 of the championship girls 5,000.
Dips at the line.
Ferretti, 17 flat, .32.
You know, that's a beautiful, beautiful time, 70.32. So close to that 17-minute barrier. But you know what? She has every single reason to go home, go to this concert tonight, and just be so excited. There's nothing like absolutely demolishing a previous version of yourself.
Riley Ferretti with a courageous run, making that move, 1,000 meters out. Sarah Lawson second, 17-12. Maya DeBrouwer, who made that move all the way back at 2K, held on for a while and runs 17-15 for third. Emma O'Day, Mary Mac Collins, Erin Bowler, Chase Gilbert, all under 17-25. And those six really put a lot of gap on the field early. That was a really impressive run by Ferretti, though, to get out there and run that last K all by herself. And she gets the fanfare of the Sparks down the home stretch at New Balance Nationals.
And I love the dip at the line. You know, Jess wanted to get under that barrier every single second she's got.
And waiting for our next race up on the track. As they clear that finish line, one left on the track for the girls' 5K.
This looks to potentially be the pentathlon 800 meters. We have to double check here.
Yes, that's correct. So your standings right now have 5, all within 100 points at the top, 6 within 109 points. So a lot of work can be done here. Ana Gonzalez-Velasquez leading the way. She started off really strong today in the 60 hurdles and the high jump, consistently making her way up. And as that high jump, she won the high jump event and jumped up into first place and has been holding on to the overall first since. Gonzalez-Velasquez only 45 points, though, clear of Alexa Nestor of Chop City in second.
I was just about to say, you're seeing some great camaraderie on the start line, and that's what the multis are all about. They're with each other the entire day. This is the last event. They've gotten to know each other. These girls from around the country doing an event that they don't typically see, and just having some fun with it.
Yeah, this is really the start for all of these girls, getting an opportunity to compete in a pentathlon in high school. And as some of them move into college, quite a few of them are seniors, they move into college and get more opportunities to do this, where you do spend all day competing and having that fun with the athletes that you're competing against. Your competitors in this one: Ana Gonzalez-Velasquez, Alexa Nestor, Ellie Zagel, Jordan Cascandi, Kaylee Stargler, Emma Sanford, Audrey Kozak, Sarah Dumas, Rosalinda Volpentesta, Giovanna Policinci, Maya Fulmer, Ava Getz, Riley Marks, Gabriella Zeller, Ava Irk, Yvette Harris, Lexi Kurtz, Aubrey Lane, all in this one. 18 in the girls' pentathlon 800. And they're
600
out.
to go.
31 seconds.
It's such a short race, the 800, and I love the 800. You really see this athleticism from these all-around athletes.
And we'll keep our eye on that total overall standings with Gonzalez-Velasquez, Nestor, and Zagel, your top 3, but none of them in the top 3 here right now. Nestor is up there in 5th. She's trying to, only 45 points behind Gonzalez-Velasquez, just has to put some distance on her. Gabriella Zeller through 400 in 70 seconds.
Jordan Cascandi from IMG Elite. You've been seeing a lot of IMG Elite today.
Cascandi and Kurtz of Zoom. Looks like Ava Getz in the lead right now, BC Athletics. She's sitting back in 12th overall, but with a lap to go, well in the lead is Getz.
Strong running by Ava Getz, picking up some ever so valuable points to move up, potentially break into that top 10.
And now the challenge for the overall win taking place in the middle of the pack. Kaylee Stargell making a huge charge now. Stargell all the way to the finish line. Sparks flying, final event of the girls' pentathlon. Kaylee Stargell wins it in 2:27 in the 800, but was that enough to pull her up?
So Kaylee Stargell is your event winner for the 800 meters.
We're waiting for official standings. Stargell won the section. Yvette Harris made a late charge into second.
Our scoreboard is still populating here. This is the excitement, especially when such a large group of girls finishes all together, aside from Stargell.
Anna Gonzalez Velasquez finished 10th in that one, but she did just enough to hold on to the win overall. Anna Gonzalez Velasquez, 3,442 points, the pentathlon champion at New Balance Nationals.
Congratulations to Anna. These scenes are my favorite. The hugging, the falling, the exhaustion. It's just a beautiful Renaissance scene down there.
That's what the pentathlon's all about, putting it all out there. And they get a little bit of rest, and, going into that last event of the day, but then they just absolutely put themselves into the well, going for it. And that's the end scene. All of them lying down, helping each other up off the track, and then being able to celebrate the completion of the pentathlon and a victory for Anna Gonzalez Velasquez.
And here we are, changing gears yet again. Finally, what some of you have been waiting for, the Girls Championship 5,000 meters, headlined by our Girls 2-mile championship winner last night, Ellie Shea, local Massachusetts athlete representing the Emerging Elites TC. Declan, how excited are you for this?
Well, the production of this event is just awesome. Seeing all these girls getting the opportunity to come out, sparks flying, their name announced, jump around going, and a packed house to the rafters. The track is surrounded by coaches and fans, so just so much fun as they're able to come out here and get to just have a good time and go and chase some fast times on the track.
That's what it's all about. These ladies have been waiting for a while as well. I wonder if that had any impact on how they warmed up, if they were told they could move things. They seem ready to go, be introduced. This is Tiffany Sachs from Newbury Park. We've seen that jersey before, over and over. Dynasty of a school from California.
Yeah, the Newbury Park kit, that highlighter yellow that we see. And we'll take a look at your full start list for this one. Jolena Quarzo, Mary Bonner Dalton, Tiffany Sachs, Maddie Gardner, Muriel Lopshin, Kaylee Higgins, Lily Jin, Catherine Marchand, Kaylin Sloan, and Ellie Shea. And they all get their personal introductions here. The professional feel of New Balance Nationals here at the track at New Balance.
I'm just jealous. I wish I had that for all my races.
I wish I had this walking into the office on Monday night.
Yeah, and walking into my house. I'm at the office.
There's a lot to celebrate when you're walking in at home.
There's a lot to celebrate.
We have Ellie Shea.
And there is your 2-mile champ, Ellie Shea. Hometown favorite. They'll bring the lights back up.
Ellie Shea is the defending champion of the New Balance Indoor Nationals last year. She won last year in 15:49:47. Very fast time.
She's run 4:42 for the mile this year as well, so got a lot of speed on that end of it. But a strength runner takes a lot of strength to come back and run the 5K as your second big event of the weekend. We're off. Championship girls, 5,000 meters.
The real question is, does Ellie Shea do what she did last night in the Girls' Championship 2 mile, where she led end to end, pulling away from the entire field, or does she play this a little bit more tactically?
Well, if the first 100 meters is any indication, I think Shea is going for it. I think she's going for it. We'll see at the break how she settles in, but it looks like she's just going to take that tangent straight to the front. 24 laps to go, and Ellie Shea is going to go and put it out there. No surprise. The champion in the 2 mile last night.
And those pace lights are set for 15:35.
Absolutely blistering pace. So, Ellie Shea going out, getting after it. This is the third section, but our fifth 5K overall. So we've seen a lot of different tactics so far, Dana. We've seen some that have gone out behind the wave lights, but primarily on the boys' side. On the girls' side, we've seen them just straight out in front of the wave lights and going for it. How does that play into a championship type environment, though?
You know, I have mixed feelings about these wave lights. I think they're great for pulling an athlete like an Ellie Shea out to breaking barriers, but sometimes they can be quite a distraction as well, and they might be a little ambitious when you get pulled towards them. You know, especially if those lights are set at 15:35, that's a major jump for this second pack here, who is more in this, you know, PBs from 17:20 to 16:40, so they need to be cautious and a little apprehensive of that and just run their own race.
Sometimes hard to do when you see someone going out and looking so good doing it that you want to try and jump on that train, gather a little bit of energy, but it already seems like we've got 2 races, Ellie versus the clock, and then the rest of the field has kind of slotted in, and they're going to see where they're going to fit and then how they're going to start clicking off that pace.
And an athlete like Ellie Shea, one thing we mentioned last night is she does have this international global experience. She was just down in Australia at the World Cross Country U20 Championship, where she placed 10th, leading the U20 team to a bronze medal. So really leading, breaking barriers all the way. So it's this confidence that allows you to tackle ambitious goals like
and
this.
Having that type of experience, I mean, even just the travel, the experience of getting on a 24-hour flight, flying to Australia, and then coming home and having your state meet. You've got your sectionals, your states, the national meet coming up at New Balance Nationals. So all of those things in mind, but doesn't phase a high schooler, and that says a lot about how much experience she has already as a junior.
I was just about to say that, Declan. She's just a junior, doesn't feel right to say, but only a junior. Absolutely incredible. We still get a whole nother year of this.
And 3:07 through the first K for Ellie Shea. So she's just running along with the wave lights, and I think this is the type of race where those actually help quite a bit. She's out on her own, helps her kind of turn things down a little bit, probably relax into that pace if she feels comfortable there, and able to just start going for it a little bit without having to keep checking the watch.
And Maddie Gardner is leading that chase pack just off screen. Gardner
ran 4:59 in the mile last year, so dipped under 5. But has run right around 17 flat and seated at 17:05. So trying to make reasonable expectations and setting that pace for yourself. When you saw the other heat, saw a few that dipped under 17 minutes because they went for it, or just right at that 17-minute barrier, because they went for it, they were able to go and get it. And this is now, you've got a pack of 6, 7 that are going for it, working together, and Gardner just leading that charge right now.
And Maddie Gardner, I'm renaming her Maddie the Metronome, 20s, which means she is just doing 20 seconds every 180-second laps. She just clicked off a bunch of them and now just gets past to share some of the work.
Mary Bonner Dalton, 704 Elite. She's going to move into the front, and that allows Gardner to just slide up on her outside. She kind of made sure she gained a little bit of room there, wasn't going to let her stride get chopped too much.
The The track at New Balance, however, is getting loud for the girl up front, Ellie Shea. Everyone is taking note of what she's doing out here. She is going for history.
Dana, I've seen you run with sunglasses, but you ever run with sunglasses indoors?
I've never run with sunglasses indoors at all. This is exactly the same pair she wore last night, so maybe they're a lucky charm. These lights in here are bright, but it might be something to just lock her in and stay focused on the task at hand.
Provides a little bit of consistency when you're just able to do the same thing every time. Ellie Shea out front. Through 1,800 meters, we get a 2K split on the next one. Speaking of metronome, Ellie Shea has been flipping them off.
Say, clicking off very consistent splits.
Bonner Dalton still leading that chase pack. Now it's 5 in the pack.
And Ellie Shea is passing her first athlete, holding on to these pace lights.
And as it seemed like they might be starting to get away from her, she did have that passing a lapped athlete. You start to get that little bit of energy. You got to cheer from the crowd when she did it too. So kind of helps keep her engaged. She went through 6:15 through 2K. So ran 3:07 the first K, 3:07 the next.
Ellie Shea is also a local athlete, Declan. What advantages does that have to have shorter travel? You know, have some fans at home. She's probably run multiple times at the track at New Balance. Does that play an extra special factor in what she's trying to do here?
Well, I'd say being able to sleep in your own bed, all that stuff is nice. But someone who's also been able to travel to Australia and compete at the world stage, I'm sure she can handle a little bit of everything right now. So she just gets the benefit of not having to fly, not having to change up what her school workload was like or missing class or anything like that. She's able to come out here, go back home, sleep in her own bed, and that's always helpful when you're working at a national meet and things like that, having it in your backyard, having more fans, more family, friends that are here to come and support you too.
Yeah, and I'm just continually impressed by this turnaround from Ellie Shea, winning the championship 2-mile in an extremely similar style, running end to end, coming back less than 24 hours later to do it again.
Yeah, that's really hard to do, and to do it in the way that she's doing it. She didn't decide that she was going to go sit back. She said, I'm going to go grind this one out. I'm going to chase something special. I want to run a PB. I want to go and chase something fast. So she goes out after it, 3:07 through each of the first 2 kilometers.
And we're going to get our 3K split soon. We'll have a nice indication of what pace she's on.
She hit 7:50 at the halfway mark. There is the 3K split of 8:09. 8:09 through 3K, or 2,600, so one more to go.
I was going to say, Declan, that'd be a pretty fast 3K.
8:09, but still 18, 19 seconds per lap.
And Ellie Shea has this, the way that her stride floats over the track here is something where she's on a mission, this rhythm running. Just an incredibly strong way to tackle a 5K. You get a momentum. You get a momentum moving throughout this distance if you're able to stay on a very similar pace.
And that momentum, you see a really powerful stride, and as she starts to pass athletes, gains a little bit more momentum there. And yes, she's fallen off the wave lights, but don't forget, we saw that in the boys 5K too. Tyrone Gores fell off the wave lights, as did that whole lead pack, but he was able to charge back with a strong last kilometer, and it's a lot different at this stage as they come up on that 3K split, Dana.
Yeah, coming through 3K in that 9:27.18. She has run a 9:02 this season in the 3K, so this is fully in her wheelhouse. Just to pay attention during this 4th K and make sure she can stay on the pace so that last K, she can give everything she's got.
Shirley starting to feel a little bit of yesterday in her legs, but still out there clipping off 19 seconds or 38 seconds every 200.
And Ellie is about to make a move on this second pace pack, which is absolutely incredible. These are such talented athletes.
So making a move, Mary Bonner Dalton in second right now, but now in the sights of Ellie Shea. So Bonner Dalton, Corzo, and Gardner is that pack of second through fourth. And Shea starting to go around. You know, they see up on the Jumbotron that that's happening too. It helps them re-engage into the pace a little bit.
And Ellie Shea's got a little bit of traffic on this turn. It's a tough spot to pass people. So she's putting in a little surge here to make sure she gets around. 1 mile to go.
Ellie Shea now a full lap clear of second place. And it's just Ellie versus the clock right now, trying to see what she can do. But still a very strong, bouncy stride down the back stretch. Still just clipping off 38-second laps.
And Ellie Shea may be the type of athlete where the more length of distance, the more comfortable she is. You know, cross country is a spot where she's seen a level of dominance. And I'm excited to see her, you know, eventually in college taking on that 10K.
Ellie Shea, 7 laps left in this one. And her eyes are up on everyone in front of her that she's passing now.
All eyes are on Ellie Shea at the track at New Balance, at the New Balance Indoor Nationals.
And just an update on the rest of that chase pack. Mary Bonner Dalton, Jolena Corzo, Maddie Gardner still second through fourth. There, that pack in second. Lovshin and Sachs are sitting there in fifth and sixth. But Ellie Shea out in front, 220 meters clear of second place right now. Eyes up, everyone on their feet right now down the back stretch, cheering Ellie Shea on in her hometown.
And she's about to complete this 4K, have 1K to go. That is when things can start to get interesting. She can trust herself to say, I have something left in the tank. I feel comfortable pushing, and I know I have more in these legs.
5 laps to go. Ellie Shea, Emerging Elites Track Club. 3:12 for that 1,000 meters. So still staying right where she is. She's got a lot of work to do. But on pace, she's run 15:49. She did that when she won New Balance Nationals in 2022. And that's definitely a time that is on her mind.
This is just a master class in the 5K. It's ever so impressive that Ellie Shea is able to progress this as she passes yet another pack, coming up with 800 meters to go.
Ellie Shea gritting her teeth.
It
4
is
laps.
so hard, this last K of the race. Your whole body, you feel the lactic into your fingertips and your forearms, Declan. This is a challenging race.
Ellie Shea running 37-second 200s now. We've seen the gear change. She's just doing it all on her own. 600 meters left in this one for Ellie Shea.
The crowd is on their feet for Ellie Shea. She's going to win, but how fast is she going to do it?
We talked about that 15:49. It's going to take about a 3:08 last kilometer for her to run a personal best. And she's going for it, Dana. Absolutely going for it.
You know, to be at the high school level, consistently breaking 16 minutes in the 5K sets Ellie Shea up for the rest of her career.
2 laps to go. You're thinking bell lap because you know that you work in quarters as a 5K runner. So Ellie Shea, 2 to go.
What is left in these legs for Ellie Shea?
Gonna take about 74 seconds for a personal best, but Ellie Shea out there just smashing it right now.
You can't see her eyes, but you see a little bit of that grimace on Ellie Shea's face. as she just has 250 meters to go.
1 lap left in this masterclass performance by the junior from Massachusetts, Ellie Shea. And now the crowd cheering around 15:11 with 200 to go.
The future is so bright for Ellie Shea.
Powering down the backstretch, 100 meters left in this one. In the championship girls 5,000 meter run. Winding it up, Ellie Shea. Sparks fly as she comes down and breaks the tape. 15:46. That's a personal best for Ellie Shea.
Wow, Ellie Shea doing it on her own. What a run. Her second national title this weekend. She won the 2-mile national championship, now the 5K. The sky's the limit for Ellie Shea. And our chase plaque has 1 lap to go.
And a great note from our partner in the booth joining us shortly, Carrie Tollefson. Faster than NCAA's was run in the 5K and Albuquerque, so a little bit of altitude in play there.
That's
but still shows you how impressive of a run that is for a junior to come out and do that all on her own.
She's standing there in awe. Ellie Shea coming around this finish. And as we see second place come in,
Jelena Quarzo finishes second, that Mary Bonner Dalton in third, 16:43, 16:45. That 17 flat mark that was set in that second section just put something out there from Riley Ferretti and made this whole heat have to go and chase it. Ellie Shea getting interviewed down on the track. Back-to-back days. Individual titles in the 2-mile and 5K for Ellie Shea of Emerging Elites Track Club out of Massachusetts, winning in her home state.
All right, and we gotta ask you, glasses. What's up with that?
Well, they help me perform better because then I don't screw my eyes. And so if it helps me perform better, I'm gonna do
Kate Von Busker on the track, interviewing Ellie Shea.
she asked her about the sunglasses.
And it sounds like, she just wants to relax her face a little bit, helps her not
squint the
squint.
eyes.
Yeah, that's great feedback. I wonder if that's one she figured out on her own, or if it was a coach that said, Ellie, you're out there, you're tense, you're squinting. You got to relax, lighten up a little bit.
It's that elite athlete mindset, truly.
Yeah, changing whatever it takes to feel great, feel good, and go out there and put on a masterclass. 15:46, Ellie Shea of Emerging Elites Track Club. She is your New Balance Nationals champ.
I love it. Well, guys, I'm Dana Giordano with Declan Murray here. I'm going to be trading off with Carrie Tollefson for some more incredible running at the New Balance Indoor Nationals. I can't wait to see what happens next.
We've got a lot more exciting events coming up here at New Balance Nationals Indoor at the track at New Balance, wrapping up those 5,000 meter runs. We've got 400s next on the track, 400s, 800s, and then we'll finish off the day with some 4x miles and 4x200 meter relays. A lot of action still in store for us. And we are just getting started. A lot of excitement. We've had a couple national records today. Started with a tied national record in the 60 meters on the boys' side. Then a national record in the girls' 200, a national record in the boys' 5K. And Carrie, you've been in the booth, you've been down on the track.
Oh, man.
So much excitement here at the track at New Balance.
It has been phenomenal. I can't tell you, I love doing commentary, but I also have just it is so like hype down on the track. There's so many fast performances, the jumps, the sprints, the distances. It's been really fun here.
We had a lot of fun, and it was kind of at this point where the boys' pole vault was going, and we were in heats of the 200, just bouncing back from national record to attempting PBs in the pole vault.
Yes.
And there's just something going on, whipping around everywhere with the action. So,
well, I mean, I have to say, like, it is so cool to see new records. I mean, my heart rate was so high watching that 5,000 meters because I was calling it, but also to see all of the PBs. Like, there's only going to be one record, right, if we get that in a race, but there's so many personal records.
And we had 3 of the 4 fastest times ever in U.S. boys indoor 5K in one race.
It was amazing. It's so fun. And now what event are we on here now, the 400?
We've got boys 400s coming up.
Oh, I love
We've got
it.
the Rising Star 400s.
So fun.
The final. We had some sections earlier today, so we've got a 2-section final. In this one, we've got Caden Simmons of Metro Cobras, Avery Adeside of Union Catholic, Christopher Miller Harris, and Andrew Cirrus of ATL Zoom Athletics.
Well, this track has not disappointed. I mean, just being down there, you can just feel the bounce. You can feel the energy. Everybody is psyched to be on it. It's just really fun.
And a lot of tracks we found are faster for sprints. Some are faster for distance. This one's found that happy medium where it's fast for everyone.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of these hydraulic tracks, being able to adjust a bank, being able to have something where a new surface like this where everyone can just get out there and chase fast times.
Mm-hmm. Well, and they have just run this meet just so perfectly on schedule. Even yesterday got a little bit of in front of the schedule, which doesn't happen when you have 5,500 kids.
And almost 90 heats of 200s.
I know. It's amazing.
Boys, Rising Star 400, Simmons, Axide, Miller Harris, and Cirrus. Miller Harris out well in lane 4. Caden Simmons in 3, trying to make them stagger. Adexide in the light blue in 4. Woo! And down the home stretch. The break, Adexide on the outside. Real challenge there for the position on the turn there.
And man, this is a 4-man race right now. Look at this, 100 meters to go, and they're all still in it.
Caden Simmons of Metro Cobras making a crazy move.
From behind, all the way in lane 2.
Avery Adexide at the finish. Christopher Miller Harris takes it. Christopher Miller Harris.
Kind of surprising everyone with that last 100 meters.
What a run. Moves all the way outside. Ran the entire last 100 in lane 2.
And just like that, we are moving on heat 2.
Just the speed in which they go heat to heat and move things along. Your entrance in this one, Quentin Williams, Irvin Pearson III, Kenneth Carpenter, and Furious Trammell.
Top 6 girls with athletes to the award ceremony, please.
Heat 2 of a timed final, Rising Stars Boys 400. Williams, Pearson III, Carpenter, and Trammell. And joining us in the booth is New Balance professional athlete Danny Jones. We're lucky to be joined by so many of the New Balance professionals. Danny, welcome in.
Hi, thank you very much. It's good to be here.
Danny, you've probably run a really hard 400 before, haven't you?
Oh yeah, for sure. I got block starts, all kinds of that. I'm really familiar with the 400.
Too?
No, not at all. I actually had to run the last leg of my high school's 4x4 because I could not get out of blocks.
Well, you are so fast over 800, 1500 on up, and I mean, really, the leg turnover that you have is so solid, but it must be so much fun to watch these studs run right now.
Oh, it's phenomenal. It's so much fun.
Irvin Pearson, the third of Jackrabbits track. He's going to take Rising Stars 400, 48-27 for Irvin Pearson. He's pumped.
He's hyped.
Yeah.
So, Danny, what is it like being back here? I mean, you don't live in Boston, but you've raced here and you've come to the track. You're a New Balance professional athlete. Like, it must be so fun to be back.
Oh, absolutely. This feels like a home away from home. You know,
Yeah.
New Balance creates that, which is awesome. But I was down there watching the 5K, and I get a little nervous because, you know, when I'm here, I'm racing. This is the first time I'm here watching.
I
So,
know.
yeah, it's awesome, but I'm a little nervous.
I was telling Declan that it was really fun to be down on the infield. Like, you know, they have the fireworks going and the music's going. I mean, it's a really cool atmosphere.
Yeah, the energy is fantastic. It's awesome.
And they're getting spoiled like rotten here, too.
As they should.
They should. I mean, all the athletes are walking away with things like all the pros get.
Yeah, the professional treatment that they get, especially those in our championship sections. We've got Elise Dickinson, Morgan Rothwell, Ariana Moore, and Noel Evans. Rising Stars, girls 400, section 1 of 2.
Well, it looks like on the outside that Ariana Moore is out hard. Looks like Elise Dickinson is closing in as well.
Dickinson from MVA. We've seen some incredible performances. 2 national records for that team so far, and she's going to take the bell. Elise Dickinson. On the outside, though, Ariana Moore, who got up really well, moving way out in lane 2. Moore on the outside. Dickinson on the inside.
Don't sleep, though. Look at that.
That's
Noel Evans.
Noel Evans of Union Athletics. Another outside pass.
Oh, but watch Morgan Rothwell. She's trying to hang on to, tying up just a little bit. Noel Evans looking strong, being challenged a little bit by Ariana Moore. Oh, who's going to get it?
Evans at the line. Looks like she just had it.
I love it.
But Moore and Evans, 57.06 for both of them, going down to the thousands. Ariana Moore charged back. Everyone in that one took the lead at some point, which is crazy in a 400.
You know, with 50 to go and you are tying up like that, but you know what's on the line. I mean, how hard is it to push through, Danny, like that?
It's tough, and I love watching these indoor 400s because these athletes aren't used to dealing with traffic, you know, within a race. They're used to staying within their lanes. So it's really interesting to watch them have to deal with that new challenge indoors.
The fight for pole position, maybe high school athletes not really running the tangents perfectly yet because they're not used to it.
Maybe not understanding how much more when you're out in lane 2, you're running so much more, so it's so fun.
We've got Simone Kelly, Elena Cooper, Zoe Dorsey, and Jeline Burgess in section 2. And section 2 is off. Burgess on the outside. Dorsey in the light blue in 5, trying to make up the stagger early.
Looks like Zoe Dorsey's out pretty good.
Dorsey in lane 5, the light blue top, trying to make it to the cut first. Jaylene Burgess right on her hip.
Burgess kind of taking her time, using that tangent to get in. Coming back a little bit, but Zoe Dorsey just putting the pressure on here.
And Elena Cooper just unable to get around Burgess until late. She's trying to make a late charge. Zoe Dorsey, 50 meters left in this one. Section 2, Rising Star Girls 400. Zoe Dorsey's gonna take it.
55-50, 55-71 officially. Woo!
Huge run from Dorsey, and she just got out hard. There's a lot to be said for winning that pole position in an indoor 400.
Mm-hmm. Having that position with 200 to go is huge. You got the track to yourself at that point. You don't have to worry about going around or up those turns.
Yeah, and then she fought with Burgess for position there, and Burgess just had to burn a little bit too much and then kind of played blocker, kind of giving her a clean run at it the rest of the way.
Zoe Dorsey moving into first with that time, 55-71.
And now more fireworks. We get the production of a championship race. We've got a 2-section final, boys 400-meter championship, and a lot of fun in this one.
So they will run 2 heats of 4. And then obviously we're going to have to keep that time. Like, that's so hard to do. I mean, when you run that first heat, you got to go as hard as you possibly can because you can't, like, adjust. You know, the second heat has a little bit of a, I don't know. I mean, it's 400 meters. You still got to go all out. But you still have a little bit, I don't know, of an advantage when you know what you have to run.
Absolutely. And then, you know, sometimes if somebody sneaks in, runs a fast time in that first section, and there's congestion in that second one, you can find yourself jumping your way past some athletes who ran faster than you in a prelim.
Yep. Yeah, you got to think about your competition, and you also have to think about the time. That's tough.
Oh. And in a race where they run, you know, 50 seconds or less, like,
right.
you have a time.
Right.
Oh, it's getting hype right here.
And we'll give you your start list for Heat 1. Alex Ornelas, Braylon Farrington, Shamar Hurd, and Darian Tarver Jr. are the 4 going in Heat 1.
So, Danny, what is your next race? Do you have one yet?
I will be at the Penn Relays at the end of April.
Get out of here.
Yeah,
Coming back out east.
Yeah.
So is it a 1,500 or a mile this year?
An 800 actually,
800?
first time around. Yeah,
Oh.
but then we'll get into 1,500s after that.
Yeah.
Kick off the season, something short and speedy, and then step back into the...
Yeah. Get my doors blown off to start the season, and then get things going. So.
Always fun to mix it up, though, in an off race. Take a little bit of the pressure off of the big picture of things.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it contributes to your success in other events, you know, to feel different types of pain, you know. So.
Yeah. The 800 is like one of the most excruciating.
Oh yeah, it's definitely known for its pain factor. So.
The things that we put ourselves through.
Probably one that scares most distance runners the most
Totally.
is anytime they have to run an 800.
Oh. All right, first heat, the championship boys 400 meters.
Ornelas, Farrington, Hurd, Tarver Jr. And they're off in section 1. Out well in 5 is Hurd. Hurd makes up that stagger really quickly.
Yeah, Hurd is out hard. Look at him closing in onto that railing. Really taking his time, taking a wide turn here.
And Tarver Jr. makes that fight for second and making a move on the back stretch, but not quite ready to get in. Tucks back in on trying to make the move on the turn now.
That was smart on Hurd. He put the pressure on again on that final turn, making Tarver Jr. really work.
Here comes Tarver Jr. Hurd's going to take it at the line. 47.62 for Shamar Hurd.
Excuse me, I said 49, 50 seconds. No, I knew better. 47.62.
Hurd heard you.
Yeah, he did.
Said I can do better than that.
He's like, what are you talking about?
And goes and throws down 47.62 from the first heat and says, go chase that.
Well, he ran a smart race. Basically led start to finish there. Every time he felt the heat, he just kind of brought it himself. It was awesome.
You can tell how as these races go by how important it is to have the lead with a lap to go. You know, it's really, really difficult on an indoor track to challenge the leader with 100 to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, having to try and do it either down the backstretch or time it perfectly so you don't, in a 400, you don't have the legs to make a move. You just have to hope that your momentum can carry you around so you don't have much time to do it. Section 2 on the track, Alexander Sadikov, Jacob Andrews, Zaire Nuridin, and Quincy Wilson. MVA Monteverde Academy in Monteverde, Florida. In lane 5, top seed in this one is Nuridin. And Monteverde Academy's got 2 national records already today. And Norridden is out fast. Makes up the stagger in the first 100.
Andrews is out as well.
Andrews on the inside trying to challenge for pole. And
Look
we've
at
got a
that
little
fight.
shoulder to shoulder.
Wow, making him run on the outside lane there is Andrews.
Andrews, the University of Southern California commit and the University of Tennessee commit in Norridden. They fought for pole position, like you said, Danny, and Andrews in the lead.
Oh, but look at it. Look who's coming up. Wilson.
Late charge from Quincy Wilson of Bullis. Quincy Wilson.
Woo!
46-67 officially. Quincy Wilson. 350 meters to go. He was in third.
And he is in 9th grade, everybody. We have seen him run fast. He's run so well over 500 meters indoors. He came here. He moved all the way to Virginia this year to train with the Bullis group. And you know what? Look at this. This is what it's all about. Look at that big, huge crowd. They have about 20 people in the stands. This is America's next brightest star right here.
A junior AAU Junior Olympics champ. But he's here now on the high school stage.
And that is, he said, one of the main reasons he came was to meet Sid.
And there he is with a world record holder, Olympic gold medalist. What an experience for the 9th grader.
And his coach just tackled him right there.
Rightfully so.
46-67. Oh my goodness.
Came in with a 47-39 as his seed time. Runs 46-67. And that was that perfectly timed, all that momentum coming off the final turn. What an incredible run from Quincy Wilson.
I'm hyped right now. Danny.
And what a great way to meet Sydney for the first time. She didn't see that finish line tape.
It is so fun.
Incredible run from Quincy Wilson.
And just the way he ran it. You know, with 50 meters to go, he was still in it. And at that age, you guys, he's not even 16 years old yet, is he? He's in 9th grade. No. So for him to have that kind of composure.
Yeah, he let those guys just battle it out there in the beginning, and then
he
waited. Doesn't matter.
Waited.
You guys do your thing, and I'll get you the last 50.
Oh my gosh. Awesome.
And what a welcome onto the scene at a national stage like this.
That was pretty cool.
Well, an incredible performance, but just like every incredible performance, we're on to the next one.
Yeah, we are.
The girls are up next. Championship girls, 400s. They're getting the star treatment with their intros now. Section 1's going to be Sydney Sutton of Bullis, teammate of Quincy Wilson. Nevaeh Burns of Motor City Track. Brooklyn Drakeford from Piscataway. 3, 4, and 5.
New Balance, we need the same energy. The boys were amazing. Let's bring these girls home. We need that same energy.
Whew.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
That was a big race.
Huge. And a big 50 at the end there for
Really?
Quincy Wilson. 3rd to 1st, like that.
He's going to have fun going back and watching that. You know, just the patience he had in that race.
And that is an incredible introduction for Sydney McLaughlin, and everyone's on their feet cheering for Sid because this is her house.
Yeah, it is. How fun is that? The entire crowd's been waiting to see her.
And fun for her to be down on the track.
Oh, I mean, do you think that the girls that are getting ready to run this race a little extra nerves knowing that Sid is watching, or do you think they just are in the zone and not really thinking about it?
Yeah, they might be telling themselves to focus
Yeah.
and not trying to make their move to get an autograph from Sydney.
Right. Let's just wait.
Yeah.
Sutton, Burns, and Drakeford are off. Heat 1 of the Championship Girls 400.
Haywood deciding not to start there.
And Sydney Sutton on the inside makes up the stagger early. Drakeford on the outside.
And here comes Burns.
Drakeford on the outside. She tries to make that move, but running a lot of extra distance on the turn. Sutton of Bullis just holding that rail position.
Sutton having to put a little bit of move, but here comes Burns, everybody. I've been watching her. Can she get him? I don't know. Sutton is really going hard here.
And Sutton will take it, holding off Burns. 55:02 to take section 1 of the Championship Girls 400.
Okay, 55:02 is the time to beat.
Well, I think now, after seeing what Quincy Wilson did, we just expected Burns was going to come back and take it.
Exactly.
Are they ready to go, Catherine?
Navia Burns. She's in 8th grade.
That's an incredible run for the 8th grader, Motor City Track.
She was the one in the orange.
8th grade.
55.6
Wow.
for 8th grade.
Wow.
She was the one that was closing in there. And here we are, section 2.
Already on the scene, competing in the championship section against the high schoolers in 8th grade. Heat 2, we've got Madison Gardner, a drive phase TC, Sydney Harris, a Jackrabbit track, Zaya Akins, and Michelle Smith from Monteverde Academy. Sydney Harris has run 54.0. That's her seed time. Zaya Akins has run 52.88.
My goodness.
Akins committed to the University of Kentucky and won New Balance Nationals Outdoor last year. Akins in the white New Balance top in 5. Reigning Outdoor New Balance Nationals champion. She makes up the stagger quick.
She is out hard, but on the inside, in lane 3, that's Gardner.
Gardner of Drive Face Track Club in the hot pink. It's all Zaya Akins right now. She's got 3 meters on the field and trying to separate more. Akins, Gardner, Smith, Harris.
Through 200 meters in 24.2. She was flying. We got to keep an eye on this clock. Watch it. Oh, they're coming back to her a little bit. Does she have time?
Zaya Akins, Madison Gardner gives chase. Akins is going to take it. 53.45 for Zaya Akins.
Great race.
54.0 for Madison Gardner. Sydney Harris, 54.70. Michelle Smith, 54.81. Zaya Akins, she was an outdoor champ at New Balance Nationals last year. Now she's your New Balance Nationals indoor champ.
The girls' championship ceremony at 5,000 meters after
She gets her photo op with Sid, too.
That's great. So Zaya Akins, 53.45.
Just huge energy down on the track right now.
Saying she's worked so hard for this. She's thanking everyone. You know, I've heard time and time again, these kids are just so gracious and they've been so humble and thanking all the people around them. And, you know, they're even thanking like their athletic trainers. And Danny, you probably had athletic trainers. Declan, you probably did too. Well, we did not. We had icy hot.
And ice tubs.
And,
or trash cans.
Yeah, exactly.
Trash cans with ice
I
in
don't
them.
even know if we did the ice tubs till college, but I mean, you know, it's really cool though. It's a different beast now, right? There's so many people, and all of the athletes here have been thanking everyone that has gotten them here, and it's pretty cool. They are treated like pros though. I mean, you know, every school is a little bit different, but they definitely acknowledge the people that get them here.
Yeah, it is a different world. there weren't facilities like this.
No.
There really aren't other facilities like this, period. But
Right.
there are other ones that try to be like this.
Yes.
I do think competing at even these races in high school, you do have to have a level oops.
Yep. Bringing the 800 back.
You know, a certain level of maturity. You know, these guys this is a lot of pressure, and it's a big stage, and it takes a lot of maturity to make it this far, and you can see that in when they speak on the microphones.
Exactly. And we've talked a lot about how the sport is just growing. I mean, yeah, well, there's a lot of talk about the shoes and the tracks and all this technology, but the amount of people running now is just awesome, and I think that's really elevated the game too. I mean, we have these ways to watch how other people are training now rather than just, you know, having a newspaper come out or whatever. But it really is pretty cool. But here we are.
5,800 participants
Yes.
here at New Balance
5,800.
Nationals.
Oh.
5,800. And we've got 12 on the track. Rising Star, boys 800, Daniel De Silva, Cole Thalmeyer, Christoph Fremont, Isaias Gonzalez, Anderson Krasner, Walt Peterson, Ethan Downs, Samuel Secor, Jack Stahl, Garrett Daly, Malachi Patterson. And Gonzalez of White Plains Future Stars takes it out quick, leading the way.
27.71 for the first 200. You could see he was kind of ready to go right from the gun. He got out there, he got his positioning, and he's happy to be up front, but there are plenty of guys lurking. They're waiting to get around him.
Well, they move this meet so fast that it's rare that you see this many athletes on a track in an 800, and that double waterfall start really forces you to get out and get after it.
Yeah, these guys are used to having their own lane at the start of an 800, so.
They don't even have a whole track. They've already got the next section lined up and ready to go.
Right.
I'll change a lead here as we're watching Fremont go around along with Peterson.
Christoph Fremont, Walt Peterson, Jack Stahl, 1, 2, and 3 as we approach the 600-meter split. And Peterson now challenging for the lead. Well-timed move.
Yeah, Walt Peterson really went for it. When he went around, you could see he was ready to make a big move. And that's what he has to do in this race. When you get around somebody, you got to make it almost real vengeful. You got to go for it.
Oh no.
Oh.
Walt Peterson steps on the rail. Jack Stahl, who was stalking, trying to get by him, but Walt Peterson manages to gather
he's
it
still
back.
gonna get
He's
there.
gonna hold on to it.
Wow, way to recover.
I mean, think of that. And maybe you can speak to this a little bit more. When you're going so fast in the 800 meters, and if you step on the inside rail or you just overstride, I mean, it just throws you off.
I mean, you can lose momentum just going shoulder to shoulder with somebody. That was really impressive to be able to bounce back from that. That was not an easy trip. That was significant.
Yeah, and to have really one more gear to accelerate like that, that's hard to do. Impressive from Walt finishing that one off. Walt Peterson, 159.37. Oh, and here's a quick look at that replay.
Just stepped on the railing a little bit. Didn't impede anyone. Here we are, heat 2.
And heat 2 is off. Isaac Green, Kenan Ringler, Willem Mandel, Nicholas Montana, Griffin Mandarola, Marco Busson, Connor Reedy, Logan Tracia, Simon Donovan, Antonio Cicerelli, Brendan Fliot, and Simon Donovan.
Our friend that is Isaac Green, dictating his pace.
And coming through 200 meters, Willem Mandel, 26.25.
Well, it's a two-man show right here, Mandel and Green, although when we have seen time and time again, when there's that big pack, it's almost like two different races within one. And Danny, I don't know about you, but if you ever see two out front and you have everyone breathing on your neck when you are in that second pack, it helps, and you can close the gap.
Right, yeah, it's motivating. And, you know, it's important to be in lane 1, but being single file like this is tough because you can let these gaps get away from you. You know, you can look up look down for a second, you look back up, and they're gone. So it's important.
You can hide.
Yeah, it's important to be looking ahead and paying attention to those gaps.
Isaac Green making that push. A little bit of movement there for Mandel, but he looks good still.
Green on the outside, Mandel holding the rail.
Donovan starting to close in. He's in third. That's Simon Donovan.
Did Donovan time it well? Green makes his move to the front. Mandel in second, Donovan third.
Uh-oh. I don't know, Green, he looks almost like he's struggling, but yet he still had the power to get off that track and to get him across the finish line in 1:56.11.
Strong last lap from Isaac Green. Made the move with about 150 to go and able to hold on for the win.
Look at those shorts. Lightning bolts everywhere.
That's something that hasn't changed from when I was in high school. Crazy boy shorts.
You're not allowed to wear crazy stuff at your high school meets. You got to match everyone. So you come to a meet like this, you can have a little fun.
Exactly. Lightning bolts, who want them? So, Danny, you are so close to going under that 2-minute mark. You've had some ups and downs with some injuries, but you're healthy now. You're feeling good.
Healthy now, feeling good. Yeah, 2:01 is my outdoor time.
It's so close.
Getting closer
and
every
you're
day.
so close to breaking 4, too, for the 1500.
Yeah, that's the big goal this year for sure.
Go under 2 and under 4.
That's always the goal, yeah.
All right, here we are in Heat 3. That's Audrey Pearson, Logan Mullen, Parker Dewey, Evan Smith, Tyler Bartlett, Sebastian Guerrero, Christopher Miller-Harris, Matthew Carnes, Daniel Sherpa, Ryan Hessler, and Gabrielle Cuffey. Okay, in this first 100 meters, 200 meters, what are you thinking in the 800?
Oh, man. I mean, you got to tell yourself to get out hard, right? If you want to get a good position, you really got to punch it, despite the fact that you got a half a mile, which is a long sprint. But you definitely have to get out. Which is hard to do in a race that's this long, but most of the time everyone else around you is also punching it, so that helps.
Are there certain word cues that you use when you're running the 800? Do you break it down 200 by 200, or is it, a 400 and 400? What is it?
I think relaxed but fast is a good way to do the 800. You don't want to be going so hard that, you can't close hard, but at the same time, it's really hard to run a faster second lap. Got to get out hard the first lap, and then really the last lap is just about surviving.
Exactly, yeah.
Competing and maintaining your form as best as possible.
Andre Pearson's been out here in front, went through the 400 in 54.33. A little bit of a close there by Gabrielle Cuffey, and then Evan Smith there in the blue in third. So when you are getting ready to really make your move, are you one to come up on the shoulder? Do you like to sit and wait till that final last turn? I know every race is different.
Yeah, I mean, in an 800, especially indoors, if you're making a move, it has to be definitive. You gotta, you can't hesitate, because if you're just on the shoulder, you're running up the turn. You're running extra meters, so you definitely want to punch it hard and get around.
Well, for the first time we see Parker Dewey, and look at that big, strong move. You said it, making that move, kind of going up the turn. And on this track, can you feel that? Do you feel like you're kind of going up around the turn, even in lane 1?
Yeah, I mean, if you go, you're in lane 1 and you're literally running uphill, you know? But he looked really smooth doing that. He made that look very easy.
Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing with 800-meter runners. Like, we sometimes forget that strength of being a 1,500-meter athlete really can help you crank out a great 8. Like, being so strong, and that's kind of how you are. More of the 1,500-meter runner and an 800-meter runner.
Yeah, definitely more of a strength middle distance runner. But the 800 is an interesting event because there's, boys and girls out here who are 400, 800 specialists who can run blazing fast 400s, who aren't necessarily milers or 2-milers or have never even run that race before, who are racing, women who are girls or boys that run cross country or the 2-mile or the mile. So it's really interesting event, and the different types of athletes. It's really cool.
I know, I love that. Well, here we are, Heat 4. We say Mikulski, Langenbach, Pinero, Yacombe, Perez, Disa, Tucker, Satchik, Rossi, Hayward, Thompson. And out front right now, it looks like it is Sahib Disa. But it's still a big pack. Sahib Disa, Simeon Hayward, Gavin Rossi, out in 27:19. Sahib Disa going super hard right here. I mean, you can see daylight between first and second. What do you think? What do you think's going through his mind?
I mean, I'm not sure he knows what's going on behind him. I think he's just out here to run hard, and he's certainly doing that.
Well, this is an athlete that we've seen this weekend. The Nighthawks Running Club, he's going for it. He definitely looks smooth. His arm carriage is great. He's not looking around. He's not even looking up at the Jumbotron. Is that a word that they still use, Jumbotron? The screen.
As opposed to just a really, really big TV,
yes.
I don't know.
I don't know. Do you ever use that, Declan, Jumbotron?
I exclusively use it.
Yeah, here we go. Okay. Last 200 meters for Sahib Disa. He's been out alone the entire time. Can Gavin Rossi close in? I don't know.
Big gap, but you tie up hard in an 800 when you tie up.
A little bit. You can see a little grimace on his face. Maybe the first time he's looking up, he's running way out there, trying to get a little bit of a turn, like a little bit of momentum coming off the turn. But this has been all Sahib Disa, but they're closing.
Rossi trying to make a move in the toed singlet, but it's going to be Sahib Disa of Nighthawk Running Club.
156.37, moving him into third place.
And one more section to go.
Well, Danny is taken off. Danny, we wish you all the best of luck this outdoor season. You've given us so much joy watching you and all the boss ladies.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for letting me hang out with you guys. This has been awesome. I've never gotten to do this before. So
you're great.
I'm going to go enjoy the rest of the meet.
There you go. Thanks, Danny. That's Danny Jones.
Danny Jones, New Balance Pro, NCAA champ, training with Team Boss.
Yes. They've got such camaraderie there. It's so fun to watch them. They have such fun, but yet just crush it whenever they race.
Absolutely crush it, and always fun to see the teams that go out there and just race too.
I know.
Just race.
They definitely like to race. They're not ones to shy away.
Head-to-head competition. That's what makes track and field so fun, and that's what we got at New Balance Nationals.
Yes!
Gabriel Sisk, Blake Santos, Tyson Crandall, Caleb Doddington, Jack Chapman, Gabriel Zwilling, Ethan Cope, and Brandon Lotta in this fifth and final section of the Rising Stars Boys 800.
All of these athletes are coming in with right around 156 to 157 PBs, and we've seen a lot of new PBs this weekend.
And that's what this is all about, getting an opportunity to run with high quality depth of competition on one of the best tracks in the world.
I know. And you know, I think that the track is super fast, but I also think anytime they race here, it's just that excitement, that energy, the synergy, and that's what I think it's all about. It's not just the track that's fast, they're jumping high too.
And that's the thing about these national meets, it's the energy of the fans, but also the energy of getting the opportunity to run at nationals, at New Balance Nationals. So you want to come out, you want to perform your best, and you bring that energy and momentum into a weekend like this. You get to travel for a race. That's so much fun for high schoolers that are used to hopping on a bus and going for 3.5 hours somewhere else in state.
Tyson Crandall out in the lead here, but soon to be passed, it looks like. This is going to be Brandon Lotta. Well, you know, speaking of that, like, just thinking about even when I ran the Olympic Games, it was like everyone was so excited to be there, and you elevate your game. A lot of people are injured at the Olympic Games. They're hanging on by a by a thread, and it's just amazing to see how you can kind of rise to the occasion. As we're watching Brandon Lotta go for it here. Is he going to get a new PB? I think so. 150.55. He hasn't seen that yet.
Lotta taking the fifth section of the boys Rising Stars 800, and that slides him into second out of that really big field of just over 50 athletes. So really impressive run by Lotta, making that move right before a lap to go and just tackling it. But I think you're right. You know, like the Olympic Games, lots of athletes showing up injured. They have to put so much into qualifying for those events. And you even see that at the high school level, trying to chase the times that are going to get you a trip to New Balance Nationals, but then they still show up and still perform. They're like, this is what I've got. I want to cap off my indoor season, but there's so much to get excited for. Gets dark outside, but it's still bright in here.
Yeah, exactly.
Got the sparks flying.
Well, even Cole Matson, he said he's been injured kind of all week. I mean, his hip has been sore. I don't know if injured is the right word, but he's had a niggle, and that hip has been bugging him. And he said, I wanted to come here so bad to race, and now he's going to have to shut it down and let his body heal. He's been going all over the place, much like a lot of these athletes. Here we are, the first heat, the Rising Star Girls 800.
And we've got Mary Gorski, Victoria Obeys, Brenna Sears, Isabella Toscano, Chloe Johnson, Alexandra Moore, Kayla Devine, and Ava Tomanek. And we'll have 6 heats in the Girls Rising Stars 800.
Well, out front is Mary Gorski. She came here with a 2:22.15 seed time. And she is well ahead of that right now, 32 seconds through that first 200.
We see that a lot in the 800, especially at the high school level. Just absolutely no fear. Get out, get after it. And they go and do it, and then you see these huge improvements from one week to the next.
I love seeing that. I love seeing people get out there and give it their all and see what they're made of. You know, it really, all it takes is one breakthrough race to see really what you're made of. And this is the time to do it right here in front of these huge crowds where everyone's cheering for everyone. Gorski going through in 67.85, so slowing just a little bit, settling in, which is what we see a lot. But if she can keep this pressure on, we're going to see a big PB.
Tomanek of Ohio Speed making a move on the outside. Isabella Toscano of IMG Elite sits in third.
I kind of like how Alexandra Moore has been looking there. She's been sitting there and just kind of chilling out from Union Catholic there in second. She's got her eyes on the back of Mary Gorski, and we'll see what happens here in this final lap. Mary Gorski's got a little bit of daylight in between.
And more the pink arm sleeve and blue top of Union Catholic. Gorski, though, trying to put the hammer down. 100 meters to go. Gorski and Moore.
Gorski's led from start to finish. Can she hold everyone off in the last 50?
Chloe Johnson, Steadfast Track Academy, making a huge move from 5th, trying to run him down. Chloe Johnson, can she catch Gorski? Gorski's going to hold her off at the line.
New PB for Gorski, 2:21.40.
And led every step of that one.
She did. And she's going to be happy with that. It's just over a half a second PB.
Chloe Johnson with that late charge, but impressive run to also finish in 2:21.
And just thinking of that, Chloe. So Chloe's coming to jam out tonight.
That's right.
Big
We've got
concert.
a big concert here, and
I didn't wear my dancing clothes on, but I have been dancing on the infield. I got my New Balance shoes on, so that must be the thing.
That counts for something.
Yeah.
We've got matching kicks
we
here
do.
going up in the
looking
booth.
good. They've kitted us out.
Heat 2. We've got Anya Budzinski, Jocelyn Milliken, Leah Thomas, Anna Lonergan, Sydney Weiss, Leilani Gibson, Kayla Hawkins, Amelia Jackson, all in this one.
All right, the fastest seed in this field is 2:20.99 by Budzinski. And Matt, who is in the lead. And she went out strong, but maybe a little bit more conservative than our first heat. She went through in 30.9. So that's the thing, like we see all these different races, and Danny was saying that there's so many different ways to run the 800, and it's so fun to see. I mean, some of these athletes are coming down in distance, So they're using that strength, and they have to keep the pressure on each lap. But then there's other athletes that are coming up from the 400, which naturally you'd see them get off the line fast.
Yeah, and there's the 800 runner that doesn't want to touch any race but the 800. So you've got that too.
Yeah, exactly.
63. What a blistering pace from Jocelyn Milliken.
I don't know if I loved running the 800 because I knew how fast it was going to be, but it was so fun to see how, because I was more of a miler, 2-miler. It was fun to see how fast my speed actually could be, even though I was running and focusing more on those longer distances. So anyone listening right now, like, don't be afraid to jump down and do it, because it will help you in those longer races.
We talk about, everyone gets asked to run a 4x4 and
Yeah.
get thrown in. But it gives you that opportunity to do something a little out of your comfort zone, test yourself. And as a 1500 specialist, there's a lot of different directions you could go to test yourself.
Yeah, and to be able to run through the fear of the 4x4, hey, that makes us better athletes no matter what.
Especially if you get it in the lead and got someone chasing you down.
Exactly. 100 meters to go here, and it's been the Milliken show right now.
Jocelyn Milliken of Steadfast Track Academy, from gun to tape. 2:16 solo effort.
So Milliken came in with a 2:21.12 seed time, walking away with 2:17.08.
That's a huge run.
Oh, you can see that. A little bit of pain on her face, but she looks up at that time and she's going to be super pumped. All right, heat 3 of 6 right here. Riley Hurdson, Kaylee Fries, Audrey Adam, Lee Foran, Kira Hodem, Shea Podbelski, Isabella Gentile, Emma Ronan, Lila Garbett, Dana Lur, Madison Rosas, and Elizabeth Zabalski.
And this one they've strung out quickly.
Which is interesting, because look at these seed times. Everyone's within the second of 2:20.
And that's the depth that kind of forces you to, get out and try and challenge. But also these waterfall starts, you're forced to get out fast.
And you have to. I mean, yes, the 800 is still long enough to see lots of changes, but it is such an advantage to be able to be up front and to get on that line right away.
And a lot of those changes don't take place in the last 250 or so meters. Once that lactic really starts to hit, you start tying up. So we see those changes pretty late in these ones.
Declan, are you coaching anyone right now?
Not coaching anyone these days.
Advising?
Just more enjoying being the spectator finally, which is a lot of fun. And based in Chicago and have a lot of great running in Chicago, but great to see people just really diving all in and enjoying the, like we said, it's just a growing sport from a participation side.
And you've seen some fast times in Chicago on the indoor track where everyone has kind of come out here now to capitalize on that. And as we're watching Zabalski here in the lead, she went through in 65 seconds. Let's see what she's come through here now with 200 meters to go. 1:42, so she's slowed a little bit. And we are seeing some ladies going around her here. That's Rassus making a big move, but Zabalski has answered that call. She's trying to hold on.
Rassus with a really strong move down the backstretch, and it's got one more gear now, pulling away with 75 meters to go. Kaylee Fries of TSA trying to charge late. Madison Rassus of Cub Athletics. 2:15.47. Setting a new standard, fastest time in the Rising Star section so far.
Closing in 32, so she went out in 32. Then she followed up with the 34, slowed a little to 35, but hammered home in 32. I love that.
That's some good strength to be able to bring it home like
exactly.
That. As a 1500 specialist yourself, sure you would get into those 800s and the pace would be out hot. You'd just be holding on until you could reel everyone in the last 250.
Yeah, it was always so, scary. I mean, I remember just standing on the line thinking, get out, work that third 200, because I knew I was going to get the doors blown off me the first 400. So I had to work the third 200 and then really drive home the last two.
Yeah, the last two is where that strength really finally comes into play.
And praying that everyone came back to me.
Section 4. We've got Abby Wells, Allison Wernick, Taylor Pangburn, Macy Beatty, Peyton Pitts, Sarah DeVasta, Kylie Bonser, Caitlin Chang, Lila Pesavento, Tyndall Ann Griffith, and Charlotte Dunkel.
A couple other do not starts as well, but the time to beat, 2:15:48 from that last heat. That's Madison Rassaz.
Abby Wells out well in this one, 31.85 through 200, still in the lead. And Charlotte Dunkel of the Bison Track Club hot on her heels. And they've really put a gap in here, still early in this one.
So early, we're going to see what that split is coming up. Out at 31, as we said. And, Tyndall Ann Griffin there, she's in third. She looks strong. You got to keep your eyes on her. Still 400 meters to go.
66 seconds through 400. And it's still Wells and Dunkel, but Griffith now starting to make up some ground from third.
And don't sleep on number 4 and 5. They are pushing each other to try to close that gap as well. But out front, Abby Wells and Charlene Dunkel battling it out as Dunkel tries to go around her.
Yep, just right as you said it. 4th and 5th now starting to connect back to third. That's Pangburn and Pasavento. Dunkel leads the way, 200 to go.
And almost as if that bell woke her up and she decided to go. She was shot out of the cannon, and she really looks good up front. That's Charlene Dunkel of Bison Track Club, only a sophomore.
Dunkel pulling away with this one, but a race all through the middle of this one. Pangburn, Pesavento, who were 4th and 5th, now moved up. Griffith and Wells all in the mix. Dunkel down the home stretch. She'll take section 4.
Whoa, big PB for her. 2:19.82 is what she came in with. 2:16.93, 3 full seconds.
2:16 as a sophomore. And that's the reason that these Rising Star races are so awesome to have. When you get that chance as a sophomore to run in this type of environment.
I know. And you think of the coaches that are watching back home or out in the crowd, those college coaches are like, okay, there's the sophomore that just ran 2:16. I'm going to keep my eye on her.
Yeah. And just like we've had all day, just on to the next one. They're just
they don't mess around.
Rolling through it.
So heat 5 of 6 here. We have Eugenie Horaceberger, Finley Simmons, Abigail Benville, Emma Tuxbury, Delaney Dreyer, Jamaica King, Anna Hardiman, Katrina Torelli, Huntley Buckingham, Maya Johnson, Alexandra Jackson, and Faith Murphy. There's a lot of them in this one. 12 athletes.
And right off the start, Anna Hardiman went up towards the front. Not as strung out as we've seen some of these other races, and that's because they went out a little closer to 33 seconds there, so they just didn't have that urgency. We've seen a lot of 30s and 31s, but might see a little faster of a close with a little more sensible pace on the first lap.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more tactical, which we see a lot in championship races. Even in the boys 5,000 when I was down there, they went out, they had those lights, right, that they were chasing, just like they're here. And then they let it go, but they started to race each other. And then when that racing actually happened, that's when the times came. So let's see what they go through here in 400.
Mia Johnson at 400. Jamea King, Faith Murphy from Born to Run up there as well. 67.83. So went out slow, but they're right on pace with what we saw in the other heats.
Exactly.
They just didn't burn up too much on that first lap. Faith Murphy and Mia Johnson, shoulder to shoulder.
I liked how Murphy made that final push to get up and around before she got onto that turn. That was smart of her.
Every meter counts, especially in an 800. Faith Murphy going to take the bell.
141.96. She's on
even splits.
Yep.
Actually, a little bit faster than the last 200. Faith Murphy. Jamea King from Union Catholic, just a freshman, now starting to close it down.
And Jackson kind of answering that call there. She's starting to make her final push with 100 meters to go.
That's Alexandra Jackson, an 8th grader.
Woo! Faith Murphy looks strong. Keep your eye on the clock. The time to beat right now is 2:15.48.
She's gonna do it. 2:14.72 officially. Alexandra Jackson, the 8th grader, 2:16.57. Jamea King, Union Catholic freshman, 2:16.70. So a lot of fast times coming out of that 5th section. And we still got one to go.
One to go, heat 6 of 6. We'll go through that start list real quick. Morgan Kirkland, Grace Finnegan, Kylie King, Scarlett Stimson, Tenley Nelson, Riley Humphreys, Olivia Holbrook, Bria Benigni, Grace Tate, Janae Coleman, Chloe Dibb, and Charlotte Buxbury. Oh, they're going to bring them back. There was a fall.
And that's the right thing to do here. You know, in those waterfall starts, sometimes people just get closed in on. And it looked like that was hip 7 there. Olivia Holbrook, Team Kentucky Elite. She just got pinched in on. And good that they called them back before they got out, ran too much race there.
Aww.
Yeah, competitors checking in on her. Great sportsmanship shown there from Grace Finnegan.
That's tough to fall like that and to figure out how to get up, shake it off, and get going again. But, you know, sometimes you have those best races when you have those hurdles that you have to get over. You know, you gotta fight back and be perseverant.
Holbrook dealing with some track burn now. You can see those scrapes on the elbows. That's never fun, but she's able to just reset a little bit here, have an opportunity to still come out. And actually, this reset might give her one more chance to catch her breath.
Yep.
Hard to do, but learning experiences all around.
I'll never forget, I fell in the first 400 meters at the World Championships for cross country, and the crowd was stomping on me because we were right there. We went going up a hill, and finally I heard my coach say, "Get up," because I couldn't get up because everyone was stepping on me. But once I got up, I had a good race, but it was hard to calm my nerves and calm my adrenaline. So I hope she can kind of regroup here and have a good race.
Nice to see her get out and just kind of stick herself right in the mix there from the gun.
Right there in 4th place right now. Faith Murphy. Nope, sorry, that's not the right result.
Murphy's 2:14, our leading time.
That's
right
the leading
now.
time. And it looks like King is up in front with Humphreys in 2nd. Finnegan.
Kylie King leading the way for Motor City Track. On the outside is Holbrook coming up on the bell, and Holbrook, who went down at the start, charging to the lead.
65 seconds through that first 400 there.
Olivia Holbrook, Team Kentucky Elite, starting to get a little bit of space between her and Kylie King. Morgan Kirkland, hit 1 on the inside. Kirkland trying to go around. Kylie King holding her off. We've got 2:50 to go.
Kylie King trying to close in there a little bit. But I'm telling you, that adrenaline sometimes gets you through, and that's what Holbrook's doing. She went down early on in the race. She got up. You can see she's a little uncomfortable. Something's going on with her left shoulder there, but she's trying.
Holbrook, Kirkland, Kylie King. Down the back stretch, Holbrook and Kirkland. Kirkland makes the challenge. Holbrook's trying to hold her off before the turn, and she does.
But looking at number 5 there, that's Tenley Nelson making a strong move on the outside, and she's coming up.
Huge move from Nelson, swinging wide.
And Stimson, number 4 there in the green, she's really going to her arms and trying to get around as well.
Holbrook and Nelson at the line, and it looks like it's Nelson.
We're going to have to watch that, though, because Holbrook did come back with 2 seconds to go there. And they're going to finish right together at 2:17, and they're going to give it to Nelson.
2:17.24 for Nelson, 2:17.26 for Holbrook. And that will wrap the Rising Star Girls 800. Faith Murphy's 2:14.72 ends up being the top time on that one.
And the first of those 9 sections will have Jamie Lano, Matthew Rooney, Gavin Borger, Noah Nielsen, Ellis Goodson, Tristan Burke, Sean Sanders, Quinn Green, Austin DeSisto, Colin Kern, and Dylan Brand. This is section 1 of 9 of the Championship Boys 800.
Championship Boys 800. We got 9 heats. So lots of Boys 800s coming up.
So seat times in this one range from 156.5.
We've got Jamie Lano, Matthew Rooney, Gavin Borger, Noah Nielsen, Ellis Goodson, Tristan Burke, Sean Sanders, Quinn Green, Austin DeSisto, Colin Kern, and Dylan Bren. Seed times 156 to 158 in section 1 of the 9 Boys Championship 800. And Kern of Warrior Track Club out to the front, 26.77.
26.77 through 200 meters. On his heels is Dylan Brand from Wachusett.
And Kern and Bren out front. Big gap on the field so far, but pressing things along here. Inspired run here from Colin Kern. Gonna go through, that's a 55-second first 400.
Colin Kern, Dylan Bren going 1-2 here. Kind of like where Bren is right now. He's just right behind him. He's on the railing, sort of watching every move and waiting for that bell. But can Colin Kern hold him off? He looks good. He looks strong. Oh, no.
Here
Right as I said
Dylan Bren. Dylan Bren making the move at the bell. 124 at 600. Kern hasn't let him go.
He hasn't. Colin Kern, really long stride there, trying to shorten that up a little bit just to get his speed back going. But he looks like he's trying. And Dylan Bren making him work hard for it, though. Look at him come around, 50 meters to go.
And one last charge from Colin Kern. Dylan Bren's going to do just enough to hold him off. 155.04 for Dylan Bren. Really strong run, and he made that move right going into that 600-meter mark.
Oh, look at that right there. Did you see that huge hug?
Yeah, they just went for it. The two of them together, went out, worked together.
I love that.
Colin Kern came in with a 158 seat time, walks out a 155 runner.
Yeah. All right, here's heat 2 of 9.
We've got Michael Palizzi, Tyler Heath, Owen Westerkamp, Brian Theobald, Zach Makemson, Stone Smith, Sam Castle, Jeffrey Hellman, Noah Fisher, and Camden Ryland.
All these athletes in between 155 and 156. This is heat 2 of 10. A little bit of a shout out here to Rich Kana, a man that's done so well over 800 meters. He's got his nephew in here.
World Championships medalist,
yes.
Over 800. And
one of the fast 800 meter runners we've ever seen in the U.S. And his nephew, Brian Theobald, is there, hip number 4. And look at this, entire field is in this race.
Bit of a fight here up front. That's Stone Smith on the outside, hip 6. And Sam Castle, hip 7, moving into the front.
Sam Castle leading the way right now.
Not quite as quick as we saw the first heat go out.
But again, we've seen that where in the girls' race, they were out a little bit slower on that last heat, but they ran faster than anyone else. So
a little bit of that even split, not getting out too far ahead of yourself, able to press this third 200 where it's most important.
Sam Castle there in the lead, running 56.90 through that 400 meters.
Big move on the outside from Polizzi, and he's challenging Ryland and Castle.
Still kind of anyone's race right here. Everybody is still in one of the most bunched up races we've seen all day. 200 meters to go at the bell, and it's Westerkamp.
Westerkamp with a huge move to go from 7th to 1st on that 200, and he's got a little bit of distance on the field now.
Westerkamp, 100 meters left, still leading into the final turn.
But check out number 1, Polizzi in the blue shorts. Look at him. Will he pass on the turn, or does he wait till the stretch? He's going for it.
Westerkamp and Polizzi. Polizzi on the outside is going to overtake Westerkamp, but it's down to the line. Michael Polizzi, 156.43. 156.44 officially for Polizzi.
That was a tight race.
Yeah, what a move from Westerkamp. Just goes 7th to 1st all in one lap.
Next on the track, we'll have Ahmed Chopra hit number 1.
And these athletes go home and watch this race or talk with their coaches. You know, the 800 meters is, even though it may seem a little bit longer, there's still so many technical things about it. You know, you have to know how to pass. You have to know how to control yourself in what is basically a long sprint, right? So it's tough. It's a really hard race to pace, but you got to figure it out in order to really nail it. And these athletes are learning here with the best of the best.
And trying to find out what the best way for you to run it personally, because there's some run even splits, some run positive splits, but there's a little bit different for everyone.
Let's face it, lactic acid hurts for everybody.
Section 3, Armand Chopra, Drew Costello, Jaden Ennis, Kelton Poyer, Daniel Coyne, Patrick Doran, Jake Haley, Caleb Smith, and Colin Stafford. Jaden Ennis, 27.4, taking this one out. Caleb Smith, Christian Brothers Track Club, on his hip.
Now this race is a little bit more stretched out than that last one. They went through in 27.46. Caleb Smith took them out, but it looks like Ennis now in the lead.
Ennis and Smith, 1 and 2. Poyer, Costello, 3, 4. Just kind of right in a line here. Everyone getting a clean run. 55.97 at 400. That's a huge move there from Poyer to move 3rd to 1st.
And he's kind of bringing everyone with him. Now we're watching.
That looks like
Costello. It's about 2:50 to go. Costello got up on the shoulder and really kind of used that as a slingshot to get around everybody with just over 150 meters to go.
And really accelerating into that bell lap, trying to pull away before that turn. Drew Costello, he's got 8 meters on the field. Kelton Poyer in 2nd, Jaden Ennis 3rd. Strong finish from Costello, another 155, 155.12. He came in with a 155.5 seed time, so good improvement from Costello, and he did it all in that last 200.
So here's heat 4 of 9. We've got Jackson Harris, Travis Wolfthump, Andrew Thornton Sherman, Ryan Beagle, Jacob Redman, Andrew Burrell, L.J. Nelson, Noah Johnson, Logan Dingman, and Aiden Hodge.
Jacob Redman, Andrew Burrell, L.J. Nelson, Noah Johnson, Logan Dingman, and Aiden Hodge.
And a quick start here. Burrell on the outside in the yellow vest.
Jackson Harris out on the outside there, got out strong, going through the first 200 meters. It's actually Andrew Burrell, in 26.96.
Long stride of Burrell, Aiden Hodge right on his heels. See if they keep pressing this pace with a little bit quicker of a first 200 than we've seen from the last 2 sections. Burrell and Hodge. Wolf Thompson sits 3rd.
that time to beat right now, 1:55.04 by Dylan Bren.
Big move by Aiden Hodge there, going into 400 to go.
55-56.
Another 55-second first 400. And already Burrell trying to challenge back just after being past 50 meters ago. Showing signs of fight. He's going to pass on the turn.
To get around the outside, and he wants to get to the pole before the bell. Because Burrell leading Ryan Beagle had got into second place.
Burrell, Beagle's made his way up from fourth now into second. Burrell got passed on lap 2, and he made a charge back on lap 3.
Burrell looking good. He almost woke up there, and that's the thing. But check out who's coming in 2 and 3.
Beagle and Hodge. Hodge swinging wide. Aiden Hodge trying to challenge back. Andrew Burrell holds on for it. 153. 153.28 officially. Andrew Burrell.
Give it up to Aiden Hodge, really going for it. Maybe just a little bit of an overstride for him on those final 50 meters, but he ran hard.
Well, the fastest seed time in that entire heat was 154.9. And we had
10.
10 go that fast in that
That's
section.
awesome.
Burrell's 153, Hodge 153, Beagle 153. So great running from that section. Section 5, we got Evan Wrights, Cameron Viger, Sean Clegg, Nathan Blades, Daniel DeMonte, Caden Montini, Ben Murray, Caleb Hymans, Alexon Sonior, and Anthony Engel.
The girls' championship shot put to the rules area.
Looking like Alexon Songer is out. Strong right now, going through the first 200 in 26:31.
Really ran that tangent, stayed wide for a long time, but probably wanted to see if somebody else is willing to take the pace too.
I mean, there's a lot of times when these athletes do not want to be in the lead. And I've said it a lot. I don't really love having to worry about what people are doing behind me, but I do like to stay clean, so getting out has its advantage.
And Songer was kind of riding on the outside. Sean Clegg thought about making a move on the inside. Songer said, I guess I'll close the door here. And now challenge Anthony Engel moving to the front.
Engel going through in 55.83. Really powering through this third lap.
They saw that last section with a really strong third lap, leading them all to fast times after coming through in 55. Got a chance to see something really similar here too. Everyone's still in it with a lap to go. Engel leading the way.
Engel digging, look at that. He's gritting it out right now. You can see a little bit of a grimace on his face. And as I thought people were coming up on him, he is actually starting to move a little bit, but don't sleep on number 8 there.
That's Caleb Hymans swinging wide, and Ben Murray, Homewood Track Club, also swinging wide. He's going to go around. Murray into the lead down the home stretch. Ben Murray. 155. Really strong close from Ben Murray. Another 155. Looking at section 6 now, stepping onto the track, but we've got Dylan DeCamber, John O'Reilly, Caden Kingsmith, Jake Eagling, Blake Slavinsky, Jackson Eckert, Thomas Hess, Jake Rimmel, James Kenyatta, and Drew Graves. Jackson Eckert made a nice strong move straight to the front down on the inside there. We got seed times of 153.7 up to 154.5 in this one. Kenyatta on the outside there. Out well, and a little bit of a challenge at who's going to take pole position here. It is going to be Kenyatta. Thomas Hess of Lewisburg area sits second, but out 25.98, fastest time we've seen so far. If they can keep their foot on the gas going into this third 200, could see some really quick times, and we've got moves being made Hess and Cunata. Graves of Michigan Mustangs. And a big jump up there, Caden Kingsmith. Kingsmith on Cunata's outside, trying to decide what time he's going to go. Pressing down the back stretch, he's going to move into the lead at 500. Energy's high, music's bumping. Caden Kingsmith. Cunata and DeCamber behind, giving chase. But it's Kingsmith with 200 to go. Bell is ringing. Kingsmith, DeCamber, Hess. Huge move from Kingsmith on that third 200, pressing on the gas, but now he's coming back to DeCamber, and a long charge out from third. We've got Hess and Graves in here trying to make their moves. And at the line, Dylan DeCamber making the pass on the outside. Kingsmith made a move from far out. 153.82 for DeCamber, 154.03 for Kingsmith. They went for that one carry, and DeCamber able to make his way up from 7th at 400 meters into 2nd at 600,
Whoa.
and then all the way into 1st at the finish.
So Andrew Burrell still in the lead here with 153.28. And we are on heat 7.
Heat 7 of 9. We've got Nicholas Hayden, Michael Woolery, Timothy Roden, Nicholas DeVita, Eli Sterling, Cooper Citro, Charles Perry, Andrew Below, and Oliver Brandes. 152.7 to 153.6 are the seeds here. And these boys are getting out.
They are getting after it.
25-3, Oliver Brandes.
Well, and Phillips Exeter Academy, they have such great runners there, and they're used to that. And again, you know, we've talked about it time and time again, when you're on a team that has such great synergy and they have this history, it's just what you do.
Yeah, and it makes you feel like that's attainable when you see other people going and competing really competitively at the national level. You say, I can do that too.
Right. They know what's on their chest right now, but the field is starting to close in on them a little bit.
52.97 at 400. Nicholas Hayden now moving on to the outside.
Well, a little bit of jostling going on over there. That's the tough thing about the 800, especially when you're on a bank track. You know, you want to get in on that railing, but you got to make sure that you have enough space. And I think they're fine, but it was just a little tight right there.
Yeah, definitely a contact sport, indoor 800. Hayden leading the way, losing his headband a little bit there.
Yeah, and then almost losing his footing.
Hayden Brandes, 1 and 2. Did Hayden move too early? It was 122 at 600. Brandes trying to charge back now.
That entire field's coming back at him. Does he have enough real estate? I don't think so. It's going to be Brandes.
And Hayden tactically just trying to force Brandes a little wide, and Brandes has enough. 153.47. That puts him into the second fastest time of the day so far.
So 0.5 seconds separating the top 4 riders here. All right, section 8 is next on the track. We've got Luke Shaglin, Trent McFarland, Keon Grieve, Shaniso Sikanita, Andrew Casey, Omar Ibrahim, Noah Musselwhite,
2 more heats, and we've seen some fast times already. We've got 8 under 154 in this one. Luke Shagellin, Trent McFarland, Kepler Huntress, Keon Grieve, Shamiso Sikaneda, Andrew Casey, Omer Ibrahim, Noah Musselwhite, Jacob Pahala, Colin Abrams, and Dawson Welch. 151s and 152 seed times throughout this one.
Oh, starting to crank the music. Everyone's getting fired up.
And now as things get a little tighter in terms of the number of athletes in that window of seed times, it really shows when they come through 400 or 200 and everybody's within about half a second.
I know, I love that. I mean, you know, we've seen that in a few races, but I feel like most of the races we've seen them string out pretty early on.
Trying to, you know, force the issue when you have those waterfall starts, but Shimiso Sikaneda making his move to the front, 55.48, so not quite as quick as the last heat, but still a lot of room to do work here.
He's got a long stride. It's tough for him to be behind runners, I'm assuming, with that long stride, especially when it's maybe not that pace that you want. Easier for him just to get around and get out and have some clearance.
Didn't look like a major move, but he so effortlessly put 5 meters on the field, and he's got 5 meters on him with a lap to go. Here comes Andrew Casey. Andrew Casey in the purple vest in second, trying to run down Sikaneda.
And does he have enough time? It looks like it. He's making a hard push with 100 meters to go.
Swings wide on the turn is Casey Sikaneda.
Stride for stride off that turn.
Casey down the home stretch. Welch making a late charge.
Woo! Andrew Casey.
153.77. 153.82 officially for Casey. 6th fastest time. Very even splits there when you don't get out in 25 seconds through 200.
Seriously, look at Andrew Casey's 27.8, 28.6, 28.8, 28.45.
Yeah, just a little bit of bodies to work through though when you don't string things out as fast as we saw those last couple sections. But now we're on section 9 of 9 of the championship boys 800. And they're gonna get that special treatment here. We can have fireworks before the race. We might have some fireworks during the race.
I can't help it. I gotta dance a little bit. Who doesn't like this song?
Yeah.
No matter how old you are.
You gotta jump around.
I know.
Especially when, you know, this is what I play for my 9-month-old son when I'm trying to get him to jump around, jump up and down in the bouncer. But
I love it.
You know. Looking at the 9 in this one, we've got Andrew Regnier, Marcus Riley, Daniel Watke, Simeon Birnbaum, Carter Cutting, Miguel Pintojas, Tanoda Matsada, Aaron Salmon, Charles Leaf IV, and just about everyone with a sub 151 seat time. 149s, 150s. It's going to be fast.
This is going to be fast. We've been waiting for it. But it also could be tactical. You know, that's the thing. You just never know.
I think with that 153.28 time that's out there, someone's going to want to make the move at some point before 400 meters. You can let it go 56, but if it goes 57, it starts getting really hard to really ratchet it back down. But 149 runners could absolutely negative split, run that 153 time. They'll be pinballing around the track.
Yeah, they will. You know, this is in these races when you know your competitors and you're kind of looking around. I know the 800's so fast, but you still know who's around you. There's still that pressure of knowing this guy has run this or he's won that. So yeah, there's a lot on the line right now. Anybody who has the New Balance Indoor National Champion on their resume, that's a big deal.
It's a huge deal, and that's what they're looking for today. They're not just running for time, they're running for pride. They want to be a national champ.
As we look at Aaron Salmon, I mean,
zipping up the speed
zipping it up. He has
business.
Definitely said he wants this. He wants to run fast here. He's also going to run the mile, I believe, tomorrow. I mean, I think there's a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. He's a guy that, you know, he knows he's good in a good way.
Aaron Salmon was part of that 4x-mile U.S. national record at New Balance Nationals.
Aaron Salmon just ran 150 last week for his Rust Buster. That's what he called it.
That's what we're calling Rust Busters these days?
Yep.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Northern Arizona commit.
and he has definitely said he wants to go for that 147 time.
Yeah, he wants to run fast, and he knows it's possible, and they're out hard. That waterfall start really forcing them to get after it. Matsatsa on the outside. He's your early leader for that outside stagger, and they're going to be fighting for pole position. Matsatsa taking him through 26-0, and he's got a little bit of gap, and that's nice for Salman, who's got a little bit of space. He needs to close that gap, but Matsatsa out well. Not too crazy either. 26-0, fast enough to get out there, but not too fast.
Matsatsa, he is a 149.87 guy, so he is the only guy besides Charles Leith, the fifth, who is a sub 150.
Matsatsa's third year running track, and he's committed to run at Georgetown. And he is getting after it. Regnier in second right now. Some big moves being made down the back stretch. Charles Leith. But Matsatsa right now, he's still got a gap on the field.
Matsatsa looks so good right here with the ball to go. He's not looked around yet.
120.32. Charles Leith giving chase.
Woo!
Leith with the 149 seed time. Matsatsa with the 149 seed time.
It's our two 150, our sub 150 guys out front here. And can Matsatsa lead from start to finish?
Leith swings wide. Matsatsa trying to push him wide. Matsatsa holds on. He's going to break the tape. 148-27 officially. Matsatsa took the lead from the start, went out hard, 52 at the quarter. And Leith with a late charge runs 26.90 for his last 200.
Wow. Did you see how strong he was lap after lap after lap?
Fastest time in the country this year for Matsatsa. And to have a gear left when Leith came up on his shoulder on the turn was really impressive after how hard he went out to get that pole position.
But you know, when you fight that hard to get that kind of a lead, which he did. I mean, he went out hard and he established that lead. He did not want to let it go. They did close in on him. Charles Leith, the fifth, you got to give it up to him.
Yeah, a huge run to come back. Leith was sitting in sixth place at 400, just didn't get off the line well, and he was in that ninth position, way on the outside of the track. So in that second waterfall, everybody beat him to the break. So he was just kind of stuck back, had to make one big move. But Matsatsa showing why getting out hard can be beneficial. He got out of traffic, had a clean run at it, and just had to make one more move with 150 to go.
He had the confidence coming in to just do what he wanted to do. He wanted to run his own race, set that blistering pace. You guys, he went 26.0 for the first 200, 26.83 for that second 400. Or second 200. Then he went through 600, in 27.45. In that last 800, 27.95.
Faster than I went through 400 when I ran 146. So he was out and after it. But you have to be smart with how you do that in an indoor race when you're really you're trying to position yourself well, force people to go wide. And by Leith catching Matsatsa right on the turn, Matsatsa had to make a move, but he also just forced Leith to run that extra distance.
26.90 is what Leith's last 200 was. He really put it on. It's going to be a fun outdoor season, but right now, Matsatsa, he's the New Balance indoor national champion.
And Leith might have been able to make that move on an outdoor track and just slide right by him. Matsatsa able to just out-tactic Leith in the last 100 meters. And Matsatsa is a New Balance national champ.
Push through the pain is what he says. And we could see that. I mean, he looked so smooth. He didn't really wear the pain on his face. But yet, at the same time, you know that had to hurt.
An 800 always hurts. And Matsatsa showed what happens when you do push through the pain and you just go out there and grit it out. A really gutsy run, really gritty run.
Yeah.
and fun to watch.
It was really fun to watch.
Championship girls 800s are up next.
That went quick.
We've got Ava Beeks, Carmen Luisi, Kashia Hu, Selma Buktam, and Jace Ward.
So 9 heats.
9
So
heats.
First of 9.
9 heats of the boys, 9 heats of the girls. And it's Kashia Hu of the Talented Team Club. Love some of these team club names.
Yeah, it's been interesting. We were laughing yesterday because some of them have, you know, almost like mascot names, and it would be like Cougar against the Panthers against the Tigers, and we were almost having like, you know, animal sounds coming. We've been announcing a long time, so we were having some fun with it.
Yeah, and we've been announcing a long time today, I think.
Yeah.
7:55, first race of the day this morning that I called.
Oh my goodness.
We did about 90 events in the 60, just between 60 hurdles and 60-meter dashes. We did 90 heats, and we were rolling through the morning.
It was so fun. Well, 64 seconds through the first 400 for Kashia Hu.
Out well, and Carmen Luisi making a move down the back stretch, as is Ava Beeks. Fighting for position. Approaching that 600-meter split. And that's Jace Ward now in second with the momentum. Gonna try and use that momentum and just go straight around Hu, and Hu responds, trying to latch on to Ward. Jace Ward down the back stretch.
Jace Ward really pushing hard here. Maybe taking just a quick glance up on that clock. You know, it's right there in front of them with 100 meters to go. She was right around 2 minutes right there with 100 to go, and it looks like she is going to run 2:15.08.
And nice even splits those last 3 200s, 34, 33, 34. And Jace Ward.
New PB for her.
2:15.07. And they're waiting to bring the next heat on, as there's, you know, there's always bodies at the line of an 800 diving towards the finish line, but hopefully the medical team carries off an athlete. Hopefully everything's okay.
I mean, you just look at how hard these athletes run, and they give it everything they've got. You know, we're indoors. There's dehydration that happens no matter what when you are an athlete, and you know, the dry air of inside might have a little bit to do with it, but also I think just the emotional, you know, drainage that happens when you are done with your race or getting to the start line. It's a learning experience all around.
Yeah, you're geared up. You're a lot of times emotionally drained before the race if you don't time things well and prepare yourself properly. So in this one, we've got Aoife Pashka, Madeline Shear, Macy Schreiner, Dara Wiseman, Grace Myers, Sarah Ann Miller, Alyssa Bloxton, and Morgan Kubelinski.
Looks like Sarah Ann Miller out, but it's all a big pack right now. It's anybody's race, and now Schreiner's out there in front.
Schreiner saw a little opening on the inside, didn't want to get boxed in, just charged into the lead. Smart tactical move there, 31:30 at 200.
And just a little update on our athlete that some saw get carried off. She's up and she's waving to everyone. She's fine.
Always good to see.
Yes.
Just takes a second to get a little bit of oxygen back to the brain.
All right, here we come. This is Macy Schreiner in the lead right now.
Alyssa Bloxton in second. Madeline Shear third. Schreiner still leading this one.
Going through in 64.73 for Schreiner. Could see her kind of, I mean, when I would run the 800, every 200 I sort of tried to attack because I didn't want to fall asleep out there, and you could kind of see that When she saw the lap counter go, she attacked again, and she's got 200 meters left here.
Yeah, and Shear started in from third, moving into second, and she's trying to force that issue as well.
Schreiner has led here from start to almost 700 meters here. Can she lead the entire way? Watching some of the athletes close in on her. That's Aoife Pashka making the big move there with 100 meters to go, and she looks smooth coming around the turn. Aoife Pashka. As she crosses the line, it looks like she's got a new personal best of 2:14.15. Came into this meet with a 2:16.07. Looks like lots of PBs in this heat, at least the top 4 new personal bests. Now heat 3 of 9. Lyric Olson, Aaron Vincent, Sophia Day, Morgan Elliott, Clemmie Lilly, Abby Furlies, Ashlyn Witt, and Noelle Barlett. And they're off. And this is heat 3 of 9. And out front right now, we have Aaron Vincent. But again, everybody's in it.
Everyone is in it, and they're out seemingly, a little more on the conservative side, but here we go. 31-35, Ashlyn Witt, Abby Furlies in second.
So Declan, when you used to run the 800, was your strategy when you had to cut in like this? Did you want to get to the rail first, or were you okay kind of sliding in and being on the shoulder of someone?
Much preferred to be on someone's shoulder, but as you run some of those earlier season meets in college, a lot of times you just have to go out there and try and run one alone. It's not every weekend you get to fly to the big meets. Times have changed a little bit. Maybe they do that a little bit more now and save it all for the big meets. But as an 800 runner, you'd run it pretty much every weekend, and hopefully you'd get a fast time in early.
Yeah, it's interesting. This was your specialty.
Yeah, and pretty much the only race that I really liked to touch.
Really?
Yeah. Trained a little more like the 400, 800 runner for most of my career, and then eventually went and ran for Gags and trained a little more like the 8, 1500. But really stuck to the 800 from 4th grade until 25 years old when I hung it up.
So when did you decide to hang it up? Like, why? Why was it? Was it just time to move on? Was there injuries?
Yeah, injuries primarily. I had Achilles problems that caused me a lot of problems, and eventually ended up with a rupture post-career. But that was kind of on its way. So, that was kind of the leading factor, but always different reasons pulling you every which way. So Sophia Day runs 2:14. Their second fastest time we've seen so far.
2 sophomores there in 1 and 2. Sophia Day and Clemmie Lilly, 2:14.25, 2:14.62.
But it's never easy to know when the right time
I know. I'm telling you, I'm getting older now, and I keep thinking, what is there a chance?
Yeah.
And there's not a chance.
I still think about it. It's been 6 years.
I know. Well, it's been a lot longer for me. Maybe not that much longer. It's only been 9 years.
Yeah.
All right.
Section 4. Lila Waters, Annie Miller, Rachel Fairday, Addison Bellacoop, Mary Flanagan, Julia Blake, Sydney Nolan, Caroline Eccles, and Lou Jin. And that 2:14.16 set back in heat 2. Still the time to beat.
And here we go through 200. Pretty quick, 31.62 for Sydney Nolan.
She's got a comfortable way of running that 31 just out front.
I mean, that's
really strong and powerful.
31 seconds, we see Ajay Wilson doing that quite often. She'll go out in 31. She just is someone that can run any which way.
Yep.
She can go in 20, 27, 28 and still be able to hang on, but also we've seen her be able to close, and I think it's so fun as we've talked about all these other athletes, really talk about what kind of runner they are, and these athletes are really learning that here this weekend.
And it's those that are able to have multiple different ways that they can run it that really excel, and Ajay's one of them that used to be a front runner, changed her game so she could become one of the best in the world, and really has become that because she used to like to just go out to the front and that's what a lot of people are used to. When you're the best athlete in high school and you never have any competition, that's all you're used to. But as she moved into the pro ranks, had to develop a different angle to her game and has, become one of the best in the world by doing that.
Well, now look at how bunched up. And that's this thing. Like, when you're in high school, sometimes you panic because there's all these athletes and you're not used to them in your home meets or your state meets even. But as we're talking about the pros, they've had to learn that, and they've had to learn how to calm their nerves. And now as we see it spreading apart here with about 100 meters to go, and it's Sydney Nolan up front.
And a big move coming on the outside. That's Addison Bellacoop.
And I liked what she did there.
Annie Miller down the home stretch.
Annie Miller could feel that there were people coming up on her shoulder, and she had to protect her own space and go around, and she ran a perfect race there, winning in 2:16.43 for Heat 4.
She didn't want to make the move on the turn, but she recognized she had to make the move then, and that was just really smart running from the sophomore, Annie Miller. She takes that section, 2:16.43.
All right, Heat 5 of 9. We have Ashley Bolish, Caroline beating Sydney Ogman, Gabriela Hernandez, Mayama Naina, Cora Henderson, Lucy McLean, Maya Rogan, and Emma DeVries. And out fast in lane 1 there. It looks to be Ogman getting out and establishing and trying to hold on to that inside railing.
And we've seen that really kind of dictating how fast these races are going to be run. Whoever goes up to the front and does take that lead, and right now it's going to be Mia Rogan, are they going to put their foot on the gas or their foot on the brake on this second lap?
So would you, in this kind of situation, rather be in lane 1 in the start, or would you rather be up on the curb?
I would much rather be up on the higher part of the waterfall. Usually that works out in your favor, but if the person on the inside, if you end up on the inside of that waterfall, somebody might close down in front of you. That happened to me at NCAAs. I was in dead last at 200 and had to rally from the depths of the race, but just, having people on your outside, having people on your inside, sometimes it's challenging and you don't get to dictate your race with the waterfall start.
Right.
There's just some things out of your control.
Well, Maya Rogan has really put a push on here. She went through in 30.85 for the first 200, then 33.36 for the next 200, going through that 464.20. She looks strong.
Really pressing here. McLean and Hernandez trying to reel her in. Rogan and Hernandez in second. Hernandez got her eyes on Rogan's back.
Yes, she does, and she is closing in.
Looks like she's deciding whether she wants to make the move on the turn or if she wants to wait. She decides to wait. Gabriela Hernandez swinging wide off the turn. Mia Rogan on the inside. Cora Henderson swings wide, coming down into lane 3. Hernandez will take this section of the girls' championship 800, and we got a new top time, Carrie.
2:14.01.
Just a tenth of a second off her personal best.
And that was out hot. You know, she went through, Hernandez went out in 31, came through in 65, then had a 34-second 200, and then she had another 34-second 200. So you could see.
Constantly moving up throughout the race.
Moving up.
That's hard to do, but she was just a little more conservative on that first lap, and it showed on that last 200 how she was able to just hold on once she got into the lead.
Controlling that lactic acid. A lot of people, you know, you don't really know what lactic acid until you know what lactic acid is.
That's for sure.
All right, this is heat number 6 of 9.
There's something about it, though. The lactic acid is oh so good.
Heat 6 of 9. We've got Kenya Connor, Caitlin Klisch, Madison Conister, Stephanie Bertram, Zoe Marcus, Amelia Dodds, Emma Zawatsky, Amy Waybrick, Vicky Mordivanova, Bella Harsanyi, and Esme Daplin.
30.06 through 200 meters with
Waybrick leading the way, 30.06, out hot. Waybrick and Connor. Connor out there with her. And this is one of those races where they're out so hot that it might favor you to the 5th, 6th right now.
So isn't it interesting just to watch the different forms of all these athletes? We've seen so many athletes today and yesterday, and it's so fun. I mean, it takes all kinds to run these races, and I love that. But it's just so interesting to see, you know, somebody that maybe has a higher arm carriage, a lower arm carriage, and that's what we're seeing right now, the higher arm carriage by Waybrick, and then Connor has that lower arm carriage with a little bit of maybe a swing.
And you see a little bit more of that change from athlete to athlete in an event like the 800 where you have people stepping up, people coming down, finding their way, what their event group is. Connor making the move to the front.
But watch hip number 2 there. That's Kleitsch. She made that move, but uh-oh, we got a big one on the outside.
Amelia Dodds makes a huge move on the outside. Powering away in the lead.
Look at that strength that she gets coming off the track. You can just see she's driving all the way and even dips at the line. Oh, 2:11, 2:11.80. Woo!
Huge run from Amelia Dodds.
And actually, over a second and a half. She's what? Almost, 2:13.02 is Kleitsch in second, and then Dodds has that 2:11.80 to lead right now.
Dodds was sitting 5th place at 600, and we said that when you go out in 30 point, it might benefit to be closer to the back of the pack. Well, Dodds, who went out, had a little bit more in the tank, able to just blitz home and bring it home while everyone else just tying up, fading down the home stretch. She made that move at the perfect time.
So strong. I mean, she really looked strong those last 100 meters there. So here we are. This is heat 7 of 9. We have Christina Allen, Alexandra O'Rourke, Ellie Walczek, Brianna Malone, Olivia Seislick, Cameron Hubbard, Leonie Griffin, Sydney Sin, Brooke Strauss, Kaylee Gunziorowski, and Liv Sherry.
2:11.80, new time to beat.
And there are quite a few athletes in this heat that have run 2:11. There are 5 of them. So we'll have to see if they can get new PBs.
This is section 7 out of 9, so still a few more here and lots of fast times to come. Liv Sherry, 29.89, out fast.
She is out fast. I don't know if we've seen a 29 yet.
Not yet in the girls 800. And what a stride, too, just very powerful.
Brooke Strauss there in second.
Both sophomores up at the front. Also a 7th grader in this field.
What?
Cameron Hubbard in 4th right now.
How?
7th grader. Mixing it up with the high schoolers in the championship section. Liv Sherry 61:47.
Oh, yeah. She
Girls
came
on a
to
mission.
play. She came to play.
In section 7, but have they gone too early? We're looking at third place.
2:14.68 was Sherry's seed time.
Gunsurowski, though, in third, really closing in from Union Catholic. That's Kaylee Gunsurowski. I like kind of how she closed that gap. She didn't do anything crazy. Now, what will she do with 200 to go?
Strauss charges into the lead. Gunsurowski moves into second. Sherry now in third.
This is going to be a fast time.
Really slowed to a 35 at 600, but they just took off this last lap.
They are picking it up. Now Strauss in the lead. Gunsurowski, will she try to go around? She is. And it's going to be Kaylee Gunsurowski running 2:11.12, putting her into second. No, first place.
Kaylee Gunsurowski runs the fastest time of the day. Brooke Strauss holds on for the second fastest time of the day.
2:11.20.
Inspired running. Out in 61 for our leaders in that one. And for them to hold on and still run that fast. Impressive stuff. But you don't expect a 10-second differential from your first 400 to your second. But if you gritting your teeth, just holding on to that lactic acid. You see it at the high school level a lot. That's how people run PRs.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I used to start the 2 mile in like sub 70.
Yeah.
And then
And then you take a break.
There's probably a 90 seconds in there at some point.
As an 800 runner, I'd run high school cross country and go, 5-minute mile, 6-minute mile, 5:20.
You still got a really good workout in.
But more of a fartlek.
Yeah. Fortman out front here. That's Alexa Fortman.
Another 29-second 200 to lead the way. She's got a smile on her face doing it too. She saw the time and she said, oh, that's new territory.
And with the hype that is in this facility, it is almost natural for athletes to get out and just to go for it. And your parents might be here, your coaches, your teammates. You're just so excited, and it's, it just happens.
Well, you call a lot of marathons too, Carrie, and the elites don't usually get out too crazy, but when you're calling a major marathon and you're watching the masses take off, you're talking about people trying to run 8-minute pace going out in 6:30s because they just get caught up in the hype.
Oh my goodness, I do it all the time in my marathons now. I go out way too hard. But look at Alexa Fortman has been out the entire time. It is a big race for second right now, but can they pull everyone up to her? And that's what we've seen. It's like a peloton in cycling, and that's what's happening right here.
Vidalova leading that chase pack, but Farley and Wingate also in there. Nikki Sutherland now in the lead.
Wow.
Made that pass right before the turn and put a huge gap on everyone.
She has been really hammering. Kind of sitting right there at that 33-32 second 200-meter pace. What is she going to finish in?
He's about 33.
Ooh, can she break 210? Did she get, yes, 208.86, our first sub 210 of the day.
She closes in 31.85, and that was all in the first 50 meters of that last lap. She took off. Really impressive run by Nikki Sutherland.
Well, she's got to be pleased with that.
She goes 63.70 through the first 400.
So not quite Nikki's PB. She's run 208.64 before.
But the top time right now by almost 2 seconds.
Exactly. She'll be watching the clock now as we round out this last heat. Amelia Everett, Layla Hayes, Angelina Napoleon, Kate Putman, Kamaya Haywood, Paige Shepard, Katie McPhail, Isis Grant, Isabel Condi, Frankenberg, Allison Incy, and Lauren Leaf.
And we're bringing the lights down, getting a little bit of a show here.
This is Amelia Everett on the screen right now. Look at those fireworks. How cool. The lights are off, you guys. It is so cool up in here. Layla Hayes coming all the way from Florida.
And just, we've got here Angelina Napoleon. We've talked about the production value of this, but we're starting to get new stuff, new elements.
Like, seriously.
Complete lights out.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I'm digging it.
No wonder why people are going out so fast. Like, seriously.
Yeah, how do you keep it in? How do you
I
maintain?
don't know. It's so cool.
Now they're starting to do some really fun stuff at these World Championships and Olympic meets, but having something like this at New Balance Nationals, providing this experience for the high school athletes is just a lot of fun. And
well, I'm telling you, like getting all of the gear and, you know, they are getting treated like we did as Olympians, as World Championship team members for the U.S. Like that's the new norm. And it's really cool. Like coming for this backpack, everyone's talking about the backpack. That's amazing. But there's other stuff that gets, when you win a championship, you are just decked out. You get a new watch, you get all kinds of fun things.
And it is really cool too, because many of these athletes are competing in other sports, and these are the things that get people excited, and you want them to stick around and stay involved in track beyond competing in high school, beyond competing in college. So it has us coming back, is the fun and excitement around these kind of events.
Well, people always ask me, you know, I've been in this sport for a long time, as I've said, but they keep asking me, is it as fun? Like, do you love sitting at track meets day after day? And like we are, and I do. I mean,
it's never not been fun.
No, the competition, the grit, the determination, the heartache, the, you know, the joy, all of it. It's what I loved as an athlete. It's what I love as a spectator. And I love watching America's Next Best right here.
From calling U.S. championships, Olympic trials, but still has you excited to come to meets like this because of the energy around the sport at the high school level is just so much fun.
Well, our fastest in the field is Isis Grant and Isabel Conde-Frankenberg, but also Allison Ince. Those are the three to watch right now on paper. They are the three that have gone under 2:08, along with Amelia Everett. Amelia Everett has a 2:06.19, and Allison Ince 2:05, 2:07.16.
Isabel Conde-Frankenberg's 2:05.61, fastest seed time.
Fastest seed. As we're looking at Emma Coburn and Corey McGee, two of America's and two of the best in the world.
And down on the infield to celebrate these girls, 800-meter championship athletes. And they are off. Out well, Kamaya Haywood in lane one. I mean, look at that.
She is out fast. She's a 2:09.40 PB coming in, 29:02.
Well, here comes Layla Haynes and Lauren Leaf in second and third. They've closed that gap, a 29:0 for Haywood on that first lap, and Haynes just gonna go by early for a pass, but just felt that momentum and just kept moving by.
Well, keep your eye on Allison Ince. She's got that number 10 with the blue shorts, and she's starting to close. She's a gal that runs cross country. She likes to run the longer distances, so it might take her a little bit more time to wind up.
Haynes, Haywood, and Ince. Ince now moving into second down the back stretch.
Haynes at sub 210. She's run 209.24 before, but here comes Ince.
They were out through 460.5. Haynes gets overtaken now by Ince, coming up to 200 meters to go. Allison Ince putting on a show here.
That strength that she has over running the longer distances is really starting to show. She is opening up that long stride that she has. She's going hard.
132.50 at 600, and she's got a huge gap on the field. Allison Ince, the crowd's on their feet.
Watch this time, everybody. It's going to be close to 2 minutes. Let's go.
Allison Ince, Isabel Conde Frankenberg making a late charge. Sparks are flying for Allison Ince. She'll break the tape. 2:04.
2:04.77. That is a new PB for her.
Conde Frankenberg, 2:06.46 for second. Amelia Everett in third, 2:08.50. But what a run from Allison Ince. No fear, just out there, 61 seconds through 400.
Wow. She just ran with so much poise. Definitely letting the gals go a little bit in that earlier part of the race and then using that strength.
Really strong close from Isabel Conde Frankenberg.
She's talking to Emma Coburn right now.
What's more exciting than getting interviewed by some of the best athletes in the world when you cross the finish line? And impressive to keep her composure, hold her, after just finishing an 800.
I know.
Running an 800 or a 400, trying to give an interview right away.
Right. And to know how fast these ladies have run. They've represented the U.S. at the highest level. And they were just high school runners just like her at one point. But they have been able to pull America into this whole new kind of ball game of really being the best track and field team to beat at the world stage.
Yeah, and one of the biggest things is all of that depth in U.S. track and field. To make the team in almost any event, you're going to be a medal threat. And that's what makes the U.S. trials, U.S. championships always so exciting.
It's so cool.
There
She's
they
taking
are.
her victory lap, and they're like, no, go.
She's tired, but Corey and Emma encouraging her to get on and soak it all in and take that victory lap.
Yeah. It's pretty awesome. She has been on fire for a long time and has a lot of pressure on her, being only a junior. Our top two gals were juniors today. Allison Ince running 2:04.77 and Isabel Conde Frankenberg 2:06.46.
And
ninth fastest time. Did you just hear that?
Yeah, just heard ninth fastest time in history by a high schooler.
It's just been so much fun to watch these athletes and to be able to see them interact with a lot of these kids, but they've actually seen a lot of them at different meets. Like, it's different, I don't know about you when you were racing, but we had one national championship, and so we didn't have all these other real high-end meets, or we never went and raced against the college athletes or the professional athletes. So they've gotten to know each other, and they've also gotten to know how each other have raced, especially here in these fast sections. This is kind of, they've been there, done that, so they know. They know how to take it out of people. They know how to sit and kick, all these things.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that's so special about races like these, too, is going and running as fast as they are in races that are just high schoolers. Because that's what everyone would expect.
Yeah.
But we've seen so many impressive high schoolers. They're getting invites to professional meets to go in and run incredibly fast times. And that's amazing, but it's also amazing to see them do it just racing against each other.
Yeah, getting in a race. And, I heard a lot of the athletes talking before their races. Yes, they all wanted to run fast. Breaking a record or running a new PB is awesome. But ultimately, it was about winning the race. And I love that. Like, sometimes I think that we get too caught up in breaking these barriers or breaking times. And we have to remember the ultimate goal of this sport is to cross the line and to win.
Yeah.
And if you're not going to win, then set those PBs.
And the reason that we see the combination of fast times and racing especially at races like this, you have people going out in the second or third section and just putting down a crazy time that forces those next heats to have to go do something similar. So it puts the pressure on those heats. You have your top qualifiers in Section 9, but we've seen fast times for 8 sections before.
And that's what we're going to learn at the NCAA level. Like, these athletes now will move on to college, and that, you know, that's what happens. You get to the indoor nationals, and you know, you're running the 4x4, but you still need to beat the time before you from heat 1 or whatever. So all these different learning experiences. And I don't know about you, did you ever have a journal that you, like for me, when I would fly as a high schooler, I would take some notes, and that started as a high schooler after all these big races. And then in college, I did the same thing. I would write just a paragraph while I was still in the heat of the moment. And if a race went really well, I would write that down. But if it went, you know, really bad or wasn't my day, I would write that down as well. But I only gave myself 24 hours to celebrate or to sulk.
Yep.
And I needed to then move on and go back and read my notes, but move on.
Yeah. I did the same thing. I started doing it in college, but it does allow you that, you know, especially I think for a poor race, that catharsis, get it all out.
Yeah.
You know? Get the words out, get the feelings out, so you can move on.
Yeah.
And even the best races, you know, they provide you a lot of confidence and they help drive your training, but you do have to move on and keep going. Put things down in training and start taking those next steps as soon as possible.
Well, and I also think I heard this actually from Rich Kana, who, if he's still watching, he watched his nephew run one of the 800-meter heats. He told me, you know, the highs are really high and the lows are really low. But you have to celebrate the highs because they don't come very often. We are so hard on ourselves as athletes that we sometimes forget to celebrate those really good moments. So I had an athlete actually here that I coached yesterday, and she was second in her heat right at the line. And I said, go and celebrate. You know, she was a little upset that she didn't quite get her, but I said, go and celebrate those highs. Like, take that 24 hours to be really proud of yourself, because this is not an easy sport. No matter what event you do in track and field, it takes a lot of mental work, takes a lot of physical work. And so if you guys are watching your athletes out here today, remind them to celebrate. This has been a big season for them. Get ready for the outdoor season, but celebrate the big wins.
And celebrate the season, too, even when it doesn't end in that perfect moment.
Yes.
It's hard to end in that perfect moment. There can only be one national champion, but everybody that comes out here has an opportunity to better themselves and say, if the day didn't go perfectly, what did I accomplish this season that made this such an exceptional season?
Or if your season stunk, you're going to learn from that. I mean, I had
think about
plenty
that
of
too.
seasons that stunk. You know, it just did not go my way. And you learn from that. You become a better person from it. And so, but man, look at this right here. We got the 4x1 mile teams, and it is a back track.
And 4 heats of them, too.
Oh, yes. Did you ever run the 4x1 mile?
Never ran a 4x1 mile.
Oh, it's so fun.
You know.
But we will
conference meet DMRs,
okay.
You know, and ran the mile leg. So, you know, I stepped up to a mile if I really had to. Not because I wanted to, but, you know, if the team needed me, I'd do what it took for the team.
I'm telling you right now, everybody watching, do not hate me if I lose track of splits. We do have them on here, but we're going to watch a lot of people run a lot of laps right now, and we're going to do our best.
Ranking number 6 is Racing City. Ranking number 7 is the Chatboard Track Club. Next event, wearing number 8, will be the Los Angeles Cubs.
All the way from Los Angeles.
We'll give the full start list here. Warriors Track and Field Club, Ridgefield, Duval, Top of the Hill TC, Ruston Track Club, Westport Track Club, Latin TC, WM Track Club, East Lyme, Judges Track Club, LaSalle Academy, Beavers, Union Catholic, John Jay, and another Union Catholic team. How about that?
16.5 minutes of action here.
having enough milers to put together 3 different teams, because Union Catholic will go in Section 4 as well. And given that it's a full 4 by mile, they're starting in kind of a funky spot, but each handoff will take place on the home straight. They'll move up 9 meters each time, so right now 36 meters back from the start. Each time they'll get 9 meters closer to that common start finish. 8 laps per leg. And a lot of chaos pushing and shoving right off the line, but trying to establish position right away. Westfield TC. And always a fun time. Getting an opportunity to run something a little bit different, like in the 4 by mile. This Westfield team has Avery Keith. We got Avery Keith, Owen Martin of South Farms. You know, all your leadoff legs, Caleb Doddington, James Wiscusen, Cohen Bryce, Mason Tellerico, Evan Lockridge, Connor Bennett, Benjamin Daniels, and Colin Goldschmidt. Westfield taking on 200 meters in. And they're out there in front. South Farms in second. Westfield and South Farms. Starting to make their way in is Racing City. It's on the outside of lane 1. Always a fascinating race in the 4 by mile, as each mile in and of itself, you get a race that packs up, then things wind up, they string out, they hand off to the next athlete. Things might close back up midway through that race, open up, so lots of accordion playing, opening things up, closing things down. South Farms leading now. Team of Owen Martin, Alexander Ushak, Jack Willette, and Nick Casarino. Now approaching their 800 split. Thereabouts 210, 211 at 800. So not blazing fast, but still pretty quick. 420 mile pace. And kind of that benchmark, if they're running 420 pace, that's a 1720-ish pace for the full distance of 4 by mile. It's Racing City now that's moved up into front. Team of Mason Tallarico, Owen Blaisdell, Jacob Byrne, and Cooper Brandress. But South Farm still sitting there on the outside shoulder of Racing City, not letting it get too far away from them as the pace starts to wind up.
Okay, I just had to carbo load a little bit for this race.
Yeah, I mean, they had the opportunity to carbo load last night. We got to make sure. We got four sections of this.
And we've been on the mic a long time, which has been super fun, you guys. Like, I've been on the infield, and sometimes I get that infield voice. Oh, awesome. We just found out that Corey McGee's coming up to the mic.
Oh, love to hear it.
Yeah, I kind of get so excited, and I use that PA announcing voice sometimes when I get excited, so excuse me.
Well,
if I've done that, I yell a little bit.
Yeah, you have to, and that's, sometimes when you're in the booth, you've got to create the excitement, but not today. The excitement is all here.
I know. Look at
They're
that.
creating the excitement and bringing it out of us, so we're just able to sit back, enjoy these races. And you know, with this, we've got 4x1 mile times 4, and then we've got 4x1 mile times 2 on the girls' side. So we've got a lot of miles ahead of us.
Well, there we go. First handoff, that first mile, 4:26:34. Racing City out in front.
They slowed a little bit. They were about 2:10 at the mile split, but
That's Los Angeles Cubs.
Los Angeles Cubs out in the lead. 4:23. Okay, that makes a little more sense now. We're starting to see splits, but
now they're starting to
populate a little bit
better.
Yeah.
Yeah, running the 4x1, it's a hard race because that first race, or the first leg, it's almost just like a race in itself, right?
Yep.
But then things kind of start to happen. You don't really know where your splits are. You have to throw the time out the door. And it's kind of like a DMR, where it's confusing, right? It's just confusing.
Especially on an indoor track where
Yeah.
eventually there will be lapped athletes.
Yeah.
We're going to see that. It's going to happen. But, you know, I also think back of some of the best 4x miles we see are at Penn Relays every year. And one that always comes back to mind was when University of Oregon was way out in front.
Yeah.
Edward Cheserek
Yes.
gets the baton, and everyone thinks King Ches is going to go
Gonna
run
just
3:55
crush
and
it.
crush everybody.
Nope.
Not for him. He says, I'm going to chill.
He
Let's
crawled.
everyone
He
come.
crawled.
Runs about a 70 or so second lap. Lets everyone back in the race. And then it was a battle, an absolute battle with Villanova.
Yep.
And with Oregon.
Yep.
And you had this whole new race where it was a tactical mile to finish it off.
I couldn't get over it. I mean, I remember. And then it was like down to the last 50 meters, wasn't it?
Yeah, Jordy Williams and Ed Cheserek and just fighting it out.
Yes, it was awesome.
Absolute battle.
But why did he do that? Was it, I mean, I think because he had won, 17 NCAA
Only 17,
championships,
yeah,
right?
Only 17.
He just knew he could do that. And today we saw his record go down.
One of those ones that you think, I don't know if I'll be, here to see that one.
Yeah.
But to see that record go down.
So
in a
13:57.
high school only race.
Yeah.
3 of the top 4 athletes in that race of all time. Huge running.
Yeah, Tyrone Gorsey taking it down. But we are watching here the first section of the 4x1. Los Angeles has been out there. Los Angeles Cubs. We believe this is Harrison Lavery. And he's been all alone, and that chase pack hasn't really made up a ton on him, but they definitely are trying to reel him in lap by lap. Marlington Track Club in second. Union Catholic TC, who's had a lot of runners and field eventers here this weekend. South Farms TC, Jackalope TC. Those are the top 5 right now. Now we're seeing for the first time Los Angeles Cubs is going to be in second place. Marlington Track Club moving on around, and that's Colin Cernansky, I believe, for the Marlington Track Club. They're coming up to about 400 meters to go on this leg. And Marlington Track Club definitely trying to get a little bit of air in between them and Los Angeles Cubs. Union Catholic making a strong push to get back into second. Marlington Track Club, can he hold off this push by Union Catholic TC? That's Ryan Sachoki. And here comes back the Los Angeles Cubs, getting ready to hand off to his guy. The Los Angeles Cubs going to get ready to hand off to Henry Payne. And Union Catholic, they are both right there together. Now this is where they're bunched up enough where it feels like a race within the race. You know, they have 4 people. It's not just one person out like we saw for so long. And this makes it, to me, not, I don't know if easier is the way to put it, but you can focus on each other and you're not just running on fear and on fumes, like wondering what the heck's going on behind me.
Yeah, being way out in front is really difficult, especially as an individual. Even when you're just racing for the win, as an individual, you have a feeling for what kind of time you want to run, what kind of pace you want to run. But then you get that fear in the back of your head.
Yes.
I suppose it's a little different when you got a big Jumbotron to look at and you can kind of take a peek and stay comfortable. But it's hard to get out there and have that target on your back, and it takes a different type of mentality to approach that
Definitely.
type of race.
And it's hard to coach that mentality too. You know, I'm sure a lot of the coaches have said, hey, listen, this is going to be a race where you're not going to be way out on your own. You're going to have people around you. You're going to have people chasing you down, or you're going to have to be the chaser. So just a lot of different strategies going in. So as we are watching Marlington Track Club lead Union Catholic right now, along with South Farms TC coming on the outside with that purple kit, and Los Angeles Cubs. These 4 teams all in it still.
And a bit of an injection in pace. They've started picking it up a little bit. We've seen some